Millennial families are omnipresent across this continent. The ancient legacies they carry confer not only honor, but also engender a rigidity in systems, where lineage becomes the cornerstone for ascending to positions of power. How, then, can the descendant of a mere hunter rise to such heights, gaining the privilege to partake in this grand game? Is it through a severely diminished golden opportunity, a limited foresight of the future, or perhaps an elusive, intangible luck? Chapter 1. Lind of White Village. Having grown accustomed to the persistent ache in his back, Lind emerged from the confines of his dwelling, where he had lain for over a month, leaning on the cane crafted by Old Bane just days prior. Although his injuries would require at least another fortnight for complete recovery, they no longer impeded his ability to walk normally. However, his immediate priority was to swiftly familiarize himself with the people and affairs of White Village, lest he inadvertently reveal his true nature. After all, the memories he inherited were scant aside from knowing his name was Lind and that he was a hunter. The rest comprised mere fragments that offered little insight, leaving him in ignorance as to the cause of his grievous wounds. As he traversed the village, he quickly discerned that the surroundings were decidedly primitive, reminiscent of some bygone era in the West. Despite having speculated based on Old Bane's attire and the furnishings within his home, a flicker of hope still lingered within him. Bear hunter? After walking a short distance along the village's solitary street, Lind encountered his first villager. Upon laying eyes on Lind, the individual uttered a nickname with evident trepidation, lowering his gaze in haste as he scurried past, as if Lind were some fearsome beast. Though Lind was intrigued by the peculiar reaction and the moniker bestowed upon him, he refrained from detaining the man for inquiries. He understood that it was imperative to speak and act sparingly, to observe and listen intently, thus avoiding any exposure of his true identity, which was distinctly separate from that of Lind. As he continued along the street, the number of villagers he encountered steadily increased. Some addressed him by name, while others referred to him as the Bear Hunter, each face reflecting a mixture of reverence and fear, varying only in the intensity of the emotions displayed. Though the village was not particularly large, Lind, despite his physical discomfort, walked a considerable distance before arriving at the small tavern situated at the village's entrance. Over the past month and a half, he had learned that Old Bane owned this tavern. Although the village was entirely foreign to him, he managed to locate the establishment with remarkable accuracy, given it was the only tavern in the vicinity. "Your injuries are not yet healed. Why have you ventured out?" As he approached the tavern's threshold, the sound from outside drew the attention of Old Bane, who emerged with concern etched upon his face upon seeing Lind. Old Bane sported a thick mane of distinctly brown hair and had a rotund physique, resembling a large barrel. His left foot had been replaced by a wooden peg, and his right hand was missing 3 fingers, presumably severed by a sharp weapon. Lind smiled as he explained, "I've been lying down for over a month. I need to move about a bit to expedite my recovery." For Lind, Old Bane was undoubtedly a benefactor, for during the month of his immobility due to injury, it was Bane alone who tended to him. Indeed, he had come to regard Bane almost as a paternal figure in this body. Upon hearing Lind's explanation, Bane said nothing, simply patting his arm before gesturing for him to take a seat in the small tavern. "Hey, Bear Hunter." The moment Lind entered the tavern, the patrons simultaneously raised their glasses, calling out to him. Though their cheers were tinged with reverence, they were far more enthusiastic than the villagers he had encountered previously, exhibiting far less trepidation. Unfamiliar with these individuals and uncertain of how to respond without revealing himself, Lind merely nodded in acknowledgement. Their reaction to him was devoid of dissatisfaction. Rather, they found it perfectly natural, which led Lind to realize that this body had likely belonged to a reclusive individual. He took a seat at a window-side table where Old Bane placed a cup of drink before him before returning to his tasks. Lind took a sip. The sour-tasting beverage was rather unpalatable, yet he stifled the urge to spit it out and swallowed, maintaining a neutral expression. The atmosphere within the tavern remained unchanged by Lind's presence, yet the topics of conversation gradually began to shift, increasingly revolving around him. Perhaps due to the presence of the subject in question, their voices lowered considerably in such a cacophonous environment. It would have been difficult for an ordinary person to discern their discussions. However, Lind was different. After more than a month of merging with this body, while his physical strength had not increased, his other senses had become remarkably acute, a skill he had spent considerable time adapting to, which now proved advantageous. By eavesdropping on the tavern patrons, Lind quickly grasped his current location and the events that had transpired. Though he endeavored to suppress his emotions, A hint of astonishment inevitably crossed his face. During his convalescence, he had speculated endlessly about where he had been reborn, considering countless ancient Western realms. However, he never fathomed that he had been reborn into the world of ice and fire, as conceived by George R.R. Martin. Although he had never read the novels penned by that particular author, he had indeed watched the television adaptation. For the realm of ice and fire was undeniably famous, it was nearly impossible not to draw attention to at the time. In fact, he had perused numerous forums dedicated to Game of Thrones, driven by questions arising from certain plot points. Even though he approached these discussions with the perspective of an ordinary viewer, the show and the forum posts provided him with a wealth of valuable information. For instance, the majority of tavern conversations revolved around the recent War of the Usurper, which referred to the conflict that resulted in Robert Baratheon ascending to the throne. This realization made him aware that he was situated in a temporal context preceding the events of the series. This was undoubtedly not favorable news for him, as it rendered the plethora of insights from the show and discussions practically unusable. Moreover, he understood that the societal structure of Westeros was exceedingly rigid, making it incredibly challenging for common folk to rise above their station. Bloodlines and heritage were the cornerstones of the nobility in this world, and his current reincarnated form was merely that of an ordinary individual. To make matters worse, he found himself in the Riverlands. The nobility of the Riverlands was renowned for its antiquity. Even a single lord's lineage could boast a history spanning thousands of years. The Tully family, tasked with guarding the South, did not even rank among the top 3 for familial legacy, illustrating the profound age of the aristocracy in the Riverlands. Such venerable family legacies naturally implied a conservative system where lineage was the sole criterion for measuring a person's worth. And although a few exceptions existed, they could not shake the foundations of this traditional stronghold. For an ordinary person to achieve prominence here, there were only 2 paths available. One could journey to Old Town to study and become a maester, or distinguish oneself in the tournaments held by various lords across the Riverlands, either by being chosen as a squire by a knight or by capturing a knight's favor and being knighted oneself, much like the former captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Duncan the Tall. In addition, Lynn knew that he resided in a village called White Village, located on the outskirts of the Red Lake Forest in the Riverlands, a territory belonging to House Tully, not far from their seat at Riverrun. The village earned its name from the practice of local inhabitants applying a nearby white clay to the walls of their homes, resulting in an entirely white settlement. White Village was a direct fief of House Tully, associated with Riverrun, and its populace primarily consisted of hunters. However, unlike those who hunted solely for a living, the hunters of White Village served as guides for the autumn hunts organized by the lords of Riverrun and other noble houses of the Riverlands. Although the Red Lake Forest surrounding Riverrun was not the largest in the Riverlands, it was home to the most abundant populations of deer, bears, and other wildlife. Thus, each autumn, House Tully would invite the nobility of the Riverlands to partake in hunts, fostering camaraderie, while the hunters of White Village were specifically established to cater to this annual autumnal pursuit. Moreover, Lynn knew the reason behind his grievous injuries and his prolonged convalescence of over a month. He pondered why the villagers referred to him as the Bear Hunter and held him in such reverence. This situation was intrinsically linked to the recently concluded War of Usurpers, during which the Tully family, entrusted with the guardianship of the South, had allied with the wrong faction. Although King Robert, who ascended to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, did not impose punitive measures upon them, the Tullys remained unsettled. In an effort to mend their relationship with King Robert, they sought to gather an array of rare treasures from the Riverlands as offerings. The Carlin family, despite their ancient lineage, had fallen into decline, struggling to maintain their dominion over Red Lake City. They were even compelled to forge a marital alliance with the affluent Florent family of the Riverlands to stave off their family's deterioration. In light of their precarious situation, the Carlin family naturally sought to bolster their position. Upon learning of the Tully family's quest for rare artifacts, they aspired to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. However, the Carlin family's decline meant that the once valuable heirlooms had long been sold off, leaving only those imbued with distinct familial traits that were deemed unsellable. Selling them would render them the subject of ridicule among the Riverlands nobility. Consequently, they had to explore alternative avenues to procure valuable treasures. Fortunately, their territory boasted the richest animal resources in the Riverlands, home to an array of remarkably rare creatures. Thus, they issued substantial bounties targeting these animals. The father of Lynn's current body was the finest hunter in White Village, and he recognized the potential of the bounty offered by the Carlin family. After receiving permission from the Carlin family steward, he ventured into the Red Lake Forest to hunt the mountain bears. The mountain bears of Red Lake Forest differed vastly from ordinary bears. They were twice the size of their common counterparts, possessing extraordinary strength, and were cloaked in a layer of reddish-brown fur akin to armor, rendering them nearly invincible within their domain. Historically, numerous knights, seeking to showcase their valor through the hunt of mountain bears, had met their demise at the hands of these formidable creatures. It is noteworthy that knights did not operate in isolation. They were often accompanied by squires, numerous guards, and hired warriors. Thus, when Lynn's father entered the Red Lake Forest, none harbored any belief that he could successfully hunt a mountain bear. Tragically, as anticipated, Lynn's father perished within the forest, his remains torn to shreds by the bear, and when the hunters from White Village discovered him, only half a head and a few dismembered fragments remained. The previous owner of Lynn's body, after retrieving his father's remains, did not abandon the pursuit of the mountain bears. Instead, he resolved to fulfill his father's dying wish and seek vengeance. Over the course of the subsequent year, he repeatedly entered the forest in search of the mountain bear's traces, investing considerable resources into crafting potent hunting traps. Ultimately, he completed his preparations over a month ago and ventured into the Red Lake Forest with his traps in TOW. In this vengeful hunt, Lynn's predecessor experienced both triumph and failure. The success lay in the fact that he managed to hunt a mountain bear single-handedly, while the failure stemmed from the realization that this bear was not the one responsible for his father's demise. Furthermore, he sustained grievous injuries in the bear's counterattack, his back rendered nearly devoid of unscathed flesh, and his spine narrowly escaping a crushing blow from the bear's paw. Had it not been for the courageous intervention of Bane, his father's steadfast friend, who risked entering the forest to search for him and ultimately carried him back, nursing him for over a month, he might have perished within those woods. This incident is also the origin of his moniker as a bear hunter. Aside from his physical injuries, the mountain bear he hunted offered him no benefits. Instead, it brought him trouble. His act of hunting within the Red Lake Forest was executed without the consent of the clan family, the forest's rightful owners, rendering his actions tantamount to theft of their property, which could have led to his execution under the law. However, perhaps due to the unwarranted acquisition of a mountain bear, or because Lynn was on the brink of death, the clan family steward opted not to pursue charges against him for his illicit hunting. Instead, he even bestowed upon Lynn 5 gold dragons as a reward for the bear, in stark contrast to the 500 gold dragons offered by clan a year prior. This modest sum seemed paltry, yet to the common folk, 5 gold dragons represented a substantial fortune. Given that the recipient of this wealth was a bedridden individual on the verge of death, the villagers soon cast their covetous eyes upon the 5 gold dragons. Yet, under Bane's assertive intervention, these villagers, blinded by greed, were compelled to relinquish their avarice. This explains the expressions of fear they displayed upon encountering Lind, who, with his injuries nearly healed, was a potential threat for retribution. Chapter 2. The Blessed One. Were your plans moving forward? As the tavern grew quieter, Bane found a moment to rest, seating himself across from Lind with a look of concern. After contemplating, Lind inquired, "Father, do you have any connections within the guard of Red Lake City? Are you considering joining the guard in Red Lake City?" Bane furrowed his brow, glancing down at his maimed hand and leg, and replied somberly, "Being a guard is no easy task." Bane had once served as a guard in Red Lake City, even rising to the rank of captain. He had accompanied the clan family patriarch to the high court and had encountered many of the nobles from the Riverbend region. Thus, he was no stranger to the world of high society. Regrettably, his misfortune struck when he fell into an ambush during a mission organized by the clan family to confront the bandits of Red Lake Forest. Severely injured, had he not fortuitously encountered Lynn's father, he might have met his end at the hands of those marauders. This incident elucidates Bane's protective attitude towards Lynn. Although he had been retired for quite some time, Bane still retained some connections in Red Lake City, making the introduction of a candidate for the guard a feasible endeavor. Old Bane reminisced about his past before turning to Lynn and asking, "What compels you to seek a position as a guard in Red Lake City? Wasn't your aspiration once to become an exceptional hunter like your father?" "I yearn to see the world beyond," Lind replied, seeking an excuse. "I did not wish to die knowing only White Village and the Red Lake Forest. I long to behold the grandeur of Highgarden, to witness the splendor of King's Landing, and to meet the legendary Wall of the North. If I remain in White Village, I fear that until the day the stranger greets me, I shall never see the sights I so desire." Bane regarded Lind with a thoughtful gaze, saying, "It seems this injury has profoundly affected you. You are not the same as before." At this, Lind felt a fleeting anxiety within, though he displayed no outward sign of it. Indeed, death can irrevocably alter one's character. I experienced such a transformation myself. Bane sighed, providing an explanation for Lind's change. He then spoke with grave seriousness. Do you believe that becoming a guard in Red Lake City will grant you access to those places and allow you to witness what you wish to see? Lind responded, at the very least, it offers me greater opportunities than I currently possess. Though Lind could venture forth from White Village to any corner of Westeros alone, such a choice would strip him of his commoner status, relegating him to the ranks of the destitute. Once one becomes a vagrant, the path to redemption becomes exceedingly arduous. One either languishes in the shadows of a city or descends into banditry. The most dire fate would be falling prey to a noble who might send him to toil in the mines, or, worse, to be sold into slavery across the narrow sea. Ascending from a position as an ordinary commoner is already a formidable challenge. Becoming a vagrant multiplies that difficulty immeasurably. Even with his talents and advantages, Lind could not guarantee that he would attain the power and status he sought while bearing the stigma of a vagrant. Thus, securing the role of a guard in Red Lake City, where he could interact closely with the nobility and seek opportunities, seemed to him the most prudent path forward. Bane scrutinized Lind for a considerable time before slowly saying, the current captain of the Red Lake City Guard is Smiling Will, a former subordinate of mine with whom I maintain a decent rapport. I believe I can recommend you without issue. Upon hearing this, a spark of joy ignited within Lind's heart, yet he maintained a calm facade. This newfound composure pleased Bane, who reflected on how different Lind had become. In the past, while Lind often wore a stoic expression, he had not concealed his emotions. Others could easily discern his feelings from his countenance. Now, however, he seemed transformed, with all his emotions shrouded within, prompting Bane to marvel again at the impact this near-death experience had wrought upon him. Bane continued, while I can recommend you and may offer you a chance to prove yourself, your ultimate success as a guard in Red Lake City will depend on your own capabilities. What do you mean by capabilities? Follow me. Old Man Bane rose to his feet, gestured towards Lind, and then issued a command to the tavern attendant before striding towards the courtyard at the back of the establishment. Lind, leaning on his cane, stood up and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the backyard, Old Man Bane signaled for Lind to wait a moment, then returned to his room. After rummaging beneath his bed for a short while, he emerged with a broadsword and a round shield reinforced with iron. Take this and give it a try, Bane said, approaching Lind and handing him the sword and shield. Lind set aside his cane and accepted the sword and shield, casually swinging them a couple of times. However, as he attempted to wield the broadsword in accordance with his recollections of swordsmanship, an overwhelming sense of discomfort surged through him, rendering what should have been a simple motion clumsy and awkward. Observing Lind's ungraceful handling of the broadsword, Old Man Bane was not surprised at his eyes. This was the expected behavior of someone unacquainted with the longsword. Nonetheless, Lind was evidently dissatisfied with his current performance. After a few swings, he halted and turned to Old Man Bane, asking, Old Man, could I possibly have another sword? Bane paused, momentarily taken aback. He assumed Lind believed his lack of finesse stemmed from an ill-fitting weapon. So he said nothing further and returned to his room to retrieve a knight's sword. This knight's sword, like the broadsword, had been well maintained, showing no signs of rust. The emblem at the hilt had been polished away, suggesting it was a trophy from Bane's past victories. However, based on the craftsmanship, it was evident that the sword was likely wielded by a mere squire or a hired knight, not a figure of great renown. Lind did not discard the broadsword instead. He set down the shield he had been holding and accepted the knight's sword, transitioning into a dual-wielding stance. Seeing Lind grasp both the knight's sword and the broadsword, Old Man Bane was momentarily dumbfounded. While it was true that some knights in Westeros were known for dual-wielding, these were celebrated figures, each capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly. For those renowned knights, wielding multiple weapons could indeed amplify their combat prowess. But for an ordinary person, it was a path to self-destruction. Just as Bane was about to correct Lind's misconceptions and explain that possessing more weapons was not necessarily advantageous, Lind slightly bent his knees. With the assistance of his feet, his body, which required a cane for normal movement, swiftly maneuvered. Simultaneously, he executed a series of extraordinarily precise strikes and thrusts with both swords of differing lengths. Old Man Bane, as the captain of the Red Lake City Guard, possessed considerable skill in sword and shield techniques himself. Having witnessed numerous knightly duels and tournaments, his perspective was far from ordinary. At that moment, the swordplay Lind exhibited evoked memories of watching renowned knights in combat. It is no exaggeration to say that he felt that even fully armed and standing before Lind, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand Lind's dual sword assault. He could discern that the thrusts in Lind's swordplay were all aimed at the vulnerable points of his armor, targeting areas that were particularly challenging to defend. Is this swordsmanship specifically designed for knights? A thought quickly emerged in Bane's mind. At this moment, Lind also came to a halt. It was not that he had exhausted the entirety of his swordsmanship, rather, his body had reached its limit, and if he continued, he feared that his old injuries might resurface. "Father, do you think my current abilities qualify me to be a guardian?" Lind asked, propping himself up with his dual swords and gasping for breath. "You are indeed qualified," Bane replied, calming the tumult within his heart and offering Lind an affirmative response. He then curiously inquired, "When did you learn such swordsmanship? I have never seen it before." In response to Bane's question, Lind had already contemplated his answer while executing his dual-wielding technique. Now, upon being asked, he smoothly articulated the prepared response. He made a gesture of prayer at his chest, his expression imbued with utmost sincerity, and addressed Bane. "During my injury-induced unconsciousness, I encountered the warrior of the Seven. Moved by the valor of avenging the mountain bear, he bestowed his blessings upon me, granting me the combat skills of numerous warriors, allowing me to wield these techniques as if I were a true warrior." As he spoke, he feigned a sense of regret, adding, "Regrettably, my frail body can only master this dual-wielding technique. The other combat skills remain locked within my mind, awaiting the time when my body recovers and grows sufficiently to be reawakened." Bane was utterly stunned. He never anticipated such an incredible answer from Lind. It bore no resemblance to any conclusion he had drawn. The faith in the Seven Gods was the official belief of the Seven Kingdoms, and the Riverbend region predominantly adhered to this faith. Yet, Bane was not a devout follower of the Seven. He had witnessed how corrupt clergy of the Seven Gods misused the divine name for nefarious deeds. He had seen how nobles garnered support from the church and devised schemes to fabricate so-called miracles of the Seven Gods. He had even observed merchants transforming worthless items into sacred relics of the Seven, selling them to devout believers, extracting the last coins from their already impoverished pockets. Thus, he held no genuine faith in the Seven, merely masquerading as a believer. However, now, a person he knew well was asserting that he had received the blessing of the warrior among the Seven Gods, which struck him as utterly absurd, instinctively leading him to dismiss it as a falsehood. Yet, upon seeing Lind, breathless and fatigued, he began to ponder that perhaps the blessing of the warrior was, indeed, a reality. Since Lind has been someone I have watched grow since childhood, it is noteworthy that in these 15 years, he has never exhibited any swordsmanship abilities, appearing merely as an ordinary hunter typical of our village. However, the swordsmanship he displayed moments ago was not something a mere 15-year-old could possess. Even seasoned knights might struggle to achieve such mastery, which necessitates prolonged and uninterrupted training. Lind, however, lacks the luxury of time for such rigorous practice. Having dismissed the possibility that Lind acquired such advanced dual-wielding swordsmanship through conventional means, the only plausible explanation remains his recent assertion that the blessing of one of the Seven Gods, the warrior, could transform an individual entirely ignorant of swordplay into a masterful combatant. Moreover, the rationale behind the warrior's blessing is entirely reasonable. After all, in countless legends of yore, there has never been a solitary 15-year-old who embarked on a hunt for a bear the size of Small Hill, driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of his father, experience worthy of poetic immortalization by bards. Indeed, there are wandering minstrels who have passed through our village, recording Lind's tale with the intention of weaving it into song for future generations. "Is what you say true?" asked Old Bane, his expression grave as he turned to Lind. "I swear by the Seven Gods that my words are wholly truthful," Lind proclaimed, placing his hand over his heart, mimicking the gesture of a devout believer. In Lind's view, even if the Seven Gods did not exist, his oath posed no issue for, in a sense, his unique ability could indeed be regarded as a blessing from a warrior. "Have you spoken of this matter to anyone else?" Old Bane inquired further. "Aside from you, I have revealed it to no one else," Lind replied earnestly. "I find this situation utterly astounding and feared that sharing it might yield adverse consequences. Thus, I refrained from disclosing it. However, you are different. You're the person I trust most in this world, and sharing it with you poses no problem." Upon hearing Lind's words, a smile of relief broke through Old Bane's thick beard. He then asked, "Is your desire to venture out also influenced by this matter?" Somewhat, Lind responded. I see, Old Bane nodded. Once your injuries have healed, I will recommend you in Red Lake City. However, prior to that, you must forge 2 weapons. Lind glanced at the knight's sword and the broadsword he held, questioning, are these 2 swords insufficient? You must keep the knight's sword, it will attract trouble, Old Bane replied, shaking his head. Furthermore, if you merely wish to serve as a standard guard, my broadsword will suffice. However, if you aspire to greater achievements, crafting weapons that are uniquely yours and suited to you is essential. Moreover, having a suitable set of equipment will enhance your chances of survival on the battlefield and facilitate the attainment of meritorious deeds. Lyndon nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the discomfort he still felt despite having flawlessly wielded the twin swords that had seamlessly integrated with his being. He contemplated that if he could forge a pair of long swords tailored to his needs, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be enhanced. After reaching this conclusion, he inquired, can a blacksmith in the village forge them? He is only capable of crafting sickles and horseshoes, Old Bane replied dismissively, then gestured to Linda to quell his worries, adding, leave this matter to me. Your 5 golden dragons are still in my possession. They are more than sufficient to forge 2 reasonably good swords. Chapter 3. Lind's confidence. After departing from the drunken tavern keeper, Lind returned directly to his humble abode. The demonstration of swordsmanship at the tavern had left him utterly fatigued, and upon arriving home, he yearned to recline upon his bed for a well-deserved respite. However, the excruciating pain emanating from his back made it abundantly clear that this was not the time for rest. He needed to adjust the position of his bandages to prevent the worsening of his injuries, although wielding dual swords had imposed an additional strain on his still recovering body. Exacerbating his back ailment slightly, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice, for events had unfolded in accordance with his expectations. All he needed to do now was remain at home and await the forthcoming developments. Ever since he regained consciousness and realized he had been reborn in a world reminiscent of the medieval era, he had been contemplating his future prospects. The option of living as a commoner was swiftly dismissed. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was unwilling to remain among society's lowest echelons, particularly in light of possessing extraordinary abilities. The notion of becoming a merchant was similarly rejected, for the standing and treatment of merchants, whether in the East or the West, were far from favorable. Unless one resided in a dedicated commercial city-state or nation, merchants were often regarded merely as walking coin purses. Thus, ascending to the ranks of nobility in this medieval realm became his sole viable aspiration. Over the course of the following month, he contemplated various avenues to achieve nobility and devised numerous contingency plans for unexpected events, as during his bedridden state, his only recourse was to engage in thought. Although this world did not precisely mirror his envisioned Western medieval society, but rather resembled a realm of ice and fire, the social structures bore little difference. The strategies he had imagined while confined to his sickbed remained applicable. Nonetheless, he recognized the need for certain adjustments to expedite his acquisition of the desired rights and status, such as participation in tournaments. Initially, he had not considered tournaments as a viable means of advancement, as he understood that only nobles were permitted to compete in medieval justs. The tales of commoners donning armor and entering tournaments under assumed identities to achieve fame and fortune were largely fanciful fabrications, for every noble participant underwent rigorous identity verification, rendering commoner participation virtually impossible. However, the tournaments of the 7 kingdoms diverged from this norm. In addition to the paramount knightly joust, these tournaments encompassed team battles and archery contests, both of which welcomed commoners. Success in these competitions could still yield honor and financial reward. Though such accolades paled in comparison to those garnered from the knightly joust, they nonetheless presented an excellent opportunity for recognition. With fame came the possibility of attracting the attention of great nobles, and upon aligning with a prominent house and achieving notable military accomplishments, the chance to be bestowed with knighthood would arise. Even if he chose not to affiliate with the nobility, his reputation could enable him to become a squire to certain knights, thereby also affording him the opportunity to attain knighthood. Knights represent the foundational tier of the noble hierarchy within the 7 kingdoms. Although one does not attain nobility merely by becoming a knight, it serves as a stepping stone towards that esteemed status. Naturally, Lind also contemplated alternative routes to nobility, such as leveraging his knowledge to earn the favor of certain nobles, thereby becoming a subordinate aide or steward, gradually gaining their trust, and ultimately being elevated to the rank of knight. However, such a knighthood remains precarious and offers scant opportunity for advancement, nor does it confer the possibility of becoming a lord. A prime example is Peter Baelish, who epitomizes this type of noble. Despite employing various stratagems, he ultimately failed to achieve his aspiration of becoming a lord. Even though he held the title of Lord of the Vale, the nobles of the Vale never regarded him as a true lord, and in the moment of his demise, not a single noble stood to defend him, underscoring the fragility of such courtly nobility. At present, he does not fear becoming a guard in the town of Red Lake. For with the involvement of Old Man Bane, this endeavor should prove straightforward. Even in the absence of the dual-wielding swordsmanship granted by a fortunate twist of fate, he can still assume the role of a guard. However, the true challenge lies in acquiring sufficient merit, gaining recognition to become a squire, and eventually attaining knighthood. This stage represents a profound transformation for an ordinary commoner, and achieving such a metamorphosis requires more than mere strength. A salient example is the mercenary Boron, whose exceptional skills confined him to the role of mercenary for an extended period until he fortuitously encountered Tyrion, which led to his knighthood. Thus, for an ordinary individual to ascend to knighthood, raw power is not the paramount factor. Rather, it is essential to identify individuals who can provide opportunities for advancement. In Lynn's estimation, the Clyan family evidently lacks such potential. In his previous life, while perusing forums related to A Song of Ice and Fire, Lynn encountered an analysis of the various lords in the Riverlands, which also examined the Clyan family, a largely inconspicuous lineage in both the original text and the adaptation. The analysis yielded little insight, encapsulated in a single word: dependency. In this state of subservience, the Clyan family has long been beholden to the whims of the Florent family, making it virtually impossible to gain power and status through the Clients. However, this does not imply that the Clyan family is devoid of merit. In fact, there exists a potential avenue for Lynn to exploit. Furthermore, Clyan, a scion of the Clyan family. Lynn is uncertain of his current circumstances, yet it is assured that he will become the training master for the guards of Highgarden. Should Lynn manage to establish a connection with him, it would significantly increase his chances of attaining knighthood through association with the Tyrell family. While contemplating various matters, Lynn's hands remained in constant motion. He casually grasped 2 wooden sticks, roughly the length and thickness of a sword, from beside his bed, then hurled a cloth bundle, fashioned from fabric, into the air. With a swift flick of his wrist, arm, and hand, he executed a dual-wielding sword technique, striking the descending bundle and causing it to bounce gracefully in the air, never touching the ground. Since he first managed to sit up in bed and move his hands a fortnight ago, he had been employing this method to train and familiarize himself with the dual-wielding swordsmanship he acquired from his unique ability. Although this ability endowed him with a wealth of combat experience and skills, it did not equate to mastery. Extensive practice was still required for complete proficiency. The extraordinary gift he received upon his rebirth instilled in him the confidence to carve out a niche in this world. While his ability was not as formidable as those depicted in certain novels, it sufficed for his aspirations. He possessed 2 primary abilities, or more accurately, one unique gift and an inherent talent that accompanied his rebirth, perhaps due to the fusion of the 2 souls during his reincarnation. His physical attributes and mental acuity had reached an almost superhuman level. For instance, his remarkable self-healing ability allowed him to recover from near spinal fractures within a mere month, while superficial wounds healed completely in just a day or 2, an advantage that would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival in future conflicts. However, this self-healing was not without its drawbacks, the most significant being the substantial amount of food and supplements required to sustain the body's recovery process. The expenses incurred during his month and a half of recuperation were largely devoted to this necessity, aligning with the principles of energy conservation. Beyond self-healing, his sensory perceptions had heightened to an astonishing degree. For example, his enhanced hearing enabled him to detect the faint sounds of insects flitting through the air outside, while his vision allowed him to observe the swirling dust motes in the atmosphere. Initially, this amplification of sensory perception was a torment as he lay immobile in bed, spending most of his time grappling with the overwhelming sensory influx. In contrast to the remarkable improvements in self-healing and sensory perception, his enhancements in physical strength and agility remained unexceptional, confined within the realm of normalcy and still requiring diligent training to yield results. The sole advantage was the immediate feedback from his workouts, as he could visually track a representation of his physical attributes, an energy bar that gradually increased during exercise. Though the increments were minimal, they provided crucial reference data, allowing him to adjust his training regimen accordingly. This energy bar stemmed from his rebirth's unique ability, a modified version of a gaming concept that had undergone significant transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the transformation is utterly profound. The relationship between the Golden Finger and For Honor is limited solely to the hero's persona and their skill sets. Moreover, the heroes within For Honor are not fully represented, as only 9 knights are available. The abilities conferred by the Golden Finger are remarkably simplistic. One merely needs to mentally select the corresponding hero's illusion to instantly acquire the combat techniques associated with that hero, albeit only one can be chosen at a time. To make another selection, one must first engage in training to replenish the energy bar. During the selection process, he was in a semi-conscious state, with excruciating pain clouding his mind, leading him to make decisions without careful consideration. He regarded the golden finger as a lifeline, believing that choosing a hero's illusion would allow his body to recover instantaneously, akin to leveling up or regaining health in a game. However, the outcome was far from his expectations. Instead of restoring his physical condition, the influx of knowledge overwhelmed him, leaving his mind in a haze for several days, as if he had been drugged. Upon regaining consciousness and beginning to organize the knowledge imparted by the golden finger, he realized he had made an erroneous choice. Under normal circumstances, Lynn would have undoubtedly selected either the Guardian or the Berserker, as these two heroes closely resemble knights, and their combat techniques align with knightly skills. Yet, he ended up choosing the Peacemaker, a hero whose combat style resembles that of a dual-wielding assassin. He had attempted to embrace only the combat techniques without executing the dual-wielding aspect, opting to use a single sword to manifest the Peacemaker's combat skills. The result was an overwhelming discomfort. The techniques felt foreign, as if he had never mastered them. This realization illuminated the limitations inherent in his golden finger. Although not entirely satisfied with the dual-wielding swordsmanship of the Peacemaker, it sufficed for his current circumstances. His immediate task was to enhance his fundamental physical conditioning post-recovery, ensuring he possessed adequate stamina and strength to wield the sword effectively, rather than succumbing to exhaustion after less than a minute of practice. Over the following fortnight, Lynn dedicated himself to familiarizing with the Peacemaker's dual-wielding swordsmanship. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would stroll through the village before retreating to a secluded corner of Old Man Bane's tavern. There, he would attentively listen to the conversations of the patrons, striving to gather a myriad of information. Although White Village is not particularly large, its geographical location is quite unique, situated at the confluence of Ancient Oak City, Red Lake City, and Golden Tree City. Merchants and travelers bound for other cities must pass through White Village, ensuring that its taverns are never short of patrons, thus providing ample opportunity to hear a diverse array of news. The topic currently generating the most discussion revolves around King Robert's Grand Tournament in King's Landing, held in celebration of the birth of his first child, Joffrey. This event marks the inaugural tournament of the Baratheon dynasty, signifying its exceptional importance and unprecedented scale, as knights from the Seven Kingdoms converge upon the capital. However, the patrons within the tavern are far more preoccupied with local matters, particularly the threat of banditry. Although the War of Usurpation concluded nearly a year ago, the adverse repercussions linger. Supporters of House Targaryen have not been entirely eradicated. A considerable number retreated to the mountains and forests following their defeat, mingling with the local tribes and occasionally emerging to pillage. The Riverlands, the second wealthiest region among the Seven Kingdoms, boasts vast farmlands and extensive forests that provide ample cover for such outlaws, with the Red Lake Forest being one of them. Approximately 2 weeks ago, a band of brigands identifying themselves as remnants of House Targaryen established a stronghold within the Red Lake Forest, targeting merchant caravans that traverse the woods via shortcuts. Several merchant groups have fallen victim to these marauders, resulting in numerous casualties, including a young scion of the Lewin family from Goldtree who perished at the hands of the bandits. Consequently, the Lewin family has dispatched envoys to ally with the Klein family of Red Lake City and the Oakhart family of Old Oak to eliminate the bandits plaguing the forest. Chapter 4. Preparation. Lind appeared to possess an uncanny awareness, effortlessly evading an attack from behind. With a swift turn, he swung his sword, striking the assailant in the chest. Had this been a real blade, the attacker would surely have sustained grave injuries. Yet, the assailant continued to press the attack, joined by 2 accomplices who coordinated their assault on Lind. Most would find themselves flustered under such a coordinated onslaught, but Lind remained remarkably composed. His movements were as graceful as a fawn in the woods, his form as carefree as a butterfly amidst blooming flowers. He consistently sidestepped incoming strikes, countering with precision, his weapon finding the vulnerabilities of his opponents. Had he wielded actual swords instead of wooden ones, and faced adversaries clad in leather armor, these 3 attackers would have perished a dozen times over. Nevertheless, even with his blunted weapons, Lind's counterattacks penetrated the gaps in their armor, inflicting considerable pain upon his assailants. Stop! Stop! One of the attackers gasped, retreating 2 steps after Lind's wooden sword pierced through the leather armor, revealing bruises across his body. I can't continue. If this keeps up, the training fee my father provided won't cover my injuries. Seeing one of their own relent, the other 2 also pushed to their limits. dropped their wooden swords and shields, signaling their unwillingness to continue. Lind, panting heavily, leaned on his wooden sword. Casting an apologetic glance at the three carefully selected sparring partners chosen by Old Bane. A fortnight had passed since Lind had fully recovered from his injuries. Yet there was still no news from Old Bane regarding further developments. Although he had located the Smiling Will, the latter had not provided a definitive answer, merely suggesting that they discuss matters further when the guards of Red Lake City required reinforcement. Lind remained unconcerned, for the rumors circulating within the tavern hinted at impending upheaval in Red Lake City, Oak Tree City, and Golden Tree City. It was certain that Red Lake City would soon summon its citizens, and all he would need to do was take up arms and join the fray. He was confident that his prowess would yield impressive achievements, and with his burgeoning reputation as a bear hunter, he believed that the Kellen family would not overlook such a capable subordinate. Perhaps he need not start from the lowest ranks of the guards, but could ascend directly to a more prestigious position. Setting aside thoughts of becoming a guard in Red Lake City, Lind dedicated himself to rigorous training. While physical conditioning was of paramount importance, he also diligently practiced his swordsmanship, albeit lacking a worthy adversary for real combat practice. After observing Lind's solitary swordplay, Old Bane concluded that continued individual practice was futile. Thus, he occasionally enlisted mercenaries from passing caravans to serve as sparring partners. Initially, the training involved one-on-one duels, but it soon became apparent that Lind dominated his opponents decisively, rendering such sessions ineffective. Lind recognized that his dual-wielding sword technique was excessively potent. Facing a seasoned knight would present some challenge, yet against an ordinary mercenary, he found the encounters overwhelmingly easy. Consequently, he proposed an increase in the number of sparring partners. After less than 10 days of practical training, he had effortlessly subdued the onslaught of 3 mercenaries. Given his current state, it seemed that only by raising the number to 5 would he feel any semblance of pressure. Despite the remarkable swordsmanship he exhibited during these training sessions, certain physical limitations became apparent. In high-intensity confrontations like the one earlier, he could only sustain his performance for 2 to 3 minutes. Beyond that, his stamina would plummet, adversely affecting his combat effectiveness. This deficiency could not be remedied in a short span and required prolonged training for improvement. As Old Bane handed over a prepared ointment for bruises to the hired mercenaries, he turned to Lind and remarked, "Ordinary mercenaries can no longer provide you with the pressure you need. Increasing their numbers will yield similar results. You require genuine combat experience against true warriors to facilitate your growth." Pausing briefly to gauge Lind's still labored breathing, he continued, "For now, refrain from seeking sparring partners and focus instead on enhancing your physical endurance." After the meal, he approached Lind and playfully pinched his arm, saying, "You have become too lean. You need to gain some weight. During this period, I will prepare more of that hearty meat paste for you, which should help you build some muscle." Although Lind felt that Bane's arrangement conflicted with his physical training regimen, he did not refuse. After all, his training plan required ample high-calorie sustenance. And while the meat paste might not be particularly appetizing, it could indeed provide the energy necessary for his training. Moreover, Bane's suggestion held merit. Having assimilated the combat experiences of the parallels, his training naturally gravitated towards their methodologies. Agility, evasion, stealth, and concealment had become focal points of his regimen, placing an emphasis on speed that rendered his physique excessively lean, with a notably low fat percentage. It is well known that in the realm of cold weaponry, fat serves as the final layer of armor. A person with sufficient fat can often withstand attacks that would only penetrate to the fatty layer without injuring the muscle or bone, thereby retaining their combat efficacy. In contrast, Lind's current physique, devoid of such protective fat, would suffer immediate damage to his muscles and bones upon receiving a solid blow, potentially incapacitating him and significantly diminishing his fighting ability. Lind nodded in understanding, replying, "I comprehend. I will adjust my training methods." Seeing Lind readily agree to modify his training approach without argument surprised Bane, for in the past, Lind had been exceedingly stubborn. Once he made a decision, he would not entertain changes, even when faced with his own suggestions, much like his recent reckless bear hunting escapade. "Is there something amiss?" Lind inquired, sensing Bane's unusual demeanor, realizing he might have acted differently than before. "Not at all. It's all good," Bane smiled, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. Although Lind had changed somewhat, Bane perceived this transformation as a positive development. As time passed, nearly half a month went by, during which Lind engaged in weight-gaining training. Whether due to the rigorous training or some hidden potential awakening, his height and weight underwent remarkable enhancement. Previously, like most hunters in White Village, he stood at around 1.7 meters, but he had now grown to approximately 1.9 meters. Such stature made him stand out in White Village, requiring him to bow his head to enter Bane's tavern. With the increase in his weight, his frame had also expanded, making him resemble a bear walking upright from a distance. Consequently, rumors began to circulate among the villagers and the trading caravans frequenting White Village. Most of these tales suggested that Lin's rapid transformation was attributed to his slaying of the mountain bear, during which he had consumed the bear's essence, thus endowing him with the physique and strength of the creature. Such rumors have only intensified the awe that the villagers of By hold for Lind, causing even those who previously harbored ill feelings towards him to instinctively distance themselves upon encountering him, let alone raise their gaze towards him. This behavior has increasingly rendered Lind uncomfortable in By Village. In truth, he harbors little resentment or animosity regarding the villagers' attempts to strip him of all his possessions during his near-death experience. This lack of grievance stems partly from the fact that he is not the true Lind, and thus possesses no emotional ties to the people or the place, and partly from his belief that the villagers' actions were not inherently wrong. In such a destitute environment, it is only natural to exploit every available resource for survival, and he would have likely done the same if he were in their position. Consequently, during the initial period of his recovery, he considered the possibility of mending relations with the villagers, envisioning that such an alliance could enable him to leverage their demographic advantages in the future. Undoubtedly, in a backward world such as this, cultivating one's influence relies heavily on local support, particularly given that most villagers are proficient archers with a modicum of swordsmanship. With a bit of training, they could transform into formidable warriors. Lind entertained thoughts of potentially securing a position within the ranks of a noble's army and recruiting from By Village, thus swiftly solidifying his own power. However, the fear and apprehension the villagers feel towards him have thwarted his plans before they could even be set in motion. He is acutely aware that even if he were to extend a hand in friendship, explaining his lack of hatred, the villagers would likely remain skeptical of his intentions to relinquish any grudges. This shift in perspective led him to refrain from quelling the exaggerated rumors circulating about him devouring the spirit of a mountain bear to acquire its strength. Instead, he found himself deliberately showcasing abilities previously unexhibited, further entrenching the authenticity of these tales. The villagers thus became unwitting heralds of his legendary exploits, and the rumors they propagated soon began to bear fruit. As usual, after completing his daily training, Lind made his way to Old Man Bane's tavern to indulge in the specially prepared weight-gaining fare. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was obstructed by an individual. "So you are the bear hunter, taller than I imagined. Excellent, splendid." A young nobleman, adorned in extravagant attire and surveying Lind with a haughty gaze, appraised him from head to toe, as though evaluating a mere commodity. Lind glanced at this young nobleman, who had deliberately cultivated a scruffy beard to appear more mature, and quickly scanned the golden crane insignia emblazoned on the saddle of a fine steed, as well as the 6 soldiers trailing behind him, forming conjectures about the visitor's identity. Though he had surmised the visitor's identity, Lind remained oblivious to their intentions, sensing a hint of hostility within their scrutinizing gaze. Despite this awareness of animosity, Lind chose not to reveal any sign of unease. Instead, he retreated a couple of steps, adopting the demeanor of a provoked individual. Placing his hand cautiously on the small axe at his belt, with vigilance, he inquired of the noble, "Who are you? I do not recognize you." Upon witnessing Lind's exceedingly disrespectful reaction, the nobleman slightly furrowed his brow, yet swiftly resumed his previous haughty demeanor. He was about to signal to the soldiers beside him to introduce his esteemed identity to Lind when, unexpectedly, Old Bane burst forth from the tavern, intent on delivering a sharp blow to the back of Lind's head. However, due to his height, he could only deliver a heavy slap to Lind's back. In doing so, he discreetly gripped Lind's arm with a firm yet subtle pressure, as if to convey a hidden message. He then bowed towards the young nobleman, saying, "Lord Clock, please do not hold it against him. Ever since his recovery, he has become particularly sensitive to everything around him, much like a startled little rabbit. He does not mean to target you, my lord. You may inquire with the other villagers if you doubt my words." "A little rabbit? This rabbit is quite large," the young nobleman retorted. "Old Bane, there is no need for your explanation. I am well aware of his nature, a brave bear hunter." He cast a mild glare at Old Bane, signaling him to cease speaking, and turned his attention to Lind. "I am Sir Clock Clint, of Red Lake City. I have heard tales about you in the tavern, and felt compelled to see what a bear hunter truly resembles. Though you do fall short of my expectations, you are still somewhat commendable." Lind remained silent, simply regarding the nobleman with a calm demeanor. Noticing Lind's lack of response, Sir Clock felt affronted, his expression darkening further. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he smirked and regarded Lind as if he were an insignificant insect. "However, I remain somewhat skeptical of the rumors," he declared, signaling to one of his soldiers. He then stepped back, stating, "Since you are capable of hunting mountain bears, defeating my unarmed attendant should pose no challenge, correct?" Old Bane's countenance changed abruptly upon hearing this, and he quickly sought to plead on Lin's behalf. With his extensive combat experience, he understood the vast disparity between an armed and an unarmed individual, especially given that the opponent not only possessed weapons but was also clad in leather armor. Despite the impressive display of dual-wielding swordsmanship Lind had previously exhibited, he harbored no illusions that Lind could triumph under such uneven circumstances against this fully equipped soldier. Old Bane, I'm aware of your attempts to assist the bear hunter in joining the guard. I am merely testing his qualifications for the position, Sir Clock interjected, thwarting Bane's pleas. He proceeded to expose Bane's previous actions in Red Lake City, then feigned a sudden recollection, adding, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The Smiling Will has been dismissed from his post as captain of the Red Lake City Guard due to embezzlement and has been imprisoned. In a few days, he will face execution alongside other criminals. The current captain of the Red Lake City Guard is I, Sir Clock Clen." Upon hearing these words, Old Bane could scarcely conceal his realization that he had inadvertently become embroiled in the power struggle of the Clen family. Understanding that this Sir Clock was here to deliver him a lesson, realizing that the situation was beyond redemption, Old Bane could only turn and, with an apologetic gesture, pat Lin's shoulder. Leaning closer, he whispered into Lin's ear, urging him to give it his all and hold nothing back. Chapter 5. The dual-blade dancer Old Bane was in for a stroke of misfortune. Embezzlement? The ever-smiling Wayland, a man who held honor above life itself, would not stoop to such depths. What do you know? Embezzlement is merely a pretext. He has actually become entangled in the internal strife of the Clen family. Wrongly aligned? No, he is indeed aligned correctly, yet he remains blissfully unaware of his insignificance in the eyes of that individual. What does that mean? Fool. He has been reduced to a mere pawn in a transaction. As he emerged from the tavern into the bustling crowd, Lynn noticed merchants from various cities, their ears keenly attuned to the whispers of gossip that revealed the recent shifts in power in Red Lake City. With his somewhat altered hearing, Lind effortlessly absorbed the conversations, piecing together the reasons for the current predicament and contemplating his next course of action. In truth, without Bane's instruction, Lind had already resolved to exert his utmost effort, for he sought to establish his name within the noble circles of Red Lake City through the presence of Sir Client. With this thought in mind, Lind nodded to Old Bane, signifying his understanding. Then, casting only a fleeting glance at Sir Client, he stepped into the open space in front of the tavern and calmly declared, "Let us begin." Lind's demeanor took everyone by surprise. They expected him to exhibit anger or fear in light of being unfairly targeted and coerced into an unjust duel as an innocent caught in the Client family's internal conflict. However, Lind remained eerily composed, treating his fully armed opponent as if he were merely an ordinary person, prompting the onlookers to recall the recent rumors surrounding Lind. At that moment, the soldier chosen by Sir Client wore a grave expression, as Lind's calmness radiated an overwhelming pressure akin to confronting something fearsome. This made him think of the tales regarding Lind's conquest of the spirit of the mountain bear. Yet, like Lind before him, he found himself with no retreat, compelled to charge forward. As Sir Client displayed a hint of impatience, the soldier took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the sword, and without any warning, lunged at Lind, executing a diagonal slash aimed at Lind's shoulder and neck. Observing the incoming blade, Lind remained unfazed. He stepped forward as if taking a leisurely stroll, slightly tilting his body to effortlessly evade the descending sword. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, colliding with the soldier. The soldier was effortlessly knocked to the ground by Lind, and before he could even comprehend the situation, a foot descended upon his neck. A searing pain followed, leading him to lose consciousness entirely. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. None could grasp what had transpired. They merely witnessed Lind take a couple of steps before the soldier collapsed, followed by Lind's foot decisively snapping the soldier's neck, thus concluding the skirmish. Sir Clou's expression faltered as he observed Lind dispatching his man with such ease. He struggled to maintain his usual composure. With a sullen countenance, he gestured to another soldier nearby, signaling him to take over and continue the engagement with Lind. The new soldier wore a grim expression, fully aware that his capabilities mirrored those of his fallen comrade. Given how effortlessly his fellow soldier had been dealt with, he had little hope of overcoming Lind. Yet, with no means of retreat, he steeled himself and charged forward. The outcome mirrored that of his predecessor, as Lind dispatched him with equal ease, as effortlessly as one might snap a blade of grass by the roadside. Murmurs of discussion arose amongst the onlookers. It was evident that Lind's displayed prowess was excessively formidable. While some mercenaries within the surrounding caravans could likewise contend with such soldiers, none could do so with the nonchalance exhibited by Lind. More alarming was the calm demeanor he maintained even after slaying 2 men, giving the impression that he regarded human life with utter indifference. The spirit of the mountain bear. Among the crowd were many from White Village, who were well acquainted with Lind's past demeanor. The stark contrast between his current display and their memories of him only served to deepen their belief in the wondrous tales surrounding him. Unfazed by the gazes and conversations around him, Lind bent down to retrieve the fallen soldier's long swords, casually swinging them to acclimate to their weight. He then addressed the remaining nobles, saying, "Let the rest join in." Upon hearing Lind's words, Sir Clough's expression darkened considerably. He felt humiliated. Initially, upon witnessing Lind's strength, he had contemplated recruiting him. But now all he could think of was eliminating Lind to erase the disgrace he felt. "You four, come at him together." Sir Clough barked at the remaining 4 soldiers. Although it was Lind who had proposed the joint assault, Clough's command drew scorn from those nearby. Some hushed, yet audible, jeers emerged from the crowd, deepening Clough's embarrassment and intensifying his animosity towards Lind. After receiving Clough's orders, the 4 soldiers hesitated momentarily, exchanging glances. They each removed their circular wooden shields from their backs and coordinated to form the most common shield wall formation as they advanced toward Lind. The sight of 4 soldiers employing such a battle formation against a single individual elicited scorn from the onlookers, who no longer held back their derisive jeers. The once muted whispers erupted into a cacophony of boos and insults. Even those from the village of Bai, who were not particularly fond of Lind, found themselves defending him. Yet, upon witnessing the military arrangement formed by the 4, Lind exhibited no signs of panic. He remained remarkably composed, as unwavering as before. However, unlike his previous passive response, this time he opted for an aggressive approach. He charged towards the gap between the 2 shield-bearing soldiers, seemingly intent on disrupting their formation through sheer force. This tactic is a common strategy employed by knights against multiple defensive formations, albeit with the caveat that knights typically don heavy armor, which enhances their momentum and shields them from surrounding attacks, ensuring they sustain no injury even if their charge fails. In stark contrast, Lind was clad merely in a thin shirt, rendering his reckless charge appear tantamount to courting death. The 2 soldiers bracing for Lind's assault shared this sentiment. They pressed their arms against their shields, attempting to withstand his impact. Even if they could not halt him, they aimed to slow his advance, allowing their comrades to coordinate an encirclement. The other 2 soldiers, seemingly anticipating their allies' intentions, skillfully raised their longswords, preparing to strike at the forefront of the shield barrier. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, as Lind closed in on the 4 and was on the verge of colliding with the shields, his momentum abruptly dissipated in an extraordinary manner. Like a masterful dancer, he pirouetted gracefully, deftly maneuvering around the quartet's shield wall, slipping behind them before they could comprehend his movement. As his body spun, his dual swords were not idle. They followed the arc of his rotation, delivering precise strikes aimed at the napes of his 4 adversaries. The centrifugal force generated by his twirl, combined with Lind's inherent arm strength, rendered the soldiers' necks utterly defenseless against his assault. 3 heads were severed cleanly, propelled away by the residual force of the blades, while the 4th remained precariously attached by a strip of flesh, dangling grotesquely from the wound. Blood gushed from the severed necks, erupting like a fountain and splattering across the surroundings, staining Lind's garments crimson. The earlier jeers directed at Sir Clough, and the 4 soldiers vanished in an instant, replaced by an eerie silence as all onlookers stood aghast, fixated on Lind, the only sound being the gurgling of blood. "Bear Hunter! Bear Hunter!" A voice broke the stillness, calling out Lind's nickname, shattering the silence as cheers erupted, a chorus of various accents rising in unison. Even the villagers of Bai joined in the jubilant cries, as if the combatant moments earlier were one of their own. Although the recent skirmish was remarkably brief, lasting merely a few seconds and concluding almost as swiftly as a blink, for the onlookers, it was undoubtedly the most spectacular battle they had ever witnessed. In their memories, there had been no one capable of dispatching 4 adversaries with such rapidity and elegance. "Do not approach." At that moment, Sir Clough, disregarding all semblance of noble decorum, was seized by panic as he caught sight of Lind, bloodied and resolute, and he stumbled backward in alarm. Without uttering a word, he frantically untied the reins from the hitching post, mounted his steed, and galloped away from the throng, vanishing down the road beyond the village. Though the crowd looked down upon Sir Clough for abandoning the bodies of his fallen subordinates, they refrained from voicing their disdain too vocally. After all, regardless of his shortcomings, he remained a member of the Client family, and a titled one at that. The Client family, despite its decline, still held dominion over Red Lake City, making them a force not to be trifled with by mere commoners. Their mocking remarks were the extent of their boldness. "Disperse. Everyone disperse." Old Man Bane, unfazed by Lind's performance, maintained a grave expression. After shouting a few commands to the gathering, he turned to his subordinates in the tavern, instructing, "Fetch that squint-eyed fellow. Clear away the bodies, and strip the weapons and leather armor from them for safekeeping." The client family will likely send someone to collect them. Having spoken, he gestured for Lind to surrender his weapon to the tavern staff and led him towards the back courtyard. Although Lind had departed and Old Man Bane had signaled for the crowd to disperse, the spectators remained entranced by the excitement, with some daring mercenaries from the merchant caravans approaching the lifeless bodies to inspect the wounds and mimic Lind's swordplay, eager to ascertain if they possessed the skill to replicate such prowess. However, a greater number of people engaged in speculation regarding whether the client family would hold Lind accountable for this incident, perhaps even sending someone to apprehend and execute him. Amidst the murmurs regarding Lind's potential troubles, Old Man Bane was conversing with Lind in the courtyard. "How did you accomplish that?" he inquired eagerly once they reached the secluded space. Lind, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean? How did I accomplish it?" Old Man Bane mimicked the movements Lind had employed to dispatch the 4 soldiers, a sequence that had appeared almost balletic when performed by Lind, yet when Bane executed it, he resembled a swaying barrel, a sight both comical and absurd. Though Lind fought to suppress his laughter, he replied earnestly, "You instructed me to give it my all." "Indeed, I did urge you to exert your full strength," Bane acknowledged with a nod, a wry smile gracing his lips. "However, I never anticipated that your full force would be so formidable and merciless." The guards of the client family, while not ranked among the elite of the River Bay Lord's forces, are nonetheless regular troops of Red Lake City. To think that you dispatched 6 of them in one fell swoop. It appears I have underestimated your capabilities. Had I known your true strength, I would have sought Lord Fortimo directly instead of that fellow Will, and we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Linda inquired, "Father, what exactly transpired in Red Lake City? Why has a noble suddenly come to trouble me today?" Old Bane sighed and, with a hint of regret, responded, "Alas, you have been drawn into this because of me. I never anticipated that the internal strife within the clan family would resurface, especially after I sought out Will." He then proceeded to relay the information he had gathered to Linda. It turned out that the clan family had previously been divided into 2 factions due to alignment issues. One faction believed that, since the Tyrell family held the title of Duke of Highgarden, the supreme leader of the River Bay and the guardian of the South, the clan family should naturally support the Tyrells. In contrast, the other faction contended that the relationship between the Tyrell family and the clans was tenuous at best, with no records of ancestral alliances. Thus, siding with the Tyrell family would not yield any tangible benefits. Instead, they had a strong bond with the Florent family of Brightwater Keep, characterized by multiple intermarriages, shared bloodlines, and significant economic and political interactions. Moreover, the Florent family's strength was not inferior to that of the Tyrells, making an alliance with them more advantageous for the clan family's development. However, this familial discord had yet to escalate until the Florent and Tyrell families unexpectedly reconciled, abruptly halting the conflict. Nonetheless, the momentum of the clan family's division did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified until it culminated in a complete explosion recently. The outcome of this eruption was both anticipated and surprising, as the clan family members who sided with the Tyrells faced utter defeat, with family power entirely seized by those aligned with the Florents. The Sir Clo encountered earlier was a member of this faction. Chapter 6. The Impact of Reputation. Upon hearing the background of events, Linda expressed his confusion, saying, "Why did those who stood with the Tyrell family fall so easily? Did you not mention that they had been at a stalemate for decades? Logically, their strength should be comparable, no? It is all due to the war of usurpation." Old Bane sighed and explained. The Tyrell family supported House Targaryen and dispatched troops for the war, while the clan family also sent their men, all of whom were loyal to the Tyrells. Many perished in the Battle of Tsinshu Beach, with only a few, like Fodiamo clan, surviving. Fearing retribution from the opposing faction within their family, they remained at Highgarden after the war instead of returning to Red Lake City. "What about the Smiling Will?" Linda asked, puzzled. "He is a fool," Old Bane exclaimed, visibly irate. Originally, the clan family's internal strife had nothing to do with him. He merely needed to fulfill his duties as the captain of the guard. Unfortunately, he fell prey to some insidious influence and captured Lady Lyanna and Miss Menedis, pledging allegiance to those ruffians. Although the clan family is embroiled in severe infighting, it merely concerns the struggle for power and has not escalated to bloodshed. Will's actions are a grievous transgression, making his capture entirely justifiable. Lind, with concern, inquired, "Have you been implicated because of Will?" Old Bane reassured him, "Do not worry about me. I am merely a nameless pawn to them. If they truly perceived me as a threat, it would not be that arrogant whelp, Clo, who would come here." Lind, slightly apprehensive, remarked, "But the situation is different now. I have slain 6 guards from Red Lake City. They may." "No, this is actually a fortuitous development," Bane interjected with a chuckle. "To the current client family, A skilled swordsman such as yourself is worth far more than 6 ordinary guards. Why? Lynn did not quite grasp the implication. Bane elucidated, not long ago. Red Lake City agreed to join forces with the Luowan and Akit families to eradicate the bandits in Red Lake Forest. However, due to the heavy casualties suffered by the Client family during the previous Usurper War, they can muster no more than 200 men, most of whom are farmers without combat experience. They require individuals of true strength to join their ranks, which is precisely why I urged you to unleash your full potential. I had not anticipated your immense prowess. Nevertheless, this is for the better. I believe word of your skills has already reached Lord Jorvua. Jorvua? I believe I've heard that name in the tavern, Lind recalled, then asked, is he the Cold One? Indeed, that is he, Bane nodded. Lord Jorvua is the illegitimate son of Sir Baranklian and one of the few in the Client family capable of commanding troops, who supports the Florin family. In the past, he participated in the tournament at King's Landing. Although he was defeated by Lord Bayliston, he earned Bayliston's admiration and was once invited to join the Mad King's Guard, which he declined. Within the Client family, he is a master swordsman, renowned alongside Lord Fodiemo, and he greatly appreciates those with exceptional swordsmanship. This time, he will lead the 200 men of the Client family, and having witnessed your extraordinary skills, he will undoubtedly send someone to recruit you. Was one of Jor's men present among those who gathered earlier? Yes, Bane confirmed Lynn's suspicion. It is likely that your reputation as a bear hunter and dual-wielding swordmaster reached his ears, prompting him to send someone to verify it. In fact, had Chloe not shown up, I would have sought someone to spar with you to showcase your talents. However, the outcome is even better now. Is he not concerned about offending the Client family faction? Lynn questioned. He is a well-known neutral figure within the Client family, loyal solely to the Lord of Red Lake City, indifferent to who that lord may be. Thus, any individual who holds power in Red Lake City knows he will never betray them and will cultivate a good relationship with him, avoiding any unnecessary conflict. This time, the Client family also requires him to lead the new recruits in eliminating the bandits of Red Lake Forest, making it even less likely for them to provoke him over trivial matters. With a sigh, Bane added, in truth, my initial reason for seeking out that rascal Will was also due to him. From the outset, I surmised that he would undoubtedly become the leader of the anti-bandit operations. However, as I had no prior dealings with him and no connections, approaching him directly was out of the question. It was Will who had recommended him for the position of captain of the guard, establishing a certain rapport between them, which made seeking Will a sensible course of action. In hindsight, it appears my previous efforts were in vain. What should I do now? Lind asked. Old Bane advised, do nothing. Simply remain here for the next few days. Lord Joel is likely to send someone to find you. Lynn nodded in agreement with Bane's suggestion and then inquired, Father, has my sword been forged yet? Yes. It has been completed. I intended to present it to you upon your arrival, but events unfolded so suddenly that I momentarily forgot to retrieve it. Fortunately, your unarmed combat skills are as formidable as your swordsmanship, Bane replied. Old Bane gestured for Lynn to follow him, and they entered the courtyard's shed. Shortly thereafter, Bane emerged from a small room within, holding 2 longswords. He handed one to Lind, stating, I forged this hand-and-a-half sword according to your specifications, widening both the blade's width and thickness, resembling an elongated broadsword, which befits its hybrid title. Upon receiving the 2 broad-bladed hand-and-a-half swords, Lind unsheathed them and, after rotating his wrist and arm, attempted a few swings. In terms of weight, they were slightly heavier than he anticipated, yet it did not hinder him significantly. He then tested the sharpness and resilience of the materials, discovering them to be far superior to the longsword wielded by the guards of Red Lake City, though still inferior to the weapons mastered by the Peacekeeper. In terms of quality, they could only be deemed somewhat better than average. Nonetheless, considering that these 2 broad-bladed swords cost merely 5 gold dragons, he felt they were truly a bargain, suspecting that Old Bane had leveraged some personal connections in the process. For the next 2 days, Lind remained in the tavern's backyard, familiarizing himself with his newly acquired weapons. Although the combat experience of the Peacekeeper, who wielded dual weapons, was more suited for a combination of one long and one short blade that was merely within the confines of a game. In reality, bringing a short sword to the battlefield was tantamount to courting death. Therefore, his objective was to adapt the combat experience of the Peacekeeper, integrating it with his own martial knowledge. During this time, Lind lacked for sparring partners, as the mercenaries from the caravan within the tavern were eager to assist him in his training. Each session allowed Lind to address various combat challenges they encountered, imparting techniques for mutual cooperation and sharing swordsmanship that could only be learned from the nobility. This approach garnered Lind increased respect among the mercenaries, and as the caravan departed, tales of Lind began to circulate, gradually building his reputation in the Riverbend region. The anticipated retaliation from Crokin did not materialize, however, On the third day, Red Lake City dispatched a 12-man squad to White Village to retrieve the bodies of the 6 soldiers along with their equipment. During this process, no conflicts arose. Rather, the captain leading the squad encountered Lind and engaged him in combat. The outcome was predictable. The captain, having received formal swordsmanship training, was capable of contending with ordinary soldiers but could barely withstand 2 strikes from Lind before his sword was knocked from his grasp. Had he wielded real weapons, his arm would likely have been severed. Despite his defeat at Lind's hands, the captain bore no anger. Instead, he held a profound admiration for him. As he departed, he subtly hinted that Red Lake City would not pursue repercussions for Lind's slaying of 6 soldiers, although Lind would still have to pay a price, the specifics of which remained unstated. On the 6th day, a contingent of approximately 100 fully armed soldiers shattered the tranquility of White Village. Each individual donned leather armor and bore long spears and swords, with some even carrying bows, indicating a well-equipped military force. Leading this group were 7 knights, 6 of whom donned distinct metal plate armor adorned with various crests, suggesting their noble lineage from the House of Clan. The foremost knight, towering over his companions, sat astride a formidable steed, which granted him an imposing presence even while seated. His armor, unlike that of the others, bore the ancient insignia of the Gardner family, indicative of a long-standing heritage. In contrast to the antiquity of his armor, the knight's helmet bore a modern design resembling the fiery-tailed fowl unique to the Red Lake Forest. A fiercely combative creature known for its bravery in the face of peril, perhaps a reflection of the knight's own character. The procession halted before Old Ben's tavern, where Old Ben and Lind emerged at the sound of commotion, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Upon recognizing the leading knight, Old Ben promptly approached and bowed, addressing him as Lord Joel. Tightening his grip on the reins, Joel glanced down at Old Ben and remarked, "Longspear Ben, I still recall the time you led your men through the enemy lines with remarkable valor. A person of your caliber should be on the battlefield, not in this rustic tavern. Not everyone possesses the ambition of a lord," Old Ben replied with a smile. "I would prefer to die drunkenly in my own bed than to perish on the battlefield, with no one to reclaim my body." Upon hearing Old Ben's words, the knights behind Joel displayed expressions of disdain, yet Joel himself remained unfazed. His gaze shifted to Lind, whom he scrutinized before inquiring, "Are you the bear hunter?" "Indeed, my lord," Lind replied, nodding slightly. From the moment Joel F.A. Flower appeared, Lind was weighing his strength against that of his opponent, although he had recently vanquished numerous adversaries. Elegantly dispatching 6 guards of Red Lake City, these individuals did not truly represent the martial prowess of this world. Most were merely farmers who had taken up arms, with only a few possessing rudimentary swordsmanship, thus belonging to the lower echelons of combatants. In stark contrast, the figure before him, Joel, epitomized the true elite of this realm, an esteemed sword master admired by the dauntless Boltons, a testament to his formidable capabilities. In the Bay of Rivers, few could claim the ability to best him in single combat. This realization stirred within Lind an impulse to challenge him, to ascertain his own genuine strength. Yet, he was acutely aware that now was not the opportune moment to confront Joel, and thus he suppressed the urge. However, even as he stifled his desire for confrontation, Joel perceptively sensed the faint glimmer of combativeness emanating from Lind and directly inquired, "Do you wish to challenge me?" "Yes, my lord," Lind affirmed with a nod. Before Joel could respond, a knightly squire behind him interjected with indignation, "How dare you, lowly wretch, presume to challenge Lord Joel?" "Lowly?" Joel turned to regard the humiliated squire and asked, "Is he more contemptible than a bastard?" The knightly squire faltered, realizing he had inadvertently struck a nerve with Joel, and hastily clarified, "My lord, I did not mean you." Joel regarded him solemnly, responding, "Enough. I understand your intentions were not malicious, but remember this, as my squire. Dispel any notions of nobility or baseness. In this world, your survival and success hinge solely upon the sword in your hand, not the blood that courses through your veins or the identity it represents." "I understand, my lord," the squire replied, lowering his gaze slightly. Joel shook his head slightly, doubting that his noble-born squire grasped the depth of his words, and he chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned his attention back to Lind, stating, "I have resolved the troubles from Red Lake City. You must now join my army. Once you accrue enough merit on the battlefield, I will recommend you to Lord Fortimo as a knightly squire." "As you command, my lord," Lind replied without hesitation. Chapter 7. A surprising perspective. The stalwart fortress is located on the eastern side of the Red Lake Forest, once the domain of the Osprey family. However, with the decline of the Osprey lineage and the untimely demise of the last heir, control of the territory has fallen to the Rowan family. Yet, The distance from here to the Rowan family's Golden Tree City has prompted them to delegate its oversight to the Weber family of Cold Howl Fortress. Unfortunately, the Weber family is more inclined to manage their own fortress and has shown little care for Stalwart Fortress, leading to its gradual neglect. With only a few vagrants making it their home, though the Fort of Determination lies in ruins, it does not imply that it holds no value. In fact, for smugglers, its geographical location is exceptionally advantageous, as it is situated at the terminus of the Western Mountain Range, where a clandestine mountain path allows passage through the border patrols of the River Bay region, leading to the city of Me in the west. This secret route is known only to seasoned smugglers, who, to ensure its concealment and unimpeded use, have even dispatched individuals disguised as refugees to occupy the fort. However, at present, the smugglers masquerading as refugees within the fort have been captured and strung up on wooden stakes, as a battalion of 300 has completely filled the relatively modest castle. The composition of this force is discernible from their gear. It consists of 100 regular soldiers and 200 irregulars. The regulars are outfitted in relatively uniform leather armor, each armed with various types of weaponry, and are accompanied by a dedicated logistics team to provide sustenance. In contrast, the irregulars wear a motley assortment of clothing, some thickening their garments for added protection, while others have fashioned wooden boards into makeshift armor. Their weapons vary widely, predominantly consisting of spears fashioned from wooden shafts, with a few pitchforks and sickles among them. Apart from a handful of captains, it is evident that most are hastily conscripted common farmers, as few bear swords. Although this army has deliberately concealed its banners, the distinct emblems on some knights reveal their allegiance to the renowned Client family of Red Lake City. At this moment, a group of knights emerged from the castle's sole intact hall, clad in exquisite plate armor. Most of them walked with an air of pride, resembling a flock of combative roosters. Among this assembly, two figures stand out conspicuously. One, the tallest of the group, is surrounded by his comrades, clearly the leader of this contingent. The other, trailing closely behind, is noticeably unarmored and only slightly shorter than the leader. What truly captivates the eye, however, are the three claw-like scars that traverse his forehead, arch through his brow, and extend to his cheek, rendering his once handsome visage somewhat menacing. This contingent is the force organized by the Client family to eradicate the bandits of Red Lake Forest, led by the illustrious Sir Jorval of the Client family. Originally, this force was expected to collaborate with the Rowan family of Gold Tree City and the Ockett family of Ancient Oak City to encircle the bandits hiding within Red Lake Forest. Yet, their current presence at the fringes of the forest, stationed at the Fort of Determination, raises perplexing questions. Not only were outsiders perplexed, but even the knights and attendants surrounding Joel were equally bewildered. While their trust in Joel had prevented them from voicing their concerns during the movement of the troop, 2 days of encampment had elapsed, and one among them finally could no longer contain his curiosity. "My lord, how much longer must we remain here?" inquired a knight attendant with evident concern. "Should we not be purging the remnants of the House of Dragon from the Red Lake Forest?" Upon hearing the knight's words, Lind, who trailed behind the group, cast a knowing glance at the attendant. It was apparent that the attendant's reference to the marauders in the Red Lake Forest as remnants of the House of Dragon was laden with ulterior motives. After all, the eradication of the House of Dragon's remnants would undoubtedly garner more attention and favor from the newly ascended King Robert Baratheon than merely dealing with common brigands, consequently magnifying the merits accrued during such a campaign. Joel, perceptive as ever, noticed the attendant's subtle machinations but held no particular judgment against him. In fact, the moment he learned that the marauders in the Red Lake Forest had proclaimed themselves as remnants of the House of Dragon, he sensed something amiss. Undoubtedly, they were compelled to undertake actions that would appease the new king and demonstrate their allegiance, simultaneously ensuring that the king could not find cause to trouble them. "Our purpose here is to eradicate bandits," Sir Joel responded succinctly, casting a glance at his attendant. However, the surrounding individuals remained perplexed, failing to grasp the connection between their encampment at Firm Fortress and the pursuit of bandits. Observing their confusion, Joel sighed and patiently elaborated, "Imagine you are encircled by enemies, and suddenly you discover a gap in the siege. What would you do?" The attendants exchanged glances, and one ventured to respond. "I would send someone to ascertain whether the gap poses any danger. If it is safe, I would lead my men through the gap to break free. Am I correct?" "My lord." Joel did not answer immediately, but nodded slightly, continuing, "If you break free and find that all retreat paths are perilous, with only one relatively safe route that allows you to evade the enemy's blockade and swiftly reach safety, and this route is exceedingly discreet, known to very few, what would you do then?" "Of course, we would immediately pursue that route," one of the attendants began, but hesitated mid-sentence as a realization dawned upon him. "You mean that the remnants of the House of Dragon would break through from Firm Fortress?" Joel nodded. unmasking his thoughts. There exists a clandestine smuggling path near Firm Fortress that traverses the western mountain range, conveniently bypassing the vicinity of Red Lake City and leading directly to the mountainous outskirts of Me City. Among those marauders, there are likely numerous smugglers who are aware of this passage and will undoubtedly exploit it to evade capture. Upon hearing Joel's words, the knights became invigorated, as it was evidently the most opportune moment for them to achieve merit. However, one knight expressed his concerns, stating, "I recall that those bandits number in the hundreds. Even if they have suffered losses during their retreat, their remaining forces still outnumber us, and among them are several seasoned soldiers from the remnants of the dragon family. Can we truly withstand their onslaught?" As the gravity of his words settled, the excitement on the knights' faces gradually waned, replaced by solemn expressions. Although they aspired to make a name for themselves, their foremost priority was to survive the battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, one proposed, "We are not far from Cold Howl Fortress of the Weber family. Perhaps we should seek their assistance?" This suggestion quickly garnered the knights' approval, and they collectively turned their gazes towards Joel, awaiting his command. However, Joel remained silent, merely gesturing for them to follow as he continued to survey the situation of the various troops within the castle, seemingly oblivious to the earlier proposal. Joel's demeanor perplexed the knights, yet they lacked the courage to further question him, silently trailing behind. Soon, the group completed their inspections of the different contingents, and Joel issued his orders. Before they returned to the hall, he instructed his knight attendants to each lead a squad to scout the surrounding terrain for suitable locations to intercept the fleeing bandits. Before dismissing the knights, Joel called upon Lind, who also intended to depart, and once they were alone in the castle hall, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Thoughts on what?" Lind replied, momentarily taken aback and not comprehending Joel's intent. On seeking assistance from the Weber family, Joel clarified. After a brief hesitation, Lind responded, "It seems inappropriate for you to consult me on such a significant matter. I wish to hear your perspective," Joel insisted, not allowing Lind to evade the question. Lind, unreserved, stated, "I believe we do not need to seek aid. The Weber family will likely send support of their own accord, probably later today." Joel, who had been slumped in his chair, straightened with interest and asked, "Please elaborate on why the Weber family would extend their assistance." "Quite simply, to absolve themselves of suspicion." Lind provided an enigmatic reply, then elaborated. After the bandits raided the Llewellyn family's convoy, they traversed directly through Weber territory. Yet the Weber family made no attempt to intercept them, allowing these brigands to enter the Red Lake Forest. It is evident to anyone that something is amiss. Thus, despite their proximity to the Red Lake Forest, no members of the Weber family joined the forces summoned by the Llewellyn family, indicating that the Llewellyn family has lost trust in this subordinate house. If the Weber family wishes to avoid settling accounts with the Llewellyn family after autumn, they must proactively and vigorously address the current banditry issue, even at the cost of considerable manpower and resources, ensuring that these marauders are completely eradicated, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Joel was profoundly astonished by Lind's ability to provide such a detailed response, though he skillfully concealed his emotions and continued to inquire. "Is that all?" Lind paused briefly before elaborating. "Your decision to station yourself at Fort Resolute is not solely due to it being the only escape route for the bandits. It also serves to create a FA for the Weber family, leading them to believe you are an envoy from the Llewellyn family sent to monitor them. This, in turn, would compel them to more fervently assist us in eradicating the bandits." At that moment, Joel could scarcely contain his astonishment, regarding Lind with a peculiar gaze, as if observing a creature of extraordinary nature rather than a mere youth of 15 or 16. Undoubtedly, Lind's recent display had surpassed all normative standards. It was not only the likes of a hunter from a secluded village like White Village who could possess such insight. Even those scholars or seasoned knights, trained in the academic city, might not exhibit his level of perception and analytical prowess. Taking a deep breath to calm his astonishment, Joel asked again, "Do you believe there is a connection between the Weber family and the bandits?" Lind shook his head, replying, "Whether there is a connection now is inconsequential. What matters is that the Weber family must demonstrate there is none." "I wish to ascertain if there is indeed a connection," Joel insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Lind responded, "In my estimation, the bandits are likely covertly supported by the Weber family. However, the Weber family did not anticipate that these brigands would audaciously raid a caravan belonging to the Llewellyn family and even murder a significant member of theirs. I suspect that the bandits, as per their usual practice, traverse the Weber territory while being discreet, withholding the truth from the Weber family to ensnare them. By the time the Weber family becomes aware of the situation, it may already be too late." "Who imparted this knowledge to you?" Joel inquired, scrutinizing Lind. "This is not wisdom one would expect a mere hunter to possess." I owe it all to my father, Lind replied, deliberately omitting the truth of his origins from a world teeming with knowledge and information. He refrained from mentioning anything about the blessings of the warriors among the seven gods, as such revelations would likely provoke unnecessary suspicion from someone like Joel. Thus, he attributed all his insights to Old Bane, a narrative they had previously agreed upon. Joel appeared to accept Lind's explanation, remarking, "It seems he truly values you, not only securing an excellent swordsmanship instructor for you, but also enlisting scholars to impart knowledge. It appears he has projected all his unfulfilled aspirations onto you." Aspirations? Lind inquired with curiosity. Might you share some insights regarding Old Bane? Did he not confide in you? Joel countered. Lind shook his head. In truth, I am not well informed. I have merely heard some rumors. Joel leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the past, and remarked, "In those days, both Old Bane and I participated in the campaign against the Mad King's Guard, which aimed to eradicate the Brotherhood of the Kingswood. I was by Lord Balliston's side, though I never engaged directly with him. Yet, on the battlefield, I witnessed him leading his spearhead to pierce through the Brotherhood's defensive lines, compelling them to retreat, which ultimately led to their total collapse. While many viewed the renowned knights as the true protagonists of that battle, wielding the power to sway the tide, I believe it was actually Old Bane's spearhead that played a pivotal role. Is it possible that my father had such a glorious record?" Lind pondered, somewhat astonished. Throughout their time together, he had perceived Bane as an extraordinary figure. Yet he seemed to fall short of legendary status. However, it now appeared he had underestimated Bane's illustrious past. Merely participating in the eradication of the Brotherhood was already a legendary experience, not to mention the accolades he earned during the campaign. Chapter 8. A minor conflict. What happened next? How did it unfold? Lind inquired with curiosity. Joel contemplated for a moment before responding. I heard that after the war, he received a reward from his family and retired from the guard. Retired? Lind was taken aback, as if a book had abruptly concluded just as he reached a crucial plot point. What use would there be in remaining if he had already retired? Joel sighed softly, seemingly lamenting Old Bane's fate, and said he was already of advanced age and had sustained severe injuries. Even if he recovered, he might not have been able to wield a spear or a sword again. Given his accomplishments, he could have been elevated to knighthood, but alas, his humble origins barred him from any upward mobility. Continuing in the guard would have been futile. Lind furrowed his brow and remarked, "Can a commoner never become a noble?" "Certainly not." Joel shook his head. For a commoner to ascend to nobility is 1,000 times more challenging than for a noble's offspring. It requires not only luck and strength, but also a knack for maneuvering. Old Bane belonged to the unfortunate sort who lacked both luck and the savvy to navigate such waters. As Joel spoke, Lind's mind conjured two figures who seemed to epitomize the conditions Joel had described, both of whom reached the pinnacle of power. One was Geno Shalint, the butcher's son, who through various means ascended to become the commander of the King's Landing Guard, eventually rising to the status of Duke of Harrenburg, a true exemplar of inspiration. The other was the mercenary Boron, who, through his association with Tyrion, ascended the ranks to ultimately become the Ward of the South and the Duke of Highgarden. One of the final victors, undeniably favored by fortune. While watching the series, he had not found their journeys peculiar. However, now that he found himself in this world of ice and fire, and having grasped the political structure of Westeros, he regarded the portrayal of Boron's ascent to Ward of the South and Duke of Highgarden as sheer folly. Harrenburg has fallen into complete decay. After being appointed as the Duke of Harrenburg, Genos dares not venture into his new dominion, while the Bayou region still boasts a plethora of long-established nobles and lords, formidable in strength and influence. How could they possibly allow a lowly mercenary to ascend as their leader? Such an appointment, let alone its formal announcement, would likely incite a rebellion in the Bayou, potentially igniting another war. Thus, by conventional reasoning, it is evident that Balon's designation in the series is a product of sheer folly. Nevertheless, setting aside the absurdities presented in the narrative, Bolton remains an inspiring case, one that Lind could emulate and draw lessons from. As Lind pondered the two examples of individuals who successfully rose from commoners to nobility, Joel, unaware of Lind's distraction, continued to observe him intently, stating, "Though Old Bane may have his shortcomings, you have been nurtured quite well under his guidance. I cannot yet ascertain your fortune, but in terms of strength and cunning, you surpass him by a considerable margin." "Thank you for your praise," Lind responded, sensing that Joel had discerned his initial schemes. Yet the latter bore no resentment and appeared to harbor a favorable opinion of him. Thus, Lind felt no need to conceal his thoughts and candidly acknowledged Joel's perspective. Upon hearing Lind's forthright admission, admiration flickered in Joel's eyes, and he smiled, saying, "The Bear Hunter, Master of Dual Swordsmanship. These titles have already spread in the vicinity of Red Lake. The Ballad of the Bear Hunter has even reached the High Court. where it is said that Lord Velastor inquired about you from Lord Fortimo. Lind inquired, "Is it this rumor that prompted you to recommend me to Lord Fortimo?" Joel nodded, affirming Lind's conjecture, and added, "However, the recommendation hinges upon your performance in this upcoming battle. Why are you so inclined to assist me?" Lind asked, puzzled. After a brief silence, Joel replied in a somewhat languid tone, "Because this place is utterly dull. It is a stagnant pool from top to bottom. I seek to inject a modicum of excitement, and I hope you shall not disappoint me." With that, he waved his hand toward Lind, signaling his dismissal. Lind turned and exited the hall, making his way toward the logistics team stationed at the castle's side. As he walked, he reflected on Joel's words, sensing that the latter harbored dissatisfaction with the current system of the Bayou region. However, Joel did not seem inclined to challenge the system himself. Rather, he appeared to wish to use Lind as a stepping stone. Regardless of Joel's intentions, at this juncture, he serves as an ally to Lind, whose sole task is to flawlessly demonstrate his capabilities. Lost in thought, Lind arrived at the dilapidated corner tower where the logistics team was stationed. He sought out the leatherworker, removing the ill-fitting leather armor he wore, once belonging to Old Bane, and handed it over while articulating his request. The armor was ill-suited for his frame, which differed significantly from Bane's, hindering his movements. It required alterations, otherwise it would pose a considerable hindrance during combat. Although the cobbler of the logistics team may not be able to craft leather armor, altering it is certainly within his capabilities. 2 silver deers. The cobbler glanced at the leather armor handed over by Lind, and upon hearing Lind's request, promptly quoted his price. Lind furrowed his brow and inquired, "Isn't the repair of weapons and equipment free for the members of the team?" At that moment, a voice from behind interjected, "Indeed, repairs are free for the team. But you are not one of them." Lind turned to regard the speaker, who was none other than the knight squire that had reprimanded him a few days prior in front of Old Bane's tavern, declaring him unworthy to challenge Joel. He had been chastised by Joel then, and Lind sensed that this knight bore a grudge, seeking retribution. However, for the past few days, the squire had appeared unbothered, seemingly having forgotten the incident. It now appeared he was merely waiting for an opportunity. In the face of this provocation, Lind displayed no sign of anger. He merely assessed the squire before retrieving 2 silver deers and placing them on the cobbler's table. He addressed the cobbler, saying, "Here are 2 silver deers. I require you to modify my leather armor by tonight. Should you fail to meet my expectations, not only will I reclaim these 2 silver deers, but I shall also sever one of your hands as punishment." The cobbler was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that by merely following the knight squire's orders to trouble Lind, he would become the target of Lind's ire. He could sense that Lind was not speaking idly. He genuinely intended to carry out his threat if the cobbler did not fulfill his request. While the cobbler was uncertain of Lind's true identity, it was evident from Lind's constant presence by Joel's side that he was no ordinary individual. In a state of panic, the cobbler glanced towards the knight squire, seemingly seeking assistance. The squire, equally astonished by Lind's reaction, stepped forward to confront him, exclaiming, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Are you attempting to impose vigilante justice within the ranks?" Nonetheless, Lind did not cast a glance at the squire. His gaze fixed firmly on the cobbler. "If I were you, I would begin modifying the armor immediately, for your time is running short. Or do you believe he can extricate you from this predicament?" He gestured toward the knight squire, adding, "True, while he is here, I will refrain from taking action. But can you guarantee his presence at all times? Will he not retire for the night? Will he remain by your side as you sleep? The moment he departs, I shall act. Do you still feel secure?" Hearing Lind's words, the cobbler was thoroughly intimidated, no longer daring to even glance at the knight squire. He took up Lind's leather armor and, accompanied by several apprentices, began to modify it according to Lind's specifications. Lind then turned to the knight squire, whose face was flushed with anger, and remarked, "You should not involve those who are irrelevant, especially when you cannot offer them protection. Moreover, are you still but a child? It is truly foolish to resort to such juvenile antics. Not only does it fail to disgust, but it also renders oneself remarkably foolish." The knightly attendant, having never encountered anyone like Lind in the past, found himself at a loss for words in his anger. "By the way, I do not even know your name," Lind suddenly recalled, glancing at the knightly attendant. However, he quickly waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Never mind, it is of no consequence to me. You are nothing." With that, he proceeded to exit the castle, intending to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain to avoid any unforeseen complications during battle. "Stop right there. I, Elmorison of Longshiptown, challenge you to a duel." The knightly attendant could no longer contain his fury and, removing a glove from one hand, hurled it at Lind. Lind did not catch the glove. Instead, he let it strike him and fall to the ground. He paused, turning to regard the glove before looking back at Elmorison, who awaited a response. In an instant, before Elmorison could react, Lind dashed forward and delivered a powerful punch to his jaw. A wave of debilitating pain surged through Elmorison, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse. The entire incident unfolded in a shocking brevity. Not only was Lind's attack unexpectedly swift, but his movement was also remarkably rapid. Those observing the spectacle, including the nightly attendants, merely caught a glimpse of a blurred figure before Elmorison was felled by Lind's strike. Lind turned to the remaining nightly attendants and gravely stated, "You lot, carry this fool back. Next time, I cannot guarantee I will only use my fists." With that, he continued his stride toward the castle's exit. "Wait, stop right there." One of the nightly attendants called out to Lind. He halted, turning to face them with his hands resting on the hilts of his twin swords. "What is it? Do you wish to throw gloves at me as well?" At that moment, the nightly attendants fell silent, including the one who had called out to him. In their eyes, Lind was no longer the lucky country hunter. The mere gesture of him resting his hand on the sword's hilt instilled an invisible pressure akin to that felt in the presence of Jorful. Their bodies instinctively tensed under this weight, unwilling to relax even slightly. Seeing that the nightly attendants offered no reply, Lind disregarded them, withdrew his hand from the sword, and continued toward the castle's exit. This time, he walked through the dilapidated castle gate without further interruption. As Lind's figure vanished from sight, the nightly attendants finally relaxed their rigid postures, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. They exchanged wry smiles before promptly instructing their subordinates to carry their unconscious comrade back to their quarters. Although they repeatedly ordered not to disclose the events that had just transpired, especially to Joel, they remained unaware that the minor altercation with Lind had already been thoroughly reported to him while they were still carrying their companion back to the room. Upon hearing the news, Joel merely chuckled and said nothing. While the memories retained from his previous life were limited, most of them were related to hunters, enabling Lind to quickly familiarize himself with the skills of navigating through the forest despite lacking prior experience in jungle survival. Fortuitously, he discovered a smuggling route concealed within the mountains. After familiarizing himself with the terrain surrounding the smuggling passage and selecting several suitable ambush locations, Lind made his way back, returning to Fort Resolute before nightfall. At that moment, Fort Resolute was noticeably more bustling than when he had departed at noon. A temporary encampment had sprung up at the base of the hill where the fort was situated, housing approximately 600 or 700 soldiers, all of whom were well armed. Their spears bore iron heads, and many were equipped with hand axes and short swords, with a dozen knights patrolling the encampment. A flag, prominently displayed, bore the distinctive black spider emblem of the Weber family. Even amidst the dim light of the forest, the spider motif was strikingly visible, evoking a sense of eerie dread from afar. It was evident that Lind's earlier speculations before Joel had come to fruition. The Weber family, feeling guilty, had hastily dispatched their maximum available forces to assist Joel in eradicating the bandits of Red Lake Forest, or what remained of the Long family. From their numbers and armament, it was clear that the Weber family intended to eliminate the bandits completely, leaving no opportunity for others, particularly the Luowan family, to cause them trouble. Chapter 9. Interception. Not long ago, when the Weber family's reinforcements arrived, Joel received a message from the Luowan family, informing him that their coalition with the Ockhart family had successfully routed the bandits in Red Lake Forest. As Joel had anticipated, the bandits were now retreating towards Fort Resolute, seemingly intending to hide in the mountainous outskirts of Mi City via the smuggling route. It was uncertain whether the Luowan and Ockhart families had deliberately allowed this to happen, but the bandits had sustained only minimal casualties, retaining most of their combat strength. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Joel's forces, prompting the message to instruct him to focus on interception, delaying the bandits near Fort Resolute until their arrival for a coordinated encirclement. However, the Luowan family had evidently not anticipated that the Weber family would mobilize all their military strength to support Joel in clearing their name. This development provided Joel with sufficient forces to strategize, altering his initial plan. He decided against ambushing in the forest and instead chose a small valley, a critical passage for the retreating bandits, as the battleground to confront and eliminate them through direct engagement. You lead a contingent of 10, stationed at Sheephorn Cliff, to construct a signal bonfire. Should any bandits traverse this path, ignite the fire and endeavor to impede their passage until we can provide assistance. Within the assembly hall of the Steadfast Fortress, Joel directed Lind with a pointed finger at a conspicuous depiction of a sheep horn marked on a rudimentary map. Upon hearing this, Lind furrowed his brow. During his reconnaissance of the terrain, he had previously traversed Sheephorn Cliff, which serves as a crucial artery to the smuggling routes. Only by crossing this cliff can one access the precarious mountain path nestled amidst steep precipices. Although Sheephorn Cliff is indeed a fitting locale for ambushes and blockades, It lies well behind the front lines of battle. Unless unforeseen events transpire on the battlefield, it is unlikely that any bandits would escape to that position. The absence of bandits implies that he would have no opportunity to earn accolades, a notion that discontented him. However, in this moment, he could not oppose Joel's decision outright and could only proffer a modest suggestion, stating, "I have surveyed the terrain there. It is not particularly challenging to defend. There is no necessity to assign anyone to my aid, especially given their lack of prowess and unfamiliarity with my tactics. Should we encounter adversaries, they would merely become a burden. I am fully capable of guarding that location alone." Upon hearing Lynn's words, the assembly fell silent, including the knights of the Weber family, all eyes fixated upon him, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. They had only ever heard of discontent regarding insufficient subordinates. It was a novel experience to witness someone decline the assistance of his men. Joel's knights regarded Lynn as an arrogant and reckless individual, while the Weber knights were intrigued by his background. In truth, when Joel summoned Lynn to the pre-battle military conference, the Weber family had already expressed curiosity about him. After all, the assembly hall was filled with knights, squires, and noblemen, while Lynn alone donned the garb of a commoner, inevitably raising questions. In response to Lynn's suggestion, Joel revealed no sign of surprise. He merely regarded Lynn with a cool demeanor and replied solemnly, "By what merit do you believe you can single-handedly thwart the fleeing bandits?" Lynn calmly responded, "I am a hunter, skilled in setting traps. I doubt those fleeing bandits will prove more formidable than mountain bears." Joel studied Lynn for a moment, choosing not to comment further, and nodded in agreement with Lynn's proposal. Aware of his assignment, Lynn felt no need to linger in the assembly hall and prepared to depart. Just then, Elmorison, whom he had previously incapacitated with a single blow, suddenly stepped forward and stated, "My lord Joel, while I have faith in this hunter's abilities, he is but one man. Should any bandits escape from his defense, we would fail to eradicate the remnants of the Long family. If this were to come to light, others might perceive it as a deliberate act to leave a vital position under the watch of a single individual, thereby allowing the Long family remnants to slip through our grasp, which could spell considerable trouble for us." Joel cast a fleeting glance at his attendant, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning to Lynn. "If someone escapes from your defense, you shall be pursued as a companion of thieves. Do you still intend to guard the Horncliff alone?" The onlookers expected Lynn to reconsider his stance. However, he maintained his composure, merely nodding with a smile at Joel before exiting the council hall. "Stop. You haven't grasped Lynn's meaning," Elmore Morrison called out, attempting to halt Lynn's departure. "Enough. This matter is settled. Rather than fixating on such trivial individuals and affairs, you would do well to concentrate on the imminent battle," Joel reprimanded, his gaze sweeping over his knights. "Your families have sent you to me to achieve glory and distinction. I do not wish to see you return as lifeless corpses to your kin. Therefore, take this seriously. This is war, not a leisurely hunt for young masters and ladies. Do you understand?" Joel's unabashed scolding of his attendants before the Weber family cast a heavy pall over the hall, silencing all present. The knights he chastised felt a surge of shame, and even the members of the Weber family found themselves in an awkward position. Fortunately, Joel swiftly redirected the conversation to battlefield preparations, alleviating the tension that had enveloped the room. While it appeared that everyone was focused on the commands issued by Joel, many, particularly those from the Weber family, remained curious about Lynn's identity and planned to inquire with Joel's attendants later. At this moment, Lynn had arrived at the cobbler's workshop within the logistics team. The cobbler, who had previously been instructed by a knight to vex Lynn, stood up promptly upon Lynn's arrival and fetched the modified leather armor from the nearby shelf. "This set of leather armor has been altered as per your instructions. Please try it on and see if there are any further improvements needed," the cobbler said, bowing with a significantly improved demeanor. Lynn took the armor and inspected it, noting not only the adjustments made to the fit, but also the addition of thin iron plates to enhance its defensive capabilities. Trying it on, he discovered that the thin plates did not hinder his mobility. When he tightened the straps, the edges of the iron plates overlapped, reducing gaps and thereby augmenting the armor's protection. "Quite commendable," Lynn remarked, nodding in satisfaction. He then tossed 2 silver deer coins into the cobbler's hands. "Well done. This is your reward." The cobbler eagerly accepted the coins, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lynn inquired further, "I require some rope. Do you have any?" The cobbler responded, "My lord, what thickness of rope do you need?" Lynn gestured to indicate the desired thickness and length. The cobbler promptly turned and retrieved several bundles of hemp rope used for binding prisoners, asking, "Will these suffice?" "Yes, perfect," Lynn replied. Lynn took the hemp rope, tugged at it for a moment, and nodded in satisfaction before producing a silver stag coin and offering it. The cobbler promptly shook his head, exclaiming, No, this is merely normal wear and tear. There is no need for payment." Lind did not insist, returning the silver stag to his pocket. He then hoisted the rope over his shoulder and briskly exited the castle. Once outside, Lind hastened towards the direction of Horn Cliff. From the information revealed by Joel in the earlier meeting, it was evident that the bandits who had escaped from the Red Lake Forest would likely arrive near Fort Resolute by tomorrow morning. This meant he had only one night to set his traps. The path at night proved to be treacherous. Even though Lind had inherited the hunting skills and experiences of his predecessor, his pace was considerably slower than during the day, taking nearly twice as long to reach Horn Cliff. Upon arrival, he did not rest but immediately began to set various traps around the vicinity of Horn Cliff. Fortunately, during his daytime reconnaissance, he had anticipated the possibility of roaming bandits passing through and had pre-marked suitable locations for trap placement. Additionally, while moving about the area, he had collected materials necessary for setting the traps, allowing him to proceed without any further preparations, simply following the plan he had devised during the day. Working alone, he toiled until midnight, at which point he had successfully arranged all the traps, even dispatching a lone wolf that attempted to ambush him along the way. However, while dealing with the wolf's carcass, an unexpected incident occurred. The scent of blood attracted some carnivorous animals. Fortunately, he had discarded the body far enough away to prevent these predators from disturbing the traps he had set in the woods. The fact that his predecessor had been capable of hunting a mountain bear using traps alone spoke volumes about their effectiveness. Moreover, while arranging the traps, he incorporated techniques from military jungle traps he had seen on television in his previous life. This not only enhanced the traps' lethality but also rendered them exceedingly difficult to detect. Although employing traps to eliminate foes might seem somewhat dishonorable compared to achieving victory through direct confrontation, for Lind, securing accomplishments was of paramount importance. He felt no immediate need to concern himself with reputation. His notoriety as a bear hunter and dual swordmaster had already bestowed upon him a considerable level of fame, surpassing what his current status could bear. Excessive fame inevitably attracted unwarranted troubles, much like the recent predicament with El Morrison, which was likely a consequence of his renown. Thus, he felt compelled to take measures to temper his inflated reputation, and utilizing traps to vanquish enemies was a viable solution at present. However, all of this hinged on the assumption that the fleeing bandits would traverse this smuggling route, an uncertainty Lind could not predict, and it seemed Joel was equally unaware. Joel had stationed Lind in the rear to provide an explanation for his knights, as one of them had been knocked unconscious in plain sight. Failing to address this would likely incite dissent among the families of the 6 knights serving him. In recent days, Lind had come to a profound realization. The 6 individuals accompanying Joel were less his loyal knights and more transient appointees from various noble families, strategically placed beside him to earn merit amidst the so-called extermination of the remnants of the Long family. Under normal circumstances, knights and their squires were typically bound in one-to-one relationships. Only in exceptional cases would 2 or 3 squires accompany a knight. For instance, the valiant Boltons was known to have 3 squires at once, yet it was nearly unheard of for someone like Joel to possess 6. Although Joel boasted a considerable reputation, recognized alongside Fortimac Lien as the twin blades of the River Bay, and hailed as a master swordsman by the intrepid Boltons, his fame was largely confined to the River Bay and its surrounding regions. Furthermore, due to his status as a bastard, his standing was not particularly high. The notion of him commanding 6 squires was, at best, seen as presumptuous. Given Joel's evident intelligence, he could not have been oblivious to the flaws in this arrangement. Yet his acceptance of 6 squires indicated a reluctant acquiescence to the situation. Moreover, it was clear from the skills of El Morrison that the 6 squires themselves possessed rather mediocre abilities, even falling short of seasoned foot soldiers. At best, they had a basic grasp of formal swordsmanship, which made their presence on the battlefield alongside Joel rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Lind paid little heed to these matters. The actions of others were of little consequence to him. What mattered was whether he could seize the opportunity at hand. Having set his trap, he retreated to a concealed location to establish his ambush, gathering some damp branches to construct a modest campfire, supplemented with plant fibers and dry twigs as kindling. He then settled down to await the passage of time. During this interval, he contemplated the potential for earning merit in the joint operation against the bandits orchestrated by 3 noble houses. Despite being assigned to the rear, far from the fray, he recognized the possibility of achieving distinction. Should fortune favor him, a significant figure among the fleeing bandits might escape from the front line. For only the prominent would possess the knowledge of smuggling routes and the capability to elude encirclement. Thus, even without engaging in direct combat, he could still achieve notable merit. As his thoughts meandered, time slipped by. Aside from the rustle of animals and the gentle swaying of trees in the wind, silence enveloped the surroundings. rather than resisting sleep. Lind practiced a regulated form of brief, light slumber, allowing him to maintain a vigilant mind. Whether by good fortune or ill, as dawn's first light began to creep in, the region of Goat Horn Cliff was shrouded in mist. With a chilling mountain breeze descending from the northern slopes, the fog transformed into a drizzling rain, enveloping the forest and severely limiting visibility for any ordinary observer. However, Lind's gaze could still penetrate the misty rain, discerning the distant rise of black smoke, indicating that combat had already commenced on the battlefield ahead. Chapter 10. The Grim Reaper in the Rain. Upon witnessing the signal smoke ascending, Lind did not rush. Instead, he retreated into the woods where he had set his traps, akin to a hunter stalking a mountain bear. He meticulously inspected the condition of each trap, adjusting and repairing those that might malfunction, before returning to his concealed position, focusing intently on the narrow mountain path leading to the smuggling route. As time passed, the morning drizzle not only persisted but intensified, the dense curtain of rain obscuring distant objects and muffling any unusual sounds. Even Lind, whose hearing surpassed that of ordinary men, could discern nothing beyond the sound of the raindrops. This scenario presented both advantages and disadvantages. The heavy rain masked the traps within the woods, rendering them perilous for passers-by. Yet it also impeded his ability to utilize his heightened senses to gain insight into the enemy's situation. Whether it was due to the torrential downpour or the cessation of battle in the distance, Lind could no longer see the signal smoke rising into the sky. However, he remained unfazed, merely shifting his posture to alleviate his stiffening body, continuing to wait quietly in his ambush spot, even as the rain seeped through his clothing. Approximately half an hour later, Lind seemed to hear something through the rain, slightly turning his head towards the woods where his traps lay, straining his ears to focus on the myriad of sounds that reached him. Whether it was a mere illusion or the amplification of his extraordinary hearing in this concentrated state, he felt the cacophony of the rain suddenly organize itself, akin to a well-arranged library, where each distinct sound was separated into individual entries, allowing him to discern every detail with clarity. Alas, this heightened state lasted but a few fleeting seconds before normalcy returned. Yet, within that brief moment, Lind gleaned enough information about the situation in the woods ahead. There were a total of 23 individuals, 13 were injured, 7 severely so, while 6 had fallen victim to traps, likely beyond salvation. As he drew his weapon from his waist, he analyzed the sounds he had just heard. Musing to himself, 2 individuals clad in plate armor, possibly true knights, posed a formidable challenge. After a while, Lind observed vague figures emerging from one end of the mountain path. As they drew closer, he gradually discerned their details, though the rain's veil made it difficult to ascertain their numbers and the nature of their equipment, as he had previously deduced from the sounds he heard. There were 2 armored warriors or knights among the group, presumably of considerable rank, who walked in the middle, flanked by their protectors. The other individuals wore ordinary attire, with only a few donning leather armor, while the majority were clad in simple garments. Their weapons primarily consisted of spears, with only a handful wielding long swords. However, contrary to his earlier analysis, the number of individuals in this group was fewer than he had anticipated, as several seemed to have fallen prey to traps hidden in the woods. Upon emerging from the thicket, this band did not linger. Instead, they swiftly assessed their surroundings and discovered a concealed path leading to the smuggling route, hidden beneath the underbrush. They then ascended the path, hastening towards their destination. Perhaps their minds were solely focused on reaching safety as quickly as possible. Or perhaps the fatigue from their harrowing flight and recent encounters had drained them both physically and mentally. They paid no heed to the traps they had traversed nor considered the possibility of further ambushes ahead. They merely kept their heads down, pressing onward. Before long, they arrived beneath the small hill where Lind was lying in wait. Concealed by the dense foliage and the downpour, they were blissfully unaware of the solitary figure lurking nearby. Lind, however, had no intention of allowing them to pass unscathed, preferring to follow them and eliminate them one by one from behind. Observing their current state of exhaustion and diminished combat capability, he resolved to confront them directly. As the 2 armored warriors reached Lind's position, he launched himself with a powerful kick, propelling forward like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the 2 armored knights. Lind's speed was astonishing, and coupled with the rain's obscuration, the knights had no inkling of the impending danger. When they finally sensed something amiss, all they perceived was the glint of 2 sword blades. Moments later, they felt the chilling sensation at their throats, where the helmet met the armor, and an overwhelming weakness coursed through their bodies. Overcome by fatigue, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching involuntarily. Having effortlessly dispatched the 2 armored knights, the surrounding bandits remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Lind's assault did not falter. He executed an exaggerated half-turn, swinging his arm toward the other bandits adorned with long swords. The rotating blade struck with surgical precision at the seams of the bandits' leather armor, slicing through flesh as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, leaving behind an irreparable wound at their vital points. Before the blood could spurt from the wounds, Lind had already moved on to his next target. As Lind absorbed the combat experience of the Peacekeeper, he gradually discerned that the essence of their fighting style could be distilled into 4 words: targeting weaknesses. In direct confrontations, the Peacekeeper's strength was merely a shade above that of an average person, yet their extraordinary agility and speed, coupled with a precise understanding of vulnerabilities, enabled Lind to harvest lives with the efficiency and swiftness of a reaper. In less than 10 seconds, 5 fully armed warriors had already succumbed to his blade. Suddenly, an enemy attack. The bandits behind, witnessing their leaders fall and a stranger emerging in their midst, instinctively let out terrified cries, both as a warning to their comrades ahead and to bolster their own courage. However, their shouts had no effect on Lind, who, at that moment, resembled a cold-blooded killing machine, executing his planned maneuvers with ruthless precision among the ranks of the spear-wielding bandits. Each swing of his blade targeted the vulnerable necks of his foes, and with every strike, another life was extinguished, each one as fragile as wild grass by the roadside. Even as the bandits recognized the threat, they were incapable of mounting an effective defense. Their commander had been swiftly dispatched by Lind, and their spears proved ill-suited for close combat, rendering them unable to attack or defend effectively, forced to passively endure the onslaught. The speed of Lind's attacks was overwhelming. All they could perceive were flashes of metal, with the full length of the blade eluding their sight. Fatigued as they were, even in their prime, evading such rapid strikes would have been an insurmountable challenge. The 5 bandits who had ventured ahead as scouts tightened their grips on their weapons upon hearing the commotion behind them. As they turned to assess the situation, the sight that greeted them left them utterly stunned. In the deluge of rain, they beheld the bodies of their comrades sprawled upon the ground, blood gushing from their wounds and mingling with the rainwater, staining the mountain path a deep crimson. Amidst this macabre scene stood a figure wielding dual swords. The downpour obscured their features, but the icy gaze that pierced through the curtain of rain sent shivers down their spines, as if they were being hunted by a legendary specter. Fear surged within their hearts, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. In a frenzy, they turned and fled up the mountain path, shoving one another aside in a desperate bid to escape. Each one thought that if they could just put some distance between themselves and the pursuing figure, they might achieve a successful escape. Had these 5 managed to coordinate their efforts, utilizing their spears, they might have posed some obstacle to Lind. Perhaps, when they reached the narrow smuggling passage carved into the cliff, Lind would have deemed it unwise to continue his pursuit, allowing them to flee unscathed. However, now they were each focused solely on their own escape, even resorting to attacking one another in their desperation, leaving their backs completely unprotected, as if inviting Lind to slay them. Naturally, Lind could not resist such an invitation, and ultimately, the 5 of them managed to flee no more than 10 meters before meeting their demise at the edge of his sword. After eliminating this group, Lind meticulously examined their situation, and upon confirming their deaths, he allowed himself a moment of respite. He did not bother to cleanse the battlefield, but instead rose and ventured into the woods to inspect the traps he had set. To his dismay, he discovered that most of the traps had been triggered, all of which were lethal. Those who fell victim had no chance of survival. A rough count revealed that 14 individuals perished within these snares. He chose not to collect the bodies nor reset the activated traps. Instead, he concealed himself near the outermost trap, patiently awaiting the arrival of more prey. Approximately half an hour later, 2 additional groups escaped from the battlefield, comprising 7 and 13 individuals respectively. It appeared that the heavy rain had similarly hindered the coalition's efforts to subdue the bandits. Otherwise, given Joel's meticulous battlefield arrangements within the council hall of the Steadfast fortress, such numerous escapees would have been improbable. These bandits, fortunate to utilize the downpour as cover, evaded the carnage of the battlefield and fled to what they believed was a safe haven. With no pursuers behind them, they needed only to traverse a modest stretch of woodland to reach the smuggling route and ultimately escape this perilous region. Yet, the moment they stepped into the forest, none emerged from it again. Lind, concealed within the trees like a specter, silently struck from unforeseen angles, dispatching them one by one while driving the remaining survivors into the deadly traps. The sheer number of corpses soon permeated the forest with a pungent scent of blood, attracting carnivorous beasts, rendering the area increasingly treacherous. Roman Weber, the son of Count Lyndon Weber and cousin to Aemont Weber, the lord of Cold Howl Fortress, wore a long face and was nicknamed Mole in the Riverbend region. This moniker suggested that Roman typically remained hidden within his estate, only emerging when the outside world presented an opportunity for profit, much like the current hunt for bandits, which he perceived as a lucrative venture. Although the name Mole was not particularly flattering, those acquainted with him understood that underestimating him would lead to significant misfortune. His task this time was to lead a 100-man squad to patrol the outskirts of the battlefield, eliminating any remaining threats, with the primary objective of ensuring that those loyal to the dragon family, who had previously interacted with the Weber lineage, did not escape the encirclement. If all had proceeded smoothly, they would now be celebrating the successful eradication of the bandits from Honghu Forest and the remnants of the Long family. However, the sudden downpour that greeted the morning revealed numerous flaws in their encirclement strategy. The muddy terrain caused a disarray in the ranks, leading to significant gaps in their offensive line. The bandit leader, demonstrating remarkable acumen, had his men scatter, deftly escaping through these openings. Although the majority of these rogues perished on the battlefield, a fortunate few managed to evade capture, slipping through the encirclement. Roman, who was tasked with eliminating these stragglers, found his own movements hindered by the rain. After dispatching a portion of the bandits, he noticed that some had slipped right under his nose, retreating into the mountainous forests near the fortress. Had they merely been common bandits, he might have let them go. Yet, among those fleeing into the woods, he discerned 2 individuals clad in armor, a sure sign that they were not ordinary criminals, but likely privy to certain secrets. Thus, without pausing to rest after dealing with some of the escapees, he led his men, following the various traces left behind by the fleeing bandits, soon arriving at the wooded area where Lind had set traps. Upon confirming that the bandits had indeed sought refuge in the forest, Roman urged his men forward, compelled to eliminate these threats swiftly. However, shortly after entering the depths of the woods, they were compelled to halt in their tracks. They beheld a lifeless body suspended from a tree, feet dangling above the ground, a tree stump piercing through its chest at first glance. It appeared as though the very trees had conspired to claim a life. Chapter 11. The terrifying bear hunter by the gods above. What transpired here? A soldier gazed at the grim scene, unable to suppress his terror. Yet, no one responded to his inquiry. All were apprehensively scanning the surroundings, wary of the seemingly innocuous branches transforming into lethal weapons. Go and investigate, Roman commanded, designating a soldier for the task. Reluctantly, the chosen soldier stepped forward, cautiously approaching the corpse. After a swift examination, he turned back, exclaiming, "It's a trap. My lord, he must have been slain by some sort of mechanism." Some sort of trap? Roman, sensing no immediate danger, approached to inspect the situation, his brow furrowed in confusion. What kind of trap possesses such power to impale a man and suspend him from a tree? This query left the surrounding soldiers momentarily speechless, for their experiences with traps had been limited to those designed for capturing rabbits. Never had they encountered a trap of such lethal capacity. Unable to derive any answers, Roman chose not to dwell further on the matter. He surmised that these traps were intended for the bandits, implying that their creator was aligned with his own cause. Nevertheless, his cautious nature compelled him to issue a warning. Everyone, remain vigilant and proceed with care. Upon concluding his words, he turned to the soldiers beside him and exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Retrieve your shields and protect me." Responding to the command, the soldiers hastily brandished their shields, positioning them before their chests and encircling Roman for protection. Meanwhile, the soldiers assigned from Cold Howl Fortress could only remain on the periphery, cautiously probing ahead. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the sight of corpses became increasingly prevalent. Some, like the earlier one, had perished in traps, while many others bore the marks of lethal assaults. The seasoned veterans in the group discerned that the bandits slain by weaponry had met their end in a single strike, oblivious to the source of their demise until the very moment of their death. This revelation instilled a palpable tension among the ranks, and each soldier found themselves conjuring images of an invisible, intangible malevolence, the chilling tales of their youth echoing in their minds, causing their hands gripping weapons to tremble slightly with anxiety. In this ominous atmosphere, their pace quickened considerably, and before long, they had reached the forest's edge. The foremost soldier could peer through the gaps in the trees, glimpsing the relatively open terrain beyond. However, just as he sought to hasten his departure from this perilous locale, a short sword suddenly flew from an unknown direction, piercing the air and embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. Ambush! Ambush! Startled, the soldier immediately halted, retreating swiftly into the ranks while clutching his spear tightly and shouting, "Someone just attacked me! Someone just attacked me! Silence! I see it!" Roman, unable to tolerate the soldier's frantic cries, which incited chaos within the formation, shouted to quell the uproar. "Stay vigilant. Keep your spears at the ready, raise your shields. And do not panic. We outnumber them, and our weapons are superior." as Roman's commanding voice sought to stabilize the spirits of his men. He found himself waiting for an enemy assault. Instead, from the dense thicket ahead emerged a warrior clad in leather armor, wielding twin swords. He approached the short sword lodged in the tree, nonchalantly retrieving it and sheathing it at his waist. Turning to face the highly agitated 100-man contingent, he glanced at the spider banner hoisted by the ensign and addressed Roman, who was distinctly different in attire from the others, saying, "My lord of the Weber house, you have arrived late. These men have already fallen to my hand. However, I have yet to collect the spoils from their bodies. If you do not mind, could you assist me in this endeavor? After all, there are too many for me to manage alone. Of course, I shall not ask for your help without recompense. I can offer you half of the loot." At that moment, Roman finally discerned the appearance of the warrior who had audaciously requested his assistance in gathering the spoils. And he quickly recalled the identity of this individual. "The bear hunter. You are Lind, the bear hunter of White Village." Roman could not contain his astonishment and confirmed to Lind. Upon hearing this, Lind slightly bowed to Roman and replied, "It is an honor that you have heard of me." Reflecting on the information he had gathered about Lind, Roman recalled how Joel had arranged a private meeting with him the previous night, and how Lind's incongruous appearance in the council hall had drawn the attention of the Weber family. Consequently, after the meeting, they dispatched someone to inquire about Lind, and that individual happened to be Roman. At that moment, they realized that the common soldier adorned with dual swords in the council hall was indeed the bear hunter spoken of by the tavern bard. Initially, the Weber family had not regarded Lind with much significance, for in their eyes, he was merely a 15-year-old boy. They admired his act of vengeance for his father and his solitary endeavor to hunt bears, but they dismissed the tales of his exploits as mere embellishments by the bards for the sake of storytelling. They believed that Lind's eventual success in hunting a mountain bear was likely due to the support of hunters from White Village, who had rescued him from the bear's onslaught. Roman Weber shared this perspective, as he had personally witnessed the ferocity of mountain bears and how they could decimate a hunting party of 100 men. Thus, he was almost certain that Lind could not have hunted a mountain bear alone. However, now Roman found himself somewhat inclined to believe the tales spun by the bard. Recalling the gruesome fate of the bandits who had perished in traps and those who had died without ever learning the source of their attacks, he began to consider the possibility that such feats could indeed be accomplished by a warrior of Lind's caliber. Simultaneously, he pondered Joel's willingness to grant Lind such an outrageous request to guard this territory alone, perhaps recognizing the young man's capability to do so. While confirming the identity of the person before him, Roman signaled for his subordinates to sheath their weapons and then inquired eagerly, "Earlier, 2 armored bandit leaders fled here with their men. They have since been taken away by a stranger." Lind also sheathed his sword and calmly responded, turning to gesture towards the woods, "Their bodies are outside. It is necessary for you to tend to them." Though the sight of corpses in the woods had already led Roman to suspect that Lind had dealt with the intruders, it was indeed the confirmation from Lind that truly eased his mind. He then instructed his men to assist Lind in collecting the spoils and the bodies, as these would all count towards military merit. Were it anyone else, he might have coveted such accolades, but this time he refrained. Not only due to the unknown connection between Joel and the bear hunter, but also because of the shock and fear those corpses had instilled in him. Although he currently held an overwhelming numerical advantage, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him. He felt that should he come to blows with the bear hunter, he would inevitably join the lifeless corpses he had previously encountered, eternally ensconced within this forest. Meanwhile, Lind had no inkling of Roman Weber's thoughts. Yet he harbored concerns that Roman might attempt to usurp his accomplishments. Old Bane had alluded to similar occurrences more than once. If such an event were to transpire, he found himself at a loss for resolution. Perhaps he could eliminate Roman Weber and exploit the terrain to vanquish the soldiers of House Weber. But such actions would render him unwelcome not only in the Riverlands, but throughout Westeros, ultimately forcing him to flee to Essos, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. Nonetheless, he soon came to a realization. Even if Roman Weber were to forcibly claim his military accolades, it would not matter. All he needed was Joel's recognition of his achievements. For to him, the accolades were not of paramount importance. Joel's endorsement held far greater weight, even if his accomplishments were usurped. As long as Joel acknowledged that he had indeed slain a multitude of bandits, his objective would have been fulfilled. With this understanding, Lind's previously taut nerves began to ease. As the soldiers busied themselves with the grim task of transporting the corpses, he ventured into other parts of the forest to dismantle the remaining untriggered traps. Uncertain of the circumstances on the battlefield, he recognized that with Roman Weber leading a contingent of 100 men to this location, the responsibility of guarding it had naturally shifted to Roman, leaving Lind to serve in a supportive role. Thus, the need for lethal traps had diminished. With the cooperation of over 100 individuals, the bodies within the forest were swiftly cleared, arranged neatly alongside those from outside the woods. Before the sight of dozens of corpses, a profound sense of shock enveloped everyone present, including Roman Weber, who gazed upon Lind, seated nearby, diligently polishing his weapons with a mixture of awe and reverence. Throughout the annals of the Seven Kingdoms, tales abound of knights who single-handedly faced overwhelming odds. Legends of various knights echo across the continent of Westeros. Notably, after Arthur Dayne and his compatriots had subdued the Kingsguard, rumors circulated that Arthur wielded Dawn to dispatch hundreds of Kingsguard members. However, those truly versed in the realities of warfare understood that such legendary feats of knights often lacked scrutiny. Many of these so-called triumphs were achieved with the aid of their squires and soldiers, merely attributed to the knights due to their illustrious reputations. Yet, what they witnessed now was a living testament. A solitary individual who had vanquished numerous bandits. Even if aided by hunting traps, this feat was undeniably remarkable, and it appeared the battle had transpired with astonishing ease, for they observed no injuries upon Lind. Gazing at Lind, who remained composed in the aftermath of the conflict, Roman Weber experienced a peculiar sensation, convinced that this lowborn hunter's son was destined to become a significant figure in the future. It is precisely this sensation that prompted him to befriend Lind, placing an early wager on the prospect of Lind's future ascent to greatness. Having made his decision, Roman approached Lind and, upon reaching his side, pointed to the broad-bladed half-sword in Lind's hand, saying, "This type of sword is a first for me. Might I take a closer look?" Lind, without hesitation, offered the meticulously polished weapon to him. As Roman accepted the sword and examined it, he remarked, "This blade is considerably wider than the typical mixed-breed swords, making it advantageous for slashing and even suitable for parrying attacks. Its sole drawback is its relatively short length, necessitating close combat to fully leverage its capabilities." Listening to Roman's analysis, Lind regarded him with mild surprise. While discerning the strengths and weaknesses of the broad-bladed half-sword is not particularly difficult, the depth of Roman's insight suggested a notable understanding of weapon crafting. "Did you design this sword, my lord Lind?" Roman inquired, returning the sword and bestowing upon Lind a somewhat noble title. "Indeed, I crafted it specifically for my swordsmanship." Lind acknowledged, not concealing his affirmation of Roman's assumption, while also correcting the title, saying, "Lord Roman, your address is mistaken. I am merely a commoner, not a noble, and should not be referred to as such." Roman smiled, replying, No. With the prowess you have displayed, Lord Lind, you are bound to ascend to nobility in the near future. I am merely acclimating myself in advance." At that moment, Roman bore no semblance of a nobleman. Rather, he appeared more akin to a merchant, openly revealing his desire to forge a connection with Lind. Although puzzled as to why a landed knight like Roman, who possessed his own estate, would seek his companionship, Lind sensed no ill intent from him. This prompted him to swiftly weigh the pros and cons of befriending Roman in his mind. In the recent affair involving the bandits of the Red Lake Forest, while the Weber family to which Roman belonged had engaged in some disreputable conduct, they had impeccably erased any trace of wrongdoing, thus unlikely to incur punishment from their liege. The Roan family and their reputation remained intact, though the Weber family was considered a lesser noble in the Riverbend region. They shared a long-standing heritage akin to the majority of nobles there and had familial ties with numerous noble houses across the Seven Kingdoms. For instance, they were connected by marriage to the Lannister family from the west, as the current guardian of Casterly Rock, Duke Tywin Lannister, carries Weber blood through his grandmother. It is precisely due to this profound legacy that, even when the Weber family erred, their liege, the Roan family, refrained from openly confronting their mistakes, allowing the Weber family to partake in the bandit eradication efforts and erase the stains of their misdeeds. Therefore, regardless of Roman's motives for seeking his friendship, Lind perceived it as a fortuitous opportunity for himself. Chapter 12. Our hero's new Barrel City, situated downstream of the Golden Tree River, serves as the stronghold of the esteemed Forceaway family, a powerful noble house in the region. Its proximity to Rose Avenue and the Golden Tree River renders it a bustling hub for traveling merchants. Almost all goods destined for Golden Tree City, Red Lake City, and Ancient Oak City pass through here, rather than taking the route through Highgarden. The initial reason for merchants' preference for this route stemmed from the exorbitant taxes imposed by Highgarden. Transporting goods there incurred a substantial tax burden, leading merchants to make pragmatic choices in pursuit of profit. Subsequently, the Targaryen family of Highgarden significantly reduced the transit taxes for merchant caravans and abolished several unreasonable levies in an attempt to lure these merchants away from New Barrel City. However, the traders had grown accustomed to the convenience of New Barrel City. Additionally, the lords of Red Lake City, Cold Howl Fortress, and Ancient Oak City had constructed rudimentary roads to facilitate commerce, albeit far inferior to the grandeur of Rose Avenue. As a result, Most merchants continued to favor New Barrel City, with only a small fraction swayed by Highgarden's incentives. Recently, however, an unusual influx of merchants has gathered in New Barrel City. Not only did the caravans that had already unloaded their goods remain, but even some merchants from Highgarden have sought refuge there, seemingly awaiting something significant. Well-informed sources soon uncovered intriguing information. During a recent punitive expedition against the bandits of Red Lake Forest, the allied forces of Golden Tree City, Red Lake City, and Ancient Oak City had obtained unexpected spoils. The rumors that the bandits were remnants of the Targaryen family turned out to be true, as the three great houses confiscated a vast array of supplies from the bandits. These included not only food and weapons, but also a wealth of valuables that could be readily converted into currency, among which were critical resources lost before the Mad King's demise. Speculation arose that the Mad King, foreseeing the fall of House Targaryen, had entrusted a portion of these resources to loyalists within the family, with the bandits of Red Lake Forest being among them. Despite the substantial quantity of goods captured, the monetary value was surprisingly low. The three great houses did not require such a surplus of supplies. Rather, they sought readily available coin. Furthermore, the captured goods bore the Targaryen insignia, raising concerns that retaining them might attract the ire of Robert Baratheon, who might perceive them as remnants of the fallen house and seize the opportunity to act against them. Thus, there arose an urgent need to liquidate these goods for gold dragons and silver stacks. In their vicinity, only two places possessed the capacity to swiftly disperse such an inventory: New Barrel City and Highgarden. Yet, at present, the Targaryen family of Highgarden was wholly preoccupied with mending relations with Robert Baratheon, leaving them little bandwidth for commercial affairs. Conversely, Count Tax Forceway, the head of the Forceway family and lord of New Barrel City, exhibited remarkable enthusiasm regarding this matter. He proactively reached out to the three great houses, proposing favorable terms, including the waiving of taxes, to facilitate the sale of these goods in New Barrel City. Some may wonder what advantage Count Taxforth derives from his actions, but the astute recognize his true intentions. The transaction tax on the supplies is not what Count Taxforth values. Rather, he is focused on the caravans drawn to New Barrel City by these provisions. These merchants will foster prosperity in the city for an extended period, with benefits far surpassing mere tax revenues. However, for the ordinary citizens of New Barrel City and the lowly guards of the caravans, the machinations of the noble elite seem far too distant to concern them. Their focus lies instead on the legendary tales that emerge from the battle against the bandits, such as the valiant Joel Verhois, who single-handedly broke through enemy lines to slay the bandit leader, and the formidable Alex Oakheart, who led 13 cavalrymen to vanquish hundreds of outlaws. Yet, amidst the illustrious legends crafted by these renowned knights, one story stands out with remarkable prominence: the tale of Lind, the bear hunter. Compared to the lofty knights, Lind, a commoner, resonates more deeply with the masses. When they hear the ballads about him from tavern minstrels, they can easily envision themselves alongside the bear hunter, creating legends together. Even before the battle against the bandits in the Red Lake Forest, tales of Lind had already circulated in the taverns of Riverbend cities. At that time, he was merely seen as a fortunate hunter, admired for his bravery and filial piety in avenging his father by hunting mountain bears, without anyone considering him a true warrior. However, following the legendary accounts of the battle, public perception of Lind underwent a remarkable transformation, almost as if a long-known acquaintance had suddenly morphed into an unfamiliar stranger. Refusing the assistance of 10 soldiers, he ventured alone to guard a critical location, single-handedly slaying nearly 100 fleeing bandits, including 2 remnants of the Long family. Such an extraordinary feat would seem to anyone merely an exaggerated rumor, yet it garnered the endorsement of Sir Roman Webber of Coldhall Fortress and Sir Joel Verhois, who concluded the campaign against the bandits, both known for their integrity among the nobility of Riverbend. Consequently, Lind's experiences in the battle were woven into ballads by various minstrels, spreading through the taverns of Red Lake City, Ancient Oak City, and Golden Tree City, winning the admiration of the common folk and bringing great profit to the minstrels. Upon witnessing the lucrative potential of these ballads, other minstrels eagerly began to share the tale, and Lind's renown once again echoed throughout the cities of Riverbend, with New Barrel City being no exception. As night fell, the laborers from New Barrel City sought refuge in a tavern near the docks to unwind after a long day's toil. Merchants' mercenaries flocked into the establishment as well, indulging in their hard-earned coin, reveling in a night of intoxication. The tavern's resident bard struck up the hunter's song for the 3rd time that evening. Although his voice was rather mediocre, the patrons listened with rapt attention, savoring every note. "To our hero, the hunter," someone exclaimed, raising their goblet high at the moment when the hunter wielded his twin swords to vanquish his foes. "To our hero, the hunter! To our hero, the hunter!" With one voice igniting the chorus, the tavern erupted in fervent toasts to the hunter. It was uncertain whether the raucous cheers stirred the patrons of a nearby tavern. But soon enough, shouts in honor of the hunter echoed from there as well, spreading to other taverns in the city and the merchant campfires. At some point, the hunter, Lind, had transformed into a symbol of heroism for the common folk, who idolized him and projected their own unfulfilled dreams of grandeur onto his legend. As the hunter crafted a tale of valor, they felt a sense of participation in the making of his myth, leading to an ever-deepening reverence for the man they had never met. Should this fervor continue to swell, it would not be long before someone would proclaim, "Long live the hunter!" In a discreet corner of the tavern, two cloaked strangers sat. One, a tall middle-aged man, took a sip of his honeyed wine and turned to his companion, who was quietly seated against the wall and enjoying his meal. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "I hope I won't lose my head at the hands of our new king for this." The other man lifted his gaze slightly and replied, "I trust that given our new king's disposition, you would likely earn his favor, perhaps even a position among the royal guards. If that is the case, I'd rather not. I wish to carry on my lineage." The esteemed royal guards, the pinnacle of knighthood, seemed utterly devoid of value in his words. "You truly are an ambitious fellow," the middle-aged man said, taking another sip of his drink, clearly impressed. These two individuals, seated in the corner of the New Barrel City Tavern, were none other than Joel Verfa and the renowned hunter, Lind, whom the patrons were so fervently celebrating. It was amusing that those who idolized the hunter were entirely unaware of his presence beside them. This prompted Lind to ponder what might transpire if he were to reveal his true identity. Would he be paraded through the streets of New Barrel City? Or would they dismiss him as a madman and expel him from the tavern? Lind felt the latter scenario was far more probable. Their presence in the tavern was solely due to Joel's promise to recommend Lind to Sir Fortimac Clan as a squire. After attending the celebratory feast in Goldtree City, Joel had chosen not to remain for subsequent discussions nor return to Red Lake City with the clan family, but instead led Lind south along the Goldtree River. Originally, Joel intended to journey directly south by boat to Highgarden. However, upon the vessel's arrival at the dock of New Barrel City, he overheard dockworkers conversing about a detachment sent by Highgarden to King S Landing for a tournament celebrating the birth of the new king's firstborn. Leading this entourage was Sir Garland Tyrell, the second son of the Highgarden Duke, accompanied by Ser Fortimbras Klein, the master-at-arms and swordsmanship instructor of House Tyrell. This group had already reached New Barrel City and, after a night of rest, planned to resume their journey the following day. Since Ser Fortimbras was already in New Barrel City, there was no longer a need for Joel and his companion to proceed to Highgarden, so they disembarked there. However, their arrival was late at night, making it somewhat inappropriate to visit the Tyrell residence at such an hour. Moreover, all the inns within the city were fully booked with merchants, leaving no available rooms. Consequently, Joel resolved to spend the night at a tavern, intending to seek an audience with Ser Fortimbras at dawn. "Will you not partake?" Joel inquired, finishing his cup of honeyed wine and gesturing toward the untouched drink before Lind. Lind shook his head, replying, "I do not drink." What a dreary fellow. Joel took a sip from Lind's cup and observed as Lind nibbled slowly on his food, feeling as though time had come to a standstill. Their days together, particularly since departing from Goldtree City and spending these last 2 days on the boat, had deepened Joel's understanding of Lind. His latest assessment was one of extreme self-discipline through his observations. He noted how meticulously Lind organized every aspect of his day, allocating time for sword practice, meals, and rest, as if he were governed by a strict timetable. It was a life lived with an almost monotonous precision. This rigid self-discipline inevitably reminded Joel of a certain individual, Count Lando Tarley of Hornhill. Fortunately, this man before him could still share a jest or two, engaging in light banter, unlike Lando, who was perpetually serious and humorless, akin to a block of cold iron. Nevertheless, Joel felt a twinge of relief for not having taken Lind on as a squire. Just days prior, upon witnessing Lind's prowess in combat, he had been seized by an impulse to claim him as his own squire, rather than allowing Fortimbras to benefit. After all, having such a formidable knight in his service would provide considerable advantage, especially on the battlefield, where he would have a capable ally rather than being burdened with the need to oversee the other knights currently in his employ. Yet, this notion flitted through his mind only briefly before being cast aside. He simply did not possess the time or energy to nurture a commoner, and more importantly, he did not believe Lind would ascend to great heights in the future. After downing his cup of mead, Joel was suddenly besieged by a powerful urge to relieve himself. He rose unsteadily, his inebriation evident after consuming 2 large cups of the intoxicating drink. Swaying slightly, he made his way outside the tavern, glanced around, and chose a secluded spot beside the establishment to attend to his needs. However, as he prepared to unburden himself, he He remained blissfully unaware of the figure that stealthily approached from behind, wielding a wooden club that struck him with brutal force. As he fell to the ground, the assailant swiftly rifled through his belongings, absconding with his coin pouch, sword, and any other valuables, including his bearskin cloak. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, Lind had no inkling that Joel was being assaulted outside. He continued to savor his meal with deliberate slowness. His reason for such decorum was the unpalatable nature of the food before him. Despite the bread containing grapes and being glazed with honey, its hardness rendered it nearly impossible to chew, requiring considerable effort to break down before it could be swallowed. Lind contemplated discarding the bread, yet he realized that he would inevitably encounter more such unappetizing fare in the future. It was better to acclimatize now than to struggle later. As Lind wrestled with his food, two individuals, one tall and the other short, entered the tavern, scanning the room. Noticing that Lind was the sole occupant at this table, they approached without so much as a greeting, taking the remaining seats opposite him. Chapter 13. A fortuitous encounter. There are already people seated here, Lind managed to say, swallowing the morsel he had finally chewed. The tall, middle-aged stranger furrowed his brow at Lind's remark, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by the shorter youth beside him. The boy, perhaps around 10 years of age, plump and still bearing the innocence of youth, smiled at Lind and said, "We shall only sit here for a moment. Once your companion returns, we will take our leave, if that is agreeable to you." Though the boy's demeanor appeared mature, it seemed to be an affectation, as if he were imitating someone of greater age. His voice, however, was melodious and resonant, reminiscent of a nightingale song, imbued with an almost ethereal charm that lent his words a compelling allure. Curiosity piqued, Lind glanced at the young noble and chose to remain silent. He surmised that these two were likely a young aristocrat out for a nocturnal escapade, accompanied by a knightly protector, and deemed it unnecessary to escalate tensions over seating arrangements. Nevertheless, the tall man maintained his vigilance, positioning himself protectively beside the young noble, ensuring that the wall separated them from the tavern's aisle, ready to shield the boy should any unexpected event arise. Simultaneously, he did not ease his control over Lind. His eyes, hidden beneath the hood, would occasionally scan Lind with an air of scrutiny. Such overt surveillance did not escape Lind's notice, and he found himself intrigued by the origins of this knightly guard. Merely sitting beside him, casting a few glances, was enough to evoke a profound sense of pressure, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the presence of Joel Fowa. Although he felt this weight, Lind exhibited no signs of discomfort, nor did he pay heed to the other's actions. He methodically consumed the food before him, engrossed in a state of focus as if the other patrons in the tavern, including the young nobleman across from him, had vanished into thin air. Lind's demeanor piqued the interest of the young noble, who had never before witnessed someone maintain such tranquility in the gaze of his swordsmanship instructor. As he curiously scrutinized Lind, the young noble noted the two half-swords at Lind's waist, a smirk of amusement playing upon his lips. He presumptuously conjectured, "Do you also have a fondness for the tales of the bear hunter? I see you've adorned yourself with twin swords, much like my little brother." Lind glanced down at his twin swords and countered, "Do you not admire the bear hunter?" "Not particularly," the young noble replied, shaking his head with unabashed candor. "I find his tales excessively exaggerated, lacking in authenticity more akin to fabrication spun by bards for lyrical effect. I prefer true stories, like that of Dorne's resistance against the conqueror Aegon Targaryen." At that moment, the tavern erupted once more with the song of the bear hunter, suggesting yet another patron had requested the bard to sing this tune, prompting the crowd to join in the chorus. The original version of the bear hunter's song was not the rendition sung by bards today. It was a folk tune from the Riverlands, adapted by several minstrels passing through White Village. In truth, they had merely modified the lyrics, transforming other verses set to the same melody into the tale of the bear hunter. Consequently, the initial version of the song enjoyed limited popularity, with listeners primarily focused on the story of the bear hunter. However, the current rendition of the bear hunter as song was crafted by Lind himself, who had reimagined the theme from a game about dragonborn tales, reshaping the lyrics into what is now known as the bear hunter's song. This epic ballad resonated deeply with the populace, encouraging bards to sing it willingly, thus accelerating the spread of Lind's renown. Despite his disinterest in the bear hunter's narrative, the young noble found himself enamored with the song. As the melody filled the air, he could not resist humming along, his head bobbing slightly in rhythm, betraying his delight. It was not until the song neared its conclusion that he returned to his senses, only to find Lind observing him with an amused expression, which elicited a hint of embarrassment from the young noble. He felt compelled to clarify, "I merely enjoy this ballad." "No need for explanations," Lind replied calmly. The youthful noble, exhibiting a hint of petulance, pursed his lips in dissatisfaction with Lind's demeanor. His current display was likely a genuine reflection of his emotions, while his previous adult-like comportment was merely a fade. Soon, the young aristocrat reined in his childish tendencies and remarked, "Although I am not particularly fond of the tale of the bear hunter, I cannot help but admire his talent in crafting such melodious ballads. I have heard he was once merely a hunter. I wonder where he acquired such knowledge." Lind was momentarily taken aback. For only he and Roman Weber were privy to the authorship of the bear hunter's song, and it was Roman Weber who had disseminated it. The fact that this young noble was aware of his authorship piqued Lind's curiosity about the family behind the boy. Just then, he furrowed his brow, and his expression sharpened. The shift in demeanor was not prompted by any unexpected behavior from the young noble, but rather by the realization that Joel had been absent for an unusually extended period, suggesting something untoward may have occurred. Lind's change in countenance, however, led the knightly guard to misconstrue the situation. The knight subtly shifted to face Lind, his eyes, concealed beneath his hood, locked onto him intently, while his hand inched toward the hilt of his sword, poised to draw it should Lind exhibit any erratic behavior. If the pressure the knight had previously exerted felt akin to the gentle lapping of waves by the riverbank, it had now escalated into the ferocity of a storm-tossed sea, where a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Lind could not fathom why the knight had suddenly adopted such an aggressive stance, but he was not one to remain passive. As the knight's hand reached for his sword, Lind mirrored the action, placing his hand upon his own hilt, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. The young noble, though not a direct target, sensed the palpable tension emanating from both men, confounded by the abrupt shift from cordial conversation to a palpable standoff. He chose to trust in his mentor and subtly edged backward, seeking refuge behind the knight. Just as the atmosphere in the tavern's small corner grew increasingly tense, the door swung open with a resounding thud, revealing a tall figure who rubbed the back of his head, stumbling and while muttering curses under his breath. This was none other than Joel Foreflower, the very individual who had recently fallen victim to an assault that robbed him of his valuables. On the other side, Lind noticed Joel's entrance and felt some of his tension ease, yet his hand remained firmly on the sword hilt, maintaining his stance against the knight. Approaching their table, Joel directed his ire solely at Lind, completely disregarding the young noble and the knight. "Did you not notice that I was gone for an unusually long time?" he exclaimed in exasperation. "I just realized," Lind replied, evaluating Joel's disheveled appearance, "but I figured after your visit to the restroom, you might still need to relieve yourself further. So I thought nothing of it. Is it not obvious that you were robbed?" Joel retorted. Joel shrugged his shoulders and retorted with mild irritation. Lind was at a loss for words and remarked, "Yet you are renowned as the master of swordsmanship in the Riverbend region." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Joel's face, but he stubbornly replied, "Can a swordsmanship master not be robbed after having indulged in drink?" Lind chose not to argue further and inquired, "What shall we do now?" "What do you mean? What?" Joel countered. "Surely all your valuables have already been stolen?" Lind gestured toward the empty wine cup and plates on the table, stating, "What do we have left to settle the bill?" Joel paused, pointing at Lind. "What about you? You can pay, can't you? You've received quite a reward from this battle. Is it not enough to cover the expenses?" With a stoic expression, Lind replied, "All my funds have been sent to my father. I currently possess not a single coin." Joel looked at Lind in shock, exclaiming, "You ventured south without any money?" Lind met Joel's gaze and replied, "Well, I thought you would provide for our expenses. After all, did you not promise that you would cover all costs during our travels to Gold Tree City?" Joel recalled having made such a statement and found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lind suddenly wrinkled his nose as if detecting an unpleasant odor, then cast a peculiar look at Joel, asking, "You didn't happen to wet yourself, did you?" In that instant, Joel was filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury, tempted to draw his sword and strike Lind, along with anyone else in the know. Unfortunately, his sword, along with his valuables, had been taken, leaving him to merely point at Lind, unable to articulate his thoughts, his trembling hand betraying his current state of mind. "Haha, this is truly amusing, simply delightful." Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable level of awkwardness, a hearty laugh shattered the silence. A young nobleman, laughing unabashedly, addressed Joel as if they were old acquaintances. "Who would have thought our Riverbend swordsmanship master, Lord Joel, had such a humorous side? I doubt anyone would believe this if you told them." As the nobleman's laughter and words filled the air, Joel noticed two additional figures at his table. The dim light from the tavern's walls allowed him to discern their features, and astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Young Master Galen, Lord Fodiemo. What brings you here?" Upon hearing Joel, Lind swiftly recognized that the young nobleman and his knightly escort were none other than their intended targets, Galen Tillier and Fodiemo Kleinen. Joel and Galen were somewhat acquainted, as after receiving accolades from Boltons, Duke Tillier had invited Joel to serve as a temporary swordsmanship instructor for the Velas Tillier family. Although this lasted merely a month, Galen often stayed close to his elder brother during that time, rendering him familiar with Joel. As for Fodiemo Kleinen, their histories intertwined as two great masters of swordsmanship from the Kleinen family. They had crossed blades numerous times, and despite their differing allegiances, their rapport was far from unfriendly. Joel's identity alleviated Fordamoclin's vigilance towards Lind, who now slightly tilted his head and gazed at the disheveled Joel, speaking casually due to their familiarity. Shouldn't you be celebrating your victory in Red Lake City? What brings you to New Barrel City? Is it to sell your spoils? It seems such matters shouldn't require your involvement as a renowned knight. No, I have come to New Barrel City in search of you, Joel explained. Search for me? Fordamoc displayed a puzzled expression, suddenly struck by a thought. He glanced at Lind and remarked, "You wouldn't be here specifically to showcase a retainer after noticing my servant's excellence during our last sword duel, would you?" He continued candidly, "I must admit, your servant is quite impressive. Though I am unaware of his swordsmanship, he certainly exhibits the courage and presence of a true knight." Upon hearing this, Joel looked at Lind with surprise. He was well aware of Fordamoc's character and understood how challenging it was to earn his approval. To think that Lind had already garnered Fordamoc's commendation after just a brief absence made him curious about what had transpired in that time. However, he quickly snapped out of his reverie and said, "You are mistaken. He is not my servant, but rather a retainer I intend to recommend to you." "A retainer for me?" Fordamoc faltered, revealing a look of confusion. "Allow me to introduce you." Joel gestured towards Lind, saying, "Lind, the bear hunter." Ah, at Joel's introduction, Galantir let out an exclamation, then recalled his earlier remarks, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Fordamoc, too, regarded Lind with astonishment, for he had heard numerous rumors regarding the bear hunter during this time. Like Gallant, he had thought the tales somewhat exaggerated and unworthy of belief. Yet, observing Lind's displayed aura, he began to reconsider. If Lind's swordsmanship could match such presence, perhaps the exaggerated accounts attributed to him were indeed plausible. As Fordamoc scrutinized Lind, Galantir, having quelled his earlier embarrassment, asked with curiosity, "My lord Lind, is it true that you possess the most exquisite dual-wielding swordsmanship in the Riverbend region?" "No." Lind shook his head. As disappointment flickered across Galantir's face, Lind confidently asserted, "It is the most splendid dual-wielding swordsmanship across the entirety of Westeros." Chapter 14. The Sword Duel with All Your Might. "Let me witness the most exquisite dual-wielding swordsmanship of Westeros that you speak of," Fordamoc declared, drawing his longsword as he faced Lind from across the small estate adjacent to the eastern gate of New Barrel City. Though his expression remained neutral and his tone calm, those familiar with him could discern a hint of dissatisfaction directed towards the bear hunter before him. This situation primarily pertains to the character of Fortimo, who holds a profound admiration for individuals of a composed and serious demeanor, much like Lord Landotar. In contrast, Lind's flamboyant nature does not resonate with him. Whether it be the propagation of the bear hunter's song or his recent proclamation of possessing the most exquisite dual-wielding swordsmanship in Westeros, both of which he disapproves. Nonetheless, Fortimo is a person who delineates clearly between personal preferences and duty. He seldom allows his inclinations to influence his decisions. The moment his close friend recommended Lind as his knightly squire, he resolved to honor that request. And what follows is merely his private desire to impart a lesson to this somewhat arrogant bear hunter, reminding him that his self-taught dual-wielding skills pale in comparison to the prowess of a true knight. Lind is aware that he has misspoken in Fortimo's presence. Yet he does not harbor regrets. Should the opportunity arise again, he would articulate the same sentiments, for his words were not directed at Fortimo, but rather intended for Garantler, who stood beside him. Although Garantler appeared composed and mature in the tavern, resembling anything but a mere adolescent, this facade of maturity seems more a guise, concealing the youthful spirit and thoughts he still possesses, such as the belief that certain legendary figures ought to be flamboyant. Lind's pride in his swordsmanship aligns perfectly with Garantler's tastes, a fact that becomes evident during their journey back to the Tyrell family encampment. On the way, Garantler shed his tavern composure and transformed into a curious child, bombarding Lind with inquiries, particularly regarding the battlefield depicted in the bear hunter's song. Lind's responses diverged from the song's narrative, as he recounted the actual number of foes slain and the use of hunters' traps in battle. This candidness did not disappoint Garantler, rather, it deepened his appreciation for Lind's honesty, subtly shifting Fortimo's perception of him, acknowledging his arrogance, but also recognizing him as an honest individual. However, having been nurtured within noble circles and influenced by the Thorn Queen, Garantler had absorbed some insights into leadership. A slight dampening of the confidence of his subordinates could facilitate easier control over their proud natures, akin to a knight taming a spirited steed. Thus, upon returning to the encampment, He eagerly proposed to witness Lind's so-called most exquisite dual-wielding swordsmanship. Yet, being still in the early stages of adolescence, despite his education, Garantler struggled to mask his intentions. His thoughts were plainly reflected on his countenance, making it easy for Lind to discern his motives. Lind remained unconcerned by Garantler's subtle machinations. Even if Garantler had not voiced his desires, Lind would have sought other means to engage in a confrontation with Fortimo. Unlike Fortimo's intention to teach Lind a lesson and temper his pride, Lind yearned to gauge his true capabilities through a duel with Fortimo. Although he had previously slain numerous foes, they were not particularly formidable, and he had often relied on auxiliary conditions to vanquish them. This did not provide a true measure of his own strength. He had contemplated engaging in a formal duel with Joel, yet Joel had declined, citing that victory would yield no benefits and defeat would be humiliating. Now, however, a renowned swordsman, equally celebrated as Joel, had expressed a desire to spar with him, which suited his intentions perfectly. Even if he were to refrain from mentioning Fortimore Klein, he would still unleash his full power. Lind stepped forward, standing before Fortimore. Drawing two broad-bladed hand swords from his waist, he assumed the foundational stance of the peacemaker, his legs slightly bent and his body lowered, fixating his gaze upon Fortimore. In that moment, he resembled a beast poised to strike. Lind immersed himself entirely in the combat memories of the peacemaker, nearly becoming one with it, which transformed his demeanor. The unmistakable aura of bloodshed and slaughter that belonged solely to the battlefield emanated from him. Even Galanteriel, standing at the courtyard's edge, felt this overwhelming presence, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Joel, who stood beside Gallant, was similarly affected. His expression grew serious as he instinctively stepped forward to shield Gallant, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. In stark contrast to Gallant and Joel, Fortimore faced the full brunt of Lind's warrior aura, experiencing its intensity tenfold compared to those around him. At that moment, he abandoned his initial intention to temper Lind's mindset and instead approached him as a formidable adversary. Gripping his sword hilt tightly, he too exuded a warrior's presence, clashing with Lind's aura, fully entering the state of combat. Though Fortimore could not yet discern the extent of Lind's swordsmanship, he recognized that Lind's aura surpassed that of most warriors and knights he had encountered. Among those he knew, only seasoned veterans like the fearless Barristan possessed such a presence. Among the younger generation of knights, only the formidable Gregor Clegane could rival Lind. Igniting his curiosity as to how a mere hunter, with limited battlefield experience, could exude such a potent warrior's aura. Both Lind and Fortimore sought to overpower each other with their respective auras, hoping to provoke a flaw in the opponent under the weight of the pressure. However, their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Despite the night having fallen, numerous guards from the Tyler family patrolled the encampment, their attention captured by the duel unfolding in the courtyard. Those who had already retired for the night awoke to the commotion and emerged to witness the spectacle, leading to an increasing crowd gathering around the courtyard. Even windows in the loft were flung open, with several individuals leaning out to peer down. However, to their disappointment, they witnessed not a spectacular duel, but rather their mentor, Fortimoclean, and a young man wielding twin swords, striking poses and remaining motionless, exuding not tension but an air of absurdity. Only a handful of guards positioned near the confrontation truly sensed the formidable aura enveloping the courtyard. Yet, they were oblivious to its origin and the very concept of such an aura, merely feeling their thoughts dull and their bodies somewhat unsteady. Just as many began to find the spectacle tedious and contemplated returning to their chambers for respite, both Lind and Fortimore struck simultaneously after a prolonged standoff. Fortimore lunged forward in a bow stance, his longsword aimed directly at Lind with such force that it seemed capable of effortlessly cleaving through any obstruction. However, Lind had no intention of meeting this assault head-on, fully aware of his own limitations and strength, and recognizing that the defensive power of a one-handed sword could not withstand the might of a two-handed knight's strike. To resist would surely result in a shattered blade and a fatal outcome. Thus, as Fortimore launched his attack, Lind had already devised his evasion strategy, swiftly gliding to the side as if skating on ice, narrowly avoiding the descending sword. Simultaneously, his broad-bladed sword advanced in a coordinated motion, targeting Fortimore's chest and waist. Fortimore, seemingly anticipating the failure of his strike, began to sidestep while twisting his body, maintaining the momentum of his long sword. With deft control of his wrist, he arched the blade through the air, redirecting it toward Lind's lower back, appearing to trade injury for injury. Yet Lind understood all too well that, given Fortimore's distance, the length of the sword, and the speed of the attack, he would inevitably be struck in the back before he could reach Fortimore. Unperturbed by this realization, he propelled himself forward with the swiftness of a galloping steed, closing the distance between them, while Fortimore instinctively retreated. Thus, Lind and Fortimore moved with extraordinary speed within the courtyard, dodging and altering their offensive maneuvers, each targeting the other's vital points. Despite the fierce exchanges, not a single strike found its mark. The onlookers remained silent, captivated by the duel at the center of the courtyard. Even the most obtuse observer could discern the intensity of their engagement, where a moment's inattention could lead to a grievous wound or even death. It was not only those unfamiliar with the context who felt this tension, even Gallen and Joel, aware of the reasons behind the duel, experienced an illusion of the two men as mortal enemies. Although both Lind and Fortimo exhibited remarkably swift and agile footwork, anyone with even a rudimentary understanding of swordsmanship could discern the subtle distinctions in their movements. Fortimo's every step adhered to the formal cadence of a knight, straightforward and utilitarian, yet undeniably effective. In contrast, Lind's movements resembled a graceful dance, embellished with rhythmic body sways and the dual wielding of his long swords, rendering him akin to a masterful performer, a sight to behold. However, only discerning individuals like Joel, possessing exceptional swordsmanship, could truly appreciate the cunning nature of Lind's dual-wielding technique. For his swords invariably struck at the opponent's vulnerabilities from astonishing angles, leaving them with no recourse but to evade. At that moment, the dynamic of their engagement, characterized by simultaneous movement and assault, was dictated by Lind, while Fortimo merely reacted in a passive manner. From this perspective, it was evident that Lind had maintained the upper hand from the outset, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Fortimo was likely to face defeat. Yet, just as Joel anticipated Fortimo's downfall, Lind's speed abruptly diminished, and Fortimo astutely seized this opportunity. He executed a diagonal thrust with his sword from below, compelling Lind to evade, while simultaneously crossing his swords downward in an attempt to mitigate the upward momentum of Fortimo's strike. However, the formidable force behind Fortimo's longsword shattered Lind's defense, momentarily stalling the offensive and granting Lind sufficient time to evade, allowing the sword's tip to narrowly pass before him. In that instant, Fortimo appeared to overextend, exposing a significant vulnerability. Had Lind chosen to strike at that moment, he could have likely triumphed over Fortimo. Nevertheless, Lind executed a seemingly perplexing maneuver, swiftly retreating to increase the distance between them and adopting a defensive stance with his swords. "There is no need to continue. It is a draw," Fortimo remarked, slightly panting as he sheathed his sword. He then regarded Lind with a sense of satisfaction and declared, "Starting tomorrow, you shall be my knightly squire, and I shall impart to you the true essence of knighthood." With that, he turned to acknowledge Gallen with a courteous bow and gestured for the onlookers to disperse, making his way toward his chambers. Fortimo held considerable authority in that setting, and upon his command, the spectators began to disperse, though their minds remained captivated by the brief yet thrilling duel they had just witnessed. Clusters of individuals engaged in hushed discussions, predominantly speculating about Lind's true identity. After all, it was quite astonishing that a youth appearing no older than 15 or 16 possessed swordsmanship rivaling that of masters such as Fortimo and Karen, a fact that piqued everyone's curiosity. Most conjectured that Lind was the illegitimate son of a prominent noble, as only the highest echelons of society could afford to hire genuine swordsmanship masters to instruct their offspring, for true noble heirs typically did not require exceptional sword skills, focusing instead on the knowledge pertinent to their aristocratic lineage. However, some speculate that Lind might hail from Starfall City, as the Dawnblade Arthur Dane is renowned for his expertise in dual-wielding swordsmanship, suggesting that members of the Dane family are similarly skilled in this art. Yet, this conjecture was swiftly refuted, for the notion that the Dawnblade is a master of dual-wielding is merely a fabrication. In truth, the Dawnblade has always wielded the ancestral artifact of the Dane lineage, known as Dawn, a colossal sword that necessitates both hands for effective use. Consequently, the rumor morphed into the belief that the Dawnblade excelled in dual-wielding techniques. Amidst the plethora of erroneous speculations, a few individuals accurately identified Lind as the bear hunter celebrated in bardic tales. Currently, the most esteemed master of dual-wielding swordsmanship in Riverbend is undoubtedly the bear hunter. In the ballad dedicated to him, Lind is depicted as a fierce warrior, slaying foes with the ease of harvesting grass. Nonetheless, those who arrived at the correct conclusion remain uncertain about their assumptions, for Lind appears exceedingly youthful and his physique does not align with the formidable image they envisioned. Chapter 15. The unexpected arrival. I must apologize for my doubts. Galantiriel approached Lind and, with utmost gravitas, bowed respectfully, stating, "My Lord Lind, your swordsmanship is indeed as exquisite and splendid as the tales suggest. I sincerely hope that your skills will be of great utility within the Tyrael family in the future." Upon hearing Galantiriel's words, Lind was momentarily taken aback, for he discerned that Tyriel intended to recruit him as a direct subordinate of the Tyriel family. Joanna had recommended him to Fortimo, and logically, his lineage should be affiliated with the Cline family, as both Joanna and Fortimo, along with his birthplace of White Village, all belong to Cline. Although, as a hunter, he is a freeman rather than a denizen of Red Lake City, from various perspectives, the moment he became Fortimo Cline's attendant. The prefix of his identity acquired the Cline surname. However, Tyriel's words now undoubtedly implied an intention to transfer Lynd's allegiance from the Cline family to the Tyriel family, transforming him into Lynd of Tyriel, which is undoubtedly advantageous for him. While Fortimo Cline is a renowned master of swordsmanship in Riverbend, serving as the captain of the High Garden Guards and the swordsmanship instructor for the Tyriel family, his branch of the Cline family has, after all, been rendered the vanquished in the internal strife of the family and now finds itself residing within the High Garden. Their holdings consist merely of an estate granted by the Tyriel family and some properties belonging to the Cline family within the High Garden. Their status has devolved from that of a noble family to a court aristocracy within the Tyriel family. Thus the most Fortimo could offer Lynd would be the title of a knight. In contrast, the Tyriel family presents a different scenario. Although they chose the wrong side during the Usurper Wars, they did not inflict any substantial harm upon House Stark. Consequently, after Robert Baratheon ascended the Iron Throne, they faced little retribution, as evidenced by their continued appointment to guard the southern borders. Moreover, the valiant character of Robert Baratheon instilled in him a profound respect for the Tyrell family, who had caused him considerable hardship during the war, or more precisely, for Lord Mace Tyrell. Under the principle of love for one's family, he naturally harbored no ill will towards the Tyrells. Furthermore, the Tyrell family had been diligently working throughout the year to mend their relationship with the Iron Throne. Although the results were modest, they nonetheless achieved some degree of success. From Duke Mace Tyrell's prominent attendance at Joffrey Baratheon's birth celebration to their current invitation to the Reach for the upcoming tournament commemorating the birth of the Baratheon heir, it is evident that the relationship between the Tyrell family and the Iron Throne is gradually improving. With external pressures alleviated, the Tyrells now have the energy to address the internal powers within the Reach, such as the Fossaway family of New Barrel, the Florent family of Brightwater Keep, and the Rowans of Goldtree, all of whom have long prided themselves on their ancient lineage. Thus, the Tyrell family is certainly not lacking in opportunities to achieve great deeds. Although Garland's remark sparked a flurry of thoughts in Lynn's mind, his expression remained composed, betraying no unusual emotions. After sheathing his weapon, he followed the attendant, walking alongside Joel towards their assigned quarters, while massaging his arm muscles to alleviate the soreness incurred from the recent exertion. Though the skirmish lasted barely over a minute, it had placed a considerable strain on Lynn's stamina, causing his pace to noticeably slow as fatigue set in. Despite Fortimo's assertion that the two were evenly matched, Lynd was acutely aware that he had, in truth, been defeated. He had long recognized his limitations regarding stamina and had begun systematically enhancing his physical condition during his time in White Village, training to build strength. In a relatively short period, he had seen significant improvements. However, even so, his current endurance was insufficient to sustain him through a high-intensity battle. And stamina training was not something that could be accomplished overnight. For the foreseeable future, this would undoubtedly remain his Achilles heel. As Lynd contemplated ways to remedy this weakness, the group arrived at a quaint, separate building within the estate. The attendant assigned Lynd and Joel to 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, inquiring if they required anything before departing. Shortly thereafter, several maidservants led them to the bathroom downstairs to assist them with their bathing. Whether it was due to Lynd's presence in the adjacent bath or Joel's embarrassment, or perhaps a concern about jeopardizing his image within the Tyrell family, Joel refrained from making any advances towards the maidservants, despite being consumed with desire. As for Lynd, he opted for self-sufficiency, eschewing the maidservant's assistance in favor of his customary bathing routine from his previous life. After completing his bath, Joel, observing Lynd now clad in fresh attire, jested. "You must still be a novice, right? If you have the chance, you should try it. In this world, only fine wine and beautiful women are truly genuine." "Fine wine and beautiful women?" Lynd cast a sidelong glance at Joel and remarked, "Is it truly so that you can be easily knocked unconscious by a street ruffian after merely 2 cups of mead? Or perhaps remain utterly unperturbed by those women's advances as you did moments ago? You scoundrel." Unable to restrain himself, Joel muttered a curse under his breath. Upon returning to his chamber, he discovered that the servants had already laid out a feast of delectable food and fine wine on the table. The culinary delights from House Tyler required no introduction, and the exquisite wine hailing from Cheening Island was irresistible, prompting Joel to gather the food and drink and venture to Lynn's room, for such indulgences are best enjoyed in the company of others. "Did they not prepare any wine or food for you?" Joel inquired upon entering Lynn's chamber, only to find the table utterly bare. Lynn responded, "Have you forgotten? I do not partake in wine, and I have already dined at the tavern, so there is no need for further sustenance." Joel did not press Lynn to drink. Instead, he poured himself a glass and downed it in one go, sensing a weight upon his heart. After finishing a second glass, Lynn queried, "Did you come to see me merely to showcase your drinking?" After a brief silence, Joel nonsensically remarked, "Truly impressive." Taken aback, Lynn initially thought Joel was referring to him, but soon realized he was mistaken. The admiration was for others. Joel, with genuine admiration, reflected on how the Tyler family's ability to guard the South was unparalleled among noble houses. Even a 10-year-old child can deftly wield political machinations. Such prowess is seldom seen in other families. The Tyler family's dominance over the various nobles of the Riverbend region over the years is no mere coincidence. "Are you concerned about the future of the Klein family?" Lind inquired. Joel shot Lind an incredulous look and replied, "What concern is it of mine? That is a matter for the elders of the family. Besides, even if the Klein family currently governing Red Lake City were to face calamity, they still have a branch preserved. The Klein family will not vanish." "Then what, may I ask, is the source of your melancholy?" Lind questioned, bewildered. Joel merely regarded Lind silently, saying nothing. After sipping a couple more gulps of wine, he appeared somewhat inebriated and began to speak more freely, much like a mentor cautioning Lind about matters to consider upon joining House Tyler. He then suggested that Lind get some rest before rising and returning to his own chamber, where soon the sound of his snoring filled the air. Joel's sudden change of demeanor left Lind perplexed. He could not fathom why Joel had become so sentimental and why his attitude differed so markedly from their interactions during their journey from Goldtree City. At that moment, a voice emerged from the doorway, stating, "He sees you as a reflection of his former squire. Your personalities and ages are quite similar, though there is a slight disparity in swordsmanship. In the past, he entrusted his squire to Lord Barristan, only to err in the presence of the Mad King, leading to his squire's torment and demise." Lynn's expression shifted slightly as he looked up to the doorway, where an ordinary-looking elder clad in servant attire had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. From the elder's recent utterances, it is evident that he must have lingered at the door for a considerable time, overhearing Joel's words of caution. Yet, both Lind and Joel remained oblivious to the presence of an eavesdropper outside, which undoubtedly heightened Lynn's sense of vigilance. Lind thought it understandable that Joel had failed to notice someone lurking beyond the door, but his own senses had been remarkably sharpened since his rebirth. He could effortlessly discern all sounds within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, including footsteps, conversations, and even the faintest breaths. However, even now, despite seeing a figure standing at the entrance, he could not perceive the elder's breathing, as if the old man were merely an illusion. As Lind pondered the identity of the elder before him, the figure, shrouded in the shadows at the door, addressed him, "Do not be alarmed. I am merely a nameless and identityless soul, here solely to meet an old friend. I should have departed quietly, but your swordsmanship piqued my curiosity. Thus I find myself before you. Your companion is Joel?" Lind did not relax his guard simply because the elder showed no malicious intent. His hand remained firmly on the hilt of his sword, and he cautiously inquired, "You are merely an unintentional occurrence, much like myself?" The elder paid little heed to Lind's grip on his sword. After listening to the question, he slightly shook his head, seemingly reluctant to delve further into the topic. Instead, he posed another question. "Is your swordsmanship taught by a master of the water dancers?" "No," Lind replied, shaking his head. "Is that so?" A look of confusion crossed the elder's face as he continued. "Although your swordsmanship greatly diverges from that of the water dancers, your movements bear a striking resemblance to theirs, suggesting that your style is an adaptation of their techniques, specifically tailored for dual wielding. Few possess the ability to modify the water dancer's steps, and in Westeros, there is but one." With a grave intensity, he fixed his gaze upon Lind and inquired once more, "Are you certain your swordsmanship instructor is not a master of the water dancers?" "I can assert with utmost certainty that my swordsmanship does not stem from a master of the water dancers," Lind replied emphatically. Then, he regarded the elder with profound significance and remarked, "Every mortal meets their end, and every mortal must serve. Is that water dancer master your target? The faceless man from Bravos?" Upon hearing Lind's words, the elder regarded him with astonishment, neither denying nor confirming Lind's presumption, but instead responding with skepticism. "If my memory serves me correctly, you, Sir Lind, are merely an ordinary hunter, having never ventured beyond the reach, let alone to the continent of Essos. How, then, do you possess knowledge of the faceless men of Bravos?" Lind did not respond. Instead, he unsheathed his twin swords and addressed the elder. "I am eager to witness the legendary swordsmanship of the faceless men. Let us engage in a duel, and I shall disclose the source of my knowledge." The elderly man shook his head and remarked, "If you are acquainted with the faceless men, you should understand that they only eliminate targets marked by the god of 1,000 faces, and you are not one of them." As he spoke, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the attic, likely servants coming to tidy the bathroom below. Sensing the arrival of others, the old man lost interest in conversing with Lind and, after bowing respectfully, retreated into the shadows. Lind did not linger to watch the elder depart. Instead, he pursued him. But the man had already vanished from the entrance. However, with his extraordinary sight, he could still discern a figure swiftly navigating the trees nearby, leaping onto the adjacent wall before disappearing from view. With the elder gone, Lind returned to his chamber, securely closed the door, and lay down on the bed, leaving his twin, swords within arm's reach rather than sheathing them. Although he had not sustained any injury, the encounter served as a profound lesson, eradicating the pride he had felt from his duel with Furthermore Killian. It also made him acutely aware that the world of ice and fire harbored numerous enigmatic forces and unknown adversaries capable of posing a threat to him, reminding him that a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. In the ensuing hours, Lind maintained a state of half-sleep, never letting down his guard until dawn. Upon hearing Joel stirring next door, he promptly sought out Joel to recount the events of the previous night. Joel initially appeared taken aback, but soon, as if struck by a realization, his expression darkened. He reassured Lind not to worry about the faceless man but offered no further commentary. Before departing, however, Joel sought out Furthermore Killian for an extended conversation. Subsequently, the guards surrounding Galantiriel doubled in number, and Furthermore remained vigilantly at Gallant's side, as if anticipating an assassination attempt. Chapter 16. Arrival at Bitterbridge. Although on the television series, the continent of Westeros seems relatively small, with cities in close proximity and reachable within days, the reality is that the distances between the cities of the Seven Kingdoms are vast, often measured in months or even years. For instance, Lind's journey from King's Landing to New Barrel City, which was expedited by traveling downstream, took merely 4 or 5 days. However, had he chosen to traverse by land, it would likely have required over a month, and in poor conditions, the journey could easily extend by another month. After departing from New Barrel City, the Tyrell entourage traveled along the Rose Road in a northeast direction, meandering along the way, ultimately taking over a month to reach Bitterbridge. Baron Almond Caswell, having received advance notice, awaited their arrival outside his castle, warmly welcoming Galantiriel's party. He expressed that a feast had been prepared and kindly requested that Gallant remain for the evening, in the spirit of hospitality, and continue their journey the following day. In an effort to appease Baron Caswell of House Rose, Galantir yielded to an exceptionally humble demeanor, leaving no grounds for refusal. Consequently, the company encamped outside the castle of Bitterbridge, and Galantir, accompanied by the knights and nobles of his retinue, proceeded into the castle to partake in a banquet. Although Lind was a squire to Ser Fortimore, he lacked the privilege to attend such a noble gathering and was relegated to the camp, where he shared the provisions provided by Baron Caswell with the others. During the past month, Lind had gleaned no combat-related skills from Fortimore, who candidly informed him that he could impart no further knowledge in swordsmanship or warfare. Instead, he suggested that Lind practice according to his previous methods, with the sole instruction being how to serve as a squire, thus tending to Fortimer's warhorse, assisting in the maintenance of armor and weaponry, and learning the rudiments of knightly etiquette became his daily routine. In his spare time, he adhered to his former training regimen to enhance his physical prowess and engage in group combat drills. However, what proved to be most beneficial for Lind were the cultural lessons, entirely unrelated to knightly combat. Each evening, Fortimore summoned Scholar Holly to impart lessons on the history of the Seven Kingdoms, the lineage of the great houses, and the sigils and mottos of each family. Lind's prior understanding of the world of ice and fire stemmed from his past life's television series and forum discussions, supplemented by a book detailing the lore of this universe, an intriguing tome that Scholar Holly claimed existed in the Citadel, though only a select few scholars had access to it. While this structured education did not directly enhance his martial capabilities, it was pivotal for his future ascension to a higher status. Scholar Holly hailed from a minor vassal house under House Tyrell and possessed considerable expertise in history and culture. He accompanied the Tyrell entourage to King's Landing, not as a member of House Rose. Initially, Holly was quite reluctant to teach Lind, not due to any prejudice regarding Lind's status, but because he had his own responsibilities that required attention, and instructing Lind encroached upon his personal time. Nevertheless, as time elapsed, his perspective shifted from passive to proactive, and he would occasionally summon Lind to his carriage on the road to continue lessons from the previous day. This transformation in Scholar Holly was entirely attributable to the joy he discovered in teaching Lind, a sentiment he had not experienced before. The noble family to which Holly belonged was situated at the confluence of the Reach and Dorne, frequently embroiled in conflicts with the Dornish. thus fostering a culture of martial prowess while neglecting other forms of knowledge. As a result, the young scions of this family were only required to learn some noble etiquette and a smattering of the local history, leaving Holly with little opportunity to utilize his scholarly talents. This time, Bachelor Holly undertook the arduous journey to King's Landing primarily because a dear friend from the Citadel informed him that Archmaester Pycelle intended to compile the history of the Targaryen dynasty. Hoping the Citadel would dispatch a scholar adorned with a red copper chain to assist him. Renowned for his expertise in history, Bachelor Holly perfectly fit Archmaester Pycelle's requirements. His friend, aware of Holly's discontent within the noble family he served, conveyed this opportunity to him. On the very day he received the letter, Holly promptly resigned from his noble patron and set forth alone. Fortunately, luck favored him as he encountered several merchant caravans bound for Highgarden, traveling with them safely to their destination. Upon arriving at Highgarden, he learned that the Tyrell family had sent representatives to King's Landing for the tournament, prompting him to join the ranks of House Tyrell. Thus, when Ser Fortham sought him out to impart knowledge to Lind, he found it impossible to decline. The swordsmanship displayed at the encampment of New Barrel City had left an indelible impression on Holly and the renowned reputation of the bear hunter. Coupled with Lind's identity as a hunter, instinctively led him to equate Lind with the noble students he had previously instructed. However, after several days of teaching Lind, Holly discovered that the young man was entirely different from his former pupils. Lind exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm for all the knowledge Holly imparted, beyond the planned curriculum. He would inquire about subjects beyond the lessons, and as their discussions progressed, he posed academic questions that occasionally left Holly stumped. Yet, what truly astonished Holly was Lind's remarkable capacity for learning. Almost all the knowledge he conveyed was grasped by Lind after a single exposition, and he could commit text to memory after merely one reading, leading Holly to feel as though a sphinx resided within Lind. "You ought to go to the Citadel," became a phrase Holly uttered daily. This revelation swiftly reached Galen, and upon confirming Lind's exceptional learning abilities, he permitted Lind to borrow books from his traveling collection, albeit limited to one at a time. Lind's astounding aptitude once again stirred considerable excitement within the party, though this commotion paled in comparison to the uproar that erupted when the group first learned of his identity as the bear hunter. On that day, after a bout of swordplay with Ser Fortham, the nobles, soldiers, servants, and stable hands within the party began speculating about Lind's identity, although some guessed his connection to the bear hunter due to his dual sword technique. The vast disparity between Lind's age and build compared to the public's image of a bear hunter led to the swift dismissal of this theory. Ultimately, the following day, Galen made a grand announcement of Lind's inclusion in House Tyrell, prompting all to realize that Lind was indeed the legendary figure celebrated in the ballads of bards. After the initial shock subsided, the members of the team readily accepted Lind and welcomed his presence with great enthusiasm. After all, given the myriad dangers on the road to King's Landing, an additional formidable warrior like Lind offered a greater sense of security. In the subsequent month of camaraderie, Lind encountered no challenges or doubts regarding his abilities. Indeed, the duel with Fortimo had already demonstrated his prowess to the team. Furthermore, it was evident to discerning eyes that Galanteriel held Lind in high regard, prompting nobles, guards, and servants alike to show him considerable respect, some even making a concerted effort to befriend him. However, this overture stemmed from a mix of genuine interest and external suggestion, leading both Fortimo and Gallant to discreetly observe Lind's conduct, curious to see if he would become ensnared by flattery. Yet, Lind's demeanor proved satisfactory to them. He navigated the attempts at camaraderie with the grace of a true noble, remaining humble rather than becoming arrogant in the face of compliments. Instead, he embodied the essence of a modest scholar, eager to learn from those around him, be it the groom on how to care for horses, the warriors on maintaining armor and weaponry, or the servants on the appropriate etiquette for addressing various nobles. Most gratifying to Gallant and Fortimo was Lind's remarkable self-discipline. His daily activities were meticulously planned, and he adhered to a structured routine, evoking memories of Lord Landatari. While his strictness may not have endeared him to the common members of the team, it garnered them additional respect. However, it was Lind's exhibited combat prowess that truly captivated them. As Fortimo's approach to Lind's training was largely hands-off, Lind adhered to his original regimen, focusing on enhancing his physical condition and practical combat skills. While he could independently conduct physical training, practical combat required cooperation from others. Thus, Lind's combat training became a daily spectacle for the team, evolving from one-on-one engagements to confrontations against multiple opponents, starting with 4, then 5, and later 6 combatants. Lind adeptly adjusted to this multifaceted combat style, eventually sensing that merely increasing numbers no longer posed a significant challenge. He instructed the training soldiers to don armor and wield shields and spears, forming a battle formation to engage him. This adjustment rekindled the pressure he sought. And on several occasions, he found himself nearly bested by his sparring partners. For the other members of the group, witnessing exhilarating battles daily infused a touch of enjoyment into what would otherwise be a monotonous march. They would often gather around the training grounds, cheering for Lind and the soldiers accompanying him. Some of the maidens even tossed wildflowers, freshly picked from the roadside, towards their favorite individuals at the conclusion of training, with Lind naturally receiving the majority of these floral tributes. Through countless practical training sessions, Lind's formidable combat prowess subtly influenced these warriors, garnering him increasing respect. Though merely a squire, his voice held considerably more weight within the Rose family's ranks than that of an ordinary knight. This incited a degree of jealousy amongst several knights and nobles, who attempted to malign Lind's character to Galland, albeit to no avail. His absence from the banquet at Bitterbridge Castle was, to some extent, attributed to these individuals. Otherwise, despite his lower status as a squire, he would have secured a place in a corner of the Grand Hall. Regarding his absence from the castle banquet, Lind remained indifferent, not nearly as concerned as those envious knights and nobles presumed. After dining in the camp, he took to a flat expanse outside the castle town to engage in his routine throwing practice. Drawing from the combat experience of a peacekeeper, he recognized the effectiveness of throwing weapons in one-on-one duels, though they proved less suitable for group combat. Nonetheless, adhering to the belief that practice is never detrimental, he devoted time to honing this skill. However, after a period of practice, Lind realized he had underestimated this ability. He discovered that throwing skills could yield remarkable results in both individual duels and battlefield skirmishes. The only modification he needed to make was to refrain from hurling his melee weapon and instead utilize small armaments such as throwing knives, hand axes, and short spears. Unfortunately, among the accompanying personnel, only a leatherworker was present, and there was no blacksmith to craft the throwing weapons he envisioned. Thus, he borrowed a few daggers and hand axes from the warriors in the group for his training. Although it was nighttime and the surroundings were devoid of light, the clear sky allowed the moonlight to illuminate the area, enabling Lind to perceive his environment without hindrance. Moreover, it provided him the opportunity to practice night combat. After successfully hitting marked spots on the trees with the daggers and hand axes, Lind felt that continuing in this manner yielded diminishing returns. He recognized the need to increase the difficulty, perhaps by incorporating moving targets into his training regimen. Just as he contemplated the next steps in his training, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Since encountering the Faceless One, Lind had consciously trained his sensory perception, no longer passively relying on the innate gifts bestowed by his reborn body. Though the training period had been brief, he had already begun to see promising results. Through the training of this period, Lind had swiftly discerned the general physique of the approaching individual by the nuances of their footsteps, both their weight and frequency. Upon turning to face the source of the sound, he was greeted by a figure whose height and build aligned with his estimations, prompting a faint smile of satisfaction to grace his features. There were two individuals approaching him. One was Raoul, a guard warrior of the Tyrrell family, who had frequently accompanied Lind in swordsmanship practice, thus establishing a cordial relationship with him. The other was clad in the attire of a Bitterbridge guard, notably tall, towering half a head above Lind, and relatively young, likely of a similar age. However, his physique was robust, with his arms and upper body muscles straining against his clothing. To appear more mature, he had allowed a sparse growth of facial hair, which resembled the fine fuzz of an infant rather than a proper beard. Chapter 17. Reluctance to be ordinary, he is the bear hunter you seek. Lind. Upon reaching Lind, Raoul gestured towards him, introducing the young man. Honored bear hunter. My name is Raleigh, son of the Bitterbridge blacksmith. The young man approached Lind somewhat awkwardly, taking a deep breath as if steeling himself for a significant decision. His expression taut, and his tone exceedingly formal. I have found no worthy opponents in Bitterbridge. The knights disdain dueling with someone of my standing. I have heard your legend and, just moments ago, learned from your camp that you once sparred with Lord Fortimo. Thus, I wish to. As he faltered mid-sentence, a look of hesitation crossed his face, seemingly at a loss for how to articulate his next thought. Are you seeking to challenge me? Lind voiced the unspoken query lingering in the young man's mind. Raleigh exhaled in relief and nodded, though a trace of anxiety crept into his voice as he asked, Is that permissible? Of course, Lind affirmed, nodding again before glancing at Raoul. Has he already sparred with you? Raoul chuckled wryly, replying, We have sparred. But this fellow's strength is overwhelming. None of us could match him. He then regarded Raleigh and continued, while at Highgarden. We heard tales of a formidable individual in the service of Baron Bitterbridge, a blacksmith's son, barely in his teens, yet possessing strength that surpasses most adult warriors. I now realize those rumors were not exaggerated, much akin to your own legends, Lord Lind. Upon hearing Raoul's introduction, Lind regarded Raleigh with a hint of curiosity before drawing his twin swords from his waist and gesturing towards Raleigh. In that case, let us commence. Wait, Raleigh stammered, taken aback by Lind's action. Are we using real swords? Indeed, Lind replied solemnly. While utilizing practice swords poses no danger, it fails to emulate the realities of combat. In your heart, you may feel that a strike from a practice sword would cause only minor injury, thus resulting in erroneous actions in both offense and defense. Such missteps may not matter during practice, but on the battlefield, they can prove fatal. Upon hearing Lind's explanation, Rory, though not entirely comprehending, sensed a semblance of truth in his words. Consequently, he hastily turned and rushed towards the castle, seemingly intent on retrieving his sword. After Rory's departure, Raoul, with a hint of bewilderment, inquired, "My Lord Lind, why do you find the time to instruct this lad now? We, on the other hand, have sought your assistance in enhancing our swordsmanship, yet you have consistently claimed to be too occupied." Lind, detecting a trace of dissatisfaction in Raoul's tone, replied, "I have previously stated that what individuals like you, the foundational warriors, require is not merely swordsmanship, but rather the ability to coordinate effectively in battle formations. Exceptional sword skills alone will not ensure your survival amidst the chaos of a 1,000-man melee. Rather, it is a team of comrades who work in perfect harmony that will." Raoul merely smirked, refraining from further comment. He acknowledged the validity of Lind's words, yet he harbored a yearning to possess remarkable sword skills. Hoping to catch the eye of a knight, become a squire, and ultimately have the chance to ascend to knighthood, rather than merely serving as a foot soldier until death. Perhaps due to the commotion caused by Rory at the encampment, some onlookers had gathered in the open space, primarily eager to witness how Lind would instruct the son of the blacksmith from Bitterbridge, while also venting the frustration of having been recently bested by him. By the time Rory returned with his long sword, a crowd of 2 or 3 dozen had amassed around the area, including guards from the Tillier family and those from Bitterbridge Castle. Faced with such an audience, Rory did not falter. On the contrary, he appeared invigorated. Approaching Lind, he eagerly unsheathed his longsword, assuming the most common offensive stance. The duel commenced. Lind, however, did not adopt any preparatory stance. After offering Rory a brief reminder, he ambled towards him, appearing less like a combatant and more like a leisurely walker. It was Rory, fully prepared, who felt an overwhelming pressure. To him, Lind resembled a formidable beast steadily advancing upon its prey. This compelled him to retreat a couple of steps to alleviate some of the mounting pressure. Yet, Lind's approach did not cease. He continued to draw closer, and the pressure Rory had just diminished surged back, stronger than before, perhaps fearing that if he remained passive, he would ultimately lose the courage to swing his sword at all. Rory mustered his resolve against the invisible weight pressing down upon him. With a mighty roar, he swung his sword fiercely towards Lind. Although Rory's strike was vigorous, the mightiest of attacks is futile if it cannot find its mark. In a deft motion, Lind sidestepped slightly, easily evading the descending longsword. Simultaneously, his left hand wielded a half-sword towards Rory's neck, while his right hand angled the sword into a thrust, almost instantaneously placing one blade against Rory's throat and the other pressed firmly against his chest. The surrounding sounds abruptly fell silent, and soon the guards of the Bitterbridge began to gasp in astonishment. After all, Raleigh was renowned as a formidable warrior within the castle for over a year. No soldier had been able to defeat him, with only a few knights within the castle possibly surpassing his prowess. The fact that such a powerful individual could be vanquished so effortlessly by a single person left those soldiers, who had previously succumbed to Raleigh, utterly astonished. Conversely, the soldiers of the Tillier family had grown accustomed to Lind's might during this time and displayed no surprise at the unfolding scene, thus revealing little emotion. As for Raleigh, the protagonist of this spectacle, he was utterly bewildered. Although he had sensed the overwhelming pressure Lind exerted, making him aware of the disparity between them, he never anticipated that the chasm would be so vast. The recent encounter hardly constituted a duel. Lind merely took a step and nonchalantly wielded his sword, defeating Raleigh with ease. An unprecedented sense of frustration washed over him. Continue, once more. Lind calmly instructed as he withdrew his twin swords from Raleigh's vicinity and stepped back. Raleigh, momentarily taken aback, gathered his shaken confidence, inhaled deeply, and tightened his grip on his sword, attacking Lind once more as he had done previously. The outcome of this assault mirrored the last. Lind sidestepped effortlessly, evading Raleigh's strike, and capitalized on the opening presented, subduing him once again. Raleigh's confidence suffered another blow, and his mind began to entertain the unsettling thought that perhaps he was not as formidable as he had believed. He questioned whether his previous victories against the castle guards were merely due to their underestimating his youth and allowing him to win. He pondered whether he should abandon his knightly aspirations and dutifully inherit his father's blacksmith shop to become a smith instead. Are you aware of your shortcomings? Lind, recognizing the impact he had on Rawley's confidence, chose not to press further, but instead spoke earnestly. Shortcomings? Rawley was taken aback, his expression one of utter confusion. Lind, adopting the role of a mentor, explained, I surmise you have not undergone any formal sword training. Your technique is merely a mimicry of the castle guards' drills and the training of the knights from the Caswell family. Your swordsmanship is rather rudimentary, relying solely on your physical prowess. When faced with opponents of inferior physicality, you may prevail, yet against those possessing superior attributes or masterful swordsmanship, your advantages will vanish. At these words, Rawley's complexion paled. He had never contemplated the multitude of flaws he harbored, perhaps due to his youth and immaturity. He was quick to succumb to self-doubt in the face of adversity, causing the pride he had nurtured over the years to waver precariously. Lyndon offered a piece of advice. If you wish to enhance your abilities in a short span, I suggest you practice evasion and defense. And it would be even better if you could enlist the guidance of a sword instructor. A lowly blacksmith's son ought to remain in his rightful place. Hands accustomed to wielding a hammer are unworthy of grasping a sword. Just as Lynn's words hung in the air, a sharp, piercing voice emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Upon hearing this voice, the guards of Castle Bitterbridge, including Rawley, seemed to recognize the speaker, each bowing their heads slightly in deference, while others turned with curiosity towards the source of the sound. A diminutive figure, accompanied by several well-equipped baronial guards and attendants, advanced from the rear of the throng. This slight silhouette was a sickly-looking youth, with a pallid complexion, sunken cheeks, and lifeless eyes that suggested he might faint at any moment. Yet, his opulent attire and the reactions of those around him indicated that he possessed an extraordinary lineage, likely a scion of the Baron of Bitterbridge. Approaching Rawley, the youth halted but paid no heed to the bowed figure at his side. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Lind, his eyes betraying a palpable jealousy, resentment, and even outright hatred. This venomous stare puzzled Lind, for he was certain this was his first encounter with the boy. However, the youth's gaze lingered on Lind for but a moment before shifting to Rawley, where he wore an expression of utter disdain and proclaimed, You are merely a blacksmith's son, destined to linger by the forge, much like your wretched father. In the face of the boy's scorn, Rawley kept his head bowed, saying nothing, yet the tight grip on the hilt of his sword revealed the fury brewing within him. It was evident that the baronial guards flanking the youth had taken note of Rawley's demeanor. They rested their hands near their weapons, prepared to strike should Rawley make even the slightest move. The onlookers from Castle Bitterbridge showed no concern for their colleague's plight, instead wearing expressions of amusement and schadenfreude, indicating that the relationship between Rawley and his peers was anything but cordial. Indeed, it was quite acrimonious. What? Do you intend to use that sword against me? The youth, undaunted by Rawley's demeanor, stepped forward with increasing contempt, and in full view of all present, delivered a resounding slap across Rawley's face. Despite the youth's frail appearance, the force of the blow was substantial, echoing through the crowd. Even Rawley's head was jolted backward, while the boy winced from the pain of his own strike, instinctively rubbing his hand afterward. Though publicly humiliated, Rawley did not retaliate. He maintained his bowed posture, his grip on the sword unwavering. The youth, sensing Rawley's reluctance to respond, derided him further. You truly are a worthless wretch. Go back to your filthy hole. Tonight, you have brought disgrace upon Bitterbridge, and tomorrow, you will stand before the castle to face your punishment. Upon hearing the command from the youth, Rawley turned to depart. Yet after taking but 2 steps, he seemingly recalled something, pivoted back, and offered a respectful bow to Lind. With his head bowed, he hastened towards the castle of Bitterbridge, quickening his pace until he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. One's origin dictates one's path. It is inappropriate to harbor aspirations beyond one's station, for knighthood is not a realm accessible to those of lowly birth. After Rawley's departure, the young man appeared unsatisfied, directing his ire towards Lind. I have heard of you. The bear hunter Lind, son of the hunter. The forest is the most fitting abode for you. Not, before the youth could finish, Lind interjected coldly. Do you believe I lack the courage to end your life? He then cast a glance at the guards accompanying the youth, questioning. Or do you think these men can shield you? As Lind spoke, an aura of lethal intent, emanating from one who embodies peace, surged forth, overwhelming the young man and his entourage. The already frail youth was immediately struck unconscious by fear, while the guards trembled under the pressure, their grip on their swords faltering. The servants, in turn, collapsed to the ground in a state of utter helplessness. Recognizing that he had achieved his lesson's objective, Lind ceased his intimidation, reverting to a more casual demeanor. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, Take your master and flee. Remember to return him with a change of trousers. At his age to still wet himself is a disgrace to Lord Caswell. The guards dared not utter another word, swiftly gathering the unconscious youth and supporting the prostrate servants as they hastily exited the scene. The onlookers, the guards of Bitterbridge Castle, lost their appetite for spectacle, their minds consumed by the thought of having witnessed the young man's humiliation, knowing his temperament would surely seek retribution. Their expressions darkened considerably. "You should refrain from threatening that nobleman," Raoul approached Lind, offering a warning. "He is undoubtedly the only son of Lord Caswell, the future Baron of Bitterbridge. Your actions may place Lord Gallen in a difficult position." In response to Raoul's concerns, Lind merely smiled, showing no signs of taking the matter to heart. Chapter 18. Acknowledging reality. I have heard of the events that transpired yesterday. You performed admirably, preserving the honor of the Tillia family. Gallen, slightly tilting his head, allowed a servant to adjust his garments while addressing Lind. Bitterbridge lies at the midpoint of Rose Avenue, safeguarding the most crucial bridge, a vital point in Rivermouth. The Dukes of Highgarden have always held the Baron of Bitterbridge in high regard. Turning to Lind with utmost seriousness, he stated, "I require you to meet with Lord Caswell shortly, to extend the sincerest of apologies for yesterday's actions. Der Hunter, do you comprehend? Your command shall be followed, Lord Gallen." Lind replied, displaying no signs of discontent, maintaining an air of indifference towards the notion of an apology. "Very well, you may take your leave," Gallen nodded, then seemingly recollected something, adding, "Do remember to change into a fresh set of clothes before you go." Linda nodded and departed from Gallen's chamber. Instead of immediately returning to his room to change clothes and apologize at Bitterbuck Castle, he proceeded to the stables, as usual. There, he led forth Fortimo's warhorse, grooming its coat, fastening the bridle, and saddling it. He then made his way to Fortimo's quarters to assist in arranging his armor. The straps of the armed guards needed replacing. "After tonight's camp, you should take them to the leatherworker for a new pair," Fortimo remarked upon noticing the significant wear on the straps as he tightened them. "Yes, my lord," Lindo acknowledged, tightening the strap on Fortimo's back to ensure the plate armor fit snugly against his body. "Very well, leave this to others. Your immediate task is to apologize at the castle." Fortimo indicated that the armor was sufficiently secured and turned to Linda, his expression grave. "You should not have laid hands on Laurent Casway. He is destined to be the future Baron of Bitterbuck, while you are merely a squire. You are fortunate to be affiliated with the Tyler family. Otherwise, given Casway's temperament and his regard for his sole heir, troops would likely be dispatched to hunt you down." Linda offered no reply to Fortimo's admonition. He simply placed the armor-cleaning tools on the table, bowed, and exited the room. After Linda departed, a servant attending Fortimo ventured to speak. "This lad is, after all, a hunter by birth, unaware of the gravity of his actions." Thankfully, Lord Gallen intervened. Or, the servant's words trailed off abruptly as Fortimo turned his cold gaze upon him. "He is my squire, and may one day become a knight," Fortimo stated sternly. "You should address him as my lord or Lord Linda, not as this lad." "Understood, my lord Fortimo." The servant quickly lowered his head in trepidation. As Fortimo chastised the servant, Linda had already returned to his own chamber, donning the formal attire prepared for him by the Tyler family before making his way directly to Bitterbuck Castle. Bitterbuck Castle was situated by the riverside, its walls seamlessly connecting to the bridgehead, thereby merging with the stone arch bridge spanning the river. The previous night, Professor Hawley, while lecturing on the history of Westeros, had specifically recounted the history of Bitterbuck, particularly the origin of its name. Though the massacre that transpired there occurred over 2 centuries ago, its impact remains profoundly felt. It is said that the inhabitants often hear the anguished cries from that fateful night, and some even claim to witness the specters of the deceased reenacting the tragedy. These ghostly legends contribute to the castle's chilling aura, instilling fear in the local populace, who opt not to build their homes nearby but rather settle at a distance. This has resulted in a considerable expanse of open land surrounding Bitterbuck Castle, allowing for an unobstructed view from its walls. In Linda's estimation, these ghostly tales may have been deliberately propagated by successive barons of Bitterbuck, serving to ensure that the area around the castle remained free of obstructions to prevent ambushes. Military strongholds like the Castle of Bitterbridge are held in high regard not only by the local Caswell family, who frequently renovate and fortify it, but also by the Duke of Highgarden and the Tyrell family of the Reach, who provide various supplies to strengthen the castle whenever the Caswells are in need. After years of reinforcement, it is more accurate to describe Bitterbridge Castle as a purely military fortress rather than a residence, making it exceedingly difficult to conquer from the outside. Any assault must begin from within. These thoughts emerged in Lin's mind after he entered the castle and surveyed his surroundings. He found it somewhat amusing that, without a single soldier or any foundation, he contemplated the conquest of a castle. This inclination stemmed not only from his propensity for fanciful thinking but also from the influence of the memories of the peacekeeper. During his recent training with the Tyrell Guards, Lin's energy bar had diminished to nearly 3/4 empty. He believed it would be completely filled before reaching King's Landing, at which point he might be able to activate another character from the Glorious Soul. The advancement of this energy bar did not merely signify the accumulation of experience points. It also represented the integration of the memories of the characters he had encountered. Despite his awareness and attempts to manage this influence, he could not entirely escape its effects. For instance, upon seeing the castle, he found himself contemplating strategies for its siege, and when he observed armed individuals, he pondered the quickest methods to neutralize them. Fortunately, this influence remained within a tolerable range for Lind, allowing him to maintain control. Otherwise, over time, he could not be certain whether his character would become irrevocably distorted. However, he was concerned that activating another Glorious Soul character might deepen this influence. Lost in thought, Lind arrived in the castle hall, where Almond Caswell sat regally in the center, presiding over some of the local vassals who appeared to be addressing matters of the domain. The now white-haired Baron Caswell seemed somewhat frail, yet his robust physique suggested that he had once been a formidable warrior in his youth. As Lind entered the hall, a scholar standing beside Almond leaned closer to his lord and whispered a few words, seemingly introducing Lind's identity. "I require a moment's respite. Please report the remaining matters to me shortly." Almond interrupted the vassal's report with a raised hand, signaling the idle individuals in the hall to withdraw. He then beckoned Lind to approach. Upon reaching the Baron, Lind bowed respectfully and, adhering to the etiquette taught by Fortimo, earnestly apologized for his actions the previous day, seeking the Baron Caswell's forgiveness. "Linda, the Bear Hunter, I have heard tales associated with you. It is evident that you are a fortunate individual, blessed with a robust physique. While my child is incapable of even wielding a sword." Almond scrutinized Linda, a wave of his long-accumulated lordly authority descending upon him. "You are my guest, and I, as your host, provide you with sustenance and a safe haven. Yet, you have harmed my child. My inclination is to seize you and reduce you to minced flesh. However, you are, after all, a retainer of Lord Fortimo, with whom I share a cordial relationship. Inflicting harm upon you would jeopardize that bond. Yet I cannot simply let you go unscathed, for such an act would undermine my dignity and diminish the respect others hold for me." As he spoke, Almond rose and proceeded towards a side door of the hall, gesturing for Linda to follow. The group swiftly exited the hall, traversing a corridor, and arrived at an open space beside the castle. There, two individuals were tied by their hands to a hitching post, their backs exposed to the sky. Due to the low height of the post, they were compelled to kneel on the ground. Upon recognizing one of them as Rolly, who had sought his guidance in swordsmanship the previous night, Linda's brow furrowed slightly. The other, an elderly man with white hair, though a stranger to him, could be deduced to be Rolly's father, the armorer of Almond. Almond Caswell approached the two captives, raising his hand to signal an executioner. He took the whip from the executioner and then extended it toward Linda, stating, "I have inquired about the origins of this incident. If this fellow had not sought to challenge you in swordplay, none of this would have transpired. Hence, he must be punished, and his father, for failing to teach his child the principles of respect, must also bear consequences. I believe you, the Bear Hunter, are well suited for this task." Linda calmly regarded the whip presented to him and accepted it. "Commence. Do so until I am satisfied." Almond moved aside, indicating for a servant to kneel and prostrate himself, then sat upon the servant's back. Without uttering a word, Linda approached the father and son, brandishing the whip and delivering strikes upon their backs. Though it was his first experience wielding a whip, the memories of the peacekeeper's skills surfaced within him, and he adeptly applied them. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity, the first several lashes varied in intensity, inflicting considerable pain upon the pair. However, as he grew accustomed to the whip's handling, the situation changed dramatically. The lashes that fell upon them appeared severe, each leaving deep marks and even breaking the skin. Yet, in truth, these were merely superficial wounds that would heal swiftly. Once he mastered the technique, he rendered the father and son unconscious, sparing them from the subsequent punishment, while simultaneously ensuring they appeared to be in a dire predicament. Enough. Shortly after rendering the Raleigh father and son unconscious, Almond called for a cessation of the execution, stating, "If you continue to strike them like this, I shall be compelled to seek out another weaponsmith." Having said this, he rose and departed, returning to his council chamber. Lind returned the whip to the executioner, glanced at the Raleighs, yet chose not to untie them. Instead, he turned and left, fully aware that even a hint of concern on his part would only exacerbate the suffering of the Raleighs within the confines of Castle Bitterbridge. Although the situation had been resolved smoothly, Lind found himself in a dismal mood, increasingly yearning for noble status. Otherwise, he feared such incidents would recur. For no matter how skilled he was in swordsmanship, he would merely be regarded as a formidable enforcer in the eyes of the nobility. Had the matter been settled? Upon returning to the encampment, Fortimo summoned him and inquired. Lynn nodded and recounted the events. Do you feel stifled? Fortimo asked after listening. A bit, Lynn replied candidly. Fortimo nodded solemnly and remarked, you possess ambition and capability, and I foresee significant accomplishments in your future. However, until you have fully matured, it would be prudent to temper your aspirations and conceal your thoughts. Do not let them be seen. I wish to avoid a recurrence of today's events. Do you understand? Understood, my lord, Lynn responded. Fortimo continued, let today serve as a lesson. You must remain acutely aware of your current identity. Forgetting it could lead to actions unbecoming of your status. While some matters may seem inconsequential, others can be fatal. If Baron Casway chooses to escalate this issue, he could easily claim we have violated the rights of a guest, having harmed his progeny after partaking of the host's hospitality. In such a scenario, even Lord Gallen would find himself embroiled, and you would be unhesitatingly handed over by the Tillia family to placate the Baroness' wrath. Lind remained silent, his expression growing somber due to Fortimo's words. Though you wield exceptional swordsmanship and have a promising future ahead, that is merely potential. For the foreseeable future, you will remain my squire, indistinguishable from any other soldier in the eyes of the great. Your early designation as my knightly squire, compounded by your own abilities, has fostered a false impression. It is time to correct that illusion. Fortimo gestured toward the Tillia family guard uniforms laid upon the table and stated, for the time being, you need not attend to my service, nor fulfill the tasks I assign. Remain within the scouting unit as an ordinary soldier. When you have earned military merit, you may return to serve as my squire. Yes, my lord. Lynn did not argue or plead. He responded calmly to Fortimo's directive. Linda's tranquil demeanor unexpectedly astonished Fatimo. He scrutinized Linda, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether Linda genuinely comprehended his intent or was merely sulking. Yet, Linda's expression remained consistently inscrutable, offering no clues whatsoever. Consequently, Fatimo could only gesture for Linda to depart, deciding to observe him discreetly over the next few days to determine whether Linda had indeed acknowledged his shortcomings. Regarding Linda's induction into the scout team, the guards of House Tiller harbored mixed sentiments. Some reveled in misfortune, while others felt a sense of lamentation. Regardless of their disparate thoughts, they were collectively astonished by the development. For the scout team, however, Linda's addition was a source of immense joy, as the strength he possessed would undoubtedly render their forthcoming endeavors markedly safer. Chapter 19. The Howl. The Kingswood lies at the southern edge of King's Landing, separated by the Blackwater River. Since the Targaryen dynasty established King's Landing as its capital, this realm has served as the royal hunting grounds. Consequently, for a protracted period, this forest remained uninhabited and untouched, allowing it to boast the most diverse flora and fauna across the entirety of Westeros. Legends even whisper of ancient creatures, such as the children of the forest, still residing within this expansive woodland. However, during the reign of the Mad King, the constraints placed upon the Kingswood weakened significantly, resulting in many impoverished commoners from King's Landing seeking sustenance within its confines. While the forest did not provide a particularly comfortable living environment, those possessing even a modicum of hunting skills and knowledge of botany could survive along its fringes. As a result, the population of common folk residing within the Kingswood burgeoned, now comprising not only inhabitants of King's Landing, but also debtors and refugees from other territories. Eventually, the Kingswood had evolved into a network of over 20 villages and towns, with a population reaching into the tens of thousands. Due to the Kingswood's strategic location, with Rose Road traversing its expanse to reach King's Landing, numerous merchant caravans passed through, attracting a considerable number of bandits. The illicitly constructed villages and towns within the Kingswood became ideal hideouts for these outlaws. Initially, these bandits were merely small factions, capable of robbing only isolated merchants and minor caravans. However, with the emergence of the Brotherhood of the Kingswood, all bandits within the forest united, forming a formidable bandit group numbering 5,000. The Brotherhood of the Kingswood was not merely notable for its size. Its leaders and captains were each formidable in their own right. Figures such as Simon Toyne, the Smiling Knight, White Dowinda, the Undying Longneck Oswin, and the Portly Ben were all capable warriors, able to contend with the Kingswood Iron Guard. It is worth noting that during that time, the Iron Guard, serving the Mad King, was renowned as the most formidable force, featuring indomitable knights such as Boltons the Fearless, Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, and the White Bull. Ser Jorah Mormont, all hailed as the mightiest knights of the Seven Kingdoms. Possessing such formidable strength, the ambitions of the Brotherhood of the Woods are indeed considerable. They have completely severed the north-south connection of Rose Avenue, establishing checkpoints within their domain to levy taxes. They show no mercy to those merchant caravans that defy their regulations. Not only do they prey upon the small lords' convoys, but they also do not hesitate to target the royal merchant fleets of the Targaryen and Tully families. The actions of the Brotherhood have severely compromised the safety of King's Landing and its tax revenues. King Eyrie II, the Mad King, has sent forces to eradicate them on numerous occasions, yet with little success. When a considerable number of troops are dispatched against the Brotherhood, they take refuge in the villages and towns of the woods, emerging only after the threat has departed. The spoils they acquire are quickly sold off in the surrounding villages, which have reaped considerable benefits from their illicit activities. Additionally, many commoners from these villages have joined the Brotherhood, forging a close-knit alliance that encourages them to protect the Brotherhood members. If the forces sent to suppress the Brotherhood are a mere 1,000 or 2,000 strong, the Brotherhood will slaughter them within the woods, displaying the severed heads of their victims along the sides of Rose Avenue, in a forest ominously dubbed the Howling Woods, as a demonstration of their might and cruelty. By the time the Brotherhood is finally besieged, over 1,000 heads have already been hung here. Although the heads were later removed and buried after the Brotherhood's annihilation, it is said that merchant caravans passing through still feel a chilling presence and hear the echoes of those heads' cries. Perhaps it is a twisted whim of the Mad King, but he had a way station constructed in the Howling Woods, ostensibly to provide rest for passing merchants. To ensure its utility, he even ordered the removal of all other resting places along this route, leaving the Howling Woods as the sole way station on this stretch of Rose Avenue. However, most caravans prefer to rest for the night at Rat-tail Rock, which is one of the few open areas within the woods, offering a broad vista ideal for camping. After spending a night at Rat-tail Rock, they can set out the next morning and traverse the Eyrie Howling Woods in a single day. Unfortunately, the Tully family's caravan faced ill fortune. Like other caravans, they spent the night at Rat-tail Rock, but the following day brought a light rain that steadily intensified, continuing for several days. If they lingered at Rat-tail Rock any longer, they risked missing the melee in King's Landing, which could displease King Robert. Thus, Galen had no choice but to compel the caravan to set off despite the inclement weather. The rain would inevitably slow their progress, and to make matters worse, the Mad King had deliberately removed the stone paving when constructing the way station, transforming the road into a muddy path. With Robert Baratheon preoccupied with other matters upon his ascension, he has shown little interest in repairing the road, leaving it in its current state of disrepair. The dirt path, under the bright sun, presents a manageable journey, however. Once the rain descends, it transforms into a quagmire. Not only is it treacherous for horse-drawn carriages, but even a pedestrian, should they linger for a moment, risks becoming ensnared in the mire. As dusk approached, the entourage of the Tellier family had yet to traverse this muddy stretch of road. Fortuitously, just as nightfall enveloped the land, they found themselves in proximity to the Howling Forest's inn, compelling them to take shelter for the night. Otherwise, they would be forced to camp in the muddy terrain. Though the inn had been constructed merely a few years prior, its location deep within the damp and chilly forest, coupled with years of neglect, rendered many of its wooden structures uninhabitable due to decay. Only the main hall, built with stone foundations and walls, remained relatively intact, albeit with a somewhat tattered roof. After igniting the fireplace to dispel the dampness within, it offered a meager yet viable refuge for the night. The privilege of sheltering from the rain in the hall was reserved for Garin and the other nobles along with their attendants, while the rest had no choice but to erect makeshift tents outside, providing minimal protection from the elements. Nevertheless, compared to the guards tasked with night watch, having a tent was a notable advantage. Lind, originally assigned to the scout team, could have taken refuge in a tent as well. However, the nobles accompanying Garin desired a taste of game, and thus formed a hunting party comprising those with a background in hunting, venturing into the nearby woods. Among the hunters, Lind, known as the Bear Hunter, naturally assumed the role of leader due to his esteemed reputation. "I believe we have sufficient game," Raoul remarked, shouldering a fawn pierced by an arrow as he turned to Lind. After over an hour of hunting, nearly every member of the hunting party bore a catch. Although these spoils would not satiate the entire group, they would suffice to fill the bellies of the noble lords. Despite Lind's primary hunting skills lying in trap setting rather than tracking, his extraordinary sensory perception, enhanced hearing, sight, and smell enabled him to locate suitable prey even in the rain. His only shortcoming was a slight deficiency in archery skills. Without rain and on open ground, he might have successfully struck his target, but in the current conditions, hitting anything would rely purely on chance. Fortunately, there were adept archers within the group. Otherwise, acquiring an adequate supply of game would have taken considerably longer. "Let us return." Lynn nodded in agreement with Raoul's suggestion, perhaps envisioning the warmth of a crackling fire awaiting them, where they could dry their damp, heavy garments. The group's pace lightened, and laughter soon filled the air. Suddenly, after walking for about 10 minutes, Lind halted, calling for silence and vigilance. His gaze shifted toward a dense thicket on the right. Having previously witnessed Lin's formidable tracking abilities, the group halted at his command, silently setting down their quarry and unstringing their bows, poised for action. Lin, however, found himself perplexed as he gazed into the dense thicket ahead, concentrating intently on the ominous presence that had stirred his instincts. A moment ago, an overwhelming sense of danger had surged within him, raising the hairs on his neck and compelling him to order a standstill. Alerting his companions while he diligently scanned the treacherous underbrush that had sparked his unease. Despite his thorough search, he uncovered nothing, and the foreboding sensation faded into oblivion. Just as he began to dismiss it as a mere illusion, his acute hearing detected a faint breath emanating from the depths of the woods. Caution, remain vigilant, Lind urged, as he perceived the shrubs quivering, not from raindrops, but from something traversing the thicket. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly alerted his companions and unsheathed his twin swords. Almost immediately, a shadowy figure emerged from the foliage, hurtling towards the nearest hunters with astonishing speed. Before they could react, the shadow dashed between them and snatched a small deer from the ground, vanishing into the depths of the adjacent forest. The spectacle left everyone in a state of bewilderment. None had anticipated a shadowy figure would burst forth from the underbrush, let alone target a fallen deer. The darkness and rain obscured the view, rendering the fleeting figure indistinct. Yet Lin discerned its true nature. It resembled a large black panther, a creature only spoken of in legends, the shadow lynx. While the lynx's fur was predominantly black, it bore subtle variations that rendered it striped, akin to a zebra's pattern. What was that? Raoul stammered, his voice trembling as he fixated on the direction the shadow had vanished. A shadow lynx, Lin replied, his tone steady. The revelation elicited gasps from the hunters. They understood the dire implications of encountering a famished shadow lynx in the nocturnal forest. They felt an immense relief that the beast had opted for prey rather than attacking them, concluding that the shadow lynx would not return, thus alleviating their fears of further aggression. Return to safety, Lin instructed, setting down a wild boar he had been carrying. The group paused, momentarily taken aback, as they interpreted his intent to be a pursuit of the shadow lynx. For a hunter, successfully capturing a shadow lynx was undoubtedly a prestigious honor. Furthermore, a legend has perpetually circulated among the hunters of Westeros and Essos, proclaiming that should a hunter successfully pursue 10 formidable beasts, they would be bestowed with the blessings of the ancient old gods and ultimately acquire the power to hunt dragons. Although the names of these 10 creatures vary, the mountain bear and the shadow cat invariably feature on every list, leading the populace to instinctively believe that Lind is intent on fulfilling this hunting legend and becoming a legendary dragon hunter. Are you seeking to complete that fabled hunting roster? Raoul inquired with curiosity, seeking confirmation from Lind. Upon hearing Raoul's words, a flicker of doubt crossed Lind's mind, yet he quickly realized the misunderstanding that had arisen. Nevertheless, he refrained from elucidating the matter and merely gestured for Raoul and the others to return promptly, advising them to report truthfully if anyone inquired about him. Observing this, the group fell silent, with Raoul taking the lead once more, shouldering the prey as they departed, each one reminding Lind to exercise caution before continuing toward the camp. Despite having been relegated from the nightly retinue to the most grueling and arduous scouting team over the past fortnight since leaving Bitterbridge Castle, the guards and warriors of House Tyrell, along with the servants and noble knights, did not perceive Lind's demotion as a loss of status. They understood that Lind's assignment to the scouting team was merely a trial, and it would not be long before he returned to his rightful place. For the lower-ranking warriors, this presented an opportune moment to forge a bond with Lind. When he eventually ascended to knighthood, those who counted themselves as his friends would undoubtedly reap some benefits, and at the very least, they would no longer face bullying on account of their association with him. Consequently, many guards voluntarily offered to join the scouting team to work alongside Lind, including Raoul, who had developed a good rapport with him. Chapter 20. The Son of the Forest. Once the others had departed, Lind retrieved some scent-masking powder from his pocket and applied it to the exposed areas of his skin, particularly his face. To prevent the rain from washing away the powder, he donned the hood of his cloak and, utilizing his keen sense of smell, began to follow the lingering scent of the shadow cat. Lind's pursuit of the shadow cat was not motivated by any desire to complete the 10 hunting trials of a legendary hunter. Rather, it was the sight of an artificial object affixed to the creature that piqued his interest. A series of intricately woven vines were secured to the shadow cat, enabling it to move unhindered while simultaneously providing stability to the individual seated upon its back. Although the shadow cat was of considerable size, it was still insufficient to serve as a mount for an adult. Rather, a child's stature would be more fitting. The mere fact that an ordinary child had not been devoured by the shadow cat was a stroke of luck in itself. And even the fabled shapeshifters could not have controlled such a creature in their youth. Within the forest, the ability to control a shadow cat, combined with a childlike physique, led Lynn to contemplate a possibility. The true master of this shadow cat might, in fact, be the fabled son of the forest, believed to have become extinct in the southern lands. With a profound curiosity about the children of the forest, Lynn traversed through the woods, walking for approximately half an hour. The scent of the shadowy lynx became markedly stronger, intermingled with a multitude of other extraordinarily unique fragrances. Lynn was unable to discern any specific botanical characteristics from these aromas. Yet he sensed an intrinsic connection to nature. If one were to assign a name to it, the essence of the wild would perhaps be the most fitting descriptor. He slowed his pace, striving to minimize the sound of his movements, and, aided by the patter of rain, he nearly perfectly concealed his presence as he approached his target location. There, amidst the dense forest, a small clearing unexpectedly emerged, featuring a grassy mound. This mound was not merely a hill of earth but a cleverly disguised structure composed of branches, wooden stakes, lichen, and soil, unless examined closely. One might easily mistake it for a simple hillock. The shadowy lynx that Lynn had been tracking was now positioned outside this earthen abode, its recent kill, a fawn, already dismembered, while 3 or 4 lynx cubs, resembling diminutive kittens, feasted voraciously at its feet. However, what captivated Lynn's attention more than the lynx were the figures seated beside the mound. Entirely cloaked in a mantle, the lynx exhibited no inclination to attack this human, as if the individual were its master. Yet, Lynn discerned a flicker of instinctive protectiveness in the lynx. It would retrieve a cub attempting to approach the human and bare its teeth in a warning gesture, indicative of a relationship that was not entirely submissive. Moreover, a sense of familiarity washed over Lynn regarding this enigmatic figure, though he had not yet glimpsed their visage, as though he had encountered someone akin to this individual before. Just as Lynn pondered when he might have seen this stranger, a patch of turf atop the mound shifted unexpectedly, revealing a cleverly concealed wooden door that swung open. From it emerged a diminutive humanoid, cradling a wooden bowl, and approached the cloaked figure, offering the bowl. This childlike being bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary children of the forest, with deep chestnut skin, large ears and eyes, 3 fingers on each hand, and garb woven from bark and leaves, adorned with a floral crown, and carrying a stone-carved dagger at its waist, projecting an air of fragility. Yet, to judge the strength of the children of the forest by mere appearance would be a grave miscalculation. It is well known that these beings once engaged in fierce battles with the ancients. They are not only adept with spears and daggers, possessing remarkable close combat skills, but they also wield a profound understanding of magic. It is no exaggeration to assert that a solitary child of the forest could effortlessly vanquish 100 ordinary soldiers should they dare to enter her domain. The celebrity appeared to share a profound bond with the forest child, exhibiting immense trust towards him. After accepting the wooden bowl, he removed his hood, revealing a middle-aged visage, and without hesitation, consumed the contents of the bowl. As the human unveiled his face, a wave of uncertainty washed over Lynn, for the stranger's appearance was unfamiliar. It was the first time he had laid eyes on this individual, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity intensified within him. Just as doubts began to swirl in Lynn's mind, he suddenly felt something nuzzling at his feet. Looking down, he discovered a young shadow lynx cub affectionately rubbing against his calf, as if treating him as a scratching post. This cub was evidently born of the shadow lynx that roamed the clearing, but unlike its siblings, this particular cub was not black, it was white, with deep black stripes that lent it an air of majesty. However, in the wilderness of the forest, such albinism proved detrimental to survival, making it conspicuous both for hunting and being hunted. As the white shadow lynx cub continued to nuzzle Lynn's leg, it emitted soft, comforting sounds. Though the noises were subtle, they were sufficient to capture the attention of the mother shadow lynx lurking in the grass. In this precarious situation, despite Lynn's attempts to conceal himself, he could not escape the innate instincts of the shadow lynx. The creature swiftly redirected its focus towards Lynn's position, issuing a menacing growl while nudging several of its cubs aside to stand protectively at the feet of the forest child. The sudden movement of the shadow lynx immediately alerted both the human and the forest child. The seated human sprang to his feet, drawing a long sword, while the forest child unsheathed an obsidian dagger from her waist, her other hand instinctively resting on a pouch at her side, likely containing a perilous item. With their presence now revealed, Lynn understood that further concealment was futile. He did not draw a weapon, but instead placed his hand on the hilt of his twin swords and stepped forth from the sheltering foliage. Interestingly, the white shadow lynx cub followed closely at his heels, remaining steadfastly by his side despite the calls of its mother. At that moment, Lynn had no inclination to pay heed to the cub's antics. As he emerged, he made his intentions clear. "You need not fear. I am not your enemy and will not harm you." He gestured towards the poised shadow lynx, stating, "I came here following it. It carried a prey I hunted." The forest child seemed to comprehend Lin's words in the common tongue, realizing that the shadow lynx had been pursued. She expressed her anger towards her steed in a language Lin had never heard before. The shadow lynx recoiled slightly, emitting a couple of disgruntled sounds, as if feeling unjustly reproached, before baring its teeth at Lin with a fiercer expression. As the child of the forest was poised to question Lin's identity and whether there were others nearby, the human beside him relaxed his guard, sheathing his longsword before gesturing towards the child, saying, "Fear not, he is not an enemy." He then turned to Lin, adding, "I never anticipated encountering you here. You have taken too long to reach the Imperial Woods. I had assumed you would have already arrived in King's Landing by now." Lin paused, momentarily taken aback by the man's words. Although they seemed familiar, the individual's appearance and voice remained entirely foreign to him. However, the sense of familiarity did not wane despite the strangeness of his visage and tone. It persisted unwaveringly. This stark contrast of the unfamiliar and the familiar led Lin to a potential realization, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "Are you the faceless one from New Barrel City?" Such keen perception and observation. "Had your name appeared on the list, I surely would have declined," the middle-aged man replied with a nod and a smile. Lin scrutinized the now masked faceless one before him, his gaze falling upon the ghastly scars that marred the man's chest and abdomen, resembling a grievous wound. "It appears your task has been accomplished," he remarked. The middle-aged man glanced down at his injuries and nodded, though the journey was somewhat arduous. "I have indeed fulfilled my mission." As he spoke, the child of the forest tugged at his clothing, seemingly to remind him of something. "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce you," the man said warmly. "This is Spark, an old friend of mine. It is thanks to her that I am still alive." He then gestured towards Lind, saying, "And this is Lind, known as the Bear Hunter." "You are the Bear Hunter, Lind?" Spark inquired, her surprise evident as she turned to Lind, speaking in fluent common tongue, revealing her familiarity with him. Lind offered a respectful nod, replying, "I am astonished that my name has reached even the child of the forest. I once heard a bard sing the ballad of the Bear Hunter in a village beyond the woods." Spark elaborated, then began to hum the Bear Hunter's song in the same melody. Yet, her rendition far surpassed the bard's in its expressiveness. "I adore this song, but you bear little resemblance to the Bear Hunter depicted within it." With that, she turned to the faceless one, questioning, "Is he truly the Bear Hunter?" "Indeed, he is the Bear Hunter," the faceless one affirmed. "But remember, every legend carries an element of exaggeration. One must not take them at face value." Disregarding the veracity of the Bear Hunter's tale, Spark's interest was piqued by the fact that Lind had attracted a young Shadow Mountain cat. She approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and circled him twice before asking curiously, "You are neither a shapeshifter nor a green prophet, and you possess no magical prowess. Why does this young Shadow Mountain cat feel such an affinity towards you?" As the Spark spoke, the leucistic Shadow Lynx cub clung tightly to Lin's leg with its tiny paws, striving to ascend his body, yet despite its efforts, it failed to achieve its goal. Ultimately, Lin bent down and lifted the cub into his arms, whereupon the little creature instantly grew tranquil, revealing a profound sense of closeness towards Lin. In contrast, the other Shadow Lynxes, whether adults or young, exhibited marked resistance and vigilance towards Lin, even with the presence of the forest child's suppression. The hostility stemming from their primal instincts remained unabated. Lind was equally perplexed. He gently stroked the cub nestled in his embrace, bewildered. Although he could not fathom the source of the power that drew the leucistic Shadow Lynx cub so near, he was certain that it did not originate from the Peacekeeper. For none of the Peacekeeper's combat experiences were related to beasts. Thus, the origin of the matter must lie with his predecessor. As for the forest child, Spark soon lost interest in this peculiar occurrence after failing to discern its cause. She turned and scolded the Shadow Lynxes and their cubs, who glanced briefly at the cub cradled in Lin's arms before each one picked up a cub or some food from the ground and retreated into the hillside treehouse from which the forest child had emerged. Observing this, Lind grasped the scruff of the Shadow Lynx cub and offered it back to the forest child. However, she did not extend her hands to accept it, instead stating to Lind, "Since it has chosen to follow you, you shall care for it." With that, she turned to the faceless one and remarked, "The effects of the potion will manifest shortly, and your body will soon recover. Our debts are now fully settled. Would you not agree?" "Indeed, our debts are settled." The faceless one nodded, then added, "Yet, let us remain friends, shall we?" The forest child replied with unwavering conviction, "A friend does not bring danger to another. Do not seek me out again. Your troubles are too many, and I fear I may become entangled." With that, she retreated into her treehouse, leaving a faint smile on the faceless one's face. Just as the forest child prepared to close the door, she added, "Should such an occurrence arise again, when you return, be sure to bring ample gifts to entice me, or I shall not emerge to meet you." With that, she firmly shut the wooden door. upon hearing her final words. A smile graced the faceless one's visage. At that moment, Lind felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet, akin to an earthquake. He watched as the mound of earth that had formed the treehouse began to sink slowly. The once arched ground gradually leveled out, transforming into a smooth expanse of grass. The grass then grew wildly until it reached waist height, effectively concealing any trace of the forest child's dwelling. Chapter 21. Unremarkable now, on this grassy expanse, only Lind, the faceless one, and the leucistic shadow lynx cub remained. I still do not know your name, Lind inquired. Linda turned to the faceless one and said, My former name has been offered to the god of 1,000 faces along with my visage. The faceless one, drawing the hood of his cloak over his head once more, replied, You may call me Bovo. That is my new name. Tentatively, Linda inquired, Could you share the details concerning you, Joel, and Fortimo? Bovo shook his head, stating, There is nothing worth discussing. These matters belong to the past. Moreover, I shall not return this time, so you need not harbor any concerns. It was evident that the faceless one had misunderstood something, but Linda chose not to press further. Instead, he pointed to the wound on Bovo's chest and asked, Do you require assistance? With your current injuries, traversing this forest in such weather may prove difficult. The elixir of sparks is indeed a miraculous substance, Bovo remarked, deliberately pulling aside his garment to reveal his chest. Astonishingly, the wound that should have been gaping and raw had completely healed, leaving only a faint scar that, upon closer inspection, betrayed no trace of the once fatal injury. Witnessing the effects of the potion, Linda felt a sense of wonder. As Bovo had claimed, this elixir was nothing short of miraculous, and for someone like him, who would undoubtedly find himself on the battlefield frequently in the future, it was a vital commodity. Contemplating this, Linda glanced towards the location of the earthen mound treehouse, pondering how he might curry favor with and befriend Sparks in order to procure such a potion from her. You mean look, Sparks has already departed. Bovo seemed to read Linda's thoughts. Her treehouse can move underground. She will not linger in one place for long, especially now that it has been discovered by humans. Though incredulous, Linda sensed that the faceless one was not deceiving him, and thus he asked, In that case, how do you manage to contact her? My methods are beyond your reach, and even if I were to employ them now, they may not yield results. Bovo shook his head, dispelling Linda's hopes. Yet he continued, However, judging by Sparks' earlier reaction, she appears to hold you in high regard. Otherwise, she would not have entrusted you with the Shadow Lynx cub. In the future, she may even seek you out. Linda looked down at the curled-up cub in his arms, a smile of relief gracing his face. For him, even in the absence of the elixir, this journey had already brought him great rewards. There was no need to cling to the potion. He would let things unfold naturally. Observing Linda's serene smile, the faceless one was taken aback, for he had not expected such composure from a boy of 15 or 16. Such a perspective was typically found only in those with rich life experiences or in the elderly who had long since relinquished worldly concerns. At that moment, Linda, curious once more, remarked, Sparks' abilities differ greatly from what I have heard of the forest children in legends. I have never encountered tales of a forest child capable of moving their dwelling at will beneath the earth. As Lind's words lingered in the air, the image of the son of the forest immediately materialized in his mind, yet this figure was entirely derived from the portrayal in the series. It must be said that the disparity between the son of the forest in the show and the Spark he had just witnessed was as stark as that between a beggar and a nobleman. A chasm so profound it seemed as though they belonged to entirely different species. However, upon further reflection, he mused that perhaps this gap mirrored the distinction between television and reality. In the realm of ice and fire, the true son of the forest might indeed resemble Spark in essence. Spark was unique, being one of the rare natural children among the sons of the forest. The faceless one appeared reluctant to elaborate on matters concerning Spark, offering but a brief response before deciding against further conversation with Lind. He enveloped himself entirely within his cloak and glanced at the Shadow Lynx cub cradled in Lind's arms, advising, I must remind you, despite its affection, this cub remains a wild beast. It would be prudent to secure it with a rope. Otherwise, it may inadvertently harm others. If it were to injure an ordinary person, that might be tolerable, but should it harm a noble, such as Galanther, your fate could mirror mine. With that, he did not await Lind's reply and stepped into the woods, swiftly vanishing from sight. Lind made no attempt to halt the faceless one's departure, nor did he contemplate pursuing the clues hinted at in his words to uncover his identity. He sensed the faceless one's goodwill, albeit possibly stemming from another's intent. There was a kernel of truth in what the faceless one had said. Lind had indeed considered raising the cub in a free-range manner, particularly aiming to maintain its predatory instincts. However, upon reflection, he realized that his approach was perilously reckless, necessitating a means to restrain the Shadow Lynx. Reassessing his nurture plan, Lind cradled the cub, lifting it before him. The cub, resembling a playful kitten, believed Lind was engaging in a game, emitting soft mews and flailing its limbs, its pudgy paws grasping, as if to embrace Lind's face. Observing the cub's antics, Lind smiled, subsequently tucking it into his clothing, cradling it close to his chest, and then making his way towards the Howling Lynx way station. Within the hall of the Howling Lynx, the servants of House Tyler had constructed a small tent for Galen, allowing him to reside separately without mingling with others. Initially, Galen opposed this arrangement. He preferred the company of the Tyler nobles and knights rather than isolating himself. If not for the inclement weather, he would have even chosen to sit with the soldiers outside, eager to hear their tales. However, the accompanying scholar, Sarek, dissuaded him, having observed that a soldier among them was unwell. While a common cold might be inconsequential, the risk of contagion loomed large. The more interactions Galen had, the greater the likelihood of transmission. Upon hearing the explanation from Sir Selric, Galen ceased to persist. He instructed his servant to procure some medicine from his private apothecary and hand it to Fortimo to be delivered to the ailing soldiers. While uncertain of the efficacy of these remedies, he felt it was at least a gesture of goodwill. Returning to his tent, Galen picked up a tome chronicling the adventures of the gallant Sir Duncan and the illustrious Aegon V as knight-errants. This marked the 5th iteration of the tales he had perused. Each edition, aside from the well-known accounts, contained a plethora of new narratives. Although Galen was acutely aware that these new tales were but fabrications, he found immense pleasure in reading them, willing to suspend disbelief in their authenticity. As he read, he often pondered the similarity of his current age to that of Aegon V in his prime, imagining what it would be like to encounter his own knight and embark on adventures across the 7 kingdoms. Strangely, the thought of knights conjured the image of Lind, the burly squire, in his mind. With this thought, Galen closed the book and shook a bell placed on a low table beside him. When a servant entered the tent, he commanded, "Please summon Lord Fortimo. I have matters to discuss with him." The servant complied and exited the tent, returning shortly with the drenched figure of Fortimo crawling. Fortimo accepted the towel offered by the servant, drying himself of the rainwater, and inquired of Galen, "My lord, you called for me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Galen replied casually, "Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to inquire about our bear hunter. Is he adjusting well to the scout team?" Upon hearing this, Fortimo reflected on the information received from the scout captain, a satisfied smile emerging on his face as he reported what he knew regarding Lind's performance within the scout team. However, Galen's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Despite Lind's past actions nearly causing him considerable trouble, he had always admired Lind's flamboyant and confident demeanor. Now, however, having joined the scout team, Lind seemed to have faded into the mundane, with his vibrant confidence replaced by a strict adherence to discipline. "Have I erred in placing him with the scouts?" Galen questioned hesitantly. Fortimo responded, "No, your decision was entirely correct." Galen furrowed his brow, stating, "Yet I cannot shake the feeling that he has become rather unremarkable since joining the scouts." Unremarkable? Fortimo's expression was one of bewilderment. He could not fathom why Galen would consider Lind's performance in the scout team to be lackluster, for he believed that even if he himself were relegated to the scouts, his performance would never pale in comparison to Lind's. Originally, Fortimo believed that Lind would be disheartened for several days due to his demotion from knight squire to scout. However, Lind exhibited no signs of disappointment whatsoever. By the following day, he had entirely usurped the authority of the scout team leader, leveraging the prestige he had previously established. He subsequently improved the methods employed by the scout team in enemy reconnaissance, significantly enhancing their efficiency in scouting ahead. As a result, numerous guards voluntarily joined Lind's scout team. With Fortimo's tacit approval, Lind adeptly selected suitable candidates from the guards, forming a scout team centered entirely around him. Such performance appeared anything but mediocre. In Fortimo's extensive experience, he had never encountered a mere teenager whose adaptability and competence could rival Lind's. Garland, being only 10 years old, despite receiving exemplary education, still exhibited a degree of naivety in his thoughts. He could not fully appreciate the remarkable nature of Lind's contributions to the scout team. Consequently, he began to regret the punitive decision he had made in New Barrel City and tentatively inquired of Fortimo, "Should we consider reassigning Lind back to your side? I fear that allowing him to remain with the scout team may jeopardize the potential of a budding knight." Fortimo was momentarily taken aback, eager to elucidate just how exceptional Lind's performance had been within the scout team, and that there was no cause for concern regarding the destruction of a knightly seed. Just then, a clamor erupted from outside. Both Garland and Fortimo's expressions turned grave. At Garland's signal, Fortimo turned to part the tent's entrance, and they both gazed outside. They observed that the knights and nobles within the hall had left their places by the roaring bonfire and had gathered at the entrance, peering outside as if something extraordinary awaited them. Moments later, they witnessed several soldiers from the scout team entering the hall, bearing various game and depositing their haul in the center, which quickly accumulated into a small mountain of spoils. It appeared that Lynn's scout team had returned from their hunt with substantial success. Fortimo regarded the impressive pile of game and remarked, "Go, summon the bear hunter. I wish to learn how he managed to procure such a bounty in this weather." Seeing the abundance of game, Garland also appeared exhilarated. He instructed a nearby servant, adding, "There is far too much here. Leave only one wild boar and one deer. The rest, once roasted, should be sent to the camp outside for the guards at home." "Yes, young master," replied Garland's personal attendant, who promptly ordered other servants to handle the game and sought out the departing scout team to relay Garland's instructions. "Where is he? Where is the bear hunter?" Garland asked, waiting in the tent. Upon seeing that the incoming figure was the scout team leader, accompanied by another scout, he furrowed his brow and said, "Is he still resentful about being demoted to the scout team and reluctant to see me?" "No, not at all." Without waiting for the scout captain to speak, the scout behind him interjected, "Lord Lynn did not return with us." "Is he one of Lynn's subordinates?" Gallon inquired. Glancing at the speaking scout, the scout captain promptly replied, "Indeed, his name is Raoul. He was selected by Lord Lynn during the recent expansion of the scout team from the ranks of the guard warriors. He possesses commendable skills and is now a valuable assistant to Lord Lynn." "Why did Lynn not accompany you back? Did he encounter some danger in the forest?" Gallon further questioned. Raoul immediately responded, "No, Lord Lynn has gone after the Shadow Mountain Leopard." "The Shadow Mountain Leopard?" Both Gallon and Fortimo were taken aback. Raoul then quickly recounted their encounter with the Shadow Mountain Leopard during their journey, also mentioning their speculation that Lynn intended to complete 10 hunting trials to become a legendary hunter. Upon hearing Raoul's words, excitement flickered across Gallon's face. After all, the pursuit of ancient trials and the aspiration to become a worldly legend were things he had only read about in books, yet now it was unfolding right before him. How could he not feel exhilarated? However, amid his enthusiasm, he also felt a twinge of embarrassment, as just moments before, he had viewed Lynn as rather unremarkable within the scout team, only to turn around and find Lynn stirring up such a significant commotion. This undoubtedly rendered his earlier judgment foolish and short-sighted. Chapter 22. Inadvertent promotion. When Lynn returned to the camp, it was already deep into the night. The reason for his late return was that he had become lost in the forest. Logically, with his abilities, it should have been impossible for him to lose his way. Yet he indeed found himself bewildered, experiencing a peculiar sensation as if the entire woods were shifting around him, leading him to speculate whether the forest spirit, Spark, was playing tricks on him. As for why Spark would do so, it might stem from Lynn's prior yearning for Spark's potion, which perhaps had been sensed by Spark, prompting the spirit to impart a small lesson. Nonetheless, Lynn emerged unscathed, merely a bit fatigued, and during his journey, he had also hunted a few wild rabbits to feed the little creature cradled in his arms. Throughout the journey, the little one remained remarkably docile, treating Lynn's clothing as a sleeping bag. With time on his hands, Lynn decided to name this little creature Glory. "You finally returned. I was about to send someone into the forest to search for you." The scout captain, having learned from the night watchman of Lynn's return, hurried over, reproaching Lynn for his late arrival while also scrutinizing him. Upon discovering Lynn was unharmed, the captain's tense expression relaxed somewhat. In his view, Lynn should not have encountered the Shadow Mountain Leopard. Otherwise, he would likely bear some injuries and would have brought back the leopard's carcass. It was too dark. "I got lost in the forest," Lynn explained succinctly. The captain of the scouts paid no heed to the validity of the explanation. He patted Lynn's shoulder and said, "Lord Gallon and Lord Fortimo are waiting for you in the tent of the hall. You would do well to go there at once." Upon hearing this, Lynn paused momentarily, refraining from inquiring about the reason for their anticipation, and followed the captain to the grand hall of the relay station. Thanks to the several piles of bonfires within, the damp chill of the rainy day was entirely dispelled. The nobles and knights had each found a clean spot to rest, while some attendants remained alert, ready to respond to their master's summons. Additionally, within the notably conspicuous tent in the hall, flickering flames illuminated the interior, casting shadows upon the fabric, indicating that its occupants had yet to retire for the night. Upon sighting Lynn, an attendant seated beside the tent promptly rose, gestured for Lynn to wait, then slipped inside to quietly rouse the drowsy Gallon and Fortimo. "Lynn, do come in," Fortimo called out after shaking off the remnants of slumber. Hearing his voice, Lynn lifted the tent flap and entered. The tent was adorned with a carpet, and as the rainwater from his garments dripped onto the ground, it left puddles upon the fabric, compelling him to halt at the edge to avoid further soaking it. "Do not fret. I never intended to lay this carpet. Those fellows insisted upon it, so its soiling is of little consequence." Gallon rubbed his sleepy eyes and, glancing at Lin's condition, expressed a hint of disappointment. From your appearance, it seems you did not catch that shadow lynx. No, I did pursue it, Lind replied, but I did not kill it. Did not kill it. Galen was taken aback. At that moment, Fortimo noticed something moving within Lind's embrace, seemingly a living creature, and pointed towards Lind, inquiring, "Is this your bounty from tracking the shadow lynx?" "Indeed." Lind nodded and gently revealed a sleeping albino shadow lynx cub from his arms, explaining, "This little one was given to me by its mother, the shadow lynx I pursued." Both Galen and Fortimo were rendered speechless, gazing at the cub that Lind had presented in awe. The following morning, the rain had ceased. Although the ground remained somewhat muddy, it was far more traversable than the day before. As usual, the scout team ventured ahead to assess the situation. However, unlike before, the core of the scout team, Lind, was accompanied by an albino shadow lynx cub, a remarkably rare specimen. Last night, those who had accompanied Lind on the hunt returned to their respective groups and recounted the tale of Lind's pursuit of the shadow lynx, spreading the misunderstanding regarding the 10 trials of hunting. However, Lind did not return for an extended period, leading many to speculate whether misfortune had befallen him. After all, the location was the royal forest, where, despite his exceptional swordsmanship, he could not fully showcase his skills in such an environment. Moreover, the shadow lynx posed a far greater threat in the forest than elsewhere, capable of stealthily approaching its prey under the cover of trees and underbrush, swiftly dispatching it with its claws and fangs. Even seasoned knights might struggle to evade the ambush of a shadow lynx. As the night deepened, an increasing number of people began to believe that the bear hunter might meet his demise in the royal forest. Nevertheless, Lind eventually returned, unscathed and bearing no marks of battle, leading the camp's inhabitants to conclude that he must have failed to track the shadow lynx. However, it was not long before news emerged from the station as Howl. Lind had indeed tracked the shadow lynx and, without sustaining any injuries, had defeated it decisively, capturing it alive. Yet, as he prepared to bring the creature back to the station, he discovered that the shadow lynx was a female, accompanied by several young cubs. As a seasoned hunter, Lind adhered to an unspoken rule: never capture a female with young. Thus, he released the shadow lynx. As he turned to leave, the creature blocked his path, presenting him with an albino cub. Initially, the camp's denizens dismissed the news as mere folly, as they had never heard of a shadow lynx being tamed, let alone showing gratitude. However, their skepticism evaporated when Lind emerged from the station's hall, cradling the albino shadow lynx cub in his arms. Their expressions transformed into shock, and their gazes toward Lind brimmed with reverence, for such occurrences belonged only to legendary tales reserved for true heroes. Consequently, Lind began to take on the aura of a legendary figure in their eyes. In truth, this was precisely the effect Lind sought to achieve. He deliberately concealed the circumstances surrounding the child of the forest and the faceless one, slightly embellishing the tale of his acquisition of the cub. In his perspective, killing a shadow lynx would merely mark him as a formidable hunter, while having the creature willingly present its young would evoke the exploits of a legendary hero. Moreover, he realized that he need not publicize his deeds himself. Others would eagerly spread the tale for him. Such narratives, conveyed by others, held far more credibility than self-promotion. Thus, by the following morning, the entire Rose family contingent was aware of the happenings surrounding the shadow lynx. Many curious individuals, eager to see the albino cub from the stories, rushed to the scouting party's encampment before Lind set off. Even those who had previously doubted the rumors found their skepticism dissipated upon witnessing the cub, closely nestled beside Lind and displaying its claws at others in a display of pride. Nevertheless, amidst this assembly, there existed a faction ensnared by jealousy, predominantly composed of the highborn nobles and knights accompanying the entourage. In their eyes, someone of Lind's humble stature was unworthy of such a legendary narrative. Yet, constrained by Fortimo's influence, they dared not overtly belittle Lind in Galen's presence. They merely cast faint doubts upon the authenticity of his tale. However, when Galen inquired about their reasons for skepticism, they found themselves at a loss, as if Lind were a hedgehog, prickly and unapproachable. Ultimately, their only means of attack was through the disparagement of Lind's albino appearance, for in the realm of Westeros, albino creatures have never been regarded as harbingers of good fortune. They are often likened to the malformed offspring of humanity, subjected to profound discrimination. Numerous folk legends depict these albino beasts as malevolent entities that consume human souls. Those who perish at their hands are denied the stranger's welcome, destined to wander eternally in a liminal state between life and death, ultimately transforming into wicked others. Although Galen dismissed such absurd folklore and bore no prejudice against deformities in either animals or humans, he felt compelled to consider the sentiments of those around him. Reluctant to act against Lind due to the envy of others, he resolved to present Lind with a collar fashioned from a rope, signaling his stance during the evening's respite. Lind had intended to create a collar to restrain Glory, for apart from exhibiting a particular affinity towards him, Glory maintained its wild instincts around others. Even Raoul had inadvertently suffered a minor injury from its bite. Thus, Lind was compelled to expedite the training of the Shadow Lynx. And until he achieved a satisfactory level of obedience, he would employ the collar and leash to prevent any further incidents. In contrast, Glory remained blissfully unaware that its days of hardship were imminent. It perceived the collar as a gift, a delightful toy, and reveled in its newfound adornment. The journey thereafter was remarkably smooth, unmarred by rain. After departing from the way station, they traversed for 3 additional days, ultimately emerging from the Kingswood, arriving at the terminus of Rose Avenue. This location also marked the convergence of Coppergate Avenue and King S Road, where the 3 thoroughfares intersected. Intriguingly, given its strategic position at the exit of the Kingswood and its proximity to the Blackwater Bridge, which links the Southlands and the Crownlands, one would expect this to be a crucial military site. Ideally, a fortress should have been erected here, or at the very least, a military encampment established to station troops and secure the vital juncture. However, the reality was that only a dilapidated military camp remained, originally erected for the purpose of combating the Kingswood Brotherhood. Following the Brotherhood's defeat, it was abandoned, and since Robert Baratheon ascended the Iron Throne, no military stronghold has been constructed here. The temporary encampment continues to languish in neglect. The likely rationale behind this neglect is his belief that Coppergate Avenue leads to Storm's End, a territory belonging to House Baratheon, rendering any military presence here an unnecessary expenditure of resources. As the Rose family's contingent approached the intersection, a small assembly emerged from the desolate temporary military camp, approximately 100 strong. Clad in obsidian armor and draped with golden capes, they presented a striking yet impractical appearance. The only utilitarian aspect of their garb being the iron hammers at their waists and the iron-tipped spears they wielded. They were undoubtedly the gold cloaks of King S Landing. At that moment, Raoul leaned closer to Lind, whispering discreetly. Heeding Raoul's cue, Lind's gaze swept over the gold cloaks, ultimately settling upon their leader. The individual stood tall and handsome, with a mane of thick golden hair and striking green eyes brimming with confidence. His slightly upturned lips lent an air of arrogance to his striking visage. Beyond his looks, his attire was equally remarkable. A sumptuous suit of armor adorned his frame, while a white cloak cascaded from his shoulders, concealing a beautifully crafted longsword that subtly swayed beneath it, barely perceptible. This was the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. His remarkable appearance, coupled with the unmistakable lion insignia of the armor, made Lind effortlessly identify him. Not only Lind recognized the man, but the others in the contingent also discerned his identity. Yet, upon realizing the identity of the Kingslayer, disdain and revulsion involuntarily marred their expressions. Even Garland, trained for such encounters, could not mask his contempt. In times past, the most disreputable knight of the 7 kingdoms was a matter of subjective debate, as each individual possessed their own criteria for judgment, rendering consensus impossible. However, following the War of the Usurper, that title unequivocally fell upon Jaime Lannister, for he had forsaken his oath and slain the very king he was sworn to protect. The Mad King Aerys too. For Jaime, such disdainful glares had seemingly become a familiar burden. A year prior, he might have been enraged by them, but now he remained unperturbed, fully aware that no amount of explanation would earn him belief or a patient audience. His sole recourse was to maintain an elevated head, ensuring the crown atop it remained secure. Yet, as Jaime's gaze traversed the soldiers of House Rose, he noted an anomaly amidst the chorus of scornful looks. One individual's expression was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any animosity directed towards him. This unexpected calm momentarily captivated him, but he quickly shifted his focus to Garland Tyrell, who had advanced to the forefront of the group, accompanied by Pothmo. "I have heard of you, the valiant Garland," Jaime remarked, steering his steed closer to Garland, audaciously scrutinizing the knight atop his horse. "As for your valor, I cannot ascertain its authenticity, but judging by your stature, it seems rather distant from the notion of courage." The casual mockery with which Jaime Lannister teased Garland sparked discontent among the knights and nobles of House Tyrell, prompting Ser Loras to subtly place his hand upon the hilt of his sword. However, Jaime seemed entirely oblivious to their displeasure, his contemptuous smile only growing more pronounced, completely disregarding the threat Garland presented. Chapter 23. Outside King S Landing, Jaime harbored a profound disdain for House Tyrell, stemming from his father, Tywin Lannister's previous consideration to wed his sister Cersei to someone from Highgarden. Although that plan was ultimately abandoned, the lingering resentment towards the Tyrells remained. Moreover, he had been tasked with welcoming the Tyrell party, and upon Garland's arrival at the Red Keep, He had received prior notice and calculated the timing to await their arrival at the dilapidated barracks at the gates. Yet, the Tyrells were delayed by several days, leaving him to endure unnecessary discomfort, thus compelling him to seize the first opportunity to vex Garland as a means of venting his frustration. I am but 10 years old. I wonder what Lord Jaime was like at that age. The Kingslayer's taunts and jests failed to affect Garland in the slightest, who smiled as he addressed Jaime Lannister. In response to Garland's inquiry, Jaime paused momentarily. In truth, he held Garland in high regard. At the tender age of 10, the boy had successfully led his party from the distant Highgarden to King's Landing, a feat few could accomplish, unlike Jaime at that age. Yet, despite recognizing Garland's capabilities, he chose not to express it, merely offering a brief smile and evasively shifting the topic. Why is it that the one leading the party to King's Landing is not your elder brother, Willis Tyrell, but rather a mere child like you? Does House Tyrell look down upon participating in the tournament arranged by His Grace King Robert to celebrate the birth of his firstborn? Or do you harbor discontent towards His Grace's heir? Lord Jaime, it seems you have overlooked a crucial detail. My father, Duke Mace Tyrell, is currently in King's Landing. Is my elder brother truly of greater significance than my father? Had House Tyrell expressed any discontent towards His Grace's heir, I believe my father would be in Highgarden, rather than remaining in King's Landing. Garland adeptly countered Jaime's insinuations, seeing his attempts to provoke ineffective. Jaime shifted back to the matter at hand, stating, by decree of His Grace Robert, I am here to receive the Tyrell party. Please follow me to your designated encampment. With that, he tugged on the reins of his horse and turned towards the direction of King's Landing. As he passed the scouts, he couldn't help but glance at Loras, the Tyrell warrior who had not displayed any scorn or disdain towards him. At first, he did not perceive anything remarkable about Lind, until his gaze fell upon the alabaster shadow of the glorious bobcat beneath Lind's feet. A flicker of astonishment and surprise crossed his face, igniting a spark of curiosity within him regarding Lind. However, he was acutely aware that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge his inquisitiveness, so he quickly averted his gaze and, in accordance with the king's orders, led the Tyrell family towards the encampment. Under the guidance of the regicide, 200-strong contingents advanced along the King's Road, one following closely behind the other. Merchants traveling the road instinctively withdrew to the sides upon spotting the banners of the two forces, resuming their journey only after the troops had passed. Although a year had elapsed since the war's conclusion, its repercussions lingered, particularly the profound impact on commerce, which continued to resonate significantly. Not all of House Targaryen's forces had been annihilated during the conflict. Among those who survived, most surrendered following Prince Rhaegar's demise. Yet a faction remained loyal to the Targaryen legacy, steadfastly refusing to capitulate. These individuals were acutely aware that their strength was insufficient to alter the tide of events. Their only recourse was to seek refuge in safer locales before devising a strategy. At that time, their options for escape were limited, essentially reduced to a singular route, heading south. The North, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Westerlands were all enemy territory. Only the Tyrells of the south and the distant Dornish remained steadfastly aligned with House Targaryen. Consequently, the last loyalists of House Targaryen guided their remaining forces across the Blackwater River, shifting their focus southward. However, before they could even exit the royal woods, the Tyrells and the Dornish publicly declared their support for Robert Baratheon's claim to the Iron Throne, thereby irrevocably severing ties with the now-defeated Targaryens. Adding to the despair of these beleaguered remnants, King Robert promptly issued a warrant for the arrest of all Targaryen loyalists, confiscating the lands of those lords and affluent knights among them, effectively sealing off their avenues of retreat. Simultaneously, Duke Mace Tyrell, eager to demonstrate fealty to the new king and to alleviate tensions stemming from the War of Usurpation, swiftly commanded all southern nobles to hunt down the Targaryen remnants, forcibly cornering them within the south and driving them into the ranks of brigands and outlaws. Upon hearing this decree, the Queen of Thorns, seated at Highgarden, was enraged to the point of shattering a treasured porcelain vase from the Far East. Fully cognizant of the extensive harm and adverse consequences her son's orders would inflict upon the South, potentially undermining House Tyrell's dominion over the region. Yet, any attempt to intervene was rendered futile. Duke Mace had issued his command publicly. Should she attempt to obstruct it, she would undoubtedly be perceived by the new king as an ally of the Targaryens, risking the wrath of the still-gathering usurper's army, which would march southward to obliterate House Tyrell. Thus, her sole recourse was to command Duke Mysterial to remain in King's Landing and refrain from returning to Highgarden, lest he inadvertently make foolish decisions that could exacerbate the situation. The justification was straightforward: to ease relations with the Iron Throne. For an entire year, as the Thorned Queen had anticipated, the South was besieged by rampant banditry and lawlessness. The outlaws, including those previously engaged in the suppression of the Red Lake Forest Brigands, were merely one faction among many, with numerous remnants of House Targaryen masquerading as robbers, occupying the vast plains, hills, and mountains between Highgarden and King's Landing. This turmoil inflicted severe commercial repercussions across the South, as trade became perilous, fraught with the constant threat of robbery. With merchant caravans rendered obsolete, the commerce in various cities stagnated, leading to significant losses for the lords, who voiced their grievances against House Tyrell. The discontent among the nobility, who had long harbored resentment towards House Tyrell for their elevation to the dukedom of Highgarden and guardianship of the South, began to resurface, igniting challenges to Tyrell authority. With the schism within House Cline merely a minor episode in the unfolding drama. While the lords of the South endeavored over the past year to eradicate the bandits and revive some semblance of trade, the scale of recovery paled in comparison to the commercial vibrancy that existed prior to the War of the Usurper. Previously, the retinue of House Rose encountered a scant few merchant caravans along the way, even with various lords' cavalry frequently patrolling the Rose Road, compelling those merchants with their own escort to take the risk. However, those unable to recruit sufficient guards dared not consider traversing the Rose Road. As House Rose's entourage crossed the Blackwater Bridge, the stark disparity in commerce between the North and South became even more pronounced. The roads south of the Blackwater were overgrown with weeds, and the way stations lay nearly abandoned, while the northern side bustled with caravans, every warehouse brimming to capacity. Some goods even spilling onto the grass before the warehouses, destined for the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale. Observing the thriving scene before him, Galen could not help but sigh, feeling a pang of frustration towards his father, who often made bewildering decisions. In truth, this expedition to King's Landing was initially meant to be led by his elder brother, Velus Tyrell, but was thwarted by their grandmother, the Thorned Queen, who instead entrusted the task to the mere 10-year-old Galen, while Velus remained at Highgarden to assist her with various matters. It was evident that his sharp-tongued grandmother believed that since her son had gone astray, she might as well cultivate a grandson to replace him. Once Galen adjusted his mindset, he quickly discerned a peculiar tension within the surrounding crowds, not the peril of assassination, but rather the unsettling gaze directed towards them. According to common sense, an ordinary person would likely feel fear upon encountering a throng of nearly 300 individuals, instinctively lowering their head and retreating at a distance. Yet, the common folk of King's Landing gathered at the roadside, their eyes fixated on the procession, brimming with animosity and disdain. However, Garen soon discerned that these gazes were not directed at them, but rather at the figure leading the way, a golden-robed man, or more accurately, the Kingslayer, proudly mounted on his steed. At that moment, Garen recalled the materials he had studied regarding the War of Usurpation and realized that the Kingslayer was loathed and scorned by the citizens of King's Landing not solely for having slain the Mad King to whom they had pledged loyalty, but also due to his Lannister surname. In the war's twilight, Lord Tywin Lannister had led his forces to plunder King's Landing, resulting in countless citizens falling to the Westlands army, and ultimately, all this hatred was heaped upon the most prominent Lannister, the Kingslayer. In this instant, Garen found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Jaime Lannister, while also admiring the resolve of the Kingslayer. If he were to inhabit the same position as the Kingslayer, it would be utterly impossible to disregard the malicious stares that incessantly surrounded him. Madness would be an inevitable fate, as Garen methodically observed the surroundings, analyzing the current climate within King's Landing, drawing from the techniques he learned from the Queen of Thorns, Lind, like the others in the group, curiously surveyed the sights of the city. The majority of the Rose family's entourage had never ventured beyond Highgarden, and they had long been aware of the famed reputation of King's Landing, preparing themselves for the experience of witnessing this illustrious city. Yet, crossing the Blackwater Bridge and traversing the Way Station district, the glimpse of King's Landing that unfolded before them evoked a sense of disappointment. The towering walls, which ought to inspire a profound sense of oppression, appeared instead as if they might collapse at any moment, marred by signs of decay that were not the result of siege but rather the consequence of long neglect. Moreover, the inhabitants of King's Landing further diminished their expectations. Each individual appeared tattered, resembling refugees from distant lands, devoid of the dignity befitting the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Soon, they realized their initial judgments were accurate. Most of the people they encountered were indeed fleeing refugees. Originally, these war survivors ought to have returned to their homelands after the conflict concluded, but their fields had been confiscated by local lords during their flight, rendering any return a path to certain death. Thus, they were compelled to remain in King's Landing, seeking to make a living. The influx of refugees had surpassed the city's capacity to cope, even though a year prior, Duke Tywin's forces had cleared King's Landing. The swift arrival of refugees quickly filled the void left by deceased citizens. Those who arrived later, unable to find shelter within the city, were forced to erect wooden shanties and tents along the roads outside. As the year drew to a close, King's Landing transitioned from the squalor of the Mud Gate to the fortitude of the Iron Gate. Surrounding the majority of the city walls, a sea of refugee shanties and tents proliferated, particularly in the vicinities of the city gates, where several new districts had spontaneously emerged. Such an influx of humanity inevitably brought forth a myriad of challenges. Theft and robbery were rampant, and criminal organizations sprouted like mushrooms in these areas. Yet for Lind, the sole inconvenience posed by these refugees was the filthy environment. The streets, rife with excrement, were a veritable torment for him. Fortunately, while traversing the Blackwater Bridge, he had prudently stowed Glory, his prized possession, in a specially crafted pocket upon his chest to avert unnecessary attention. Had he not, he would have faced the indignity of his beloved being sullied by the refuse of the streets. Luckily, this leg of the journey was not overly lengthy. Upon reaching the King's Gate, they altered their course, proceeding along the perimeter of the tournament grounds towards the western Lion's Hill. Nestled in the northwestern quadrant of the tournament grounds, adjacent to the Lion's Gate, Lion's Hill offered the finest vantage point in the vicinity. From its summit, one could gaze upon the entirety of the tournament grounds, observing all the activities therein. At that moment, several banners fluttered proudly atop Lion's Hill, including the Golden Lion of House Lannister, the Direwolf of House Stark from the north, the Stag of House Baratheon of Storm's End, and the Eagle of House Arryn from the Vale, among the most prominent families of the Seven Kingdoms. The Rose Banner of House Tyrell was also present, suggesting that Mace Tyrell had preemptively prepared a camp, albeit positioned poorly on the western side of Lion's Hill, rendering it incapable of viewing the tournament grounds, far inferior to the encampment of House Martell of Dorne. It was evident that the efforts of the Highgarden Duke to mend relations over the past year had yielded little success. After delivering Galen and his companions to the entrance of the camp, the Kingslayer turned and departed without a moment's pause. Upon entering the camp, Galen exchanged a few words with those stationed inside, presumably inquiring about his father's whereabouts. He then led Fortimo and a host of nobles and knights away from the encampment to venture into King's Landing, while the remaining individuals were assigned to various tents under the camp's organization, along with specific duties for patrols and guard assignments during their stay. Chapter 24. Todd's Pumpkin. It seemed that Galen had made prior arrangements before his departure, as Lind was not assigned to a patrol or guard detail. Instead, he received a distinct command to select a few astute individuals from the ranks and infiltrate various regions of King's Landing to gather intelligence. During the War of the Usurper, Duke Tywin's plunder of King's Landing had severely dismantled the Tyrell family's intelligence network within the city. Subsequently, over the past year, the Hand of the King, Duke Jon Arryn, along with the Master of Whisperers, Varys, had systematically eradicated all intelligence strongholds within King's Landing, including that of House Tyrell. Therefore, while the Tyrells could not claim complete ignorance of the situation in King's Landing, their knowledge was scant and largely comprised of public information. The Duke of Mestalier is notoriously unreliable, having shown no inclination this year to actively gather intelligence regarding King's Landing. For him, attending various banquets and befriending the new nobility of House Baratheon takes precedence. Consequently, the current Targaryen family remains utterly oblivious to the happenings in King's Landing, unsure of how to proceed. Thus, Galen's visit to the city serves not only to participate in the tournament, but also to fulfill the Queen of Thorns' directive to restore the intelligence network. Should Lyn not appear, Galen would have to rely on Fortimo to collect information. However, Fortimo, as the master of swordsmanship from the Reach and the training instructor of House Tyrell, has garnered considerable fame in King's Landing, making him conspicuous to those with ulterior motives, which complicates intelligence gathering. Fortunately, a more suitable candidate has emerged in Galen's eyes. He believes Lyn's capabilities rival those of Fortimo, and, for the time being, Lyn's reputation as a bear hunter is known only in the Reach. In King's Landing, he is merely an inconspicuous soldier of House Targaryen, allowing him to gather intelligence without attracting undue attention. Galen evidently places great importance on the task of collecting information, having not only advanced Lyn's salary for the month, but also provided him with an additional 30 golden dragons, 100 silver stags, and 800 bronze stars for operational funds. He has even granted Lyn the authority to select personnel, effectively treating him as a temporary intelligence chief. Lyn, showing no hesitation, selected 10 astute individuals from the group, including Raoul. However, rather than bringing all 10 into the city, he judiciously distributed the funds entrusted to him by Galen among the 10, reserving only 20 golden dragons, along with some silver stags and bronze stars for himself. He then instructed them to enter through different gates and explore various districts to gather information, while he and Raoul would take the most direct route through the Lion's Gate. Unexpectedly returning to King's Landing, Lind had thought he would never set foot there again. As they approached the Lion's Gate, Raoul gazed up at the grand entrance and the lion statues flanking the drawbridge, inadvertently exclaiming his awe. Hearing Raoul's remark, Lind, while stowing away pieces of meat in his pocket to feed Glory, curiously inquired, "Have you been to King's Landing before?" "Yes," Raoul nodded. "I visited a few years ago with Baron Blinton's trading caravan. At that time, the Mad King still sat on the Iron Throne. The Duke of the North had not yet been burned, and the new king was merely the adopted son of Jon Arryn, the Lord of the Vale. The woman I loved had yet to open her arms to another man." Upon hearing this, Lind cast a discerning glance at Raoul, sensing that this veteran of House Targaryen harbored a wealth of stories. Once they entered the city, Lind entrusted the navigation to Raoul, who had previously been to King's Landing. However, he soon realized that this decision was ill-fated, as Raoul led them to a crossroads and then faltered, uncertain of which path to take. "Weren't you just saying you came here years ago?" Lind asked, bewildered. "Indeed," Raoul replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "I did come, but I only wandered around the Fisherman's Square by Mudgate. I have never been here." Lind felt that partnering with Raoul was a grave error, one that was now beyond rectification, compelling him to forge ahead with unwavering determination. He cast a sharp glance at Raoul, who wore an awkward smile, inhaled deeply to quell his rising irritation, and then surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a group of children playing nearby, prompting him to approach them. As the children noticed the imposing figure of a weapon-bearing stranger approaching, they ceased their play and gathered together, regarding Lind with a wary vigilance. Upon reaching the children, Lind directly retrieved a copper star from his pocket, holding it aloft as he inquired, "Which tavern nearby is the most frequented, and how might I reach it?" "These copper stars shall be yours." To Lind's astonishment, the children did not respond as he had anticipated. Instead of clamoring to answer his question for the chance to claim the copper star, they exchanged glances, ultimately looking to one of their number, a child neither the oldest nor the strongest, seemingly awaiting his decision. The child stepped forward and addressed Lind, "Sir, if you seek a tavern bustling with patrons, you might consider the Old Cripples Insole. Nearby blacksmiths, cobblers, and various craftsmen frequent it during their breaks for a drink." He paused briefly before adding, "However, I suspect that a tavern filled with inebriates boasting of their exploits may not be to your liking. You might prefer the establishments along Silk Street, where the notable figures from the Red Keep often gather to indulge in more intriguing affairs." At the mention of the Silk Street brothels, Raoul behind Lind drew a heavier breath. Even within the confines of the High Court, the brothels of Silk Street were notorious, and Raoul's foremost wish upon arriving in King's Landing was to spend a night in one of those establishments. Yet, Raoul's aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled, for Lind, after considering the child's words, shook his head and replied, "No need for brothels. Please direct me to a tavern that meets my requirements. The South of Toad's Pumpkin. This is the finest tavern in King's Landing." Almost every prominent merchant and noble visiting the city takes a moment to enjoy the exquisite wines from the arbor and the delicacies from across the narrow sea. Merely sitting there requires a golden dragon. The child observed Lind and Raoul's attire, chuckling softly as he continued, "Sir, you hardly appear to possess the means to indulge there." Disregarding the child's skepticism, Lind pressed the copper star into the boy's hand, stating, "Now, please tell me how to get there." The child glanced at the copper star, pocketed it, then gestured to a little girl beside him, saying, "She will guide you. I wish you a pleasant time in King's Landing, sir." With that, he and the other children swiftly darted away, leaving the girl behind. "Follow me, sir." The girl nodded at Lind and Raoul, offering no further words as she led them toward the prominent Baylor September atop the Visignac Hills. The streets of King's Landing were already bustling with a multitude of people, and as one drew nearer to the Great Hall of the Seven, the congregation of the Seven's faithful grew increasingly dense. They prayed fervently while meandering slowly along the path that encircled the grand edifice. Lind had to exert considerable effort to navigate through the throngs of worshippers. Fortunately, this stretch of road was not overly long. Upon extricating themselves from the crowd of pilgrims, the young girl led them deftly around the even larger gathering in Baylor Square, traversing the final street of King S Road within the city until they entered a secluded alley devoid of pedestrians. After meandering through the winding passages for a considerable distance, they finally emerged into a street fragrant with the scents of wine and perfume. "This is the place," the girl declared, pointing at an opulent three-story building adorned with a golden pumpkin sign. After uttering these words, she turned to leave, but, as she brushed past Lind, it seemed she inadvertently stepped on something, causing her to stumble and collide against him. However, she quickly regained her balance and began to apologize profusely. There is no need for apologies. Simply return the wallet you took from me, Lind said, placing a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder, his smile unwavering. Hearing this, the girl's expression soured, and her eyes darted around, seemingly contemplating an escape. Observing her intentions, Lind's smile remained intact, yet his tone turned menacing as he cautioned. Do not entertain any thoughts of seeking assistance from others, for should you make any untoward move, I shall not hesitate to end your life and retrieve my purse from your lifeless form. Even those in golden robes would find it impossible to fault me. The girl sensed the truth in Lind's words. She understood that any reckless action on her part would indeed lead to her demise. Overcome by fear, she relinquished any thoughts of escape and obediently produced the pouch she had pilfered from Lind's waist. Lind released his grip on her shoulder, accepted the wallet, and waited to ensure its contents were intact. He then scrutinized the girl before him. Although he had apprehended the thief, he remained oblivious to the manner in which she had managed to steal his wallet, only realizing he had been robbed due to a subtle shift in the weight at his waist. Rather than punish the girl, Lind retrieved several copper stars from the pouch and handed them to her, stating, "Take this as your guide fee. Apologize to me, and you may depart." The girl was momentarily taken aback. She had expected a harsh reprimand or worse, yet here he was, releasing her so easily and even providing her with a fee. She hastily accepted the coins and earnestly apologized to Lind before making her swift exit. Are the children of King's Landing truly this skilled nowadays? To steal a wallet with such ease? Raoul remarked from the side. My lord Lind, you were simply going to let her go? Would you have preferred I beat her or take her life? My earlier threat was merely a means to frighten her. Lind cast a sidelong glance at Raoul, then turned his attention to the little girl who had vanished around the corner of a narrow alley, remarking, moreover, she and her companions are no ordinary children. In truth, he had suspected from the outset that these children, displaying extraordinary traits, were likely the little birds of Varys, the master of whisperers in King's Landing. However, at this moment, he and the lofty Varys had no potential for conflict, nor did he intend to reside in King's Landing for an extended period. Thus, he felt little concern regarding the matter of the little birds. Raoul, upon hearing Lind's words, wore a look of bewilderment. Unable to fathom what was so special about those children, Lind had no intention of elucidating, for such matters were beyond explanation. He could hardly disclose to Raoul that his knowledge of the little birds stemmed from literature, forums, and series from another realm. Lind gestured to Raoul and proceeded into the tavern known as Todd's Pumpkin. The tavern's interior was as opulent as its exterior, adorned with exquisite decorations from around the world, seamlessly embedded in the walls and columns, imparting an exotic charm to the establishment. However, the most striking feature was an apparently ancient canvas bag hanging prominently in the center of the hall, though its shape resembled that of a common traveler's canvas bag. The material was an unfamiliar, delicate fabric that exuded considerable worth, leaving one to ponder its purpose in this setting. Although it was afternoon and not the peak time for patrons, the tavern was already buzzing with a number of guests, primarily idle courtiers from King's Landing, along with a few merchants from distant lands. As Lind and Raoul surveyed the tavern's atmosphere, a server approached them, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Good afternoon, my lords. How may I assist you?" The server, evidently well-trained, showed no signs of disdain or neglect towards Lind and Raoul, despite their incongruous attire. "I have heard that this is the finest tavern in all of King's Landing, renowned for its exquisite wines and culinary delights." In contrast to the somewhat timid Raoul, Lind appeared relaxed and at ease. The server, brimming with confidence, replied, "Indeed, as long as you possess sufficient gold dragons, we can provide you with wines and dishes beyond your wildest imagination." Lind displayed a pouch containing 20 gold dragons and asked, "Is this sufficient?" The server smiled and replied, "While it may not suffice for the highest tier of wines and foods, it is more than adequate for the average fare. I harbor no aspirations for the finest wines and delicacies. The ordinary will suffice for individuals such as us." Lind chuckled, adding, "In that case, please arrange for us a table that is decent yet discreet." "At your command, my lord." The attendant bowed respectfully and then guided Lind and Raoul to a relatively quiet table by the window on the second floor. This location afforded them a view of the tavern's central courtyard and allowed for clear auditory and visual enjoyment of the performers, a delightful spot indeed. Once seated, Lind gestured for Raoul to relax, tossing a pouch containing 20 gold dragons to the attendant. "Please serve me a standard selection of food and drink commensurate with 20 gold dragons, and additionally, prepare some raw meat," he requested. "Raw meat?" The attendant hesitated, momentarily believing it to be Lind's peculiar taste. However, he soon realized his misunderstanding as Lind produced a creature from his satchel, a creature of glory, placing it upon the table. The newly awakened creature stretched languorously and let out a loud howl. Chapter 25. Intelligence gathered as night fell. The tavern became a cacophony of voices, bustling with officials, nobles, and knights from King's Landing, all seeking to pass the time. Some, however, utilized the tavern as a venue for discussions, with private rooms designated for such purposes. During the day, Lind and Raoul's seating was advantageous, providing a view of the courtyard where performances could be enjoyed alongside their meals. Yet, as the evening progressed and the stage was moved to the center of the tavern, the appeal of their location diminished significantly. Nonetheless, for Lind, the position was quite favorable, as directly above them were the private rooms reserved by influential figures for their negotiations. The tavern's owner had thoughtfully incorporated soundproofing measures during its construction to mitigate eavesdropping. The materials and design of the private rooms were enhanced with sound-dampening features, ensuring that unless the occupants raised their voices, even those standing at the door would be unable to hear their conversations amidst the tavern's inherent noise. However, for Lind, these protective measures were of little consequence, as his extraordinary hearing allowed him to discern the discussions within the private rooms, unless the occupants deliberately spoke in hushed tones. Moreover, it appeared that the tavern owner had taken additional precautions, embedding copper tubes within the walls, presumably to facilitate his own eavesdropping. These tubes amplified sound, enabling Lind to overhear conversations without the need for intense concentration, simply by listening through the strategically placed tubes in the walls. Thus, for the entire afternoon, he remained near the wall closest to the copper tubes, eavesdropping, while Raoul sat by the aisle, providing cover and alerting Lind whenever someone approached. It must be said that the intelligence gathered during this afternoon was rather sparse. Most discussions revolved around mundane matters, with only a few secrets of bribery and the buying of influence surfacing amidst the chatter. Though the precise utility of this information remained elusive, Lind still diligently recorded it. However, due to the absence of pen and paper, he could only commit to memory the more significant details, such as which nobles within the Red Keep could be bribed to assist House Targaryen in establishing connections. In contrast to the intelligence gathered earlier in the afternoon, the evening brought forth a wealth of information as the nobles of the Red Keep sought merriment on Silk Street. Among the revelations, two stood paramount, one being the rift between Duke Eddard Stark and King Robert, with rumors swirling that the two had become bitter adversaries. The cause of their discord appeared to stem from starkly differing opinions on how to handle the Targaryen heirs, although some speculated that Eddard's discontent was rooted in Robert's decision to wed Cersei Lannister. Notably, during this significant event concerning the king's chief heir, Eddard Stark did not personally lead the delegation to King's Landing. Instead, he entrusted the task to his brother, Benjen Stark, now clad in black. Such an action was perceived by others as a grave insult to King Robert. Reports within the Red Keep indicated that upon learning of this slight, King Robert was so infuriated that he shattered numerous objects, with his attendants becoming mere outlets for his wrath, sustaining bruises in the process. Consequently, many speculated that King Robert might initiate a northern campaign to reprimand the Duke of Winterfell. Thus, within the box above Lind, numerous merchants and nobles engaged in hushed discussions about stockpiling strategic resources and weaponry, seemingly preparing to profit handsomely when King Robert declared his intention to march against the north. Nevertheless, Lind understood that despite Robert Baratheon's fury, he bore no animosity towards Eddard Stark. Far from contemplating a northern campaign, he would not even scold Eddard for his decisions. Their camaraderie transcended ordinary bounds. Even after years of separation and silence, their friendship remained unblemished. Therefore, the officials, nobles, and affluent merchants of the Red Keep had erred in their judgments, potentially creating an opportunity for House Targaryen to exploit, though it remained to be seen how those powerful figures would capitalize on it. In comparison to this piece of intelligence, another revelation held even greater significance for House Targaryen: the discord between Robert Baratheon and his brother, Stannis Baratheon. The rift between these two siblings was no longer confined to the whispers of the Red Keep. Many outside its walls were also privy to the situation. The discord arose from Stannis' dissatisfaction with King Robert's decision to bestow the ancestral stronghold of Storm's End upon Renly, leaving him with the barren Dragonstone. Stannis believed that his commendable efforts during the War of the Usurper, particularly his steadfast defense of Storm's End, which delayed the Targaryen forces, enabled Robert to vanquish Prince Rhaegar at the Ruby Ford and ultimately defeat the Targaryens. Thus, in both sentiment and logic, he felt entitled to inherit Storm's End and assume the title of Duke. Yet now, he has ascended to the title of Duke of Dragonstone, a domain traditionally bestowed upon the heirs of House Targaryen. In this era of the Baratheon dynasty, the grant of Dragonstone to him, a Baratheon, seems laden with insult. No matter how he contemplates the matter, it strikes him as the utmost affront. Thus, just days prior during the royal council, he voiced his grievances directly to King Robert, who, Instead of offering solace, chastised him for failing to capture the remnants of House Targaryen, Viserys, and Daenerys. This altercation swiftly spread throughout the entirety of King's Landing, leading many to believe that Stannis and King Robert had irreparably fractured their relationship. However, certain individuals managed to bribe Stannis' servants and discovered that upon returning to his residence in King's Landing, Stannis did not curse King Robert, but rather vented his ire upon Renly. This reaction was, perhaps, understandable. Openly cursing King Robert and expressing dissatisfaction through denouncing Renly are two distinct matters. And even if King Robert sought retribution, the consequences would likely be negligible. Upon learning this news, Linda quickly discerned that this presented a potential opportunity for House Tyrell. He understood that Stannis' loyalty to Robert Baratheon would not waver due to a mere quarrel or his new title as Duke of Dragonstone. To Linda, their public rift appeared more theatrical, crafted for the eyes of those lurking beneath the surface of King's Landing. Should anyone attempt to exploit the discord between these brothers, they might find themselves ensnared in a perilous trap. In contrast to the dynamics between Stannis and Robert, Linda regarded his relationship with Renly as a promising opportunity. For his discontent with Renly appeared genuine, as evidenced by the War of the Five Kings that would unfold years later. Stannis had long harbored profound discontent towards Renly's succession of Storm's End, even to the extent of loathing. Presently, Renly remained comparatively weak, in dire need of allies to counterbalance the formidable presence of his elder brother and the nobles of Storm's End, thereby solidifying his position as Duke. Thus, the emergence of House Tyrell was undeniably a fortuitous boon, offering Renly the support needed while simultaneously enabling the Tyrells to leverage their alliance with this Baratheon Duke to gain a foothold in King's Landing. Consequently, forging an alliance with Renly was the most prudent course for House Tyrell. As for the events that would transpire during the War of the Five Kings, there was no immediate need for contemplation. At least in Linda's perspective, with the introduction of his own variable, the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. With these two pieces of intelligence secured, along with the fragmented information he had gathered, Linda felt his mission was nearing completion, allowing him to relax and indulge in culinary delights while playfully teasing the well-fed Glory. Additionally, he encouraged the perpetually tense Raoul to ease his nerves and procured a bottle of wine from the arbor. Although this particular wine represented the lowest tier available from the arbor, it still cost 2 gold dragons, making it the most expensive libation Raoul had ever tasted. As a result, he altered his earlier approach of guzzling mead, now resembling a timid kitten, gingerly sipping from his glass, fearful of consuming it too hastily. Observing Raoul's manner of drinking, Lind couldn't help but chuckle, then remarked, "There is no need for such caution in your consumption. Perhaps take a bottle with you when you depart." Raoul promptly shook his head and replied, "No, this type of wine is not meant for someone like me." Seeing Raoul's reluctance, Lind did not press the matter further. He lingered for a while, but feeling that there was nothing novel to hear, he returned the struggling Glory to his pocket, preparing to conclude this task and rise to leave. However, for reasons unknown, his body suddenly paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He then resumed his seat, leaning against the previous spot near the copper pipe, gently patting Glory to keep it still, signaling Raoul to remain vigilant, and plunged into the act of eavesdropping. The sudden change in his intention to depart and sit back down stemmed from overhearing voices in the corridor above, among which was a mention of Peter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger. Naturally, Lind was aware of this influential figure who shaped the destinies of the Seven Kingdoms. Numerous high engagement threads in relevant forums discussed him, and it was undeniable that from an observer's perspective, Littlefinger possessed an undeniable charm. Consequently, through those discussions, Lind had come to know Littlefinger exceedingly well, perhaps even better than Littlefinger knew himself. Before arriving in King's Landing, Lind had anticipated encountering Varys, another master manipulator, but had not expected to meet Littlefinger, as he believed Littlefinger was still serving as the tax collector in Gulltown at this time. It was only after he had raised taxes tenfold, achieving remarkable results, that he would be summoned to King's Landing by Jon Arryn. Thus, when Lind heard someone refer to Lord Baelish, he was taken aback, even momentarily considering it could be a namesake, until the individual further revealed that Lord Baelish had dispatched a shipment to Gulltown to aid in tax increases, confirming that this Lord Baelish was indeed Littlefinger. Through the copper pipe, Lind discerned that the pumpkin ale at the tavern was under Littlefinger's ownership, and several establishments along Silk Street were also under his control. Clearly, he was already laying the groundwork in King's Landing. While contemplating his direction in the world of ice and fire, Lind had previously compiled a list categorizing individuals into those he could utilize, those he could not, potential allies, and those best avoided, among which was a list of the most dangerous individuals, with Peter Baelish included. Lind felt that even with a prophetic advantage, He lacked the confidence to gain the upper hand against a strategist of Littlefinger's caliber. Thus, he contemplated that if the day ever came to confront Littlefinger, the most prudent course of action would be to act without hesitation and eliminate him, regardless of the consequences. In the present day, the first significant figure that Lind sought to eliminate appeared before him in such an unexpected manner, prompting a reflection on the whimsical nature of fate. Through eavesdropping, Lind discerned that Peter Baelish had covertly journeyed to King's Landing to meet an intriguing individual, the current commander of the City Watch, Janos Slynt. Although Janos Slynt commanded the largest standing military force within King's Landing, his societal rank was rather modest in the eyes of the wealthy officials of the Red Keep. This butcher's son was merely a lapdog. However, it seemed that Baelish held a different perspective, perceiving the substantial benefits concealed within the power wielded by Slynt. Within the confines of the room, Baelish issued a few directives to the tavern's manager before dismissing him. Upon his departure, the manager was instructed to clear out all adjacent private booths, stationing several individuals in the corridor to prevent any potential eavesdropping. Shortly thereafter, Janos Slynt arrived as expected. Initially, Lind assumed that the convergence of these two individuals might be for some grand conspiracy, but after listening for a while, he realized that Baelish had infiltrated King's Landing to engage in smuggling. It turned out that Baelish possessed a shipment of goods from the free cities that needed to be unloaded in King's Landing. Were he to account for the goods' intrinsic value, he would be liable for a substantial tax. However, he was keen to avoid this financial obligation and thus sought the assistance of Commander Slynt. Although the taxation at the docks did not fall under Slynt's jurisdiction, he was responsible for maintaining order there, making it relatively uncomplicated for him to facilitate Baelish's smuggling endeavors. Their conversation revealed that they had collaborated on multiple occasions throughout the year. I am quite curious about what goods could possibly warrant Lord Baelish's personal journey, Slynt's voice echoed. Distinctive and grating, akin to a duck's call, making it instantly memorable. Some trinkets from across the waters, Baelish replied, refraining from elaborating, and then emphasized. These items are intended for the prominent figures within the Red Keep. Rest assured, Lord Slynt, I have no interest in them. As long as you do not create trouble for me and Lord Baelish can provide sufficient recompense, that will suffice. Slynt, his voice laced with avarice, declared, this time, I demand double the payment, and it must be in cash. After a considerable pause following the commander's words, Baelish replied, that is acceptable. But the goods will be stored in the warehouse at the docks before delivery. You must ensure their security. Agreed, Slynt responded without hesitation. Chapter 26, Engaging the Heart of Power. This encapsulates all the intelligence we have gathered. Outside King's Landing, atop the Lion's Hill, Lind stood within the main tent, reporting the various pieces of information he had collected in King's Landing to Galen, who occupied the seat of authority. Within the confines of the tent, aside from Galen and Fortimo, there sat an elderly gentleman clad in the garb of a scholar and a portly middle-aged knight. From the moment Lind entered, these two observed him with inquisitive gazes, as though he were a rare artifact. As Lind reported on his task's outcomes, his eyes subtly swept over the pair. Their identities were readily discernible. The elder scholar wore a necklace signifying his academic standing, adorned with 8 rings crafted from different materials. Among the scholarly advisors of the Tilio family, only one possessed such esteemed academic accomplishments, Scholar Morris, the foremost intellect of the Tilio lineage and chief advisor to the Duke. Previously, Scholar Selleck, who assisted Galen, was his pupil. The middle-aged knight was none other than Roger Redwyn, the Tillier family's commander of the guard, a nephew of the Thorn Queen. He had lost his parents at a tender age and was overlooked within the Redwyn family. He had accompanied the Thorn Queen to the Tilio estate and later became a retainer to Maester Tillier. Upon Maester's elevation to Highgarden Duke, Roger was appointed as the commander of the guard. Although both he and Janos Slynt held the title of commander, their spheres of influence were vastly different, with Roger's authority greatly overshadowing that of Janos. Despite his considerable power, Roger seldom wielded it, often delegating his command authority to the various knight commanders within the guard. Allowing himself to adopt a more leisurely lifestyle, he was acutely aware that his capabilities were on par with Maester's, and thus felt that his involvement would only hinder progress. For instance, during the War of Usurpers, he had entirely relinquished command of his troops to Count Lando Tali, assuming the role of a logistical officer instead. This self-awareness set him apart from Maester, earning him the Tillier family's trust and ensuring his continued position as commander. Following the War of Usurpers, these two remained with Duke Maester in King's Landing. Unfortunately, neither possessed the talent for political maneuvering, their strengths lying primarily in advisory roles, which limited their contributions in the capital. Thus, upon Galen's audience with Duke Maester, they proactively offered their assistance, recognizing that the young Galen, lacking firm opinions, would benefit more from their guidance. Their relationship with Galen was notably close, one being his mentor and the other his uncle, leading to a more casual exchange during their journey back to the camp. Galen recounted his experiences along the way, particularly mentioning Lind, the legendary bear hunter, which undoubtedly piqued the interest of the two esteemed officials of Highgarden. Upon encountering Lind, who came to report on the task results, neither of them perceived anything particularly remarkable about him. The only notable aspect was Lind's towering and robust stature. Upon entering the tent, he nearly grazed the top with his head, resembling a standing mountain bear. They found it hard to envision Lind moving with the grace of a dancer in battle, as described by Galen and Fortimo, executing exquisite and intricate swordsmanship. This initial impression was so overwhelming that both unconsciously categorized Lind among the brutish warriors who favored physical prowess over intellectual acumen. However, this perception swiftly transformed as Lind articulated the results of his mission. He presented each piece of intelligence in a clear and structured manner, prioritizing them according to their significance. This demonstrated that he had clearly organized the information beforehand, a task that requires meticulous thought, which starkly contrasted with his rugged exterior. The disparity between his coarse demeanor and the refined capabilities he exhibited generated a profound sense of contrast, amplifying the psychological impact of his presentation. Even Galen and Fortimo, not just the two ministers who first met him, displayed expressions of astonishment. After Lind concluded his report, Scholar Morris could hardly contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, for a moment, "I almost mistook the person presenting the information for Lord Varys, the master of whisperers from the Iron Throne. Did you feel the same? I thought I was alone in this impression." Roger Redwine, equally astonished, echoed his sentiment. Scholar Morris then turned to Galen, stating, "It seems that your most significant gain from this journey to King's Landing is this bear hunter." Hearing the praise, Galen could not suppress a proud smile. For House Tarly, the greater the capability demonstrated by their subordinates, the more delighted they were, as they understood that the enduring prosperity of their family could not rely solely on its own members. It required the continuous integration of capable outsiders to sustain its legacy. Particularly now, after the War of Usurpation and the subsequent turmoil in the Reach, House Tarly had suffered a significant loss of talent, to the extent that even the newly 10-year-old Galen had to step forward to take on responsibilities, underscoring the severity of their talent drain. The current House Tarly needs capable individuals more than ever, which explains why Galen so abruptly transferred Lind from House Client to House Tarly in New Barrel City. However, among the Seven Kingdoms, there are not many noble lords like House Tarly who value external talent. The principle of bloodline supremacy remains their core philosophy. Even the Lannisters, who similarly appreciate external talent, do not exhibit the same level of tolerance as House Tarly when it comes to talent acquisition. Since you have already organized the intelligence in advance, you must have analyzed it as well, Scholar Morris said, regarding Lind with admiration. Please share your insights. I would like to know if they hold any reference value. Upon hearing this, Lind turned to observe Fortimo. After receiving a subtle nod of acknowledgement from him, he proceeded to articulate his analyses and thoughts regarding certain intelligence, particularly his speculations surrounding the relationship between King Robert and Duke Eddard of the North, the rumors concerning the bonds among the three Baratheon brothers, and the current significance of Ser Loras Tyrell to their family. Furthermore, Lind expressed some recent contemplations inspired by other intelligence, stating, "I believe this moment presents an opportune occasion to forge connections with House Stark of the North. According to the information we have gathered, Lord Benjen Stark, who leads the Northern delegation, has come to King's Landing not only to attend the prince's birth celebration on behalf of Duke Eddard, but is also tasked with recruiting for the Night's Watch. However, our King Robert seems to harbor grievances against Duke Eddard for not being present in the capital, which has led him to impose numerous difficulties upon Lord Benjen. Denying his requests, he paused momentarily, glancing at the assembly within the tent, and continued, "We could indeed reach out to Lord Benjen Stark and convey our willingness to send the prisoners currently held in Highgarden's dungeons to the Wall in the north. I believe Lord Benjen would be quite pleased to accept our goodwill. At this juncture, we could also propose to him our desire to improve relations with House Stark, enlisting him as an intermediary. I trust that the bond of brotherhood between Eddard Stark and Benjen Stark would not lead them to dismiss our overtures. This, in turn, may indirectly enhance our rapport with King Robert, as the ties between the Northern Guardians and our sovereign are remarkably evident. What do you think, my lords?" Lind received no immediate response, as a lingering silence enveloped the tent. All present regarded him with peculiar expressions, particularly Fortimo and Garland, whose gazes bore the weight of unfamiliarity. After a brief interval, Roger Redwine, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "If I recall correctly, you were merely a huntsman in the past. How have you acquired such formidable analytical skills? This is not a common ability." Prepared for this line of questioning due to Joel's earlier example, Lind retrieved the explanation he had shared with Joel months prior. The assembly within the tent expressed no skepticism towards his account, as they surmised that only a scholar from the Citadel could have cultivated Lind's talents to such a degree. Moreover, it was well known that each year, numerous scholars departed Old Town for various regions of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, not every scholar garnered the favor of nobility to become advisors with a stable income. The majority lived a meager existence, some even stripped of their titles and exiled. Thus, it was quite common for common folk to hire scholars to impart knowledge. Nevertheless, they concluded that the scholar capable of educating Lind to such excellence must be extraordinary, thus igniting their interest in recruiting this remarkable individual. Regrettably, upon inquiry, Lind could only express his ignorance regarding the name of the bachelor in question, noting that the description provided was rather unremarkable, making it exceedingly difficult to identify the individual based on such scant clues. As the assembly lamented the loss of a potential talent, Bachelor Morris suddenly proposed that upon their return to Highgarden, he would employ Lind, for he was in dire need of assistance. Morris, tasked with overseeing intelligence matters at Highgarden, had long since ceded his responsibilities to several students, as his advancing age rendered him incapable of managing the vast array of intelligence collected from various sources, particularly in overseeing the spy network of House Tyrell across the continent of Westeros. While his students excelled in their scholarly pursuits, they struggled with the complexities of intelligence work. The recent dismantling of the Tyrell spy networks in King's Landing by Jon Arryn and Varys underscored their inadequacies in this arena. Upon witnessing Lind's exceptional skills in organizing and analyzing intelligence, Morris felt a genuine conviction that Lind was far more reliable than his students. He contemplated training Lind specifically for this role, envisioning a future where he might succeed him as the intelligence director of House Tyrell, a position that seldom prioritized lineage among its prerequisites. However, as soon as Morris concluded his suggestion, a dissenting voice emerged, not from Lind, but rather from Garland and Fortimo. Taken aback by the unexpected opposition, Garland and Fortimo exchanged glances, seemingly seeking to discern the rationale behind each other's objections. Garland's opposition stemmed from the simple fact that Lind had only recently joined House Tyrell, and his loyalty had yet to be tested. Allowing him access to the very core of the family's power was, in his view, ill-advised. Fortimo's objections were more straightforward. He was acutely aware of Lind's ambitions and recognized that should Lind serve under Morris, his aspirations would inevitably be thwarted. For no lord would permit a person privy to the family's intelligence to ascend to the rank of landed knight, let alone swear as a knight. Surprised by the simultaneous dissent from Garland and Fortimo, Morris and Sir Roger did not inquire further, presuming that the two had valid reasons for their opposition. The conversation within the tent then returned to the main topic at hand, as the group began to deliberate on how best to utilize the gathered intelligence. Rather than dismiss Lind, they invited him to partake in the discussion, and soon, their deliberations culminated in a consensus, with the majority of Lind's previous suggestions being wholeheartedly embraced, albeit with some minor adjustments to the finer details. To my surprise, you possess such capability. Upon returning to the tent, Fortimo took the warm towel from his servant, wiped his face, and turned to Lind, who had also entered the tent. He remarked, "I hope you do not resent me for declining to allow you to work for Master Morris, as that would have placed you directly in contact with the epicenter of power in the High Court." Lind shook his head and replied, "No, even without your opposition, I would not have agreed. Serving as the intelligence director is not my aspiration. It is best that you think so." Fortimo signaled for the servant to leave, then spoke earnestly, "You have performed commendably before Master Morris, particularly in your intelligence capabilities, which have certainly been noted by him. Although I have already declined his proposal on your behalf, Master Morris is unlikely to relinquish his pursuit, especially in comparison to Scholar Selleck and others. Your abilities stand out even more. Therefore, in the future, Master Morris will undoubtedly seek your assistance with various intelligence matters. You must firmly refuse his requests and avoid excessive involvement in such affairs. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Lind nodded, hesitating momentarily before adding, "Given my current position, if Master Morris insists on my assistance, I cannot refuse, can I?" Fortimo was silent for a moment before responding. "You are to select 10 individuals from the camp to form a cavalry unit, solely responsible for daily patrols. Dress them elegantly and allow them to mingle in the city, ensuring the people of King's Landing become acquainted with our House of Roses, and minimize your time spent within the camp." Lind discerned that Fortimo was, in effect, promoting him and naturally did not decline. However, he had one more significant matter to clarify and inquired, "My lord, does this count as a merit earned?" Fortimo regarded Lind, unsheathed his long sword, and tossed it to him, saying, "My sword has not been well maintained lately. You shall polish it tonight, apply oil, and also take good care of my armor, ensuring it does not hinder my participation in the tournament in a few days. With a smile on his face, Lind responded, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 27. The dock warehouse. Lind's appointment as the captain of the cavalry unit stirred a slight commotion within the camp of House Tiller. Those who had stayed in King's Landing with Duke Mestas Tiller a year prior are irrelevant to this discussion. Nearly all of those who had recently arrived from the High Court were somewhat astonished by Lind's promotion. Just a short time ago, he had been demoted from knightly squire to scout, and now, in a little over half a month, he had regained his position as Fortimo's knightly squire and acquired the influential title of cavalry captain, which was indeed remarkable. However, those who had witnessed Lind's prowess were well aware that his reinstatement as Fortimo's knightly squire was merely a matter of time. Although the process seemed somewhat swift, the outcome did not deviate significantly from expectations. Yet, rather than focusing on Lind's promotion to captain, they were more concerned with the news of Lind forming the cavalry unit. Although they are both soldiers, the distinction between cavalry and infantry is akin to that between commoners and nobility. Unlike infantrymen, who must procure their own weapons, cavalrymen receive their steeds, armor, and arms from House Tydos. This does not even account for their remuneration. Consequently, when news of Lind's formation of a cavalry unit spread, numerous individuals approached him with the hope of joining. In this situation, Lind made no hesitations. He directly selected 10 from the ranks of the guard warriors, exercising the selection privilege granted to him by Lord Fortimo within mere minutes, leaving no opportunity for bribery. Many whispered behind his back, deeming Lind foolish for not seizing such an advantageous opportunity for profit. Moreover, those who were not chosen questioned the qualifications of his selections, as all were hunters who had accompanied him on prior excursions. While they possessed exceptional marksmanship, they lacked the fundamental skills for cavalry, namely horsemanship. This led many to believe that Lind's inexperience had resulted in this erroneous choice, with some eagerly awaiting his downfall, for Lind had recently attracted considerable attention, inciting the envy of others. However, Galen and his companions paid little heed to the matter. Perhaps they considered any issues arising from Lind's cavalry formation to be merely a normal expenditure for his development. As for Lind himself, he had no intention of offering explanations. After selecting his candidates, he promptly took them to receive their equipment and mounts, commencing training in a relatively secluded area away from the Lion's Gate. Following their training, he personally funded an outing to a tavern in the dock district of the Mudgate, strengthening his bond with his subordinates in just a few days. With the arrival of Duke Tywin Lannister, the banquet for Crown Prince Joffrey commenced as scheduled. Galen, Fortimo, and others had already arrived at the temporary residence of House Tyrell within the city, attending the feast at the Red Keep alongside Duke Mace Tyrell. The absence of constraints allowed the camp's inhabitants to relax considerably, with many flocking to the jousting grounds to witness the spectacle. Although the official tournament was set to occur the following day, a multitude of free knights from various regions had already gathered, most of whom were obscure and without holdings, seeking to earn a reputation through the tournament to attract a suitable patron. In this context, Lind had fared quite well. Having become Fortimo's squire and gaining the attention of Galen Tydos, he had joined the Tydos family, provided no unforeseen events transpired. He was destined to become a knight of House Tydos, and should he achieve military success in the future, attaining the status of a landed knight would pose no challenge. However, among the knights participating in the tournament, there were not only those seeking fame but also some drawn by the substantial prizes offered. It is noteworthy that in other regions, tournaments with a prize of 10,000 golden dragons are considered quite remarkable. However, Lord Robert Baratheon, a fervent admirer of martial prowess, hosted 3 tournaments in the very year of his ascension to the throne. One was held immediately after his coronation, another celebrated his union with Lady Cersei, daughter of Lord Tywin, and the third coincided with Cersei's pregnancy. Each of these tournaments boasted a champion's prize amounting to an impressive 20,000 golden dragons, with substantial awards also granted to runners-up and other participants. The upcoming tournament, commemorating the Baratheon dynasty's heir, had been advertised months in advance, with an astonishing champion's prize set at 50,000 golden dragons. Such a colossal sum attracted not only knights from the realm of Westeros, but also those from Essos, all eagerly converging upon King's Landing. Reports indicated that over 1,000 knights had already registered for the tournament, not including the archers and warriors participating in the archery contest and team battles, which could potentially double the number of combatants. Consequently, many claimed that this tournament scale surpassed any previously held in Westeros. The influx of such a vast number of warriors posed a significant challenge to the security of King's Landing, where the city guard numbered barely over 1,000, insufficient to monitor such a multitude of seasoned fighters. Thus, the hand of the king, Lord Arryn, decreed that all participants in the tournament must remain outside the city walls. effectively transferring the potential turmoil beyond the city's confines. With so many vigorous warriors congregating, conflicts and skirmishes were inevitable. Daily altercations erupted in the slums by the Blackwater, where violent confrontations became commonplace. The city guard's duty consisted of collecting the fallen after battles, seizing any remaining valuables as fines. Bodies that were claimed would be released for a fee, while unclaimed corpses were unceremoniously discarded into the Blackwater, drifting downstream to feed the fish in Blackwater Bay. Previously, the disturbances in the slums were limited to ordinary soldiers. However, recent conflicts at the tournament grounds escalated to involve knights. Before the official contest commenced, knights were required to inspect the arena, particularly measuring the width and length of the grounds according to their steed's dimensions. This practice allowed them to find the correct rhythm and calculate their strikes for precise targeting of their adversaries. Yet, this measurement period was primarily allocated for the noble knights, leaving ordinary knights with no time for such preparations, compelling them to measure the grounds prior to the official commencement of the tournament. Although adjustments to the arena may occur after the commencement of the tournament, for the ordinary free knights, having measurements is certainly preferable to having none at all. It provides some psychological comfort. However, the arena is limited in size, and with nearly 1,000 knights vying to measure the grounds, no one wishes to wait, thus leading to inevitable disputes. Consequently, over the past 2 days, these knights have engaged in numerous duels, a spectacle rarely seen under normal circumstances. In a moment, the guards from various noble camps, devoid of duties, flocked to the vicinity of the tournament grounds, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. When Lind and his companions arrived at the arena, they were somewhat late due to their equestrian training. It was nearly dusk. From the conversations of those around, they learned that several skirmishes had erupted during the day over the order of measurement, resulting in the deaths of 2 free knights, both younger sons of minor nobility, whose demise caused scarcely a ripple in the realm. Although darkness had descended, the spectators remained unsated, gathering firewood to ignite the braziers surrounding the arena, illuminating the grounds and allowing those who had yet to measure their territories to continue their contest while providing entertainment for the onlookers. Upon arriving near the venue, Lind and his subordinates were dispersed by the bustling crowd. More accurately, he intentionally leveraged the throng to separate himself from his men. Once he lost sight of them, he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and made his way to the fish market port located outside the Mudgate walls, along the banks of the Blackwater River. Utilizing the opportunity from the previous days spent drinking with his subordinates, he discreetly familiarized himself with the local surroundings and pinpointed the location of a special warehouse in the dock area. This warehouse, situated on one side of the Mudgate and adjacent to the city walls, was in close proximity to the peacekeeping office of the capital's guard. Though separated by a mere wall, any disturbance within the warehouse would prompt the guards in their golden robes to swiftly depart, circumventing the city gates to respond. Taking no more than a few minutes, this warehouse served as a storage facility for relatively valuable goods, typically overseen by merchant guards. However, this time, the security of the goods also involved the capital's guard, arousing curiosity about the nature of the contents within. Lind, too, was intrigued by the goods stored within the warehouse. In fact, after hearing about the smuggled items from Littlefinger during a visit to Todd's pumpkin stall a few days prior, his curiosity about these highly regarded items had been piqued, prompting him to entertain a notion. His recent hospitality was also a preparatory step for this endeavor. The reason he chose to act today is that once the martial arts tournament commences tomorrow, Mysterial will leave his comfortable abode in the city and reside in a tent outside the city with other noblemen until the conclusion of the tournament. During that time, he will be responsible for the security of the camp, leaving him no opportunity for other endeavors. Moreover, although Lind is intrigued by the goods in the warehouse, he is not one to recklessly delve into secrets. He indulges his curiosity only when it does not pose a risk to himself. Should the situation become complicated and he lacks the confidence to enter and exit the warehouse unnoticed, he would not take the risk. When the warehouse was initially constructed, the builders might have considered the issue of security, as they left a significant area of open space around it and installed torches to enable the guards to see clearly if anyone approached, even during the darkest hours of the night. While the intention was commendable, over time, even the best of plans can become distorted. Later occupants transformed the originally designated open space into additional warehouse structures to increase storage capacity, and the meticulously arranged guard points fell into disuse. They merely erected a fence that even a child could easily scale, along with placing 2 guards at the entrance, and added a few patrolling individuals around the warehouse. These past few days, the tavern where Lind and his companions gathered for drinks stood directly across the street from this warehouse, though it was merely a modest thatched roof structure. Sitting by the window did not afford a view into the enclosure. Nevertheless, through his extraordinary sense of hearing, Lind discerned the number and general routes of the patrols inside and outside the warehouse. Furthermore, he had grasped the schedule of the city garrison's patrols. Although Genos Lind had assured Littlefinger that he would safeguard the goods within the warehouse, it was evident that he had not taken the matter to heart. He merely dispatched a few patrol teams to intermittently patrol the vicinity without coordinating with Littlefinger's men. Having deciphered the patrol patterns, Lind awaited in a shadowy corner outside the warehouse until the patrol passed. He then swiftly and nimbly scaled the warehouse wall, landing inside, and like a feline creature, darted to the nearest corner of the warehouse. Utilizing the uneven wooden boards on the wall, he effortlessly ascended to the rooftop, lying flat as he traversed the surface with the silence of a four-legged reptile, despite his height now nearing approximately 1.98 meters. And his robust physique having more than doubled since his time in White Village, rendering him akin to an upright bear, his agility remained undiminished. Amplified by the combat experience and memories of the Peacekeeper, with his deft movements, Lind approached the rooftop of Littlefinger's warehouse without alerting any guards. He gradually moved to the edge of the rooftop against the wall, then turned over, fingers tightly gripping the protruding sections of the wall, and his feet resting on some ledges as he slowly descended to a high window located on the second floor of the warehouse wall. He produced a dagger, inserting it into the crevice of the window, shifting it left and right until he located the window latch, gently prying it up until the window opened smoothly, allowing him to peer inside the warehouse. The dimly lit space was adorned with several oil lamps, casting a shadowy ambience, presumably due to concerns of igniting a fire. For safety reasons, the warehouse was also guarded. However, the state of the guard rendered this unnecessary, as he was already intoxicated, as evidenced by the empty bottles strewn across the table, and was soundly asleep, the entire warehouse resonating with his snoring. Despite the guards being devoid of any threat, Lind was still exceedingly cautious, slightly raising the wooden window before maneuvering his robust frame through the window opening, inching his way into the warehouse. Once inside, he lowered the window partially and reached up to grasp a beam overhead, gradually shifting himself to the railing on the second floor, stepping onto the sturdy balustrade to avoid the creaky floorboards, and making his way to the section where goods were stored. The entire warehouse had been claimed by the Littlefinger, thus he did not linger long before locating the items of interest. Chapter 28. The reaction of the Golden Finger. Is this all there is? Lind furrowed his brow as he surveyed the goods before him. The items he discovered consisted solely of valuable commodities from the Far East, tea, silk, and ceramics. While these items indeed held significant worth, it seemed unlikely that the Littlefinger would make a special trip to King's Landing for such a shipment, even seeking out Janos Slint for additional protection. Could it be that he intentionally used this batch as bait to divert the attention of interested parties, while the truly coveted contraband was concealed elsewhere? With an unsettling feeling, Lind began to connect the dots while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. If this cargo was indeed bait, then it was certain that traps, potentially lethal ones, would accompany it. However, despite his heightened senses, he found no anomalies within or around the warehouse, and the patrolling guards exhibited no unusual behavior. The only discomforting presence was the sound of the drunken guard snores echoing throughout the warehouse. It seems I have misjudged. Feeling somewhat overly cautious, Lind let out a self-deprecating chuckle and glanced back at the goods, quickly realizing the flaw in his judgment. Although the value of this cargo was insufficient to entice someone like the Littlefinger to venture from the Vale to King's Landing, particularly in these tumultuous times, it did not imply that the goods lacked value. In fact, if sold in King's Landing, they could fetch tens of thousands of gold dragons without issue. If, in a decade or so, Peter Baelish were to assume the role of Master of Coin on the Iron Throne, he might indeed be entitled to use tens of thousands of golden dragons as bait. However, at present, he is merely a tax official in a port city, and it is evident that he is not yet qualified to engage in such grandiose endeavors. Thus, the shipment should not be considered as mere bait. Rather, it is likely that the contraband specifically intended for Peter's visit to King's Landing is concealed within this cargo. Upon grasping this notion, Lind carefully scrutinized the shipment once more. This time, he did not merely glance over the contents. Instead, he meticulously examined each bag and box. Before long, he noticed several crates containing silk that seemed peculiar. Although these crates were of the same dimensions as the others, their weight was significantly greater, indicating that their contents were undoubtedly more than just silk. Despite the locks affixed to these crates, they posed little challenge for Lind, who found such primitive locks rather simplistic. Having anticipated a similar scenario back in White Village, he had retrained himself in the art of lockpicking from his previous life, preparing for any eventuality. With practiced ease, he produced 2 iron pieces of varying shapes and inserted them into the lock at different angles, adjusting them gently while feeling for the position of the locking mechanism. He soon managed to unlock one of the crates, With great caution, Lind removed the lock and set it aside, then slowly lifted the lid of the crate, striving to minimize any sound. Once the crate was successfully opened, he peered inside and observed neatly rolled silk, leading him to believe he may have misjudged the situation. Nevertheless, his countenance bore no trace of disappointment. Carefully, he extracted the silks and placed them aside, quickly emptying the crate of its contents. Following this, he gently tapped the bottom of the crate, and upon hearing the reverberation, a smile graced his face. His gaze wandered across the base of the crate, where he discovered a hidden latch. Inserting his finger into the latch, he lifted the entire bottom panel. To his surprise, he found another compartment beneath, filled with straw for cushioning, and within this straw lay an assortment of antiquated copper, silver, and gold artifacts. Could these be the contraband that Peter so greatly valued? As he examined these items, a flicker of uncertainty arose within Lind. He could not ascertain their true worth. However, he refrained from making any hasty judgments, fully aware that his limited experience and knowledge would preclude him from accurately appraising such treasures. With lingering doubt, Lind carefully replaced the panel, returning the silk rolls to their original arrangement, restoring everything to its prior state. Yet, he did not depart immediately. He proceeded to open the other crates that he had suspected were unusually heavy. It was only upon unlocking the fourth crate and discovering its concealed contents that he grasped the true nature of the contraband. Inside this crate, there lay but two items, a cracked dragon egg and a beautifully crafted dagger. When Lind first laid eyes upon the two objects, his attention was not immediately drawn to the cracked dragon egg adorned with a scaly shell, but rather to the exquisite dagger. The strikingly unique bone handle and the steel blade of this dagger led Lind to surmise that it was a Valyrian steel dagger with a dragon bone hilt, which might very well serve as the catalyst for the War of the Five Kings that would erupt a decade later. How could such a dagger have been acquired by Peter Baelish at this early juncture? Lind felt a mixture of confusion and curiosity, prompting him to retrieve the dagger from the box for a closer inspection. However, as his fingers brushed against the dragon bone handle, a distinct sensation of searing heat radiated through his fingertips, spreading throughout his body. At that moment, the mysterious warmth was not Lind's primary concern. Rather, he was fixated on the energy bar beneath the peacekeeper, which had already diminished to 3/4 of its total capacity, pulsating erratically under the influence of this heat, akin to a breathing light. The unexpected turn of events left Lind momentarily disoriented, yet he quickly regained his composure, meticulously examining the alterations this fiery sensation had wrought upon his energy bar. Upon thorough inspection, however, he felt a tinge of disappointment, for the heat only caused the energy bar to flicker without instigating any additional reactions, failing to advance it even a fraction. Nevertheless, Lind remained convinced that the Dragonbone's influence on his innate abilities was not so straightforward. He suspected that he had merely overlooked something significant. With this thought in mind, he placed his hand upon the cracked dragon egg, and while the searing sensation did not manifest this time, a chilling aura akin to ice seeped through his touch. Unlike the previous warmth, this cold did not radiate throughout his body nor induce any anomalies in his energy bar. Rather, it flowed through him like a gentle stream, converging at his chest and subsequently infusing itself into the essence of glory nestled within his pocket. It seemed that glory, in slumber, had sensed this coldness, stirring slightly before resuming its deep sleep. Though Lind had undertaken some training to temper glory's wild nature, he remained uncertain whether the brevity of the training or flaws in his methods were to blame. Regardless, glory's wildness had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified. Apart from exhibiting affection towards Lind and obeying his commands, anyone who ventured too close would face its aggression. Moreover, as glory matured, its teeth had grown remarkably stronger, capable of not only severing the ropes that bound it, but even snapping the wooden bars of its cage. To avert any mishaps, Lind had consistently kept Glory by his side, as was the case this time as well. Fortunately, Glory was exceptionally obedient. When Lind commanded it to remain still, it complied without fail, even in slumber, making no sounds that could disrupt Lind or lead to any complications. Unexpectedly, however, bringing Glory along this time yielded unforeseen rewards. He was uncertain about the effects of the chilling essence absorbed by Glory and the transformations it might incite. Yet he was acutely aware that the cracked dragon egg had undergone a metamorphosis along with the dissipating coldness. The most conspicuous alteration was the dulling of the scale patterns on the egg's exterior, rendering it reminiscent of stone, far less resplendent than it appeared moments prior. Could the rumors surrounding the leucistic shadow links truly hold any truth? This notion ignited a series of associations in Lind, as he pondered whether the chilling essence could be the lingering dragon soul within the egg, and how its absorption by the glorious lynx seemed to resonate with the prior tales of the leucistic shadow lynx devouring souls. Such coincidences were difficult for him to dismiss. However, this was not the appropriate moment to investigate whether any changes had occurred within Glory. He carefully replaced the partition of the box, refraining from taking the Valyrian steel dagger with a dragonbone hilt, as it was far too conspicuous and would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention, particularly from which would bring more detriment than benefit. Although the dragon egg exhibited changes, they were not immediately visible, and he did not disturb the other Valyrian relics, leaving them precisely as he found them. He then silently exited the warehouse, ensuring that his departure went unnoticed. Once outside, Lind was eager to inspect Glory's condition for any potential issues and did not linger along the way. He traversed the impoverished district along the city wall, making his way towards the Lion's Gate. Although a direct route through the arena would have been shorter, that area was already teeming with people. The surrounding refugee and poverty-stricken populace had congregated there to witness the spectacle, leaving their own neighborhoods significantly less populated. While the ground was somewhat filthy, it offered a considerable time-saving advantage. Upon reaching the exit of the impoverished district located outside the Lion's Gate, preparing to turn towards the Tytos family's encampment on Lion's Hill, he noticed a slight opening in the great gate of the Lion's Gate. Shortly thereafter, several soldiers from House Lannister, clad in russet iron armor, emerged, carrying an individual from within. The Lannisters, being proprietors of a gold mine, provided their soldiers with equipment and weaponry that far surpassed those of other families. In contrast, the lower-tier soldiers of other noble families, including the Tyrells, typically supplied their own arms and armor, with only specially formed units, such as Lind's newly established 10-man cavalry, receiving gear specifically prepared by the Tyrell family. The Tyrells fared slightly better, managing to furnish a few garments, while other families not only had to procure their own weaponry, but also their own sustenance. In comparison to these noble houses, the financial investment of the Lannisters in their standing army was nothing short of astonishing. They provided leather armor, iron armor, and steel armor depending on the army's affiliation, and their weaponry included long spears with iron tips and sharp iron swords. All equipment was financed by House Lannister, resulting in their standing army appearing more disciplined and organized than those of other families. It is precisely due to the possession of such a formidable army that even King Robert Baratheon and Hand of the King Jon Arryn, who harbor a profound disdain for House Lannister, are compelled to forge an alliance through marriage with them. At this moment, two soldiers clad in iron armor from House Lannister, daring to breach the gate's restrictions, beckon the city guard to open the gates, subsequently carrying out a person, which piques Lynn's curiosity regarding the identity of this individual. It is well known that only the personal guard of direct family members within House Lannister are permitted to don iron armor, implying that these two soldiers serve under Jaime Lannister and Tyrion Lannister, respectively. The absence of Kevin Lannister is attributed to the fact that this younger brother of Lord Tywin is stationed in Casterly Rock and has not come to King's Landing. Though the torches outside the Lion's Gate are dim, Lynn's extraordinary vision allows him to discern that the individual being carried by the Lannister soldiers is a girl. A girl devoid of clothing. The two soldiers approach a refuse heap not far from the Lion's Gate and unceremoniously discard the girl into the trash. After muttering a few words, they turn and vacate the scene. The girl, cast aside, remains motionless, her body exhibiting no signs of defensive reflexes upon impact with the refuse, appearing as though she were already lifeless. Once the Lannister soldiers depart, several individuals from the surrounding slums converge towards the refuse heap, seemingly intrigued by the corpse. For it is known that even in the squalor of King's Landing, a body can fetch a considerable price. Lynn finds himself disinterested in the reasoning behind the Lannister soldiers disposing of a girl's corpse outside the city, thus he prepares to leave. However, as he turns away, he notices the hand of the corpse twitch, indicating that the girl is likely still alive. Some of the slum dwellers also witness this occurrence, yet they do not appear inclined to allow her to continue living. One individual picks up a stone, preparing to strike the girl's head, intent on ensuring her demise. Had the girl perished, Lynn might have remained indifferent to how her body was ultimately treated, but now that she clings to life, his inherent moral compass compels him to act. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that, as the combat experience of the peacekeeper fully integrates within him, he senses a growing indifference to life itself, particularly in his interactions with it. The sole remedy for this emotional detachment lies in invoking the ideals and personality of his former life to temper the psychological transformation wrought by this new existence. Thus, rescuing this girl becomes mutually beneficial. Almost simultaneously with his decision to save her, Lynn swiftly rushes towards the group of ill-intentioned civilians and, before one can hurl the stone at the girl, lands several punches, incapacitating them. He then disregards the fallen individuals and shifts his focus to the battered girl, hesitating momentarily before lifting her into his arms and making his way towards the encampment of House Tyrell. Chapter 29. Master Pycelle, you are awake. As Lind, who was playfully teasing Glory, heard a stir from the bed, he turned to look and saw that the girl, who had been unconscious for 2 days, had opened her eyes. She gazed around with a bewildered expression and murmured, "Don't move. Your wounds have yet to fully heal, and any sudden movement could cause them to reopen." In response, the girl exhibited no reaction, merely turning her head to fix her vacant stare upon the tent ceilings. Her eyes devoid of life, as if Lind had rescued nothing more than a lifeless shell, with her spirit extinguished. It was hardly surprising that the girl reacted this way. After bringing her back to the camp and settling her in his tent, Lind sought out Bachelor Holly, the camp's attending physician, to tend to her injuries. Upon thorough examination, Bachelor Holly discovered that the girl's wounds were grievously severe. She bore numerous fractures and hidden internal injuries, particularly in her most vulnerable areas, which had been ravaged beyond recognition. The very fact that she could still breathe was nothing short of miraculous. Despite Holly's earnest application of his medical expertise, he could not guarantee her survival, as he expressed. All that could be done was to pray to the Holy Mother for her mercy to shine upon the girl. Lind, however, remained silent on the matter. To him, the fact that he had managed to bring the girl to the camp for treatment was commendable enough. If she ultimately did not survive, it would simply be her fate. While Bachelor Holly attended to the girl, Lind took the opportunity to examine Glory's condition. Although Glory had absorbed the chill emanating from the cracked dragon egg, Lind found no abnormalities in her health. The only notable change was her increased appetite. She consumed nearly her own body weight in meat at each meal and required 4 meals a day. This was merely the dietary requirement of a young Glory. And as she matured, her appetite would likely escalate further, posing a challenge for Lind's current financial means. Thus, training Glory to hunt became imperative. Fortunately, his cavalry was comprised entirely of hunters, making it relatively easy to capture a few live prey from the surrounding forests. In the past 2 days, Lind endeavored to allow Glory to hunt the captured creatures whenever she felt hungry, honing her predatory skills. After all, Glory was a shadow lynx. And even though she had been adopted by Lind, her innate hunting abilities remained intact. The martial competition commenced on the 2nd day of the banquet at the Red Keep. And due to the overwhelming number of participants, the event's duration had to be extended. What was initially expected to be completed in 1 day, the archery contest, stretched to 2 days. After a morning of fierce competition, only 56 contenders remained, and it was anticipated that the champion archer would emerge by the afternoon. Throughout the city of King's Landing, all casinos began accepting bets, and various nobles established their own wagering pools. Among these, the most prominent was the betting organized by the hand of the king, Duke John Arryn, under the auspices of the Iron Throne. Although King Robert is indifferent to wealth, the Duke of Aelin, the steward of the realm, is compelled to devise means to fill the financial void created by the tournament. The most immediate method to acquire funds is, of course, to establish a betting arena and act as the house. While the income generated from the wagers may not entirely bridge the fiscal gap, it would at least mitigate the appearance of this year's financial predicament. Due to his responsibility for the security of the camp, Lind did not venture out to witness the tournament in recent days. Nevertheless, he conformed to tradition and placed a bet alongside his colleagues, wagering on a Dornishman named Gain. In his recollection, it was a certain Gain who emerged as the champion archer in the tournament, welcoming Eddard Stark as Hand of the King in King's Landing over a decade later. Although he did not believe that the current Gain bore any relation to the one from years hence, he nonetheless chose this Gain as his betting prospect, hoping for a stroke of fortune. However, it was evident that fortune was not on his side, as the Gain he selected was eliminated in the first round of the afternoon's contest. After several rounds of competition, the title of champion archer in this tournament ultimately went to a middle-aged man named Brynden Rivers, who is said to have a close rapport with the renowned archer Lord Brynden Tully, both exhibiting comparable skill in archery. Although the archery contest had concluded, public enthusiasm remained unabated, as an even more thrilling team tournament was set to take place the following day. Historically, team tournaments have witnessed the highest casualties. The themes of bloodshed and brutality reigned supreme, rendering them the most captivating spectacles. Consequently, betting on the anticipated fatalities of the team tournament had already commenced. House Tully had dispatched its finest archers to partake in the archery competition, yet it appeared that their performance was lackluster, as they were entirely eliminated in the first round. This was certainly not a cause for celebration. Upon returning to the camp with Galen, Maester Tully's countenance remained grim. This was Lind's first encounter with the Guardian of the South, the Duke of Highgarden. Although he had formed certain expectations, seeing the middle-aged man, stout like a barrel with meticulously groomed facial hair, did not leave Lind feeling particularly disenchanted. If one were to encapsulate the Duke in a single term, it would be mediocre. Despite his mediocrity, this does not imply that Duke Maester Tully is inept. In fact, he surpasses the majority of noble lords. However, when compared to other lords of equal stature, he appears rather ordinary. Moreover, his propensity for impulsive decisions often leads him to make illogical choices, further contributing to his perceived mediocrity. Yet, should anyone underestimate Duke Maester Tully as a mere pushover, they would undoubtedly find themselves facing significant repercussions. Upon returning to the camp, Duke Mestelier summoned those who would participate in the group tournament the following day, either to inquire about their conditions or to bolster their spirits. For him, this tournament represented a splendid opportunity to elevate the Tyrell family's name. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Thorn Queen, far away in the High Garden, had no interest in the tournament and did not believe that the Tyrells needed a victory in such an event to gain renown. The Duke's return brought the guards of House Tyrell and his own retinue to the camp, thereby relieving the original sentinels of their duties. Consequently, Lind had little to occupy himself with. Just as he intended to venture into the nearby woods for hunting and to train his companion, Glory, Scholar Holly approached him, expressing a desire for Lind to escort him into the city to meet Archmaester Pycelle. Naturally, Lind did not refuse. He instructed Raoul to look after the girl he had rescued, donned a simple disguise, and informed the attendants of Fortimo that he had matters to attend to in the city before descending the Lion's Hill with Scholar Holly. If we consider King Robert Baratheon, Archmaester Pycelle had served 4 kings within the Red Keep, which endowed him with significant standing in the eyes of many within the castle, even surpassing that of the king himself. Consequently, when King Robert ascended the Iron Throne, Prime Minister Duke Aelin arranged for Pycelle a residence near the castle library, constructing a direct road leading from this residence to the exterior of the Red Keep. Additionally, he procured a house nearby for Pycelle, granting him direct access to the Red Keep, a testament to the esteem in which he was held. Over the past year, Archmaester Pycelle had performed admirably in assisting King Robert in stabilizing the realm, notably orchestrating the union between King Robert and Cersei Lannister, thereby securing the powerful Lannister family's allegiance and solidifying the Iron Throne's position. Thus, he was pleased to witness Cersei's pregnancy. And when King Robert proposed a tournament in celebration, he expressed his endorsement. Yet, during these days, he had not attended the feasts or witnessed the tournament. Instead, he remained in the library, meticulously organizing the documents of the Targaryen dynasty and compiling its history. In fact, during his tenure as Maester de Aegon V, he had contemplated writing the history of the Targaryen dynasty. However, this endeavor involved numerous secrets that the Targaryen royal family could not publicly disclose, and he was quickly forbidden from pursuing it by Aegon V. Subsequent kings continued to thwart his attempts to compile the Targaryen history. Despite this, Archmaester Pycelle never relinquished his ambition. Over the years, he diligently collected various pertinent materials, meticulously organizing them for a time when they might be of use. Now that Robert Baratheon had claimed the Iron Throne and the Targaryen dynasty had concluded, the era of the Baratheons had commenced, and the once taboo histories of the Targaryen royal family were no longer forbidden. Moreover, due to the swift breach of King's Landing, a plethora of pertinent secret documents within the Red Keep were unable to be destroyed in time. Additionally, the portion of records unearthed by Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, along with certain Valyrian historical materials related to the Targaryen family provided by House Valerion of Driftmark, furnished him with a sufficient compendium to undertake the chronicle of the Targaryen dynasty. However, the sheer volume of these documents, coupled with their intricate and obscure content, including numerous significant texts written in coded languages, rendered it exceedingly challenging for him, along with his assistants and students, to systematically organize this vast repository. He required the collaboration of other scholars with historical expertise to collectively realize this monumental work. Among the myriad candidates that flitted through Maester Pycelle's mind, one stood out as the most suitable for this endeavor, Maester Holly. During his time at the Citadel, Maester Holly had garnered a reputation for his historical acumen, effortlessly providing answers to inquiries regarding matters of history, whether they pertain to the genealogies of noble houses or the historical transformations of Westeros. Moreover, throughout his studies, he had frequently corrected errors and oversights present in previously compiled historical documents. Had it not been for Maester Holly's peculiar disposition, which rendered him somewhat of a recluse and estranged from forming friendships, leading to his alienation from influential figures at the Citadel, he might have already donned the copper rod and mask, achieving the esteemed title of Doctor of History, thus recognizing the arduous task of organizing the historical records. Maester Pycelle sought the assistance of one of his scholars who had a favorable rapport with Maester Holly, tasking him with extending an invitation for Holly to partake in the compilation of the Targaryen Chronicle. To this invitation, Maester Holly promptly acquiesced, conveying through a letter to the assistant scholar that he would arrive in King's Landing alongside the entourage of House Tyrell. After receiving this correspondence, Maester Pycelle awaited the arrival of the Tyrell party in King's Landing. However, upon their recent arrival, the anticipated Maester Hawley did not make an appearance, prompting Pycelle to harbor concerns regarding his well-being. Consequently, he dispatched inquiries to the Tyrell encampment, learning that Maester Hawley was indeed present within the military camp, albeit occupied with other pressing matters that precluded a meeting with Pycelle. Though somewhat discontented with Maester Hawley's demeanor, Pycelle harbored no animosity for him. The paramount concern remained the completion of the Targaryen historical narrative. Thus, having ascertained Hawley's circumstances, he instructed the assistant scholar to remain at his residence outside the Red Keep, so that upon Hawley's arrival, he could be brought directly to him. As Pycelle endeavored to organize the materials, he preferred solitude for this meticulous task. Dismissing all his servants from the chamber, he settled beside the table, perusing the relevant documents of the Targaryen royal secret history, swiftly noting down the salient points therein. Time had slipped away unnoticed, the sky outside had darkened, and the flickering candlelight within the room had waned considerably, making it unsuitable for further reading. Just as Chancellor Pasher was about to close the book and notes on the table to take a moment's respite and perhaps indulge in a light meal, he suddenly noticed the presence of an unfamiliar figure standing beside him. Startled, he cautiously raised his gaze, his hand instinctively resting upon the concealed dagger within his sleeve. The dim glow of the candlelight revealed a familiar visage, yet he found himself perplexed as to why this individual had appeared here. Scholar Hayne, when did you return from Hellenberg? I had tasked you with. Before he could finish his sentence, Pasher sensed something was amiss with Hayne and furrowed his brow. An unsettling thought crossed his mind, and his expression darkened considerably. How dare you return? The king's bounty on your head has not been rescinded. Anyone would pursue you for the reward of 2,000 golden dragons. Why do you linger in King's Landing instead of fleeing back across the narrow sea? Do you intend to assassinate the king? The man raised a hand, signaling Pasher to remain silent, and coldly replied, There is no need for alarm. I have no interest in your king. He is not on my list. I have merely returned to collect a debt you owe me. A debt? Pasher exclaimed, fully aware of the formidable capabilities of the man before him. Resisting would be futile, so he withdrew his hand from his sleeve. You took my money without informing me that the fellow was accompanied by 4 heavily armored knights and a squad of archers, nearly leading to my demise, the man said. His teeth clenched. Your faulty intelligence has caused me significant harm, thus you must refund me half the sum, along with additional compensation. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure you remain asleep forever. While Pasher had a certain greed for wealth, he understood that life held far greater value. Faced with the stark threat from this individual, he had no choice but to concede. Just as he prepared to agree to the compensation, a servant knocked on the brass ring hanging at the door and announced, Lord Pasher, Scholar Hawley has arrived. Shall I admit him? At this, Pasher hesitated momentarily before gesturing to the man beside him to remain silent, then turned towards the door and instructed, Let him enter. Chapter 30. Divine Intervention Greetings, Chancellor Pasher. Scholar Hawley entered the room, guided by the servant. Upon noticing the presence of 2 individuals, he momentarily faltered but quickly discerned who was Chancellor Pasher by their ages and the scholar as collar adorning their necks. He bowed respectfully. I am not faring well. Pasher replied with a smile. Hawley was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. These past few days, I have been plagued by the arduous task of chronicling the demise of Maegor Targaryen I, prompting me to beseech the gods for assistance. Sir Pycelle, with a wry smile, remarked, Yet, dear Master Hawley, you have languidly remained within the camp, prolonging my anguish by 2 additional days. Do you believe I am in a favorable state now? Despite Master Hawley's inherent awkwardness in social interactions, he could discern the underlying grievance in Sir Pycelle's words. He wished to offer an explanation but found himself at a loss, his anxiety manifesting as beads of sweat upon his brow. Do not fret. I harbor no blame, Sir Pycelle reassured him, having astutely gauged Master Hawley's temperament. Recognizing that his presence at the Red Keep posed no threat, he comforted him and inquired, Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, I implore you to commence your work immediately. The progress of the Chronicle has lagged considerably beyond my expectations, and I hope your involvement will expedite our efforts to compile all significant historical events from 80 years prior to the age of Aegon by the arrival of next year. At your command, my lord, replied the history enthusiast Master Hawley, his excitement palpable as he could not conceal the joy radiating from his countenance. He quickly bowed to Sir Pycelle and expressed his readiness to begin without any further preparations. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he added, I have a companion stationed outside the Red Keep at the guard post. I may need to relay some instructions to him. No need for that, Sir Pycelle interjected, raising a hand to halt him. Unless there are matters of utmost secrecy, simply jot it down and have him deliver it. I would prefer not to see your time squandered on such trifles. As Sir Pycelle gestured towards the other occupant in the room, that individual appeared momentarily taken aback, followed by a fleeting smirk, seemingly challenging Sir Pycelle with a silent, "Will I heed your command?" However, the dim lighting of the room prevented Master Holly from perceiving the expression on the man's face. He complied with Sir Pycelle's directive, requesting a sheet of paper, upon which he swiftly inscribed a few words. Upon completion, Sir Pycelle took the paper, scarcely glancing at it before folding it and handing it to the man, stating, "The contents of the third cabinet by my bedside should suffice as compensation. I trust this matter concludes here, do you not?" Master Holly distinctly sensed a note of trepidation in Sir Pycelle's tone, which piqued his curiosity regarding the scholar-like figure. For Sir Pycelle's esteemed position within the Red Keep should not normally evoke fear of an ordinary scholar. The man paused in silence, accepting the paper and responding, "I hope, sir, that your promised compensation is genuine. Otherwise, I shall return to seek you out, and our encounter will not resemble this one." Upon finishing his words, he turned and exited the room. As he departed, Archmaester Pycelle let out a subtle sigh of relief, steadied himself by grasping the adjacent table, and endeavored to maintain his composure in the presence of Maester Holly. After the individual left the chamber, he did not take the usual route frequented by the scholars to exit the Red Keep. Instead, he opted for a relatively secluded path, devoid of many passers-by, deliberately avoiding encounters with others along the way. It wasn't until he had completely exited the Red Keep that he nonchalantly discarded the note written by Maester Holly into the weeds by the roadside. However, after walking a few paces, he seemed to recollect something, hesitated momentarily, turned back, rummaged through the underbrush, retrieved the note, and then made his way towards the guard post outside the Red Keep. Before long, he arrived near the post and located the individual he sought. Yet, upon seeing the person, he was momentarily taken aback, then approached with a tone of familiarity, asking rather abruptly, "Why are you here again?" The sudden emergence of a stranger, coupled with their inexplicable inquiry, left Lind bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing the individual, as their distinctive aura made it nearly impossible to mistake. "What brings you here, Lord Bao?" Lind inquired, scrutinizing the now acclaimed scholar, the faceless man, Bao, with curiosity. "Bao owes me a debt," came the succinct reply from the faceless man, who then extended the note in his hand towards Lind, stating, "This is a message from a scholar named Holly for you." Lind paused, took the note, and upon inspecting its contents, discovered it was a simple message indicating that the books left at the camp were to be sent to him. After placing the note in his pocket, Lind turned to the faceless man and asked, "How long do you intend to remain in King's Landing?" "If all goes as planned, I shall depart this evening," Bao replied casually. He then regarded Lind with an unusual gaze, remarking, "Do you not find our consecutive encounters rather remarkable? It is as if some unseen force is subtly intertwining our fates." "No, not at all remarkable. By my count, we have only met 3 times, one of which was initiated by you. Such coincidences are entirely normal, hardly worthy of alarm," Lind replied with a notable coolness, glancing at Bao and adding, "You are not suggesting that I join the faceless men, are you?" Bao shook his head, stating, "Anyone in King's Landing could potentially become a faceless man, but you are certainly not among them." Though his words seemed to offer reassurance, Lind could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, Bao scrutinized Lind for a while longer, his face etched with curiosity, and asked, "What has transpired within you since our meeting at the Kingsguard? Why do I sense a newfound intensity in your demeanor, as if you have just recalled something significant?" Your gaze, filled with scrutiny, shifts toward Lind, and a look of sudden realization crosses your face as you proclaim, "I understand now why the God of 1,000 Faces has tasked me with this divine mission. It is not the water dancer who is the true objective, but you, the bear hunter, Lind." Upon hearing Bovo's words, Lind furrows his brow, subtly resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and replies, "Lord Bovo, do you intend for me to partake in some of the God of 1,000 Faces blessings as well?" "No, it is not you." Bovo dismisses Lind's cautious demeanor without a second thought, shaking his head in a cryptic manner. He glances at the golden-robed figure who has emerged from the pavilion out of curiosity and states, "This is not a suitable place for conversation." With that, he gestures for Lind to follow and strides down the main road toward the Bale Square. Lind hesitates briefly but ultimately joins him, though his vigilance remains unyielding. In his eyes, fervent zealots and madmen are indistinguishable, capable of banter one moment and violence the next for reasons unknown. "Could you share your experiences from the past few days?" After Lind catches up, Bovo slows his pace slightly and inquires, "I wish to understand what has garnered the attention of the God of 1,000 Faces upon you." "The attention of the God of 1,000 Faces?" Lind's steps falter momentarily, his expression darkening. He recalls discussions from a past life on forums regarding the deities of the world of ice and fire, where nearly all participants agreed that, aside from the artificial faith of the seven gods, the other deities were far from benevolent. Even the most radiant and virtuous, the light King Roller, was steeped in sinister doctrines and rituals. Moreover, many of these gods were indeed real. To attract their attention could hardly be deemed fortuitous. The Faceless One easily discerned Lin's thoughts and reassured him, "Do not worry. You are far from deserving the blessings of the God of 1,000 faces at this moment. When you eventually qualify for such recognition, I am confident that with your abilities at that time, no Faceless One will be able to approach you. Thus, there is no need for concern." Reflecting on Bovo's words, Lind conceded their truth. Given his current rate of growth, by the time he attained a reputation warranting the employment of Faceless Ones, his prowess would likely have reached an extraordinary level and his senses correspondingly heightened. At that point, he would have no reason to fear assassination attempts by Faceless Ones. Having come to this realization, Lind relaxed slightly and inquired, "I can recount my recent experiences. But what advantages would I gain in return?" Bovo paused, regarding Lind with a hint of curiosity before responding, "What benefits do you seek?" After a brief silence, Lind pondered his reaction upon encountering the Dragonbone, and then spoke in a low voice. "You possess the ability to enter and exit the Red Keep at will, do you not?" Bo responded with unwavering confidence, "While I cannot say it is entirely without restriction, I can certainly access the Red Keep with relative ease." Lind proposed, "I am quite intrigued by the Dragonbone." After ascending the throne, King Robert relocated all the Dragonbone to the cellar beneath the Red Keep. "Given your capabilities, would it not be feasible for you to procure some for me?" Bo, momentarily perplexed, inquired, "Dragonbone? What purpose do you have for such a thing?" "It is merely a somewhat resilient bone." With a hint of skepticism, he scrutinized Lind and added, "Only a few lunatics or fools would believe that powdered Dragobone is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Surely, you do not." I was unaware that the Faceless Man possessed a sense of humor, though this jest is rather unamusing, Lind retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the Faceless Man unfazed. Bo chuckled lightly and said, "If it is Dragonbone you desire, there is no need to venture into the cellar of the Red Keep. I can provide it for you right now." With that, the Faceless Man gestured for Lind to follow him, leading him into a narrow alley. After a short walk, they arrived at the entrance of a tailor's shop. Upon Bo's knock, an elderly man peered through the crack of the door. Upon recognizing the Faceless Man, he relaxed and opened the door wide. Instead of entering, Bo conversed with the old man in a tongue unfamiliar to Lind. The elder nodded, turned, and soon returned carrying a small chest. The struggle evident in the old man's gait indicated that the chest contained something quite heavy. Upon receiving the box from the old man, Bo signaled him to close the door and then turned to Lind, placing the chest down before him. "Do take a look. Is this sufficient?" Lind opened the chest. Although he had anticipated its contents, he was still taken aback by the sight of bones filling the box to the brim. He reached in to touch the bones one by one, discovering that each piece resonated with the power of his golden finger, confirming that they were indeed dragon bones. While Lind remained uncertain of the exact utility of the dragon bones for his golden finger, he was confident that with such ample material for experimentation, he would eventually unravel the mystery. Since the Faceless Man had already procured the dragabone, Lind had no intention of retracting his request. Moreover, his recent experiences had been rather mundane and devoid of personal secrets, allowing him to share his tale without reservation. Thus, he recounted the events following his separation from the Faceless Man in the Imperial Forest. The Faceless Man listened intently, occasionally interrupting Lind to inquire about specific details. After each inquiry, he would shake his head, indicating that it bore no relation to the many-faced god. The atmosphere shifted when the conversation drifted to the young girl Lind had inadvertently rescued outside the Lion's Gate a couple of days prior. The expression on the Faceless Man's face grew notably grave. Following a meticulous inquiry by the Faceless One regarding the girl's condition, upon learning that she had awakened today, he instructed Lind to refrain from further discussion. Was that girl the reason for the many-faced goddess' attention? Lind ventured to inquire. The Faceless One remained silent for a moment, deep in thought, before stating, "I wish to accompany you to the Targaryen camp to see the girl, if necessary. I will bring her back to the House of Black and White in Bravos. That is acceptable, provided the girl is willing." Lind nodded in agreement. At this, Bovo paused. Casting a meaningful glance at Lind, he discerned the implication in Lind's words, that if the girl were unwilling, he would not take her away. He felt no offense. Rather, he found Lind's principled nature rare and commendable, a person worthy of friendship. Yet, he also believed that individuals like Lind, who adhere to their principles, do not thrive long in the Seven Kingdoms, and he hoped Lind might become an exception. As for whether the girl would wish to accompany him to Bravos, Bovo found no doubt. Since the many-faced god had directed him towards her, she must surely belong to the deity. Chapter 31. The nameless Lynn stood outside his tent, tossing pieces of meat far away, encouraging Glory to retrieve them and then rewarding the creature with the morsels. This was a method to enhance Glory's obedience. Initially, Glory had devoured the meat immediately, but after being reprimanded a few times by Lind, it learned not to consume the meat indiscriminately and began to bring it back instead. Although there remained about a 50% chance that Glory might still eat the meat during training, the progress compared to the previous day was commendable. With another month or two of training, Lind was confident that Glory would fully comply with his commands. Conversely, the training aimed at taming Glory's wildness had stagnated. It could now be assured that Glory would not bite indiscriminately, yet if anyone approached too closely, it would not hesitate to attack. Consequently, Lind was compelled to train Glory in solitude, and when the camp was bustling, he would confine Glory within a pouch or tether it with a chain, employing a specially crafted muzzle to restrain its jaws. During the wait for Glory to return with the meat, Lind frequently glanced back towards his tent. Having just returned to the camp, he had brought Bovo, who had disguised himself as a soldier of House Targaryen, to his tent, where they encountered the girl, whose spirit seemed extinguished, her body merely a vessel of existence. She displayed no emotions before others, yet upon seeing Lind, her savior, a flicker of sentiment surfaced, not gratitude for her revival, but rather an unspoken wish for Lind to end her life. At that moment, upon seeing the girl, the faceless one immediately recognized that this was the purpose for which the many-faced god had woven the threads of fate to guide him to the continent of Westeros. At this moment, the girl resembled a lifeless entity, showing no reaction to the external world, rendering any attempt at conversation futile. The faceless one, Bow, after several unsuccessful attempts to elicit a response from her, expressed to Lind that he wished to have a moment alone with the girl outside the tent. Once assured that the faceless one would not harm her, Lind acquiesced to his request and stepped outside the tent, though he did not stray far, settling a few paces away to train Glory while keeping an eye on the situation inside the tent. However, Lind was taken aback by the eerie silence that enveloped the tent. Despite being in such close proximity, he could hear not a single sound, not even the faintest whisper of breath, as if the tent were an empty void. This phenomenon evidently transcended the realm of ordinary power, perhaps hinting at the divine influence of the god of many faces. Lind found himself intrigued by the status of Bow within the Black and White Academy. Given his ability to wield a modicum of extraordinary power, one would expect his standing to be akin to that of Melisandre within the Church of the Light. As Lind pondered these thoughts, the tent flap was suddenly drawn aside by Bow, who appeared somewhat weary yet bore a smile, indicating that he had likely succeeded in persuading the girl. He approached Lind, preparing to speak, when his expression abruptly shifted. He swiftly moved aside just as a shadow darted past him. The faceless one turned to see that it was the familiar albino shadow lynx cub. Having spent considerable time with Glory, Lind had not fully grasped the nuances of its changes, merely noting its gradual increase in size and weight as indicators of its growth. In contrast, Bow, having witnessed Glory in the Forest of Guardians, recognized the significant transformation it had undergone. Not only had it grown considerably, but it also exhibited a newfound ferocity, evident in the dark stripes that now faintly formed a ghastly visage, particularly accentuated by the menacing patterns on its forehead. What has caused its wildness to intensify so drastically? Bow could not help but inquire. Yet, Lind was unable to provide an answer, as he too was curious about the reasons behind Glory's heightened savagery. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Bow refrained from delving further into this matter and returned to the pressing issue at hand. She is currently unable to move well. Could you find a few individuals to assist me in carrying her to the dock on a stretcher? Lind did not respond immediately. Instead, he entered the tent to assess the girl's condition. The revitalized expression on her face suggested that Bow had indeed managed to convince her. Yet beneath this newfound vitality, Lind sensed an undercurrent of intense hatred. Have you truly resolved to accompany him to the shores of Bravos? By the bedside, Lind crouched down, gazing at the girl, and said, "If you are unwilling, I can offer you shelter." The girl shook her head, attempting to speak, but her throat seemed injured, rendering her voiceless. However, even in silence, Lind could discern her resolve through her expression. "I understand. May the seven gods bless you to live well across the narrow sea, away from harm." Lind gently touched the girl's forehead and whispered a blessing. Gratitude flickered in the girl's eyes, and tears welled at the corners. Lind stood up and stepped outside the tent, summoning Raoul to bring 4 individuals. They procured a stretcher, transferring the girl onto it, and covered her with a blanket before carrying her out of the tent. As they exited, Lind felt a tug on his hand. Lowering his gaze, he saw the girl. With all her strength, lifting her injured hand to grasp his arm. Then, in a hoarse voice, she emitted a sound that was utterly indistinct. Although it did not resemble any known language, Lind understood it to convey gratitude. He patted her hand gently, then tucked it back beneath the blanket, placing the dagger. A gift from Galen upon the cavalry's formation, beside her. Take good care of her, Lind instructed the faceless one. Bowel. With a smile, Bowel replied, she is my student. I shall certainly look after her. The group exited the camp, swiftly disappearing from Lind's view. They moved expeditiously, passing through the slums outside the city. And thanks to the presence of 4 soldiers from House Tiller, they encountered no obstacles on their way to the dock area. Under Bowow's direction, the 4 men lifted the girl onto a merchant ship moored at the dock, displaying the banner of the Free City States, and brought her to a room on the upper deck adjacent to the captain's quarters. After the 4 soldiers disembarked, Bowow commanded the captain to set sail. Although some cargo remained unboarded, the captain, recognizing Bowow's unique status, dared not hesitate and promptly called upon all the sailors to hoist the sails and depart. As the ship gracefully glided away from the harbor, passing through the winch tower and entering the waters of Blackwater Bay, Bowow finally turned back to his cabin. He approached the bedside, seated himself on a stool, and observed the girl, who was turning her head to gaze through the window at the night sky. Regardless of what your name was before, from this moment forth, you must relinquish it, just as you must let go of your past. Upon hearing Bowow's words, the girl turned to face him, her expression devoid of dissent, instead reflecting a trace of relief in her eyes. I shall bestow upon you a new name. Signifying your rebirth, Bowow continued, seeing that the girl did not refuse. The girl nodded slightly in agreement. You shall bear my surname, Hagel. As for your given name, the faceless one pondered for a moment before declaring, let it be Jikoen. Jikoen Hagel. On the following morning, Lind had not yet risen when he was startled by the lifting of the tent flap. Glancing towards the entrance, he instinctively placed his hand upon the axe beside him, prepared to retaliate should an attack ensue. It is I. There is no need for alarm. Noticing Lind's reaction, Fodiemo's face displayed a look of approval, though it quickly returned to its usual serious demeanor. Get up quickly, dress properly, and come to the main tent. There are matters to discuss. Lind rubbed his face vigorously, striving to awaken himself, and then hastily donned some clothing, securing his sword at his waist. He scooped up the still drowsy Glory from the bed and tucked it into the cloth pouch at his chest before stepping out of the tent, hurrying towards the main camp tent. Upon entering the tent, he was taken aback by the sight before him. In addition to Galen and Fodiemo, there were several vassals of the Tilliers family whom Lind did not recognize, but could infer their identities. Moreover, Duke Mestelier was seated prominently in the center of the tent. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired within the tent moments before, Lind surmised they were far from favorable. For the Duke's countenance was dark enough to precipitate rain, and his expression was rife with fury, his lips muttering inaudibly. The atmosphere within the tent, already heavy due to the presence of so many esteemed members of the Rose family, became increasingly tense. The Duke, mockingly referred to as the inflatable fish by the Thorn Queen, appeared akin to an overinflated bubble, ready to burst at any moment. As Lind entered, all eyes within the tent instinctively turned towards him. The pressure of so many gazes could easily plunge an ordinary person into a state of disarray, potentially leading to some indiscreet behavior. However, Lind remained remarkably composed, as if the surrounding scrutiny were non-existent, his mental fortitude far surpassing that of those around him. Greetings to the Duke and to all present. Lind addressed the Duke Mestelier with a respectful bow under the watchful eyes of the assembly. The Duke, disregarding Lind's greeting, turned to Fodiemo and inquired, is this your squire, the bear hunter, is it not? Fodiemo nodded, affirming, indeed, my lord. Is he as formidable as you claim? The Duke pressed further for confirmation. Yes. When wielding dual swords, his prowess is scarcely inferior to mine, Fodiemo replied, nodding once more. He is, to my mind, the most suitable candidate among the several hundred in the camp to perfectly assume my role. Very well, then it shall be him. The Duke did not seek Lind's opinion nor inform him of any circumstances, but simply instructed Lind, who had just entered the tent, to return to his own quarters and await further instructions. The situation, akin to that of a commodity being summoned and dismissed at will, left Lind feeling somewhat stifled. However, he did not reveal his discomfort. Upon hearing that he could leave, he slightly bowed his head and exited the tent, turning back to his own quarters, where he sat in silence, awaiting an explanation from the visitors. Before long, both Galen and Fortimo arrived at the tent. Galen extended an apology to Lind for his father's earlier indiscretion and proceeded to elucidate the circumstances before Lind could inquire. It appeared that the knights and warriors from House Tiller, who were originally slated to participate in the team competition, had all fallen ill, suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress. seemingly due to tainted food. They were now utterly drained, finding it challenging even to rise and take a few steps, let alone wield weapons in combat. Consequently, House Tiller needed to select new participants for the team competition, a task fraught with difficulty. After prolonged deliberation, they had yet to reach a conclusion. There was a proposed alternative, to have Fortimo, the master swordsman from the Riverband, represent them, accompanied by several soldiers for support, which would significantly enhance their chances of seizing victory. However, Fortimo had already registered for the nightly tournament. While participation in the nightly tournament did not preclude involvement in the team competition, the inherent dangers of the melee posed a significant risk. Should he sustain an injury that prevented him from competing in the nightly tournament, it would be a substantial loss for Fortimo, especially considering the rarity of such a grand tournament in the future. Thus, Galen suggested that Lind take part in the team competition, ensuring that Fortimo would remain unencumbered. The knights and nobles from Highgarden who accompanied Galen unanimously supported this proposal, having witnessed Lind's formidable swordsmanship, particularly his prowess in one-on many engagements, which far surpassed that of ordinary knights. However, those who had remained in King's Landing with Duke Tiller post the War of the Usurper were unaware of Lind's capabilities, which is why they had summoned him to the Great Tent to assess his suitability. Although Lind had not demonstrated any swordsmanship in their presence, his imposing physique was sufficient to attest to his strength, and he inadvertently became one of the participants in the team competition. Upon hearing this, Lind inquired, perplexed, "Why must I participate in the team competition? If I recall correctly, those esteemed individuals do not place great significance on it. Even if House Tiller abstains, it should not tarnish their reputation, should it?" Galen's face flushed with embarrassment at Lind's question, and after signaling to Fortimo, he turned to leave. Fortimo then provided a swift and straightforward explanation. Their inflated fish lord had become overly confident upon learning that several major lords would not be sending representatives to the team competition. He believed victory was assured, and had thus placed a wager on his family's behalf. Should no one participate, or if they were to lose, not only would he incur a substantial financial loss, but he would also become the laughingstock of King's Landing, which accounted for his earlier distress. Faced with such a predicament, Lind could only chuckle in exasperation, expressing his intent to prepare earnestly for the upcoming contest. Chapter 32. Amendments to the rules conventionally, among the various events of the tournament. Team combat should have been scheduled after the nightly duels. In some instances, team combat might not even take place, being replaced by simulated battles among the nightly orders. However, this tournament bore a distinct character, as the team combat was arranged subsequent to the archery competition, and the qualifications for participation were remarkably liberalized. Essentially, anyone wielding a weapon could enter the fray. Moreover, unlike previous tournaments where participants were restricted to using wooden or non-lethal weapons provided by the organizers, King Robert unexpectedly announced prior to the commencement of the competition that true, sharpened weapons would be permitted. Historically, team combat had already incurred the highest casualties, with participants typically resorting to devastating bludgeons such as hammers and flails. Thus, the allowance of real weapons promised a staggering increase in potential fatalities. Consequently, rumors began circulating through the streets of King's Landing that King Robert sought to commemorate the birth of his heir through a blood sacrifice. While discerning minds recognized this as mere slander from the remnants of House Targaryen, the speculation nevertheless found traction among the populace, with a significant number of believers. As a result, many who had initially registered for the team combat concocted various excuses to withdraw, reducing the participant count from thousands to just over 100 before the event began. However, new entrants emerged to fill the void, numbering several hundred, predominantly warriors from the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Analysts quickly deduced that these noble families were leveraging the team combat as an opportunity to demonstrate their prowess to King Robert. The establishment of the new dynasty signified the advent of a new order, and the shifting balance of power between old and new factions necessitated that all showcase their finest selves before the new monarch to secure their positions within this emerging hierarchy. Thus, this team combat became a continuation of the power struggles that had unfolded in King's Landing over the past year. For the ordinary citizens of King's Landing, for those who traveled great distances to witness this tournament, and for those yearning to achieve fame through valiant combat, the impending team battle ignited a fervor of excitement. They were acutely aware that everyone would exert their utmost effort, and the ensuing bloodshed promised to be unprecedented, sending waves of exhilaration through the crowd. Eagerly, they gathered around the arena, even constructing elevated platforms in anticipation of the sanguinary spectacle. Outside the tournament grounds, within the makeshift encampment erected by House Tully, Lind was assisted by his attendants in donning a suit of leather armor. His weaponry was adjusted from dual swords to a single-handed sword and a dagger. In the recollections of the peacekeeper, a combination of long and short weapons was deemed optimal for harnessing one's full potential. Yet, While this combat style proved efficient and practical, it was more suited to one-on-one duels. In a melee, employing such a method rendered him vulnerable to ambush from behind. Fortunately, he possessed extraordinary senses, which proved remarkably effective in defending against ambushes. Furthermore, he was not alone in battle. Several warriors from the Tyler family accompanied him for this group competition, providing cover that allowed him to dispatch his opponents more efficiently. Having donned his leather armor and equipped his weapons, Lind prepared to leave the tent and join his comrades to discuss strategies for cooperation during the contest. However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the tent, and soon after, Galen and Fortimo entered with serious expressions, followed by several knightly attendants carrying various metal plate armor components. Quickly, outfit him with the armor so he can acclimate to its weight as soon as possible. Fortimo instructed the attendants without further explanation. The knights promptly obeyed, removing Lind's recently donned leather armor and replacing it with the exquisite, sturdy plate armor, meticulously adjusting the spacing of each piece to ensure that Lind's movements would not be hindered. My lords Galen and Fortimo, what is happening? Why the sudden change to plate armor? I thought participants in the group competition were only permitted to wear leather armor? Lind, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, inquired, sensing that their intentions were not malicious. Exchanging somber glances, Galen and Fortimo appeared uncertain about how to respond. Ultimately, Fortimo began to explain. We have just received word that King Robert has unexpectedly decreed that participants in this group competition may don heavy armor and wield sharpened weapons. Lind was taken aback. A contest that was ostensibly more theatrical than martial had suddenly transformed into a genuine arena of combat. Clearly, the introduction of real weapons would exponentially increase the likelihood of casualties and elevate the bloodshed far beyond that of other group competitions. Future accounts of this event would inevitably be associated with terms like brutality and carnage, likely finding mention in historical texts. However, Lind recalled that, in his previous life, such a bloody tournament had never occurred, prompting him to ponder whether he was encountering a butterfly effect. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, as the variables required to create such an effect were substantial, and he had yet to reach that level of influence. While Lind wrestled with uncertainty, Fortimo and Galen assumed he was merely taken aback by the news, which they could understand, as they too had been startled upon hearing it. Do not worry excessively. If you find yourself unable to endure on the battlefield, simply withdraw. Do not squander your life for the sake of a foolish and bloody spectacle, Galen advised, subtly encouraging Lind to feel free to exit at any moment. He then gestured to a nearby attendant to place two finely crafted steel swords upon the low table beside Lind. The two swords were meticulously forged for me by my brother Velis, and I intended to wield them as my ceremonial blades upon reaching adulthood. However, you are in greater need of them now, so I shall temporarily entrust these two swords to you. Upon hearing this, Lind did not respond immediately. He picked up one of the steel swords and unsheathed it for inspection, having previously examined the Valyrian steel of the dragonbone dagger. He recognized that Valyrian steel exhibits a distinct scaly pattern on its surface, which was conspicuously absent from this sword. It was evident that this was merely an ordinary steel blade. Nonetheless, even if this sword was just an ordinary piece of steel, it was far from commonplace, after all. It was crafted with great care by Velis Tiller for his younger brother, utilizing steel of a quality that surpassed that of most other materials. While it might not rival Valyrian steel, it was still commendable. The sole drawback lay in the fact that both swords were standard hand-and-a-half swords, considerably lighter than the broad hand-and-a-half sword Lind was accustomed to. Furthermore, due to the blade's insufficient thickness, there was a risk of it shattering when parrying attacks. However, there were merits to this as well. The swords possessed remarkable sharpness, capable of piercing even armor of average thickness. With these swords in hand, Lind could more effortlessly exploit his proficiency in targeting weaknesses. Have the rules changed for everyone else? Lind inquired. Yes, it has been acknowledged, Galen nodded and replied. This group tournament has completely deviated from its conventional nature. It is no longer a mere team competition. There are elements involved that I cannot fully comprehend at this moment. Therefore, even if the Tiller family must concede defeat, it cannot be done so disgracefully. The individuals you initially selected are no longer suitable. They have all been replaced by my father's Duke's Guard, led by Sir Salif, the captain of the guard. Fatimo interjected, although Sir Salif's swordsmanship may not surpass mine. It is certainly not lacking. Moreover, the Duke's Guard is his own creation, and I trust they will coordinate effectively during combat. You need not worry that the change in personnel will affect our combat effectiveness. While the substitution of a stronger Duke's Guard was advantageous for the Tiller family, it was unfortunate news for Lind. The command would undoubtedly fall into the hands of Sir Salif, and the Duke's Guard would not coordinate their offense and defense with him. He would have to seek out opportunities to act independently, and in the event of an assault, they would not assist in his defense, thereby significantly increasing the dangers he faced. Although Lynn desired to alter this decision, he understood that his status afforded him little power to effect change. Since he could not alter the circumstances, he resolved to steer matters in a direction more favorable to himself. Thus, Lynn inquired, "May I form my own independent team without joining the Duke's Guard under Sir Salif's command?" "Why?" Galen asked, momentarily taken aback. "Joining the Duke's Guard would ensure greater safety." "No. You should still form your own independent team." In contrast, Fortimo endorsed Lynn's decision, stating, "Should you join the ranks of the Duke's Guard, it would undoubtedly impede their performance. Moreover, in the event of an unforeseen mishap, you might find yourself in a precarious position." Fortimo's words trailed off. Yet both Lynn and Galen comprehended the underlying implication. Lynn was to serve as a shield, and should they falter in the competition, the blame would likely be cast upon him. Galen found himself at a loss for words, recognizing this as a common malady among the nobility, a situation he was powerless to alter. Nevertheless, being part of the privileged class, the blunt revelation of such an unspoken rule by Fortimo left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, his countenance reflecting his discontent. Initially, Lynn had not contemplated such ramifications. His sole intent was to prevent the Duke's Guard from obstructing his own performance. However, upon hearing Fortimo's remarks, he realized the necessity of excelling during the team competition to eliminate any pretexts for failure, lest he truly become a scapegoat. During this period of silence, the attendants had fully donned Lynn in his plate armor and allowed him to move about to ensure everything was properly adjusted. Given the stakes involved, Lynn did not hesitate to perform several challenging maneuvers and sword strikes. Afterward, he instructed the attendants to readjust the positioning of his breastplate and shoulder guards and to add 2 additional straps to his arm guards, ensuring they would not come loose. Once satisfied with the adjustments, he nodded in approval. "This suit of armor belonged to my nephew, who perished in the War of Usurpers. It has since come into my possession," Fortimo remarked, gazing at Lynn's armor with an inexplicable emotion. "You are in urgent need of it, so I shall lend it to you, but remember to clean it thoroughly and return it once you are finished." "Wasn't this armor gifted to me?" Lynn inquired, puzzled. Fortimo remained silent, regarding Lynn with an expression of incredulity. Lynn gave an awkward smile and continued, "Why have I not been replaced like the others?" "Your position was procured at my behest," Fortimo replied sternly. "I hope you do not resent me for placing you in such a perilous situation." Lynn smiled and replied, "No. How could I harbor resentment towards you, my lord? This is precisely what I wished for. I should be grateful to you." For Lynn, this team competition represented an opportunity, a chance to ascend the social ladder expeditiously. The sudden alteration of the competition's rules by Robert Baratheon indicated his particular interest in the event, suggesting that the Iron Throne's sovereign would be present to observe the contest. Should Lynn perform exceptionally, he might very well be elevated to knighthood by Robert Baratheon himself, akin to how the great Jon Umber was knighted for his valiant deeds during the subsequent rebellion in the Iron Islands, a knighthood that bypassed his liege lord, Duke Eddard, which was somewhat unconventional. However, this also reveals that Robert Baratheon, when confronted with matters he favors, tends to disregard convention. Lynn is precisely the sort who requires individuals unbound by rules. Robert embodies this, as does Peter Baelish. For only in such a manner can they ascend within the intricate and oppressive hierarchy of the powerful. Thus, Robert's gratitude towards Peter is not merely rhetorical. He genuinely appreciates the opportunity bestowed upon him. Subsequently, Lynn adorned himself with the 2 swords lent to him by Garland, and after meticulously checking his equipment to ensure its readiness, he departed the tent and made his way to an open space at the edge of the jousting arena, joining the Duke's Guard who had been awaiting him. At that moment, aside from the Tyrells, representatives from the Lannisters, Arryns, Tullis, Martells, and other renowned houses of Westeros had already gathered around the jousting grounds. Each great lord had dispatched an equal number of participants, totaling 21, suggesting a limitation imposed by King Robert. In addition to these lords, some martial-minded nobles also intended to partake in the tournament, each accompanied by 7 or 8 retainers, resulting in a total crowd of 600 to 700 individuals within the arena. While this number may seem substantial, the arena had been designed to accommodate thousands. Thus, the presence of 600 to 700 did not create a sense of overcrowding, although all participants for the team joust had arrived. There were no signs that the tournament was about to commence. It appeared they were awaiting some signal. At this juncture, Salif approached Lynn, saying, "Young man, I am unaware of your relationship with Peter, nor why he insists on your participation in this perilous tournament. However, I must clearly inform you that should you find yourself in danger, I will not intervene. It would be wise for you to withdraw at the outset, lest you perish in this trivial contest and tarnish the reputation of House Tyrell." In response to Salif's ostensibly well-meaning warning, Lynn merely smiled, and walked away, choosing not to align himself with the Duke's guard, but instead standing alone at the edge of the field, which rendered him strikingly conspicuous among the participants. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance, and soon the crowd parted to reveal a towering warrior, clad in a stag helm and wielding a warhammer, leading a contingent of Baratheon soldiers toward the arena. Chapter 33. The State of Slaughter. Robert Baratheon, fully armed, made his appearance at the edge of the team joust, undoubtedly inciting considerable upheaval. No one anticipated that the king himself would descend into the fray, especially in a tournament involving live weaponry. Many deemed Robert mad, for it had been merely a year since the War of the Usurper, and remnants of House Targaryen still lurked, plotting to overthrow the Baratheon dynasty. Robert's actions undeniably placed him in a precarious position. Should anything befall him, the nascent Baratheon reign would likely teeter on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the assembled nobles turned their gazes towards Jon Arryn, the hand of the king, who followed closely behind King Robert, his countenance darkened with concern. These nobles were acutely aware of King Robert's obstinate nature, and it was widely understood that only Jon Arryn possessed the ability to sway him. In circumstances such as this, one would expect Jon to intervene and dissuade Robert from such a foolish course of action. However, it appeared that he was failing in his role as hand. Not only had Jon Arryn refrained from discouraging King Robert, but even Queen Cersei had been unable to persuade him, as evidenced by the faint bluish tinge at the corners of her eyes, indicating that she too had likely endured some form of special treatment. What further astonished everyone was King Robert's apparent decision to forego leading his Kingsguard into the fray. Instead, he selected 20 men from House Baratheon's Wind's Rest to accompany him in the competition. Although this decision was undeniably foolish, it also cast Robert Baratheon in a light of bravery and fairness, subtly instilling admiration among the surrounding knights and warriors. Upon arriving at the tournament grounds, Robert uttered not a word of preamble, impatiently declaring, "Let the games begin," as he strode into the arena's center. Witnessing this, the spectators exchanged glances and gradually entered the tournament grounds, yet none seemed inclined to make the first move. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. "Fight, you fools!" Robert Baratheon bellowed, clearly incensed by the unnatural stillness. He charged at the nearest Lannister warrior, delivering a powerful blow to the man's chest that sent him flying from the arena. The dent in his chest suggested he was gravely injured. This act ignited the warrior spirit within the participants, who, only moments before, may have hesitated due to Robert's stature, now cast aside their reservations in the face of life and death, intent on vanquishing their immediate foes. Consequently, all present raised their weapons against the nearest adversaries, disregarding any prior plans for coordinated combat, each attacking according to their instincts, revealing a lack of trained collaboration. Lind, standing alone, was naturally perceived as the most accessible target. Several warriors from the Arryn, Martell, and Tully houses surged toward him almost in unison. Unfazed by their assault, Lind had been training daily to combat multiple foes. And as they advanced, his mind rapidly formulated 10 strategies in response, swiftly identifying an appropriate counter based on the positions of his attackers. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the thrust of an Arryn warrior's longsword, while simultaneously exploiting an opening beneath the man's arm to strike back. The weapon prepared by Velis for his brother was indeed extraordinary. The longsword sliced through the adversary's leather armor as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, carving a diagonal gash from beneath the right armpit to the shoulder, eviscerating the man and spilling his entrails along with a pool of blood. Although he had swiftly dispatched one foe, Lind did not pause. He continued to move rapidly, his body gracefully rotating and leaping. Just as he evaded an incoming weapon, his longsword, propelled by the force of his spin, cleaved through the assailant's neck, while a warrior from House Martell managed a timely defense. The sheer force generated by Lind's spinning motion and the movement of his arms was beyond ordinary defense. The weapon in the Martell warrior's hand was violently swept aside, and his head lingered on his neck for merely a second longer than those of the other attackers. In the blink of an eye, 4 men lay slain beneath Lind's sword. His solitary presence in the arena had already garnered attention, but now, his unparalleled efficiency and slaughter drew even more gazes. Among those watching was the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Indeed, when Jaime accompanied Robert Baratheon to the tournament, he instantly recognized Lind as the guard from House Tyrell, the very same man who had left a profound impression on him that day. Apart from the glory associated with the Shadowcat, what struck Jaime most was that Lind was the only person in the past year who had not regarded him with disdain as a Kingslayer. Even his closest kin, his sister, revealed subtle unease when discussing the matter. This sparked a flicker of curiosity within him regarding Lind. Although he had wished to converse with Lind to understand why he viewed him differently, the demands of remaining at Dragonstone had precluded any opportunity, and the thought had been momentarily set aside. However, he He could hardly have anticipated encountering Lind during this team tournament. Nor could he have foreseen the extraordinary swordsmanship Lind would display, intensifying his intrigue. After the slaughter of 4 men, a wide berth formed around Lind. Nearby participants instinctively recognized that he was not to be trifled with and chose to engage others instead. Lind, however, refrained from pursuing further attacks, choosing instead to remain still and observe the chaotic surroundings. With hundreds participating in the team tournament, the arena was rife with disarray as combatants indiscriminately struck at one another, some even inadvertently injuring their allies. In such tumult, recklessly plunging into the fray would only hinder Lind's south mobility and place him in a precarious position. Moreover, this tournament would extend for a considerable duration, becoming increasingly challenging as it progressed. Thus, conserving energy from the outset would enable Lind to advance further in the competition. However, Lind's passive and energy-conserving demeanor incited discontent among those around him. They vociferously denounced him as a feeble coward, urging others to assail him. In the face of such vitriol, Lind remained unperturbed, steadfastly standing amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, due to the rose emblem of the Tyrell family adorning his attire, the derision gradually shifted towards the Tyrell encampment on the sidelines. Unable to endure the insults, Mysterial sought to command Lind to retaliate. Yet he was restrained by Galen and Fortimo. The scholar Morris, who held a favorable view of Lind, advised the Duke against issuing arbitrary commands, asserting that allowing the combatants to act freely was the judicious course of action, thus averting the Duke's folly. Although the Duke's orders were thwarted, the commands of other nobles were still executed. 2 warriors from the north, acting under their respective lords, simultaneously spared their current targets and turned their aggression towards Lind, who remained blissfully unaware of the imminent ambush behind him, gazing forward without a hint of defense. As the axes and swords descended towards his head, a cry arose from the onlookers of the Tyrell family, who sought to alert Lind. However, before their warnings could penetrate the cacophony of battle, Lind inexplicably vanished before the 2 assailants, only for them to feel a searing pain in their chests, followed by a powerful force that sent them hurtling to the ground, where they lay still, blood gushing from the wounds where a long sword had pierced through, in stark contrast to the 2 attackers, who perished oblivious to the manner of their demise. The spectators surrounding the arena witnessed Lind's actions with clarity. They observed a towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, seemingly employing some form of sorcery to halve his stature, effortlessly evading the assault from behind. It appeared as though he possessed a sixth sense, discerning the positions of his assailants before launching himself towards them with the agility of a flea, simultaneously thrusting his twin short swords from beneath his arms, piercing the attacker's chest with precision, thereby dispatching them cleanly. Such a captivating and ingenious display of lethality was unprecedented for many present. Momentarily, the audience, who had previously harbored disdain for Lind's apparent inaction, erupted into cheers. Among the Tyrell camp, the guards who had once trained with Lind exuberantly hailed him as the bear hunter. Yet, Lind did not relent. At that moment, 5 or 6 warriors from various families, obeying their lord's commands, launched a concerted assault against him, undeterred by his earlier effortless dispatch of 2 foes. If these individuals hailed from the same lineage and possessed an innate understanding of cooperation, it might have required considerable effort for Lind to subdue them. However, confronted with their disjointed and erratic assaults, he effortlessly discerned the vulnerabilities in their encirclement. With agile movements and deft footwork, he deftly evaded their attacks, while his sword struck with unwavering precision at the weaknesses of his adversaries, dispatching them with lethal efficacy. Thus, the spectators surrounding the arena were treated to a bizarre spectacle. A warrior of bear-like stature moved with the grace of a nimble feline, his swordplay resembling a dance of elegance. This seeming contradiction harmoniously intertwined, leaving the audience devoid of any sense of incongruity. While the onlookers marveled at Lind's combat style and its remarkable efficiency, those who sought to assail him fell, one by one, beneath his blade. It soon became apparent that, in a remarkably brief span, Lind had slain over a dozen foes, the highest tally among all present, outshining even King Robert, who was fully engaged in battle with his seasoned warriors. In an instant, the arena resonated with cheers for Lind. Yet, these jubilations did not penetrate the minds of the combatants within the fray. Most had succumbed to a bloodlust, deaf to the clamor of the outside world. Unlike his previous approach, where he remained stationary and wait for opportune moments, Lind now opted for a proactive strategy, actively seeking suitable targets. This shift in tactics emerged after he had dispatched a few attackers and noticed the leaders of House Tully, House Stark, and House Arryn had begun to regard him as a potential threat. Although they were currently preoccupied, their focus had shifted towards Lind, subtly encircling him, intent not only on trapping him but also on launching another coordinated assault. Contrary to the earlier assailants from smaller clans, the warriors of these prominent houses were seasoned veterans, well-versed in the art of cooperation. To be besieged by such experienced fighters would pose a significant challenge for Lind, thus prompting his decision to adopt a strategy of decisive engagement, aiming for isolated victories. Consequently, the audience outside the arena beheld a towering figure weaving through the chaotic melee like a fish in water, deftly evading attacks from all directions. With each swing of his sword, adversaries fell, none merely wounded, all succumbing to a single, fatal strike, as though a divine harbinger had descended upon the arena to reap lives. Some spectators began tallying the number of Lind's vanquished foes, and as time progressed, this count swiftly surpassed 50, showing no signs of abating. As it surged towards the monumental threshold of 100. In the arena, Lind had fully succumbed to the state of a merciless harbinger of death, no longer contemplating the consequences of this group competition or the multitude of troubles he would face thereafter. His sole focus was on vanquishing every adversary before him, aspiring to be the last one standing on the battlefield. It was in this sanguinary trance that he first recognized the extraordinary transformation of his body and senses. Regardless of the chaos surrounding him, he could perceive the trajectory of each enemy's assault. He entered a realm akin to bullet time, where everything around him seemed to slow, allowing him to effortlessly discern evasive maneuvers and the vulnerabilities in his opponents, thus enabling him to launch devastating counterattacks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, in this state, he faced the elite warriors from various clans with the ease of a farmer reaping a field of weeds. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, he was destined to emerge victorious. However, the unexpected often arrives without warning. Completely immersed in his murderous state, Lind failed to notice the rapid depletion of his stamina. By the time he became aware, he had already exhausted a significant portion of his energy, which began to affect his mobility. Sensing something amiss, Lind promptly withdrew from his lethal mindset. After extracting his sword from the neck of an adversary, he refrained from further assaults and instead stood still, calmly surveying his surroundings. He maintained steady breaths, deliberately avoiding heavy panting that would betray his fatigue, presenting an appearance of ease. This demeanor undoubtedly deceived those around him. None realized that his stamina had reached its limit. Moreover, the pile of corpses accumulating at his feet had instilled such terror in the warriors who sought to surround him that they dared not approach. In that moment, an eerie scene unfolded in the arena. Amidst the tumult, a 20-meter radius around Lind remained eerily vacant, save for the fallen bodies scattered on the ground, with only Lind himself standing resolutely. For the spectators, Lind's cessation of aggression elicited audible gasps of lament, as the number of his slain foes had risen to 87, encompassing nearly all the warriors dispatched by noble families, save for the Tilly family. Notably, every combatant from the Turley family, including the leader, Sir Dalton, had succumbed to his blade, while all but 2 of the Eileen family members, who had sustained injuries from others, were likewise slain. Although many of those who fell to Lind had perished during skirmishes with others, caught off guard by his stealthy strikes. Such occurrences did not carry a sense of disgrace for the onlookers. In truth, many participants had engaged in similar tactics within the arena. The only distinction lay in the number of adversaries dispatched, as Lind seemed perpetually adept at identifying vulnerable targets amidst the fray. Currently, the populace eagerly anticipates the moment when the number of fatalities at the hands of Lind will surpass 100. Yet, unexpectedly, Lind has ceased his onslaught, eliciting a chorus of lamentations from the spectators in the arena. Some even audibly incite other participants to assail Lind. Nevertheless, the sheer horror of the corpses strewn at Lind's feet is utterly staggering. Even those who had not witnessed his prior carnage are rendered speechless. Despite the vitriol hurled from the sidelines, none dared to venture within a 10-meter radius of Lind. At this moment, within the temporary encampment of House Tyrell, the esteemed nobles of House Rose are equally awestruck by the scene before them. While instances of a single individual facing multiple adversaries are not unprecedented on the battlefield or in the arena, witnessing Lind's methodical slaughter of nearly 100 men is an unprecedented spectacle. Duke Mesterial, momentarily taken aback, turned to Gallon and inquired, "What was his name again?" "Lind." "From White Village," Gallon replied, nodding. He proceeded to reiterate Lind's identity, confident that his father would not soon forget the name. Upon learning that Gallon had enlisted Lind under the auspices of House Klein, the Duke expressed his approval, momentarily forgetting that the esteemed master-at-arms, Fertimo, stood just behind him. However, it was not long before Scholar Morris discreetly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to regain his composure. He then awkwardly addressed the stoic Fortimo, stating, "I recall that your niece Menedis Klein has taken residence in Highgarden. She is of a suitable age for my daughter, Marjorie, who is in need of a companion. Let her be Marjorie's lady-in-waiting." "Indeed, my lord," It would be an honor for many to serve as Lady Marjorie's companion, Fortimo replied. Recognizing this as a gesture of compensation from Duke Mysterial to his family, the Duke then refocused his attention on the combat arena. Feeling a surge of excitement at Lynn's remarkable performance, yet an undercurrent of concern surfaced. If that Lynn were to engage His Majesty, would he not also employ lethal force? In response to the Duke's apprehension, Galen and Fortimo, both well acquainted with Lynn, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainly replying, surely not. In the arena, the number of combatants had dwindled to fewer than 100. Apart from Lynn, every remaining participant bore wounds. Even King Robert had been struck on the head, leaving a dent in his helmet and causing one of his antlers to break off. Yet, he showed no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared exhilarated, wielding his war hammer with formidable strength. In stark contrast to Lynn, who left no survivors, the others fared considerably worse, with the majority sustaining injuries that forced them to withdraw from the contest. The actual fatalities were few, which rendered Lynn's presence amidst the corpses all the more striking. At that moment, King Robert was leading the remnants of his guards from Storm's End, along with warriors from the Vale, the Riverlands, and the north, as they besieged the remaining soldiers of House Lannister, intent on annihilating them completely. The Duke's Guard of House Tyrell fell early under siege, with only 9 members emerging alive from the arena. Sir Salif, who had previously declared he would not rescue Lynn, was struck on the head by a war hammer from behind at the outset of the conflict, leaving his fate uncertain. The remaining members of the Duke's Guard, despite their efforts to cooperate, were ultimately dispersed and defeated due to the absence of a commander amidst the onslaught from all directions. On the other side, 6 warriors from House Martell of Dorne remained, clearly seasoned participants in similar duels. They exhibited a remarkable understanding of teamwork. Even when faced with the assault of numerous warriors from lesser noble families, they handled the situation with remarkable ease, even managing to counterattack. It appeared they were destined to be the victors of this battlefield. Additionally, some noble warriors, unaware of their impending doom, approached Lynn, oblivious to the fact that the bodies strewn across the ground were his doing. Consequently, they too became mere corpses, bringing the total number of lives taken by Lynn to 94. After a span of several minutes, the 2 battlegrounds within the arena quickly revealed their outcomes. The warriors of House Lannister, despite their superior equipment and seasoned experience, could not withstand the assault led by King Robert and withdrew from the arena. In their retreat, they took most of King Robert's entourage with them, leaving him with only 3 companions. The insignia on these 3 indicated one hailed from House Stark of the North, while the other 2 were warriors from House Tarly of the Vale, suggesting they were of noble lineage based on their armor. Meanwhile, the warriors of House Martell had vanquished all their opponents, although 2 had perished in the fray. The remaining 4, though battered and bruised, exchanged glances and chose not to engage the solitary Lynn, instead charging toward King Robert. The 3 warriors at the king's side would not permit the Dornish fighters to approach, rushing forth to intercept them. However, these noble warriors evidently underestimated the resolve of the Dornish fighters. 3 of the 4 Martell warriors, akin to desperate soldiers, engaged in a deadly exchange with the noblemen, resulting in mutual destruction. The remaining fighters surged toward King Robert, seemingly intent on meeting the same fate. Onlookers recognized the intentions of the Dornish warrior, gasping in alarm as the king's guard rushed into the arena to intervene. Yet, King Robert paid no heed to the Dornish warrior's intentions, charging forward like a war chariot. He blocked the curved blade with the gauntlet of his right arm, while his left hand seized the Dornish warrior by the throat, twisting with force until the neck snapped. "What are you doing? The tournament is not over. Who permitted your entry? Get out!" King Robert bellowed as he spotted the king's guard and the gold cloaks rushing into the arena. The crowd came to a halt as they witnessed King Robert discard the corpse of the Dorne warrior onto the ground, allowing them to exhale in relief as they exited the arena. In that moment, only Lynn and King Robert remained in the now silent Colosseum. Robert Baratheon gazed intently at Lynn, his final adversary, his eyes sweeping over the scattered bodies on the ground, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Although he had been engrossed in the battle, he could still hear the cheers of the onlookers, aware that an extraordinarily formidable warrior had emerged, leaving nearly 100 dead in his wake. At first, he dismissed it as mere illusion, but now, confronted with Lynn and the corpses at his feet, he began to entertain the veracity of the crowd's fervor. Simultaneously, Lynn scrutinized Robert Baratheon, his mind racing to devise a strategy for combat. Undoubtedly, Robert in this moment was a far cry from the man he would become decades later. He was at the pinnacle of his power, far surpassing the average knight. Clad in heavy armor, augmented by a layer of specially woven inner armor, he had endured various assaults, sustaining only minor injuries to his head. The attacks directed at his body had failed to penetrate his heavy armor. Even strikes that found their mark at the seams were thwarted by the inner layer. While Lind wielded a half-sword forged from unique materials, whether it could breach Robert's formidable defenses remained uncertain. Should his attacks prove ineffective, Robert's considerable combat experience would undoubtedly allow him to seize the opportunity for a counterattack, plunging Lind into a precarious position. Moreover, the reality that he faced a king loomed large in Lind's mind. Inflicting fatal harm upon Robert would surely spell doom for him, as no one would spare him on account of the tournament's rules. Thus, he found himself contemplating withdrawal from the contest. However, Robert Baratheon seemed to perceive Lind's intent to retreat, denying him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Without hesitation, he charged forth, hammer in hand, forcibly reigniting the battle. As Robert rushed towards him, Lind cast aside all apprehensions, embracing the fight with both hands gripping his half-sword, advancing to meet Robert. The adept Robert raised his hammer, aiming a horizontal strike at Lind's midsection. In anticipation of Lind's evasion, he was prepared. Regardless of Lind's direction of escape, a follow-up assault would inevitably ensue, leaving no room for retaliation. Yet, in response to Robert's onslaught, Lind executed a surprising maneuver that astonished all present. He relinquished his half-sword and leaped beyond the reach of the sweeping hammer, curling his body in midair to elude the descending strike. Before Robert could react, Lind propelled himself forward with all his might, launching an attack against the king. Lind, being exceptionally robust, combined with the weight of his armor and the force of his charge, sent Robert sprawling when his feet struck the king. Although Robert was shielded by his armor and sustained no injury, he was propelled to the ground with tremendous force. As he fell, the weight of his helmet caused his head to crash down, exacerbating the previous trauma he had endured, plunging him into a momentary state of dizziness that rendered him unable to rise immediately. In stark contrast, Lind had already anticipated the fall. Upon landing, he adeptly rolled on the ground, dissipating the impact and rising fluidly to his feet. Without hesitation, he charged towards the incapacitated King Robert, delivering a powerful kick to the hand that clutched the war hammer, shattering the king's arm with sheer force. As Robert howled in agony from the fracture, Lind seated himself upon the fallen monarch, pinning his arm down with his feet. He raised his fists, unleashing a barrage of brutal punches upon Robert's head. Though Robert attempted to shield himself with his remaining arm, it was pinned beneath Lind's foot, leaving him defenseless against the onslaught of blows, enhanced by Lind's iron gauntlets. Soon, Robert's handsome visage became visibly swollen, blood oozing from his wounds, and he slipped into a semi-conscious state. Enough, Tully's warrior. I believe you have inflicted sufficient punishment. Just as Lind was poised to render Robert unconscious, a sword was drawn against his neck, accompanied by the voice of Jaime Lannister from behind. Upon hearing this, Lind lowered his raised hands, turning to regard Jaime while panting, and rose from the prone king, distancing himself under the threat of the blade. Despite his aggression towards Robert, Lind had remained vigilant to his surroundings. Jaime's approach, sword drawn, aimed not at vital points but rather in a manner of intimidation, led Lind to assess that he was not in immediate danger, allowing the sword to rest at his throat without evasion. In hindsight, his judgment was sound. Concurrently, Ser Barristan and the King's Guard rushed forth to assess Robert's condition, while others approached Lind with intentions to apprehend him, only to be thwarted by Jaime's intervention. The arena fell into a profound silence, the spectators utterly astonished that the tournament had culminated in such chaos. The king brutally assaulted, and the victor of the contest threatened. All eyes awaited the outcome, particularly those of House Tully, who were deeply invested, for Lind was one of their own. What are you waiting for? Seize this assailant of the king. The queen, Cersei, stormed forward, vociferously commanding those around her. The command reverberated throughout the tournament grounds, inciting a cacophony of voices both within and outside the arena, accompanied by jeers from some, who clearly deemed Queen Cersei's order a desecration of this magnificent contest. The golden-clad guards, upon hearing the command, immediately advanced to seize Lind, while Jaime Lannister, despite his desire to intervene, hesitated, for the order had come from Cersei. Chapter 35, Full Energy Bar Step Aside. What do you fools intend to do? At that moment, Robert Baratheon's furious roar rang out. We soon beheld him, battered and bloodied, rising with the aid of Ser Barristan, glaring at the Golden Guards. Who allowed you to intrude upon the tournament? You imbeciles, do you comprehend the havoc you have wrought? You have sullied this illustrious contest, bringing shame upon me and all the participants. Put down your damned weapons. The Golden Guards, upon hearing his words, exhibited expressions of fear, promptly sheathing their weapons and retreating from Lind's side. Jaime Lannister also withdrew the sword he had pressed against Lind's throat and returned to Queen Cersei. Cersei, exasperated, shouted, "Have you lost your mind? He just attempted to kill you." "Silence, woman. This is a matter between warriors, and you shall not interfere." Robert forcefully pushed Ser Barristan aside, steadied himself, and confronted Cersei with a face full of ire. "You ought to retreat to your chambers and tend to the children without causing further chaos." He then glared at Jaime Lannister, demanding, "What are you waiting for, regicide? Escort your sister back to the castle at once. Do not allow her to further disgrace me here." Robert Baratheon's audacious reprimand of the siblings in front of so many spectators rendered their faces painfully awkward. While the expression of Duke Tywin Lannister darkened, yet he refrained from defending his children. Instead, he quietly instructed a nearby attendant to relay his words to the brother and sister. Upon receiving the message from Duke Tywin, Jaime and Cersei exchanged glances between him and King Robert, remaining silent as they departed the tournament grounds, accompanied by the guards of the Red Keep. After the Lannister siblings had left, Robert turned his attention to Lind, who was retrieving his two half-swords from the ground and returning them to their sheaths. "What is your name, warrior of House Tyrell?" "Lind, the Bear Hunter." Before Lind could elaborate, the surrounding men from Highgarden erupted in loud cheers, as did those from other cities in the Reach who had heard the song of the Bear Hunter. "Lind, the Bear Hunter. It seems you are no nameless figure. I shall remember you, Lind, the Bear Hunter, conqueror of kings." Robert nodded and approached Lind, seizing his arm and lifting it high, proclaiming, "Let us cheer for our champion. The warrior king Lind. Warrior king. Warrior king." Cheers resonated around the arena, gradually permeating the entirety of King's Landing. Although Lind had emerged victorious as the champion of the team competition, the nobles of House Targaryen did not exhibit any signs of joy. Upon returning to the camp, Lind was brought into the tent without even having the opportunity to remove his armor. From the expressions on the faces of those within the tent, it was evident to Lind that they were not there to celebrate his triumph. Rather, they had come to hold him accountable. Before Duke Mestral could speak, a nobleman interjected, demanding, "Are you aware of the actions you have taken, Lind of White Village?" This nobleman deliberately referenced Lind's origins, implying his inferior status. However, Lind remained unperturbed, responding with remarkable calmness. "Of course, I am aware of my actions. Are you not confused, my lord? Did I not just secure victory for House Targaryen in the team competition? Such a recent event, and you have already forgotten it? Have you truly become so forgetful?" A chuckle escaped Galen Targaryen at Lind's words, but he quickly stifled his amusement, forcing his expression into a tight mask of seriousness. "Damn it. I am well aware that we won the team competition," the noble retorted angrily. "But you dared to lay hands on the king." "Incorrect, my lord. It seems you are mistaken. I did not strike the king, but merely engaged in combat with a fellow warrior participating in the team competition." Lind countered the noble's accusations directly, then turned to Duke Mestral, indignation evident on his face. "Your Grace, I recall that you encouraged me to participate in the team competition and urged me to strive for victory. Now that I have achieved that victory, bringing honor to House Targaryen and earning the respect of both the other nobles and King Robert, have I truly erred in my actions?" At Lind's inquiry, Duke Mestral found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although Lind's confrontation with King Robert had nearly brought disaster upon House Targaryen, the Duke could not condemn Lind's actions. As Lind had articulated, he had executed his assigned task flawlessly, deserving of praise and reward rather than reproach and blame. If Duke Mestral were to declare that Lind had erred, it would deter others from serving House Targaryen in the future. The vassals within the tent might not turn against the house, but their dedication to serving House Targaryen would undoubtedly wane. At that moment, Duke Mestral recalled the congratulatory messages he had received from various nobles of the Seven Kingdoms on his way back to the camp, including a request from House Stark in the north, seeking his assistance in discussions with their leader, Benjen Stark. This level of attention was unprecedented for him in the past year, clearly indicating that the nobles of this new dynasty had altered their attitudes towards him. A shift undoubtedly influenced by Lind's victory in the team competition. Thus, he believed that Lind should not be questioned or reproached, which left him perplexed about why he had suddenly decided to hold Lind accountable, and he was uncertain about how to quell the situation. Observing the Duke of Tyrell ensnared in a predicament, Galen proactively clarified for his father, "Bear Hunter, you are certainly not at fault. Your performance in the recent tournament was commendable. The primary reason for summoning you was to inquire about your desired reward. For you have earned prestige and honor for House Tyrell across the Seven Kingdoms, and such significant merit surely warrants a reward." At this, he turned towards the noble who had stepped forward to accuse Lind, stating, "Sir, I believe you have misunderstood my father's intentions." Indeed, Sir must have misinterpreted." The Duke of Tyrell hastily concurred with Galen's assertion. With the opportunity presented, Lind naturally chose not to prolong the discord, bowing respectfully to the Duke of Tyrell and saying, "It is an honor to serve House Tyrell. As for rewards, I would not presume to speak, for I trust that House Tyrell has its own standards for recognizing merit. I shall fully adhere to the family's arrangements." The Duke of Mestal, with an air of authority, declared, "Rest assured, House Tyrell will never be stingy with rewards for those who have served well. You may return and rest. After such a tumultuous contest, you must be weary." Upon hearing this, Lynn bowed and began to withdraw to his tent. Wait, just as he was about to exit the tent, Galen called him back. And as Lynn turned in confusion, Galen pointed to the swords at his waist, saying, "I believe you should return those 2 swords to me." Lynn smiled, removed the swords, cradling them in his hands as he returned them to Galen, saying, "The victory in this tournament was largely due to your gracious loan of these swords, my lord. I intended to return them after the cleanup." Galen firmly accepted the dual blades, handing them to a nearby servant, shaking his head repeatedly. No. Once cleaned, the value of these swords will be diminished. After all, these are the swords that nearly achieved the feat of slaying 100 during the tournament. After today, they will undoubtedly become legendary artifacts, and I must preserve them well. Upon hearing Galen's words, those inside the tent could not help but chuckle, as the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. At this moment, Fertimo added, "And do not bother cleaning my armor. Just remove it and have it sent to me directly." "Yes, my lord," Lind responded with a smile. Exiting the main camp tent, Lind made his way to his own quarters. At this time, both the Tyrell warriors who accompanied him and those who had remained in King's Landing since the War of Usurpers approached Lind to pay their respects, their gazes imbued with reverence. After all, Lind's prowess had been indelibly impressed upon their minds through this tournament, even though his current status was merely that of a squire. It elicited the same respect as if they were in the presence of great lords. Linda, citing physical exhaustion as a reason for needing rest, gently dismissed the crowd gathered outside his tent. He then enlisted the assistance of his aide, Raoul, to remove his armor, which, as per Fortimo's request, was not cleaned and was sent directly to him. Once alone in the tent, Linda did not immediately succumb to rest. Instead, he released Glory from the iron cage. Though confined for only a brief period, Glory had become somewhat agitated, leaving marks of gnawing on the cage's bars. Upon release, Glory expressed its displeasure towards Linda's earlier actions by biting his wrist, not with force, but rather as a way to convey its anger. After spending some time soothing and feeding Glory, Linda finally managed to calm it down. At this point, he reclined on a simple wooden bed, stroking Glory while allowing his body to relax fully, striving to recover swiftly from his previous fatigue. Although he had appeared effortlessly victorious in the arena, the truth was that both his mind and body had been pushed to their limits. While intensely focused during the competition, he had not felt the toll it took on him. Now, back in the relative safety of the camp, he felt himself unwind, and the mental strain coupled with physical weariness became apparent. Linda could do little but lie on the bed, gradually recuperating. Fortunately, this extreme fatigue and soreness did not linger for long. Once his body and mind adjusted to the adverse reactions, he returned to a more normal state, albeit with movements that were noticeably slower than usual. Though physically somewhat restored, he remained in bed, his attention now fixated on the energy bar within his mind's golden finger. Prior to participating in the group competition, Linda had checked the progress of this energy bar, which had still been about a quarter empty. Now, however, it was completely filled, seemingly indicating that he could derive new power from his golden finger. Yet, he soon found himself enveloped in confusion, as he noticed that after the energy bar reached its fullness, it was devoid of any further activity. The bar remained unchanged, as if it were merely a decorative object. Whether filled or unfilled, it made no discernible difference. Even when he concentrated on it, there was no indication of activation. This led Linda to question whether his golden finger could only be utilized once, specifically during the fusion with the Peacekeeper. However, he quickly dismissed this conjecture, sensing that his golden finger was likely more intricate than that. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled something and directed his gaze toward the chest in the tent that housed the dragon bones. He remembered his earlier discovery that the dragon bones could elicit a response from the energy bar. Following that, he had conducted various experiments to ascertain what transformations the dragon bones might induce in his golden finger. Ultimately, however, he had uncovered nothing significant, aside from the searing energy that surged into him from the dragon bones, which caused the golden finger to pulse incessantly, with no other reactions forthcoming. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered whether the activation conditions for the fully charged golden finger energy bar might be related to the reactions produced by the dragon bones. With this thought in mind, he endured the aches in his body and dragged the box filled with dragon bones to the bedside. He then instructed his assistant, Raoul, to guard the tent entrance and ensure that no one disturbed his rest. Only then did he open the box and place his hand upon the dragon bones. Much like the tests he had conducted previously, the dragon bones emitted a searing warmth that enveloped his entire being, causing the energy bar to flicker erratically. He concentrated once more on the pulsating energy bar, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The energy bar held its form. Realizing that matters were not as straightforward as he had anticipated, Lynn felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he did not succumb to despair. He still believed that the dragon bones were indeed connected to the activation of the energy bar. It was merely his approach that might have been flawed. Just as he was about to temporarily cease his testing and withdraw his hand from the dragon bones, he suddenly noticed an unperceived change in the energy bar. These changes were subtle. Without focused attention, they would have gone unnoticed. He observed faint shadows emerging at both ends of the energy bar, which gradually became more pronounced over time, ultimately forming two figures. One of the figures was indistinct, seemingly shifting in form, while the other was strikingly clear, depicting an individual wielding two swords. As the figures fully materialized, Lind attempted to direct his concentration toward them, and simultaneously, an influx of information flooded his mind. It became evident that these two figures represented the Golden Finger's two choices. The indistinct figure symbolized an unknown power, an opportunity to select a new hero from among the illustrious warriors, allowing him to acquire new abilities and master a different weaponry. In contrast, the clearly defined figure wielding twin swords offered him the chance to enhance his proficiency with dual blades, elevating his swordsmanship to new heights. Chapter 36. Fusion of the second persona. Having established that the dragon bones were the pivotal key to activating the Golden Finger energy bar, Lind felt a sense of gratitude for the abundance of dragon bones he had procured from the faceless one, Bovo. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a plan to infiltrate the Red Fortress and pilfer the dragon bones from the cellar. At this moment, Lind did not rush into making a decision. Instead, he meticulously analyzed the merits and drawbacks of the two choices presented by the Golden Finger. He found that the information provided for both options was exceedingly scant, rendering any choice akin to a gamble. For instance, if he opted for a new hero and weapon, would his combat prowess truly be augmented? In his view, it was not guaranteed. After all, his current dual swords, complemented by his extraordinary sensory perception, already afforded him superhuman strength. Transitioning to a new weapon would likely yield minimal enhancement, potentially even diminishing his overall effectiveness. As for the prospect of further refining his dual sword skills, he struggled to envision any additional improvements to his technique. It was possible that the eventual swordsmanship he acquired would merely overlap with his existing combat style, resulting in a squandered opportunity for choice. After careful contemplation, he became certain that the information he had gleaned from the Golden Finger was merely a fragment. The two choices behind the energy bar undoubtedly concealed additional secrets. And it was those secrets that would truly empower him. After much deliberation, Lind felt ensnared by a dilemma of choice. Thus, he heeded his instincts and decisively opted for the shadow-wielding dual swords. While the allure of acquiring a new heroic figure with combat experience and knowledge of novel weaponry was enticing, he still believed that furthering his development in the dual sword direction might be a more prudent course. Even if the ultimate outcome proved unsatisfactory, he could always make another choice in the future, as time to accumulate energy bars was still on his side. Upon making his selection, the energy within the bar immediately surged into the shadow holding the dual swords, and the figure began to transform rapidly. At the same time, Lind felt a torrent of intense heat flooding into his grasp. If the initial warmth had been akin to a gentle stream, it now resembled a torrential flood. Simultaneously, the dragon bones within the chest were disintegrating in Lind's hands, as if the last vestiges of power within them were being utterly extracted. After approximately two-thirds of the dragon bones had been reduced to ash, the selected shadow-wielding dual sword ceased to change, and its form rapidly crystallized into clarity. Before him stood an imposing knight, towering at over 2 meters tall, adorned in exquisite full-plate armor inscribed with enigmatic runes, and crowned with an ornate helmet featuring a magnificent dragon crest atop. Furthermore, this knight bore 2 swords, which, unlike Lind's broad-bladed half-sword, or a typical knight's sword, appeared more akin to 2 great swords in terms of blade and hilt length. The thought of employing dual sword techniques with such great swords was unfathomable to Lind. Even with his current strength, wielding a great sword single-handedly was a challenge, let alone executing techniques with one in each hand. The full-plate armor, coupled with the great swords, entirely negated the nimbleness of movement. Based on the combat experience of a peacemaker, this seemed a path to certain doom. Feeling a twinge of regret for possibly making the wrong selection, Lind cast a glance at the knight's increasingly clear image, suddenly struck by a fleeting sense of familiarity. He felt as if he had encountered this knight before, though he could not quite place where. Once the knight's apparition was fully defined, it transformed into a radiant beam of light, merging into Lin's consciousness, inundating him with a deluge of information, and his awareness was involuntarily drawn into the depths of it, leaving him seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Simultaneously, nearly 3/4 of the remaining dragon bones in the chest instantaneously turned to ash, the searing essence contained within them merging into Lin's very being, rendering him ablaze with an intense heat. The glory that lay upon Lin's body evidently found the intense heat unbearable. However, it did not withdraw but instead shifted to crown his head, enveloping it, while its form grew chillingly cold, akin to a shard of ice. This inadvertently alleviated the adverse effects of the searing warmth that enveloped Lyn. Approximately half an hour passed, and the intense heat emanating from Lyn began to wane, dissipating entirely within minutes, returning his body temperature to a state of normalcy. Although there was no significant alteration in Lyn's stature, a closer inspection revealed that his muscles had indeed become considerably more toned, lending him a leaner appearance. Once the oppressive heat receded, Lyn emerged from the newfound knowledge coursing through his mind, remaining with his eyes shut, still reclined upon his bed. A look of astonishment graced his features, and his breath grew heavier with excitement. After a moment of calming his emotions, he mused to himself, astonished that the character he had acquired was none other than the foremost master of Soul City. Until this revelation, Lyn had presumed that the range of characters bestowed by his extraordinary ability was confined to the Glory War spirits. Yet, he now discerned that the Glory War spirits were merely the foundational characters, with more formidable entities residing within the realms of other games on his hard drive. The character he had just obtained was the renowned dual sword-wielding red-eyed Lost Knight from the game Elden Ring, famed as the most skilled warrior in Soul City. Even though the memories of his previous life had grown increasingly hazy, Lyn vividly recalled the times he had been bested by the Lost Knight during his playthrough of Elden Ring. Although the red-eyed dual-sword Lost Knight was an ordinary knight, he possessed extraordinary prowess, undoubtedly ranking among the elite of all mortals wielding dual swords in the game. More importantly, his dual swords were not only formidable in technique but also imbued with enchantments, combined with his inherent ability to teleport, rendering him the mightiest of the Lost Knights. Lyn had acquired not only the combat experience of this character, but also various training methodologies and esoteric knowledge, along with complete blueprints for forging the Lost Knight's armor and greatsword. It could be said that he had been endowed with nearly all the memories of the Lost Knight, aside from his life experiences. Undoubtedly, while the swordsmanship of the Peacekeeper was still confined to that of mortals, the Lost Knight's techniques had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. Furthermore, Lyn discovered that he could harness the Lost Knight's training methods to bestow upon himself that extraordinary might without the necessity of any special constitution. Through the memories imparted to him, Lyn understood that the extraordinary powers wielded by the Lost Knight derived primarily from two sources. One was an external force, namely the dragon runes inscribed upon the Lost Knight's armor and weapons. These dragon runes represented a unique form of power exclusive to the Order of the Lost Knights, enabling them to inscribe various runes upon their armaments, allowing these runes to continuously absorb surrounding energy to enchant their armor and weapons. When wielding the corresponding swordsmanship, the runes can unleash the corresponding energy embedded in weapons and armor, generating effects akin to hurricanes and extreme freezing. The ultimate potency of these effects is entirely contingent upon the duration of the dragon rune's enchantment. Thus, the older and more intact the Lost Homelands Knights' armor and weaponry, the greater their enchanted power. In the annals of the Lost Homelands Knights, there exists a tale of one knight adorned in an exceedingly ancient suit of armor and wielding a weapon whose freezing sword technique could encase an entire plain in ice, even ensnaring dragons in its grip. However, the dragon runes are not without their flaws. The energy or magical power they absorb and store is not inexhaustible. Once depleted, they require a gradual recovery, much like a rechargeable battery. In contrast to the external force of the dragon runes, the true strength of the Lost Homelands Knights lies in the Dragon Feast ritual. Their authentic designation should be the dragon-worshipping knights, as they were among the first knightly orders established out of reverence for dragons. Their armor and weapons are adorned with dragon motifs, and even their banners bear similar designs. Fueled by their devotion to dragons, they sought to harness their power, leading to the invention of dragon runes. Yet, their aspirations for extraordinary power did not cease with external enhancements. They yearned to possess strength akin to that of dragons, giving rise to the Dragon Feast ritual. Through this ritual, they could extract power from the remnants of dragons to fortify themselves, and even awaken dragon-like extraordinary abilities. This is why the Lost Homelands Knights are revered alongside the Forged Knights. However, following the defeat of the Lost Homelands Knights and their subsequent exile, some began to believe their downfall stemmed from insufficient strength. Consequently, they modified the Dragon Feast ritual, transforming the method of extracting power from dragon remains into the act of slaying dragons and consuming their hearts for strength. Within the memories acquired by Lind, there are accounts detailing the direct consumption of dragon hearts as part of the dragon feast ritual. While this method can swiftly augment the power of the Lost Homelands Knights, it harbors significant risks, the most perilous being madness and mutation. In truth, the dragon feast ritual inherently carries such side effects. However, when they absorbed dragon remnants, the adverse effects were minimal, likely due to the power within having been tempered by time, with its ferocious essence having long been diminished. Additionally, the formidable will of the Lost Homelands Knights, coupled with the dragon rune necklaces designed to counter chaotic thoughts, facilitated a safe absorption of power. Yet, through the direct act of slaying dragons and consuming their hearts, the power gained is inevitably imbued with the dragon's ferocity and resentment. Perhaps the Lost Homelands Knights could withstand the influence of this violent will a few times through sheer determination, but repeated encounters would surely lead to failure. A single lapse could result in complete assimilation of their form. Thus, the original red-eyed Lost Homelands Knight came into being through this very process. Let us not dwell on whether the ritual of devouring a dragon's heart possesses any ancillary benefits, nor shall we concern ourselves with the existence of living dragons in this world of ice and fire. Even if dragons do exist, and Lind finds their lairs, his approach would not be one of slaying them. Rather, with his current prowess, it would be akin to delivering a meal to the dragons. Conversely, a conventional dragon feast ritual would be more suited to him, for the dungeons of the Red Keep are adorned with an abundance of dragon bones, and his own chest contains several as well. Although the power bestowed by the traditional dragon feast pales in comparison to that of consuming a dragon's heart, it is nevertheless sufficient for him to navigate the treacherous realms of ice and fire with confidence. It is noteworthy that, with the dual sword techniques of the Peacekeeper, he has already attained a level of strength that renders him nearly invincible in single combat. Furthermore, the dual swordsmanship of the Lost Homelands Knight could amplify his combat abilities several-fold, while the Knight's great sword is particularly advantageous for mounted combat, undoubtedly enhancing his prowess in such engagements. The Dragon Feast ritual promises to endow him with even greater, superhuman strength, solidifying his presence in this world. First, he must forge his armor and weapons. With his thoughts organized, Lind was immediately struck by inspiration. Had this been prior to the group tournament, the task may have seemed daunting, as a single set of quality plate armor in Westeros commands a substantial price. If it were not so, Fertimo would not have merely lent him his armor. To forge a complete suit of heavy armor like that of the Lost Homelands Knight, which is thicker than ordinary plate armor, would likely cost tenfold or even more. However, as the champion of the tournament, he has been awarded a prize of 20,000 golden dragons, which should suffice for the crafting of heavy armor and weapons. As for the forging materials, he does not harbor the expectation of utilizing Valyrian steel. It is not merely a matter of expense, but rather that the remnants of Valyrian steel are scarce, having been fashioned into swords, leaving none available for Lind's use. The materials from Galen S2 swords would be adequate, although this steel does not rival Valyrian steel. It is nonetheless significantly superior to ordinary steel. Once he engraves it with dragon runes, the strength of this steel may undergo an unknown metamorphosis under the influence of the rune's energy, rendering it even more formidable. In Lind's recollections of the Lost Homelands Knight, there are accounts of the knight severing dragon bones with his great sword, and the materials used for forging both the armor and the great sword were simply ordinary iron ore. Once he has completed the absorption and organization of the memories of the Lost Homelands Knight, Lind opened his eyes, preparing to rise, but was immediately struck by a sensation atop his head that felt icy and heavy, akin to having a bag of ice resting upon him. He reached up, and his hand swiftly grasped Honor, who had been perched atop his head. He promptly pulled it down before him, chuckling. "How did you end up resting on my head?" Whether or not Honor comprehended Lind's words, it responded with a series of excited yelps, and soon he felt the icy fur beneath his hand return to a normal temperature. Although he could not comprehend the words spoken by Glory, the chilling transformation of his body and his inclination to rest upon Lind's head indicated that something significant had transpired during the activation of his extraordinary abilities. Lind's gaze shifted from the box at his feet, which contained dragon bones, and he was momentarily taken aback by what he observed within. He gently set Glory down and rose from the bed, alertly scanning the interior of the tent. His heightened vigilance stemmed from the realization that a considerable number of dragon bones were missing from the box. He distinctly remembered that when he activated his extraordinary abilities, the box had contained a substantial amount of dragon bones, yet now, only a few fist-sized fragments remained, the rest reduced to ashes. This led him to speculate whether someone had infiltrated the tent and pilfered some of the dragon bones while he was absorbing and organizing the memories of the Lost Country Knight. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, as glory would undoubtedly have confronted any intruder, not to mention that there were guards stationed outside the tent. If no one had entered, how could the dragon bones have diminished so drastically? Confounded, Lind felt a wave of thirst and reached for the water jug on the table to pour himself a drink. However, when he grasped the cup, exerting a slight pressure, the oak vessel shattered as if it were made of paper. Chapter 37. The Dragon Rune Necklace. Gazing at the fractured cup, Lind glanced at his hand and immediately grasped the implications. He proceeded to conduct a series of careful examinations of his physical condition, and the results filled him with astonishment. He discovered that while absorbing and organizing the memories of the lost country knight, he had inadvertently completed a dragon feast ritual under the influence of his extraordinary abilities. Though this ritual did not bestow upon him an overwhelming supernatural power, it significantly enhanced his strength. He felt confident that if he were to return to the arena, he could achieve victory through sheer might without resorting to any underhanded tactics. More importantly, his newfound strength allowed him to directly engage in the dual sword techniques of the lost country knight without the need for rigorous physical training, as he was now capable of wielding two knightly greatswords with ease. In addition to his increased strength, he also noted that his bones and internal organs had become considerably more robust, effectively elevating his overall physical constitution. This enhancement would not only facilitate greater speed, strength, and endurance, but also substantially accelerate his recovery from injuries. The current state of his physical prowess reminded Lind of a particular individual, the Demon Mountain, not in its normal state, but as a living corpse. While he could not attain the undying nature of the corpse-like Demon Mountain, he surmised that his physical attributes would not be significantly inferior. This was merely the effect of a single dragon feast ritual, which left Lind eagerly anticipating the transformative changes that the second ritual might bring. The next dragon feast ceremony cannot be held in the near future, for without thoroughly assimilating the power derived from the previous ceremony and addressing the latent side effects it harbors, any attempt to invoke the dragon feast again would inevitably lead to unforeseen mutations, and such mutations are rarely favorable. While Lind was exhilarated by the enhancement of his physical prowess, he found himself troubled by the side effects of the dragon feast. He had begun to sense these effects, as thoughts of rivals and adversaries would provoke an uncontrollable surge of violent emotions within him. This tumultuous state, intertwined with the memories of his battles as a peacekeeper, had significantly impacted his psyche and had become a pressing issue that required resolution. The remedy was rather straightforward. The training methods of the Lost Homeland Knights offered a solution. One only needed a piece of obsidian known as dragon crystal, which could be fashioned into a corresponding dragon rune necklace. Wearing it continuously would gradually alleviate the side effects, ultimately eradicating them, though it would prove ineffective in the face of complete loss of control. Reflecting on the potential benefits of the dragon crystal rune necklace, Lind felt an overwhelming urge to create one immediately. He summoned Raoul, who had been stationed outside the tent, and inquired, "Did anything happen while I was resting?" Raoul shook his head and replied, "No, everything is normal. However, Lord Gallen sent someone to find you. They did not enter the tent upon learning you were resting, but asked me to convey that you need not undertake any tasks in the coming days. You can take the opportunity to rest and explore King's Landing. Additionally, the champion's prize has been delivered. The Duke has exchanged it for gold tickets from the Rose Trading Company, which are now with Lord Gallen. You may retrieve them at your convenience." Lind was not surprised that the prize had been converted into gold tickets from the Rose Trading Company, although there would be some losses in the exchange process. This minor inconvenience paled in comparison to the hassle of constantly safeguarding 20,000 gold dragons. He chose not to rush to collect this substantial sum. It was evidently wiser to leave it with Gallen for safekeeping rather than to carry it and remain perpetually vigilant. "Do you know where I might acquire some obsidian?" Lind subsequently inquired. "Obsidian?" Raoul paused, then asked in confusion, "What is that?" Lind clarified with a more common name. "It is also known as dragon crystal." That seems to be sold at gemstone shops, and I believe blacksmiths might have some as well," Raoul responded vaguely, unsure of the specifics. Lind shook his head, stating, "What I require is a sizable, intact piece of obsidian, not fragments." Raoul pondered for a moment and said, "I recall that MIT, the scarred-eyed member of the Shield Brigade, possesses a dragon crystal dagger and often boasts about it." "Scarred-eyed MIT?" Lind mused, quickly remembering that this individual had once served as his sparring partner, displaying commendable sword and shield techniques. He recalled the effort it had taken to breach his shield defenses. With this thought, he commanded, "Inquire with MIT to see if he is willing to sell that dagger." "Of course, my lord." Upon hearing the words, Raoul immediately exited the tent, hastily making his way towards the encampment of the shield bearers. After a short while, he returned, accompanied by none other than the scarred-eyed mite. "O illustrious hunter of bears, I humbly present my obsidian dagger as a gift to you, my lord." Before Raoul could utter a word, Might proffered the dagger, cradling it in both hands, towards Lind. Lind, however, did not accept the dagger but instead regarded Might with a discerning gaze. What do you seek? Might's face displayed a profound reverence as he replied. I genuinely admire you, and I wish to. Lind interrupted him, his tone grave. Spare me the pleasantries. I lack the time for such trifles. State your true intentions. If they are reasonable, I shall consider them. Might paused for a moment before stating, I wish to join the cavalry. Lind appeared taken aback. My cavalry is already at full capacity. No, I speak of a new cavalry unit, Might said, adopting a cautious demeanor as he gently parted the tent flap to peek outside. Ensuring the coast was clear, he lowered his voice. I have a friend serving within the Duke's Guard, who informed me that following your departure, discussions regarding your placement began. Lord Rogel and Scholar Morris believe you should be returned to the High Court for training, with the prospect of becoming the captain of the Duke's Guard. However, Lord Fatimo contends you should be assigned to a more significant role, such as leading the campaign against bandits in the river bend. He glanced at Lind, speaking carefully. My lord, is there some misunderstanding between you and Lord Fatimo? If so, it would be prudent to seek reconciliation with him, lest this opportunity slip away. Lind regarded Might in silence. To the average person, remaining at the High Court and becoming a trusted captain of the Duke's Guard would seem the most favorable choice. Certainly preferable to enduring the elements and risking life and limb in pursuit of bandits. Yet, they were unaware that Lind secretly favored Fatimo's proposal. For if he were indeed tasked with leading the bandit eradication efforts, it would likely grant him a measure of independent military authority. As an individual of Eastern descent, he understood well the implications of military power, especially for one of his humble origins. Moreover, if the mission involved bandit suppression, his operational scope would extend across the vast mountainous and hilly regions from Bitter Bridge to the Imperial Guard, undoubtedly providing him ample opportunities to maneuver. With a stroke of fortune, he might even secure a territory ahead of time. However, before that could transpire, he needed to ensure Fatimo's proposal was approved. After a moment of contemplation, Lind replied with a serious countenance, insufficient. The mere value of an obsidian dagger does not equate to the worth of a position within the Duke's Guard. More is required. Might was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from Lind. In his estimation, Lind would either reject his request outright or acquiesce, but he never anticipated that Lind would engage in negotiation. Since haggling has commenced, negotiations are now possible. Scarred-eyed Might contemplated increasing his offer, but soon realized that he lacked many valuable assets at his disposal. If you possess no other significant items, fret not. I present you with a proposal. Should you execute it well, this opportunity shall be yours. Observing the troubled expression on scarred-eyed Might's face, Lind offered, as you surmised, I shall indeed seek the tutelage of Lord Roger at the High Court. If the cavalry unit expands, I will certainly have several slots available. However, I cannot select them all, as the esteemed lords at the High Court will also require some. Nonetheless, I can allocate 10 slots, one of which I shall grant you, while you must assist me in selling the remaining 9, naturally at the highest possible price. Upon hearing Lind's words, both scarred-eyed Might and Raoul exhibited expressions of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a bold proposal from Lind. While accepting bribes is commonplace, as those wielding even a modicum of power often exploit it for financial gain, witnessing someone as forthright as Lind openly peddling cavalry slots was unprecedented. Raoul quickly sensed the impropriety and sought to dissuade Lind, but a mere glance from Lind silenced him. Scarred-eyed Might, however, considered the matter and discerned no detriment to himself. Thus he agreed without hesitation. After scarred-eyed Might departed, Raoul was perplexed by Lind's actions. In his view, Lind had recently received a substantial championship prize, and the Tillier family would surely reward him financially for his triumph, as Lind's victory brought honor to their name. There seemed to be no necessity for him to covet the meager sum from selling slots. With confusion etched on his face, Raoul cautiously remarked, My lord, your actions may be somewhat unwise. Should the Duke and his close confidants learn of this, you need not worry. I am acutely aware of the potential outcomes. Lind interjected, gesturing to Raoul before instructing him to procure some engraving and polishing tools from the camp's leatherworker and blacksmith. Raoul, observing Lind's demeanor of assured control, realized that Lind was undoubtedly orchestrating something significant, albeit beyond his comprehension at that moment. He thus complied with Lind's request and gathered the necessary tools. Once the tools were secured, Lind began to meticulously carve the obsidian dagger into suitable segments, reminiscent of the obsidian dragon rune necklace from his memory. As he crafted the necklace, Lind discerned a stark contrast between the memories bestowed upon him as a lost knight and the initial experience he had gained as a peacekeeper in battle. When he initially acquired the combat experience of the peacekeeper, extensive training was necessary to fully integrate all combat knowledge and emulate the prowess of a peacekeeper. Yet, Upon merging with the memories of the lost homeland knight, it was as if the essence of the memory's owner had completely fused with him. All the combat experiences and habitual movements seamlessly integrated into his body and spirit. This meant that as long as his physical prowess met the requisite standards, he could effortlessly wield all the swordsmanship and combat skills of the lost homeland knight without the need for specialized training. He discerned this phenomenon entirely due to the remarkable ease with which he crafted the obsidian dragon rune necklace, a fluidity that made it feel as though he had fashioned countless identical necklaces before. In truth, this was his inaugural foray into the realm of sculpting, and indeed, his first attempt at creating a necklace. Within a mere span of minutes, he shaped the obsidian into the form of the pendant that resided in his memory and, with deft precision, inscribed the dragon runes upon it. Engraving intricate patterns or designs upon the hardest of stones, such as obsidian, is notoriously challenging. Even master jewelers specializing in engraving require considerable skill to etch designs onto its surface. However, Lind was entirely different. He possessed the uncanny ability to discern the fragile areas on the obsidian surface, allowing him to carve the dragon runes with an ease akin to sculpting in soft clay. As the engraving tool glided across the stone, he soon completed the runes in their entirety. Yet, an inexplicable occurrence followed. Upon retracting his tool to inspect the obsidian pendant, an icy chill emanated from the stone, causing its surface to shatter rapidly into fragments of varying sizes. Had he made an error in his engraving? Observing this unforeseen turn of events, Lind furrowed his brow and meticulously recalled the process of inscribing the dragon runes, recognizing that his work had been executed flawlessly, devoid of any mistakes. Determined, he grasped another piece of obsidian and commenced engraving anew, this time with a deliberate slowness and heightened attention to detail, striving for each stroke of the runes to be perfectly placed. Ultimately, he expended twice the time to complete this second pendant. Yet, as with the first, the moment the tool was lifted, a gust of frigid air surged forth, and the pendant disintegrated entirely. Unyielding in his resolve, Lind seized the final piece of obsidian and continued his engraving endeavor, only to be met with the same disheartening fate. The obsidian shattered completely under the influence of the mysterious chill. Was it the difference in the world that dictated such disparate outcomes? Lind pondered in silence. He meticulously revisited every detail concerning the obsidian dragon rune necklace, from its very essence to the crafting process, ultimately pinpointing the source of the issue. Was it only obsidian that had been scorched by dragon flames that could withstand the power of the dragon runes? A look of realization crossed Lind's face as he muttered to himself. With that thought, his gaze turned towards the location of the dragon's lair in Junland City, as if there lay the source of obsidian blessed by dragonfire. Chapter 38. The attention of the Littlefinger. The day following the group tournament heralded the main event of the competition, the Knight's Lance tournament. In previous years, this would have captivated the attention of all. However, after witnessing the exhilarating group match yesterday, the prospect of the knightly lance duel now seemed rather mundane. Not only the common folk, but even King Robert, a staunch enthusiast of the tournament, chose not to attend, perhaps due to the bruises he sustained in the previous day's bout, which had yet to subside. Consequently, despite a record participation of over 800 knights vying for the ultimate title, the atmosphere within the tournament grounds felt rather desolate, predominantly filled with friends and companions of the competitors. This lackluster ambience sapped the participants of their zeal, leading to a careless attitude that resulted in numerous mishaps on the field. Many promising knights fell victim to inexplicable circumstances, leading to their unexpected defeats. Ironically, this lack of quality in the matches attracted a fair number of spectators who had initially lost interest. However, their desire was not to witness remarkable duels, but rather to revel in the spectacle of esteemed knights falling clumsily due to ludicrous blunders. In stark contrast to the somber tournament grounds, taverns both within and outside King's Landing buzzed with life. Those who had wisely withdrawn from the group tournament celebrated their good fortune while engaged in discussions regarding the previous day's events. Yet, the conversation shifted from recounting the thrilling encounters in the arena to an analysis of the prowess displayed by the bear hunter, Lind. Lind's performance during the tournament was nothing short of exceptional, eclipsing that of any other competitor, and his near achievement of slaying 100 warriors left many in awe. Particularly after learning of Lind's humble origins, countless lower-class warriors began to idolize him, akin to the reverence once held for the Sword of Dawn, Arthur Dane, among the knights of the Seven Kingdoms. However, even the most illustrious figures are not devoid of detractors and slanderers, and Lind was no exception. Many envious of his newfound fame, as well as the friends and relatives of those who perished at his hands during the tournament, voiced their disdain for his character. They argued that most of the warriors slain by Lind were victims of ambushes while engaged in combat with others, thus rendering his strength overshadowed by a reputation for treachery. Conversely, Lind's admirers held a different perspective. To them, the tournament resembled a battlefield where employing every conceivable tactic to vanquish the enemy was paramount. The notions of honor and treachery were secondary, as only the survivors had the right to be judged on their morality. This divergence of opinions sparked heated arguments, escalating to physical altercations, fueled in part by intoxicated individuals seeking any excuse for a brawl. In this context, the gold-robed enforcers of King's Landing found themselves busier than ever, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. One could frequently observe them appearing in droves at various taverns, apprehending troublemakers and casting them into the dungeons. While they vocally complained, their hearts brimmed with joy, for each captured individual was required to pay a fine. Although a significant portion of this fine was to be surrendered, a small fraction could be retained, thereby augmenting their income. The residents of King's Landing were equally delighted. Harboring no grievances, in their eyes, the chaotic brawls within the taverns were far more entertaining than nightly duels. Thus, many idle citizens gathered around the taverns, engrossed in the tumultuous scuffles, occasionally erupting in fervent cheers to bolster the excitement. However, not all taverns echoed with such raucous revelry. Some upscale establishments along Silk Street maintained a more subdued atmosphere. While patrons there discussed the exploits of the bear hunter, Linda, the majority regarded him as unremarkable, despite his impressive combat prowess. To them, he was merely an elite enforcer, at best just another formidable contender. Their true envy was directed towards House Targaryen, for Linda was one of their own. Reports from the Red Keep had revealed that King Robert bore no resentment towards Linda for his defeat. Instead, he admired Linda's bravery in challenging the king himself in the arena, deeming him a true warrior. Consequently, he intended to award Linda additional rewards on top of the championess prize. This newfound appreciation for House Targaryen signified a shift in Robert's perspective, indicating a willingness to overlook past grievances related to the War of the Usurper. This shift implied a restoration of trade relations with the southern territories, which was the true reason for the congregation of patrons in these upscale taverns. In the uppermost chamber of the Pumpkin, Littlefinger and several prominent merchants from the Riverlands finalized several lucrative deals, smiling as they carefully stowed the contracts into a nearby box. The thickness of the contracts hinted that these transactions were not his first, unlike others who remained mired in discussions about the resumption of southern trade. Littlefinger foresaw the inevitable developments. He believed that King Robert's grievances against House Targaryen had dissipated over the past year of neglect and reconciliation with the Duke of Targaryen, along with the pacification of the southern provinces, was merely a matter of time. The emergence of the bear hunter, Linda, provided King Robert with the perfect opportunity to facilitate this transition. As the others remained in a state of anticipation, Littlefinger successfully negotiated numerous substantial contracts related to the South at the most modest of prices. Should the trade in the South return to normalcy, these lucrative agreements would yield him a fortune exceeding hundreds of thousands of golden dragons, thereby hastening his aspiration to infiltrate the power centers of the Seven Kingdoms. "My lord, the items have been delivered," reported one of Littlefinger's subordinates as he entered the room while Littlefinger perused the list of merchants he was to meet next. "He is quite pleased with your gifts, particularly the antiques from the Valyrian era." Littlefinger caressed the dragonbone dagger at his waist and replied, "Is he merely satisfied with those antiques? What of the dragon egg?" The subordinate hesitated before stating, "He claims the dragon egg is a counterfeit, but a remarkable piece of art nonetheless." "Counterfeit?" Littlefinger paused, momentarily taken aback, yet chose to withhold further comment. To him, such forgeries concerning dragons in Valyria were as common as dust. It was entirely reasonable for his associates to acquire fakes. What mattered was that his objectives had been met. The subordinate continued, "That lord expressed that all you need now is to achieve some notable accomplishments in Seagull Town, and he is confident he can persuade Duke Jon Arryn to transfer you to King's Landing." Upon hearing this, a confident smile spread across Littlefinger's face. Achieving success in Seagull Town seemed a trivial task for him, yet conveying that success to Jon Arryn posed a more formidable challenge. He refrained from enlisting Lisa Tully as assistance, wishing to avoid arousing Jon Arryn's suspicions, as Lisa was his most crucial pawn, one he would not employ unless absolutely necessary. Now that he had identified a suitable intermediary to carry his messages and generate momentum, the subsequent events would unfold naturally. Perhaps he would not even need to wait until the following year to establish a long-term residence in King's Landing. With this thought, an involuntary expression of joy illuminated his face, and he poured himself a glass of exquisite wine from the arbor, celebrating his promising future in advance. Just as he savored the drink, he suddenly noticed the tavern below had fallen silent, followed by the arrival of a melodious and grand chant that reached his ears. It was the first time he had encountered this stirring tune, prompting him to inquire of his subordinate, "What is the name of this song?" "The Ballad of the Bear Hunter," the subordinate replied. It has become the most popular song in the tavern these past few days, sung by nearly every minstrel, though those from the Riverlands perform it best. Littlefinger listened intently and asked, "The Ballad of the Bear Hunter? Is the protagonist in the song the hunter Linder?" "Indeed." The subordinate affirmed with a nod. The song recounts how Linder avenged his father by entering the forest to hunt the mountain bears, eventually gaining the favor of the Tully family's Joel Tully, who took him along on a recent expedition against bandits in the Red Lake Forest of the South. However, this is the older song. Now, wandering minstrels have woven the events that transpired in yesterday's tournament into a new ballad. This tune is destined to resonate throughout King's Landing for quite some time. The Bear Hunter, Lind, Littlefinger mused as he savored the melodious strains drifting up from below, his mind pondering the significance of Lind's name. Over the past few days, he had heard the name of the Bear Hunter more than any other, and his impression of Lind was limited to that of a formidable warrior. Yet, upon hearing the Bear Hunter's song, he sensed an uncanny resemblance between himself and Lind, stirring a flicker of curiosity within him. Meanwhile, in the camp of House Tully, Lind received an invitation to a banquet that evening at the Red Keep. House Tully had also received an invitation, but theirs was addressed to the entire house, while Lind's was specifically for him alone. It was evident that at the moment of extending the invitation, King Robert's admiration for Lind had reached a level equal to that of House Tully. "No. Your movements are too rigid. You resemble an animated scarecrow. You ought to do it this way." To prevent Lind from embarrassing himself at the banquet, Duke Tully had dispatched an etiquette instructor to teach him some courtly manners. Initially, the instructor believed that someone of Lind's humble origins would be difficult to teach, so he only prepared a few basic protocols. However, to his surprise, Lind learned swiftly. Aside from his linguistic shortcomings, he had already mastered the etiquette required of a noble. In the tent, Garrett and Fortimo, who had come to witness Lind's missteps, were taken aback by his performance. Yet, recalling Lind's remarkable feats in the past, they concluded that his current display of learning was not particularly astonishing. "Ah, splendid. You are executing these formal gestures quite well. Now, let me instruct you on how to engage in conversation with the court's nobility." After observing Lind perform several impeccably standard gestures, the etiquette officer nodded in satisfaction, intending to exceed Duke Tully's expectations by teaching Lind even more noble customs. "Perhaps we should skip that. I doubt any of the lords in the Red Keep would wish to converse with him using any noble affectation." Fortimo interjected, turning to Lind. "You need not concern yourself with such elaborate manners. The sword in your hand is your true etiquette. Everything else is inconsequential." Lind wholeheartedly agreed with Fortimo's sentiment and thus declined the etiquette officer's goodwill. After the officer departed, a few tailors entered to take Lind's measurements. Although they would not be able to produce a finished noble garment within half a day, they could certainly adjust an existing outfit to fit Lind's frame. After measuring Lind, Fortimo instructed the tailors to leave and then asked Raoul to step outside and stand guard. Inside the tent, with only himself, Galen, and Lind together, his expression grew serious as he turned to Lind and inquired, "Today, I heard some rumors around the camp suggesting that you were selling spots in the cavalry. Is this true?" Galen too regarded Lind with a solemn demeanor. Lind nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, it is true." Before Fortimo could interject, Galen, with great concern, asked, "Why? You should not be lacking in funds. This cannot be for mere trifles." "No, my lord Galen, I am indeed in need of money," Lind interrupted. A look of disbelief crossed Galen's face as he exclaimed, "In need of money? How can that be? Your reward is with me. Readily available for your collection. 2,000 golden dragons, exchanged at full value from the Rose Trading Company, not a single copper penny withheld." Lind explained, "I wish to forge a set of armor and new weapons. The funds at hand are insufficient." "What? 2,000 golden dragons not sufficient for crafting armor and weapons? Do you intend to use gold for their creation?" Galen gazed at Lind in astonishment. However, upon observing Lind's calm expression, he speculated incredulously, "You cannot possibly be serious about crafting armor and weapons from gold?" Fortimo, too, looked at Lind with a furrowed brow. Lind nodded, stating, "It would not be inaccurate to say that I intend to use gold, as I aim to forge my armor and weapons from Valyrian steel, whose worth may indeed surpass that of gold. 2,000 golden dragons are regrettably insufficient." Chapter 39. The scheme realized upon hearing Lind's grand aspirations. Galen and Fortimo were rendered speechless, staring at Lind as if he were a rare creature. The rarity of Valyrian steel is self-evident. Weapons forged from it are exceedingly few across the continent of Westeros, such as the Stark family's ice and the Tully family's heartsbane. Yet, these are mere weapons. And the notion of armor crafted from Valyrian steel had never been heard of, leading both Galen and Fortimo to believe that Lind was entirely delusional. Lind was well aware of the implications his words would have on Galen and Fortimo, and felt powerless in the face of their disbelief. If he wished to fully harness the extraordinary powers and swordsmanship of the Lost Knight, he must employ weapons and armor forged from Valyrian steel. Just as ordinary obsidian cannot bear the power contained within dragon runes, so too can common steel not be inscribed with dragon runes. After attempting to create an obsidian dragon rune necklace yesterday and discovering that ordinary obsidian could not withstand the power of the dragon runes, he had Raoul procure some dragonfire-treated obsidian from the dragon's lair in King's Landing, using silver stacks. The outcome was that aside from a few pieces of obsidian that had not been treated by dragonfire and shattered upon inscribing the dragon runes, all the dragonfire-treated obsidian successfully bore the dragon runes without exception. Upon donning the necklace, he experienced an effect reminiscent of the Lost Knight's memory. As the violent emotions swirling within his mind were dispelled by the refreshing aura emanating from the necklace, rendering his spirit remarkably clear. Regrettably, these necklaces are consumables. Prolonged wear diminishes their potency, necessitating the occasional replacement with new ones. Fortunately, the abundance of dragonflame obsidian within the dragon's lair suffices for his needs until the day he can definitively resolve the auxiliary matters of the dragon feast ritual. Moreover, upon discovering that ordinary obsidian could not withstand the power of the dragon runes, Lind began to ponder whether regular steel might similarly falter under the same forces. Consequently, he procured some steel plates for testing, and as anticipated, the plates shattered instantaneously upon the inscription of the dragon runes. Not only did they fracture, but the resulting shards crumbled into powder with the slightest pressure, suggesting that the power of the dragon runes not only tore through the steel, but also dismantled its molecular structure, transforming the fragments into an entirely different, more fragile material. In light of this, Lin meticulously recalled the process of armor crafting, quickly identifying a misconception rooted in flawed reasoning. Though the Lost Knight utilized ordinary iron ore to forge armor and weapons, the iron ore from his world was fundamentally different from that of the icy realm. The world of the Lost Knight was one where gods and mortals coexisted, steeped in magic and divine power. Thus, the iron ore there was birthed from an inexhaustible well of magic, inherently imbued with arcane energy. Even after being forged into steel, this magical essence endured. Therefore, the ordinary steel employed by the Lost Knight was, in fact, infused with magic. In contrast, within the entire icy realm, the only steel imbued with magic, aside from a few crafted from meteoric iron, was Valyrian steel. This elucidates why Lin chose to forsake ordinary steel in favor of Valyrian steel for crafting his armor and knightly sword. However, his rationale for selling cavalry slots was merely a pretext, a fade to mask his true intentions. Have you lost your mind? You wish to forge armor and weapons from Valyrian steel? Fortimo exclaimed, the shock evident in his voice. Lind merely smiled, refraining from further explanation, for he found himself at a loss for words. Galen, having regained his composure, did not share Fortimo's bewilderment regarding Lin's decision. Rather, he approached it as a matter of analysis, stating, 20,000 gold dragons is indeed insufficient for crafting Valyrian steel armor and weapons. Yet perhaps it could suffice for a single Valyrian weapon. The crux of the issue lies in the availability of Valyrian steel and the artisans capable of forging weapons from it. To my knowledge, all the techniques for crafting Valyrian steel have perished along with the lost city beneath the waves. Lin sighed, acknowledging that Galen had accurately pinpointed the difficulties inherent in this endeavor, leaving him at an impasse. He was aware that there existed a blacksmith in King's Landing who possessed knowledge of the Valyrian steel crafting technique. Years later, it was this very blacksmith whom Duke Tywin commissioned to forge the Stark family's ice, transforming it into 2 Valyrian steel swords, Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper. However, he could not recall the name of that blacksmith, and given the multitude of forges in King's Landing, he was uncertain as to which forge he had worked at. More importantly, that blacksmith was likely still in his youth. Whether he had mastered the secrets of Valyrian steel remained a mystery, rendering the search for him potentially futile. As for Valyrian steel itself, he did possess a fragment of information. He remembered that there was a city on the continent of Essos that held the complete technique for crafting Valyrian steel. It was conceivable that within that city, there existed enough Valyrian steel to forge armor, though he could not recall the specific city. Fortimo clearly did not take Lin's decision as seriously as Galen did. He regarded it as a reckless choice made by Lind in the throes of victory after winning the team martial arts championship, anticipating that Lind would soon regain his senses. What concerned him more was the matter of Lind selling cavalry slots, a decision that evidently had grave repercussions for Lind. To ensure Lind recognized the severity of his misguided choice, he candidly informed him, "The Duke is already aware of your sale of cavalry positions to those guard warriors. Some believe your actions are reprehensible, and you may face severe punishment." Lind was not surprised by this revelation. He was more interested in whether events would unfold as he had hoped. Galen, on the other hand, displayed no signs of concern, instead smiling as he remarked, "Lord Fortimo, there's no need to be so dramatic. Father will not punish Lind, especially since he has rendered considerable service to our Tarly house." It was the invitation from King Robert that spared him from punishment. Fortimo cast a stern glance at Galen before addressing Lind seriously. "Your actions have been exceedingly inappropriate. Failing to punish you would undermine the authority of House Tarly over its subordinate forces." This time, Galen refrained from countering Fortimo's words and merely offered Lind a wry smile. "Originally, Bachelor Morris and Lord Roger had intended to take you to the capital for further training, although the Duke did not approve at that time. He also did not oppose the idea, and it appeared there was a significant chance he might acquiesce now." Fortimo sighed and continued, "However, this matter has become nearly impossible. The Duke will not permit someone who sells cavalry positions to hold command over the Duke's Guard. Indeed, you may not even gain entry into the capital's defense forces, and it is highly likely you will be dispatched to a distant locale to perform arduous tasks." In truth, there was no need for worry. Even if the tasks were arduous, excelling in them could still provide an opportunity for reassignment back to the capital. Galen promptly offered a few words of comfort to Lind, hoping to lift his spirits. However, Garland remained oblivious to the fact that this was precisely the outcome Lind desired. In truth, since the previous day when he allowed Scar to announce the sale of cavalry positions, he had been engaging in this self-deprecating behavior, hoping to provide an excuse for the Duke of Tyrell's trusted confidants to reject his journey to Highgarden. Although a visit to Highgarden appeared to promise a boundless future, it was certainly not Lind's aspiration. His reputation had ascended too rapidly. From a mere country lad, he had swiftly transformed into a figure of considerable attention, even catching the king's notice. Such notoriety had incited envy among the influential courtiers surrounding the Duke of Tyrell. While these nobles might currently be powerless against him, returning to Highgarden would place him in their domain, where they could employ numerous means to make him suffer. After all, the games of power that these nobles played were not Lind's forte. Being so close to the center of power in his current position would only render him exceedingly vulnerable, akin to being burned by proximity to flame. Thus, distancing himself from the epicenter of power and accumulating strength was paramount at this juncture. Only when he possessed sufficient power would he be impervious to the machinations and conspiracies that sought to undermine his foundation. "Good Sir Garland, do you have any insight into how the Duke might address this matter?" Lind inquired, attempting to glean valuable information from Garland. Yet, Garland, equally uncertain, shook his head. However, Fortimo seemed to possess some knowledge. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "The cavalry will undoubtedly expand, and your position as captain shall remain unchanged. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to select your men in advance, regardless of whether they offer you coin. They must meet a crucial criterion. They must be capable of immediate combat without necessitating further training." He paused momentarily before adding, "Additionally, it would be wise to familiarize yourself with the town of Tungshire and its surroundings." Tungshire town? Both Lind and Garland exhibited expressions of surprise, though the implications of their astonishment were entirely disparate. Lind was taken aback by his unfamiliarity with the town's name, while Garland's surprise stemmed from his awareness of the town's circumstances. Sensing he had divulged too much information, Fortimo excused himself, stating that he would not disturb Lind as he prepared for the evening's banquet, and departed the tent with Garland. Once they left, Lind promptly turned and dragged out the chest containing the tomes of Bachelor Holly, swiftly locating the volume detailing the history of Tungshire Town. As he perused the pages, a sense of yearning emerged within him for this hitherto unknown place. Though Tungshire Town currently bore no renown, its historical significance on the continent of Westeros was profound, having played an integral role in the cataclysmic event known as the Dance of the Dragons, which influenced the fate of the Targaryen dynasty. During this tumultuous period, two pivotal battles that altered the course of the conflict unfolded in Tungshire Town, with legions from both the Greens and the Blacks clashing in fierce combat. 2 dragons, a prince, and countless nobles and soldiers perished here, reducing the once vibrant town to ashes, a desolate ruin that remains unchanged to this day. It is said that the souls of the departed and the dragons linger around Tungshire Town, continuously emitting anguish cries that recount the horrors of the frenzied war. Although Tungshire Town now lies in ruins, it still possesses an owner. It is the domain of the Bodley family, one of the poorest noble families in the Riverlands. Apart from their noble title, the family bears little distinction from the common farmers. Consequently, despite Tungshire Town's exceptionally advantageous geographic location, situated upstream of the Mander River, allowing swift passage by boat directly to Highgarden, far quicker than traversing on land, years have passed without any reconstruction. It remains a desolate wasteland. The words of Fortimo earlier hinted at Duke Tyrion's intentions to restore Tungshire Town. As for the original lords, The Bodley family may be relocated through a land exchange or some other arrangement that would permit House Tyrion to gain control over Tincture Town and its surrounding lands. Regardless of the method, what concerns Lind is his position in this matter. If all proceeds without unexpected complications, he should lead a cavalry detachment to oversee the town's reconstruction while simultaneously eradicating nearby bandits, thereby restoring trade between the south and the north. Given Tincture Town's proximity to King's Landing, merely 6 leagues away, approximately over 300 kilometers, it lies at the edge of the Kingswood, with the Rose Road only 2 or 3 leagues distant. Although the road connecting to the Rose Road has fallen into disrepair over the years, a bit of clearing and restoration could render it a viable route, as it was originally constructed to the specifications of the Rose Road. Once the road is passable, merchant caravans from the north would likely transport their goods directly to Tincture Town, subsequently navigating down the Mander River to Highgarden. This would significantly conserve labor and resources, as well as mitigate the risks associated with transport. Thus, the rebuilt Tincture Town would undoubtedly emerge as one of the most pivotal commercial and military hubs in the Riverlands. For Lind, this represents an opportunity, though becoming the Lord of Tincture Town seems exceedingly challenging. He currently lacks clarity on how to proceed and must wait for changing circumstances to unveil potential avenues. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern for him now is to be knighted. He is uncertain if he has perhaps overly punished Robert Baratheon. Although the latter expressed admiration for Lind during the tournament yesterday, he did not formally knight him, which left Lind somewhat disheartened. Yet, he remains undeterred, as he recognizes that numerous opportunities lie ahead, such as the impending Iron Islands rebellion, which presents a promising prospect. However, with the invitation to the Red Keep's banquet now in hand, Lind senses that this event could be the moment he crosses a significant threshold in his quest for recognition. Chapter 40. The Red Keep Banquet. The banquet at the Red Keep was originally intended to take place after the conclusion of the tournament. However, King Robert hastily convened it beforehand. Some jested that the king had suffered such a grievous defeat the previous day that his mind had become muddled, mistaking the team tournament for the final contest of the event. Although the nobles publicly expressed disdain for the inopportune timing of the banquet, they nonetheless adorned themselves in their finery, fearful of appearing less dignified than their peers. This gathering was not merely a feast. It served as a social occasion for the courtiers of the Red Keep and the lords and ladies of the Seven Kingdoms to engage and exchange favors. Unlike the raucous celebration held for the prince's birth, this banquet lacked boisterous entertainment such as acrobats. Attendees mingled, seeking companions of interest, forming small clusters to converse, which rendered the atmosphere rather subdued. King Robert, the host of this gathering, was notably absent, leaving Queen Cersei to preside over the event from her throne. Surrounded by a circle of noblewomen from various houses, a few court jesters flitted among them, their words lost to the crowd. Yet the laughter of the women echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of many. Linden found himself somewhat ill at ease in such an environment. In his previous life, he had never relished attending banquets or gatherings, and now, his disposition had grown even more reclusive. The scrutiny of the various nobles weighed heavily upon him, their gazes as intrusive as those appraising a mere commodity, igniting within him an urge to rid himself of their presence, to escape their unwelcome attention. He discreetly distanced himself from the Duke of Tyrell and others upon entering the Red Keep, procuring a wooden platter of food and retreating to a quiet corner where he could savor his meal in solitude, despite his desire for seclusion. A few inquisitive nobles approached him to engage in conversation. While this was an opportune moment to forge connections with the powerful, Linden recognized that his current status rendered him insignificant in their eyes. Though some nobles attempted to converse with him, many were motivated by mere curiosity. Given his near victory in the tournament that had claimed 100 lives, these nobles often posed intrusive personal questions, showing little regard for Linden's feelings, as if merely speaking to him was a grand favor, expecting him to respond with humility and compliance. However, Linden remained impervious to their advances, engrossed in his meal as though the nobles were non-existent, placing them in an awkward position of indecision. After a few attempts, those driven by curiosity ceased their efforts, deterred from further humiliation. Nonetheless, Lind could not find solace in his meal, for after having satiated the curiosity of certain nobles, he was confronted by another group, whose intentions were far from amicable. These aristocrats did not seek camaraderie, nor did they approach him with inquisitive minds regarding his private affairs. Their purpose was singular: hatred. "I am Sir Philly of Flowstone, and my brother, Barnet Philly, perished by your hand yesterday," declared a middle-aged man, bearing the unmistakable traits of a northerner. As he approached Lind, his eyes brimming with animosity, "He fell victim to your despicable ambush while engaged with others, and you cowardly struck from behind. What is your aim by uttering such words, Sir Philly? Are you attempting to illustrate the valor of your brother's demise, or to paint me as the villain?" Lind set his roasted meat down upon the wooden platter, wiped his hands, and raised his gaze to meet the furious nobleman. Rather than engage in this verbal sparring, why not take a more tangible approach? Challenge me openly and seek vengeance for your brother's death by slaying me in combat. He then turned his attention to the other nobles drawn by similar motives, stating, "You too may issue a direct challenge. I am prepared to duel all of you simultaneously. With so many of you against me, I would think the odds of avenging your fallen kin are in your favor." Lind's forthright and nearly impudent words left the northern noble momentarily speechless, his countenance shifting to one of deepening gloom, as fear began to intertwine with his hatred. The other knights and nobles, harboring similar sentiments, exhibited the same expression. Though the prospect of a duel was enticing and seemingly advantageous, they were acutely aware of Lind's prowess displayed in the previous day's tournament. Even in a combined assault against him, it was likely they would be the ones to perish. An awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere, as the accusers found themselves ensnared by Lind's challenge, unable to advance or retreat. The surrounding dignitaries, recognizing the unfolding drama, chose to remain uninvolved, instead observing the spectacle with eager anticipation. "What are you all doing? This is the king's banquet, not a raucous gathering from your petty domains." A languid voice interjected from a distance. The figure of Jaime Lannister, clad in resplendent armor, approached, one hand clutching a wine jug and the other resting upon the hilt of his sword. Under ordinary circumstances, Jaime's remarks might have incited their ire. Yet now they felt a surge of gratitude, for his presence alleviated the palpable tension, providing them a means of retreat. One by one, the nobles cast Lind a disdainful glare before turning away, their expressions of haughtiness suggesting that they had instigated the challenge, while Lind, in a show of cowardice, had declined to engage. A band of insects. James cast a disdainful glance at the retreating figures of the nobles before turning to Lind and candidly stating, "Bear Hunter Lind, you remind me of someone." "Who?" Lind sensed no malice from James, and thus softened his tone to inquire. "Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Dawn," James replied. Lind fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is he the Arthur Dayne who perished in an ambush?" At this, a flicker of displeasure crossed James's face, and he replied solemnly, "You truly are a rather unlikable fellow." James held Arthur Dayne in the highest esteem, and while Lind's question merely stated a fact, it carried an implied disdain for Dayne, insinuating that he fell victim to an ambush while Lind, the bear hunter, survived such an onslaught. This, naturally, irked James. Lind regarded James calmly and said, "Arthur Dayne was a hero, one I greatly admire, but his demise was utterly unwarranted. Dying for a mad king is not worth it." Upon hearing this, the displeasure on James's face dissipated, and a hint of camaraderie emerged in his gaze towards Lind, evidently finding common ground in Lind's contempt for the mad king. "Care for a drink?" James proffered the wine jug toward Lind. "I do not drink," Lind replied, shaking his head. "Then you are missing out on much enjoyment," James retorted with a smirk. "I would advise you to drink less," Lind stated plainly. Excessive drinking causes one's hands to tremble uncontrollably. A swordsman who cannot steady his grip on his sword is not far from death. At Lind's words, James paused, scrutinizing him before saying, "Someone has said that to me before." Lind pondered briefly and asked, "Arthur Dayne?" "Indeed," James nodded, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It is ironic that the teetotaler Arthur Dayne met his end, while the wine-loving Jaime Lannister remains alive. Choices dictate fate," Lind remarked with a hint of melancholy. "He chose his death." "No, he was slain by a cowardly ambush," James exclaimed, taking a large swig from the jug before turning his gaze toward the northerners in the hall, gritting his teeth. Lind did not refute James's words. Yet he did not share his perspective, for in his view, in battles of life and death, notions of honor hold little weight. Survival and ultimate victory are of paramount importance. Moreover, through this exchange, he discerned that Jaime Lannister still harbored some semblance of knightly spirit, though it seemed likely to wane or be concealed in the years to come. Otherwise, he would not have committed such an act as throwing Bran from the tower. Presently, he certainly would not have acted with such decisiveness, as hesitation would undoubtedly linger. "Bear Hunter, you are a rather unique individual," James proclaimed, having consumed a generous portion of the wine before burping rudely and uttering nonsensically. Lind blinked in surprise, gazing at Jaime Lannister with a hint of confusion, and replied, "Should I take that as a compliment, my lord?" James spoke with a grave expression. "No, you may regard this as a prophecy. For every extraordinary individual inevitably encounters various tribulations in life. Your trials have only just begun." Lind felt that James's words bore a deeper significance, as if he were alluding to something more profound. However, James chose not to elaborate further, taking the wine jug and turning away. Lind refrained from pursuing him with questions, doubting that James would provide any answers. Moreover, he could not fathom what tribulations James had alluded to. Yet he sensed that perhaps it was not necessarily a negative omen for him. After all, differing statuses yield differing perspectives. What James, of such a distinguished stature, perceived as tribulation may not hold the same meaning for him. James's arrival and brief conversation did not alter Lynn's predicament at the banquet. In fact, his calm demeanor during their exchange led others to speculate about his familiarity with the regicide. One was a regicide, the other a conqueror, an intriguing match indeed. Coupled with Lynn's previous stealthy actions in the arena, the nobles who already harbored some disdain for him now looked upon him with additional scorn. The peculiar gazes surrounding him did not seem to affect Lynn. It appeared that the Targaryens had also noticed his exclusion from the festivities, yet felt powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, Garland, Fothamo, and Scholar Morris sought an opportunity to engage with Lynn, aiming to alleviate some of the awkward tension. However, they soon discovered that Lynn seemed impervious to the surrounding atmosphere, his thoughts wholly consumed by the exquisite dishes presented at the banquet. Relieved, they returned to mingle with other nobles, fulfilling their duties to forge connections with the new elite of the Baratheon dynasty. Just as Lynn finished the last piece of roasted meat on his plate and prepared to procure more sustenance, a platter laden with food was placed before him. He looked up to see a bald, portly man with a perpetual smile, adorned in a silk robe and soft leather boots, enabling him to move silently. His hands were always tucked within his sleeves, obscuring whatever he might be holding. Within the Red Keep, only Varys, the master of whisperers, bore such an appearance. And this individual was among those Lynn least wished to encounter. If Peter Baelish was the foremost schemer in the Seven Kingdoms, then Varys was the master of intrigue. Possessing a wealth of information about the realm, no one truly understood his thoughts, nor did anyone grasp what he was capable of with such vast knowledge. The only certainty was that he would never have offspring. Although Varys was indeed on Lynn's list of dangerous individuals, Lynn believed that, unlike the utterly unpredictable Baelish, Varys belonged to a category of people with whom one could engage in discourse, provided their goals did not conflict. Yet, at this very moment, Varys was approaching him. An unexpected turn of events that caught Lynn completely off guard. Although Lindo was profoundly surprised, he did not reveal it on his face. He picked up the wooden platter placed before him by Varys, eating the food while expressing his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Varys." Varys was not astonished that Linda recognized him. After all, his distinctive appearance in the Red Keep made it nearly impossible to be mistaken for someone else. He approached Linda, disregarding the somewhat dirty ground, and sat cross-legged on the floor, akin to Linda's own rough demeanor. He took a piece of food from the platter, eating as he spoke. "My Lord Linda, you are a kind soul, out of place in this hall. It is not where you ought to be." "Kind?" Linda set down his food, gazing at Varys with a smile. "Lord Varys, you seem to be mistaken. Nearly 100 lives fell by my hand yesterday. I am not mistaken." Varys shook his head, responding, "The kindness I speak of refers to the unfortunate little girl you saved outside the Lion's Gate." Chapter 41. The night's investiture. Linda was not surprised that Varys knew about the girl he had rescued. After all, the whole of King's Landing was filled with Varys's little birds. He displayed no astonishment, merely nodding and calmly stating, "So it was her. She was indeed pitiable. But thankfully she survived." Varys was somewhat taken aback by Linda's calm demeanor, his expression momentarily stunned before he sighed and remarked, "Survival is indeed a blessing. Yet you should not have allowed her to leave with that faceless man. Her becoming one of them will undoubtedly bring considerable trouble. It is better for her to continue as a farmer's daughter for her sake and for others." Linda fixed his gaze on Varys, speaking in a low voice. "To remain a farmer's daughter, are you certain that is a prudent choice, Lord Varys? Can she truly live her life contentedly as a farmer's daughter? If Lord Tywin were to learn that she still lives, what do you think her fate would be?" At Linda's words, Varys's face betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. He had never anticipated that Linda would be aware of the girl's identity. Tywin regarded her as a disgrace and had gone to great lengths to suppress all information regarding her, including sending the Lannister guards who participated that night to the mines in the Westerlands, ensuring they would never return. Varys had learned of the girl's existence quite by chance from the imp Tyrion and was aware that apart from those directly involved, only he and the monk who officiated at Tyrion's wedding knew of her. However, that monk had been dealt with by Tywin, leading Varys to believe he was the sole keeper of this secret. Thus, when he heard Linda's words and realized that Linda also knew the girl's identity, he was filled with profound surprise. "You are even more remarkable than I anticipated." Varys refrained from probing further into how Linda came to know this information, instead regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze, murmuring softly. Lynn's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "Your words echo those of Lord Janos, who claims I am a unique individual. Yet I find myself at a loss for understanding. Lord Varys, might you elucidate this matter?" Varys consumed the morsel in his hand and then rose, responding, "Fear not. Soon enough, the truth shall unfold before you. The assembled nobles began to grasp the impending revelation, their expressions contorting into frowns. Even the Duke of Tully wore an expression of astonishment, while a select few smiled, seemingly pleased for Lind. Had Lind hailed from the lineage of a grand noble, his ascension to the Kingsguard would not have stirred such upheaval. However, the reality was that he was merely a common hunter, of a status lower than that of a peasant. Such a rise to knighthood constituted a breach of the established hierarchy of Westeros. And to elevate one of his standing to the Kingsguard would be tantamount to trampling upon the very foundations of noble power. At this juncture, the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, interjected, "Your Majesty, attending this banquet will facilitate a deeper understanding of the vassal sentiments, allowing for the formulation of appropriate policies." Yet Robert frowned in disdain, retorting, "No. Regicide, your sword is unworthy of being wielded against him." With that, he turned to Barristan, commanding, "Barristan, hand me my sword." He opened his swollen eyes wide, scanning the crowd within the hall as if in search of something. Though Robert's voice was low, it resonated throughout the hall, silencing the attendees and drawing their focus to Lind. Robert rubbed the swelling on his face and glared at Lind, stating, "In all these years, I have never been struck in such a manner. Even now, my head spins. They say my decision stems from a lack of clarity, that it is against the rules. However, I am the king, unbound by any trifling conventions. Who would have thought you would become a knight so swiftly? It has barely been a few months since you became my squire." Fothamore approached Lind, patting him on the shoulder with earnest gravity. "Becoming a knight is merely the first step. Much remains for you to learn. I hope you do not forget your humble beginnings." Garland also stepped forward to congratulate Lind, preparing to escort him to meet the Duke of Tully. Lind, sensing the unfolding events, briefly displayed a flicker of joy before regaining his composure. He walked to the center of the hall, standing before Robert. Yet he concealed his emotions beneath an impassive facade, nonchalantly reattaching his sword to his waist before returning to stand behind the queen, his hand resting casually on the chair. However, the whiteness of his knuckles betrayed the turmoil within him. The longsword shifted to his left shoulder. King Robert reached for his waist but grasped only air. Suddenly recalling that he was without a sword, he bellowed to those around him, "Where is my sword? Damn it, bring me a sword." "Indeed. I am exceedingly fond of it, Your Majesty." Lind stood up from the ground, a smile he could not suppress adorning his face. Hearing Robert's outburst, Jaime Lannister, who stood beside Queen Cersei, stepped forward to remove his sword and handed it over. Robert's merciless action undeniably struck a heavy blow to Jaime's pride. And although Jaime had grown accustomed to the peculiar gazes of those around him over the past year, he still felt a surge of anger from such humiliation. After speaking, he turned away from the banquet as if he had lost all interest, exiting the hall directly. The sword returned to his right shoulder, only to be shifted to his left shoulder moments later. "In the name of the Father, I demand justice." Sensing the impending turmoil, Lind stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Robert. "Is there freedom outside?" Robert's bloated face displayed a clear sense of disappointment as he sighed and murmured, "Am I not also in the same plight?" At that moment, Robert called out to Lind, who was preparing to leave, inquiring, "Bear Hunter Lind, would you care to become a member of the Kingsguard?" Robert mumbled a series of words, then rose from his throne, raising his hand to halt the Duke of Aelin, who was about to speak, and directed towards Lind, "Kneel, Lind of White Village." Just as Varys' words fell, the music at the banquet abruptly ceased, transforming into the Bear Hunter's song. Those present who recognized the tune paused momentarily, then, in unison, turned their gazes toward Lind, seated in the corner. Lind did not alter his demeanor towards Ser Patimo due to his change in status, responding as a knightly squire, "I shall heed your guidance, Lord Patimo." I know. I understand this is necessary, hence my presence here," Lind replied. Robert, evidently weary of Jon Aelin's incessant prattle, interrupted him with a hint of impatience, then looked toward Lind, beckoning him closer. "Come here, Bear Hunter Lind." At this juncture, the surrounding nobles began to extend their congratulations to Lind. Whether sincerely or as a matter of etiquette, they all sought to display the appropriate decorum. Lind found Robert's query unexpected. Although he had never contemplated becoming a member of the Kingsguard, he could not deny that for the vast majority of knights, being part of the Kingsguard was a lifelong honor. Although Lord Boltons felt a sense of injustice for Jaime, he had no intention of defying the king's command. He removed his sword, cradled it in both hands, and approached the king. However, whether it was due to his vision being impaired by swelling or the insufficient light from the hall's candles, he scanned the area several times, yet could not locate his target. He then called out loudly to Duke Tyrell, "My lord Duke Tyrell, where is that lad who struck me at the tournament yesterday? The one called Bear Hunter Lind, has he not attended the banquet? I seem to recall sending him an invitation." Observing this situation, Those nearby wished to approach and pay their respects, but were halted by his raised hand. Becoming a knight is undoubtedly a pivotal step for Lind, as it signifies his qualification to contend for power among the Seven Kingdoms. Otherwise, he would remain merely a foot soldier. The gaze of the assembly soon shifted to the corridor entrance leading to the Maegor's holdfast. However, in truth, Lind had never contemplated becoming a Kingsguard. What many knights regarded as an honor appeared to him merely as shackles and a prison. The Kingsguard is not merely the king's bodyguard. It embodies the very nexus of authority within the Seven Kingdoms. Upon becoming a member of the Kingsguard, one not only gains the opportunity to influence the political landscape of the realm, but may, at times, even represent the king himself. More significantly, a Kingsguard has the potential to ascend to the position of Hand of the King or even Regent, rendering a knight's elevation to this role akin to ascending to the heavens. Now, with Robert's declaration of knighthood at the feast, Lind experienced a profound sense of regained fortune, his joy intensifying immensely. Lord Peter nodded in satisfaction, seemingly poised to share further thoughts but deemed the setting inappropriate, deciding instead to convey his sentiments upon their return to camp. Moreover, at the tender age of 15, having participated in but a single tournament, Lind was knighted by the king himself, an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of Westerosi history. This undoubtedly corroborated the earlier extraordinary remarks made by Jaime and Varys, suggesting that the matter had sparked intense deliberation within the Red Keep's council chambers. In the name of the Mother, I require you to protect the weak and the innocent. Lind's elevation to knighthood was but a minor interlude, causing little disruption to the festivities, which soon resumed their normal cadence. In the name of the Maiden, I require you to protect all women. In that moment, King Robert, with a bandaged hand and a bruised visage, entered the hall, flanked by his king's guard, and proceeded directly to his throne. He drew the Valyrian steel sword of Ser Barristan, approached Lind, and placed the blade upon his right shoulder, proclaiming, "Lind of White Harbor, in the name of warriors, I demand your courage." As the final words of the oath were spoken, King Robert withdrew the sword from Lind's shoulder and declared, "Bear of the Hunt, Lind, you are now a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. May this reward bring you joy." Jon Arryn was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of this event and sought to dissuade Robert, but his efforts were thwarted. Robert reiterated his inquiry to Lind. The surrounding nobles, now visibly relieved, regarded Lind with a more benevolent gaze, particularly Duke Jon Arryn, who evidently believed that Lind's decision to forego the Kingsguard was a recognition of the social order, rather than an act of hubris that defied the established norms. The solemnity of the Seven's Oath, uttered by King Robert, quelled the discontent of the nobles who had previously harbored grievances, their expressions transforming into a countenance of reverence and gravity. Lind had to concede that, despite his speculation regarding Robert's character, he had little certainty about the possibility of being knighted after demonstrating exceptional prowess in the tournament. Even yesterday, when Robert departed the arena without directly bestowing knighthood upon him, Lind began to entertain doubts about his assumption and contemplated earning his knighthood through accumulated military merit instead. The Duke of Tywin, standing amidst the crowd, exhibited no emotion. He remained as cold and unyielding as steel, concealing any inner thoughts. At that moment, Robert also spotted Lind and glanced towards the corner from which Lind emerged, noticing a wooden platter filled with food on the ground. A smile crept across his face as he remarked, "It appears you are indeed unaccustomed to such gatherings. I too find them rather foreign. Rather than engaging in pretentious dialogue here, I would much prefer to feast heartily and drink deeply in the camp." Hearing the call, Lind stepped out from the shadowy corner of the hall into the warm glow of candlelight. The Duke of Tyrell promptly responded, "Your Majesty, he has arrived. It is simply his first experience at such a banquet. I apologize, Your Majesty. Please forgive my inability to accept your gracious offer." The identity of the Kingsguard weighs too heavily upon me. Lind felt the intangible pressure from those around him. Before others could speak, he quickly replied, "Moreover, the Red Keep is not suited for me. I cherish the freedom of the outside world." However, in contrast to the earlier indifference from the crowd, a few minor nobles and knights now expressed a willingness to engage with him, indicating a gradual acceptance of his altered status. The Duke of Tyrell's demeanor towards Lind had shifted somewhat, yet the change was minimal. After all, Lind's transformation from squire to knight still left a significant disparity in status. Perhaps due to a misunderstanding, the Duke seemed to interpret Lind's rejection of King Robert's invitation as a testament to his loyalty to House Tyrell, promising to utilize Lind's talents and suggesting that he need not worry about any negative repercussions from selling his cavalry position. Chapter 42. The finest smithy in King's Landing. The news of Lind's knighthood spread throughout the entirety of King's Landing the following day, provoking immense envy and admiration among many for his remarkable fortune. It is worth noting that numerous warriors are still desperately seeking opportunities to achieve knighthood, finding no glimmer of hope. Yet here was a mere 15-year-old lad, having served as a squire for only a few months, now elevated to the rank of knight by the king himself. This led many to speculate whether Lind might be the illegitimate son of a highborn lord, rather than merely the son of a hunter as recounted in the Song of the Bear Hunter. Not only did the ordinary warriors harbor envy towards Lind's transformation and status, but even the free knights and hired knights participating in the tournament felt an immense admiration for him. Upon becoming a knight, Lind pledged his loyalty to a lord and became a vassal of House Tiller. This elevation signified not merely a steady income for Lind, but also the prospect of becoming a landed knight or even a minor lord in the future. However, when they learned that Lind had audaciously declined King Robert's invitation to join the King's Guard, their envy and jealousy evaporated, replaced instead by derision for what they perceived as Lind's folly. Clearly, they believed that this rustic individual was oblivious to the significance of the King's Guard, thus squandering an opportunity to ascend to greatness. Nevertheless, Lind remained an object of admiration for countless individuals, arguably becoming an idol for the common folk. His journey could be deemed legendary, and the minstrels eagerly rewove the tale of the Bear Hunter, extending the narrative to the coronation at the Red Keep, singing it repeatedly in taverns, thereby reaping substantial rewards. The name Lind, the Bear Hunter, along with the legendary stories embedded in the song, began to spread across the Seven Kingdoms, even reaching the shores of the Essos continent across the narrow sea. Yet Lind himself appeared remarkably composed. The alteration in his status did not disrupt his daily routines. The following day, he continued to lead his cavalry in training on the outskirts of King's Landing, honing their hunting prowess and obedience. Upon returning to camp, he diligently pursued various studies under the tutelage of the new scholar appointed by Duke Tiller, his schedule brimming with knowledge. In the afternoon, the heraldic officer of King's Landing arrived at House Tiller's encampment, seeking Lind to inquire about his family's coat of arms and surname. Lind had already contemplated these matters, and thus when questioned, he promptly provided his answers. His coat of arms was quite simple, a crimson background featuring a sword plunged into the ground, with the unique detail of the sword's hilt adorned with the Chinese character for Li, his surname from a past life, while the knightly surname he envisioned was Tyra. The heraldic officer, taken aback by the ease of the process, had anticipated that a new knight would deliberate for several days before deciding on his coat of arms and surname. Typically, most knights retained the surnames of long-extinct noble families, seemingly aiming to imbue their own lineage with an air of antiquity. After recording the coat of arms and surname, the heraldic officer prepared to depart, only to be halted by Lind, who inquired whether the family motto should not also be documented. The heraldic officer regarded Lind, saying nothing as he departed, his gaze akin to that of one observing a fool. Although the officer offered no response, Lind recognized the absurdity of his question, understanding that such moments of folly would likely recur until he truly acclimated to the customs and behaviors of the aristocracy in this world. The day of the nightly lance duel continues unabated. In contrast to the previous day's desolation, the crowd has swelled today, nearly returning to its customary levels. Not only are the open areas on the hills surrounding the arena filled with spectators, but some have even climbed trees to gain a better view of the contest below. The surge in attendance can be attributed to the waning excitement from the group combats, which had left the audience yearning for fresh exhilaration, and the nightly lance duel emerged as the perfect substitute. Moreover, the quality of today's nightly bouts has markedly improved compared to yesterday's encounters. The average knights were eliminated in the previous rounds, leaving only the elite standing in the arena today, thus rendering the lance duels all the more thrilling. For instance, the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, engaged in a lance duel this morning against a mysterious knight from across the narrow sea. The two clashed 7 times, breaking 3 lances, before Jaime narrowly claimed victory. The spectacle was so captivating that the surrounding audience momentarily forgot the Kingslayer's notorious reputation, erupting in cheers upon his triumph. In the morning, the nightly duel of Boromir also took place, where his opponent was a knight from House Marbrand of the Westerlands. The combat was not as fierce or riveting as the duel involving the Kingslayer, as the disparity in skill was quite pronounced, with Boromir unseating his adversary in a single round. However, fortune was not on Boromir's side in the afternoon, as he faced the formidable Barristan. Within 2 rounds, he was struck in the chest by a lance and toppled from his steed, fortunately sustaining no serious injuries. As for House Tully, only one knight has advanced to tomorrow's quarterfinals. John Tully from House Blackwood of Raven's Roost, the 3rd son of the Earl of Blackwood, currently serving as the 3rd steward to Lord Roger Redwine in Highgarden. John's advancement to the top 8 is not a testament to his prowess, but rather a stroke of extraordinary luck. His abilities are merely superior to those of an average knight, and under normal circumstances, he would have been eliminated yesterday. Curiously, the opponents he faced along the way either suffered equipment failures or withdrew due to prior injuries, allowing Jon to progress with ease and minimal exertion, earning him the moniker Lucky Tully. Nevertheless, for House Tully, having only one knight reach the quarterfinals through such fortuitous means has left them feeling somewhat disheartened. Particularly, the countenance of Master Tully has remained grim since Boromir's defeat, casting a somber atmosphere around him. Fortunately, this oppressive mood did not linger for long. Following an invitation from Duke Jon Arryn to convene at the Red Keep, Master Tully returned with his gloomy demeanor completely dissipated, a smile now adorning his face. Subsequently, Duke Tyler summoned his vassals for a meeting within the camp, seemingly to deliberate on a matter of great importance. Although Lind was curious about the discourse among Duke Tyler and his companions, the Duke's guards surrounded the tent, preventing him from approaching. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Lind instructed Raoul to inquire in King's Landing about the finest blacksmith shop, and by evening, Raoul had gathered the necessary information. Leading Lind into the bustling city, they made their way directly to Steel Street, situated beneath the Visenya Hills. The recent tournament had left many warriors and knights with damaged weapons and armor, causing the blacksmiths in this area to flourish with business. The forge fires had burned continuously for several days, and the cacophony of hammering resonated throughout the region. Even the local residents found the clamor unbearable, opting to temporarily reside in nearby towns until the tumult subsided. Raoul guided Lind to a blacksmith shop significantly larger than the others, constructed from timber and stone, its facade coated in a layer of pristine white lime. The heavy double doors, fashioned from ebony and fishbeam wood, conveyed a sense of sturdiness, and the three-story structure offered a commanding view of Steel Street. However, upon entering, Lind furrowed his brow, in stark contrast to the vibrant activity of other forges. This establishment was eerily quiet, with even the furnace's fire extinguished. Is this truly the best blacksmith shop in King's Landing? Lind inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Raoul's expression turned awkward, and he raised his voice, calling into the shop. Is anyone here? We have visitors. Lind's attention was soon captivated by a row of knightly swords adorning the wall. After several shouts, an elderly man emerged from the back of the shop, assisted by a servant. He surveyed Lind and Raoul with a frown and said curtly, "We are no longer in operation. If you wish to have something forged, seek another shop." "Are you the renowned blacksmith, Clement?" Raoul asked, perplexed as he regarded the old man. "Once the finest blacksmith," the elder replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Do you believe I can still wield a hammer?" Raoul's countenance darkened, and he muttered curses under his breath at the informant who had misled him. "Could I perhaps give it a try?" Lind interjected, pointing to a few knightly swords hanging on the wall. The old man paused, then nodded, saying, "Go ahead. If you wish to buy, I can offer a discount. These weapons will be cleared out soon anyway." Lind selected two swords he favored and stepped to a spacious area designated for testing weapons. He began to wield them, executing the techniques of the Lost Homeland Knights. As he had anticipated, the memories he had assimilated were not solely confined to the mental realm, they had seamlessly integrated into his physical instincts. The two knightly swords felt utterly familiar in his grasp, their movements flowing effortlessly, as if he had wielded them for countless years. As Lind practiced the swordsmanship of the Lost Homeland Knight with his two knightly greatswords, the individuals present in the room were left utterly astounded. Raoul, who had previously served as Lind's sparring partner and witnessed countless demonstrations of his dual sword techniques, had only seen him wielding a longsword. At that time, Lind's dual swordplay was within the realm of comprehension. Even Raoul recognized that the true potency of his technique derived from his footwork and his adeptness at exploiting weaknesses. However, the dual swordsmanship Lind now employed transcended the limits of ordinary humanity. The two knightly greatswords moved with an ease akin to wielding daggers, creating a pressure of wind as they sliced through the air. A pressure so sharp that those beyond the reach of the swords felt as though they were being cut by blades, their exposed skin tingling with pain. Some strands of hair even snapped under the force of the wind generated by Lind's swordplay. Undoubtedly, Raoul felt that Lind's current dual swordsmanship was tenfold more formidable than before, and he believed that had Lind showcased such prowess during the tournament days prior, he could have effortlessly felled all participants in a direct confrontation. Even Raoul, well acquainted with Lind, was taken aback, while the blacksmith and his apprentice were utterly speechless, rendered incapable of uttering a word. Clenmort, the creator of the knightly greatswords, understood precisely the weight of such swords. Even the mightiest of knights could not wield them with one hand. Yet here was Lind, effortlessly wielding two knightly greatswords, executing previously unseen intricate techniques as though he were lifting mere straws. Particularly astonishing was his ability to leap into the air while brandishing these heavy swords, performing various slashing maneuvers. Such physical prowess and the formidable swordsmanship he displayed surpassed Clinmort's understanding accumulated over the years, leading him to feel as though a creature of unimaginable strength resided within Lind. After briefly demonstrating the foundational sword techniques of the Lost Homeland Knight, Lind paused, not out of a desire to cease, but because other techniques required the extraordinary power bestowed by the dragon runes and the dragon feast ritual to be executed. Without those, they remained merely extensions of basic swordsmanship. Upon halting, Lind examined the knightly great swords in his grasp with satisfaction. Although these blades were not crafted from Valyrian steel, their material and weight were commendable, making them suitable as temporary substitutes. Furthermore, he gained a renewed understanding of the transformations brought about by the dragon feast ritual. Previously, his stamina and physical attributes had been insufficient for such effortless wielding of the knightly greatswords. Yet now, after executing an entire set of foundational sword techniques, he felt no fatigue, not even a hint of breathlessness. It was evident that his physical condition had begun to evolve beyond human limitations, and this transformation was ongoing. Until the effects of the dragon feast ritual completely dissipated, his body would continue to gradually strengthen. To what extent this enhancement would reach remained uncertain. Perhaps he might even attain the dragon-slaying power reminiscent of certain lost homeland knights from his memories. At this moment, Clement, having recovered from his astonishment, could not help but inquire. Before Lind could respond, Raoul, acting like a dutiful attendant, proactively introduced, "This is the champion of the tournament, a knight personally appointed by His Majesty the King, the Bearslayer, Lord Lintera." Upon hearing Raoul's introduction, both Clement and his servant could not help but gasp in astonishment. Staring at Lind with wide eyes, their expressions not only filled with shock, but also imbued with a sense of reverence. Chapter 43. The ruins of the dragon's lair. Regarding the legendary figure frequently mentioned in King's Landing over the past 2 days, Clement, despite being unable to venture outside due to health reasons, had indeed caught wind of the tales. However, he found the rumors surrounding the Bear Slayers somewhat exaggerated. After all, the notion of a single individual slaying 100 men in the arena seemed more akin to a myth than reality, difficult to believe. Yet, upon witnessing Lind wielding the knightly greatsword and demonstrating his swordsmanship, he gradually began to accept that this individual could indeed achieve such feats, perhaps even thousands, and Lind's displayed extraordinary strength inevitably reminded him of a certain individual. The formidable Redger of the Demon Mountain. Lind disregarded the gazes directed at him. Gesturing toward the 2 great swords, he stated, "I shall take these 2 swords. And please provide them with a pair of fine scabbards, along with 2 sets of sword belts, one set as a waist belt for these great swords, and the other fashioned as a shoulder strap for my 2 broad-bladed hand swords." The servant in the smithy was momentarily taken aback, while old Clement patted his servant on the back, saying, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Go fulfill Lord Lind's instructions. Seek out Golden Tooth Perro for the scabbards and sword belts. He possesses the finest leather goods." Upon hearing this, the servant first assisted old Clement to a nearby chair, then summoned a few individuals to remove the great swords, carrying them out of the smithy towards the street where the leather shop was located. With his immediate weaponry concerns addressed, Lind recalled another purpose for his visit and turned to old Clement, asking, "Since you are the finest smith in King's Landing, you must know about Valyrian steel?" Old Clement replied, "Of course, even if I were not the best smith in King's Landing, I would still be aware of Valyrian steel." "Do you know where one might procure Valyrian steel?" Lind inquired directly. Old Clement paused, then countered, "My lord, do you know how many swords forged from Valyrian steel exist in the 7 kingdoms? "Yes, indeed, there are not many, my lord." Old Clement nodded solemnly, continuing, "Over the years, there have been only a few swords crafted from Valyrian steel. Every great noble desires a weapon made of Valyrian steel. Your own house, the Tully family, has long sought a Valyrian steel sword, yet they have yet to obtain one. Now, you inquire where I might procure Valyrian steel. How do you believe I should respond? My esteemed lord? In the Dance of the Blood Dragons, the dragon lair was ravaged by a horde of starving commoners, resulting in the demise of all the dragons within, reportedly numbering as many as 5. Most of the besieging commoners met their end in the dragon's flames, as the collapse of the lair's dome buried them deep underground. After departing from the blacksmith shop, Lind did not return to the camp immediately. Instead, he led Raoul on a leisurely stroll through King's Landing. Although he had been in the city for several days, he had yet to truly observe its grandeur, just as Lind was taken aback by the sights before him. An intense hunger surged within him, as if the tormented souls manifesting a peculiar energy were a sumptuous feast. Given the lack of useful information in this place, Lind resolved to leave. After settling the payments for 2 swords and their sheaths, he instructed old Clint to have the items delivered to the Tyrell camp outside the city. Upon hearing this, Lynn's previously hazy memories sharpened significantly. He recalled a discussion on a forum regarding the various cities of the Free Cities, where Coer was mentioned. The little girl glanced at Lind and noticed his complexion had improved considerably. Curiosity piqued, she led him through a damaged section into the interior of the dragon lair. "I'm not sure. It shouldn't be much," Lind replied. The emergence of this vengeful energy might be linked to the dragon's own magical essence, and such energy would not affect the commoners. Only someone like Lind, altered by the dragon's banquet ritual and particularly sensitive to this unique energy, could perceive it. Instead of guiding Lind through a nearby alley, the girl continued down Silent Sister Street, heading directly towards the dragon lair Lind had intended to visit. "Sir, are you all right?" the girl asked, noticing a change in Lind's expression. Lind contemplated the information he recalled about Valyrian steel and replied gravely, "I know that within the Free Cities of Essos, there exists a city that possesses the secret of reforging Valyrian steel. That city may have sufficient Valyrian steel, though I cannot recall its name. However, that city does not possess the knowledge to produce Valyrian steel, for if they truly held such knowledge, their exports would certainly include various items crafted from Valyrian steel. And the weapons of Valyrian steel in Westeros would not be so scarce." The two moved swiftly, one following the other, until they reached the heights of the Rhaenys Hills, standing before the ruins of a colossal domed structure. Throughout the entirety of Westeros, there are 2 formidable powers one must never offend: the Faith of the Seven, which wields religious authority, and the Citadel, which holds the keys to knowledge. Particularly the Citadel, with its scholars serving as noble advisors, can subtly influence their employers' decisions. This insidious influence is the most perilous of all. Perhaps as a result of the Dragon Feast ritual, not only did his physique undergo a transformation, but even his extraordinary senses experienced certain alterations. These changes did not merely enhance his sensory perceptions, rather, they seemed to imbue his senses with an extraordinary potency. Old Clint pondered for a moment before adding, "If your sole desire is to acquire Valyrian steel, you might find it within the scholarly city, where there may be individuals knowledgeable in the art of forging Valyrian steel, as some scholars, upon achieving mastery, craft a Valyrian steel chain link. From the remnants in the catacombs, it is evident that this area was originally part of an underground repository, with religious symbols of the 7 faith visible on some stones, indicating that this was likely a section of the sanctified hall that had been consumed by flames." At this moment, he appeared to share a spiritual connection with Glory, such that upon perceiving the shadowy expanse, Glory too could sense it. However, just as he entered Silent Nun Street and ventured a short distance toward the dragon's lair, a little girl suddenly dashed out from a nearby alley, approaching Lind and bowing respectfully. "Sir, there is someone who wishes to meet you." Upon glancing at the girl, Lind recognized her as the same child who had previously guided him to the tavern. Instantly, her words conjured thoughts of Varys in his mind. It is no exaggeration to say that the dragon's lair before him resembled a vast graveyard, where the faithful, commoners, warriors, and even dragons lay interred. The shadow he observed should be the amalgamated souls of those who perished here, their energy mingling in a lament of vengeful spirits. In Lind's eyes, this desolate sight was shrouded in countless shadows, which appeared as amorphous masses of shifting mire. Distorted visages of suffering emerged from within the darkness, and he could even discern dragon-shaped shadows weaving through, accompanied by the haunting cries of the dragons. Furthermore, he realized that old Clint's son, Tobermore, might very well be the blacksmith who, years later, would assist Duke Tywin in reforging ice into 2 Valyrian steel swords, an encouraging prospect for him. Perhaps driven by an overwhelming hunger, Glory relentlessly gnawed at its iron cage, exhibiting a jaw strength that seemed to surpass that of a mere shadowcat cub. Subsequently, this dragon's lair was further transformed into a mass grave during the time of the Great Plague, where those who succumbed to illness and could not be buried in time were unceremoniously cast into the dragon's den, and even some who were still clinging to life were thrown in as well. After wandering through several main streets of the city, night had fully descended, and Lind's sense of novelty regarding the city had waned. He resolved to visit the dragon's lair, procure a sufficient quantity of dragonfire obsidian for prolonged use, and then return to the camp. Lind had read about the dragon's lair in the tomes left by Bachelor Holly. This location once housed a significant temple of the Faith of the Seven, which was subsequently reduced to ashes by Maegor I riding the Black Dread, Balerion. The inhabitants of the temple perished in the flames, and later, Maegor I transformed it into a dragon's lair, specifically for nurturing the hatchlings of House Targaryen. The term shapeshifter immediately sprang to Lind's mind, referring to a unique class of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion of being a shapeshifter himself. suspecting that it might be related to the lingering dragon soul he absorbed from the cracked dragon egg on that fateful day. Old Klein continued, "Even if you were to discover Valyrian steel, how would you forge it anew? The art of smelting and forging Valyrian steel is an exceedingly intricate craft, said to have been lost following the fall of Valyria. Even on the continent of Essos, across the narrow sea, it is challenging to find anyone knowledgeable in this ancient technique, let alone on the continent of Westeros. Thus, whether you aspire to forge weapons or armor from Valyrian steel, it is nearly impossible." As the two traversed the narrow dragon's lair, descending deeper into the hills, they eventually emerged into a relatively spacious cavern after passing through a narrow passage littered with bones. Though they had not unearthed any clues leading to Valyrian steel, at least they had gleaned knowledge of those who could assist him in forging weapons and armor from this coveted material. Lind gazed at the structure before him, his expression turning grave, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. However, there was little information regarding Koer. He only knew that its inhabitants were referred to as the Little Valyrians, likely descendants of the Valyrian lineage, thus possessing considerable knowledge of Valyrian lore. The technique for reforging Valyrian steel was presumably among that knowledge. Yet, with the influx of people into King's Landing, the environment within the city would gradually revert to its original state, akin to how a flea-ridden den was transforming back to its former self. Although King's Landing had earned the reputation of being a city built upon filth, the devastation wrought by the Westlands army 1 year prior had drastically reduced the population. In the past year, Duke Jon Arryn had spared no effort in the reconstruction of King's Landing, resulting in a significant improvement in the environment. At the very least, several main streets and some alleys in the larger districts were relatively clean, and the surrounding air held little foulness, far superior to the squalor outside the city. After a moment's hesitation, Lind instructed Raoul to return to the camp while he allowed the young girl to lead the way. Lind remained silent, subtly sensing that the challenge of possessing both Valyrian steel weaponry and armor was perhaps insurmountable. Instead of severing this connection, he maintained the mental link and directed a portion of his focus towards the bewildered little bird, gesturing for it to continue guiding him. Due to the overwhelming accumulation of corpses, even the dragon's lair was nearly filled to capacity. In order to address this grim situation, the hand of the king commanded the use of wildfire to incinerate the remains. The towering flames ignited by the wildfire raged for several days before finally extinguishing, visible even from outside the walls of King's Landing. This desolate dragon's lair, now regarded by others merely as ruins, was surrounded by makeshift shelters erected by commoners. Some prostitutes and their clients ventured into the ruins to frolic, utterly oblivious to the hidden dangers that lurked within. Was there truly no recourse? Lin seemed reluctant to accept such a fate. He soon realized that this insatiable hunger did not originate from within himself, but rather from his very spirit. Its source not here, but at the Targaryen camp outside King's Landing, emanating from the honor confined within a cage. You are referring to Koer, the city of mages. Old Klein interjected, revealing the name of the city. He continued, My son Tobmod is studying the art of forging there, and should return this year to inherit my blacksmith shop. He may have learned the secrets of reforging Valyrian steel. If you can procure enough Valyrian steel, he might assist in crafting the weapon or armor you desire. Lind remained silent, merely gesturing for the young girl to wait a moment as he meticulously searched within himself for the origin of this inexplicable hunger. Before long, the iron cage was breached, and the liberated honor transformed into a shadow that swiftly darted out of the tent, escaping the notice of others in the camp as it raced towards Lind's direction. Upon hearing this, Lind rolled his eyes. While he had considered traveling to the City of Learning, his primary intent was to acquire knowledge about this world, rather than to procure Valyrian steel. He imagined that the city would guard the secrets of Valyrian steel and its smelting techniques as their most sacred treasures. Any attempt to uncover these hidden truths would only serve to offend the city, rendering his existence in the Seven Kingdoms exceedingly precarious. The Hall of Whispers, built by one Targaryen and destroyed by another, such is the irony of fate. Do you not agree, my lord? The voice of Varys emerged from a shadowy corner, followed by his form stepping into the light of the flames. Upon seeing Varys, the young girl bowed respectfully before turning to leave, leaving only Lind and Varys in the subterranean ruins. Would you care for a drink, my lord? Varys inquired, gesturing towards a small table adorned with food and wine. Lind shook his head, replying, Lord Varys, you are aware that I abstain from alcohol. Varys, with his characteristic soft tone, responded, Ah yes, I had forgotten. That is commendable. Abstaining from drink is a wise habit. Many a conspiracy and death is accompanied by wine. Lord Varys, you did not summon me merely to impart the dangers of drinking, did you? Lind, unaccustomed to Varys's manner of speaking, directly inquired, Pray tell, what is it that you seek from me? Varys, smiling, replied, I have a few little birds that often share intriguing tidbits with me. I have heard whispers that you wish to forge a suit of Valyrian steel armor and a pair of knightly swords. Is this true? Indeed, it is true. The twin swords I currently wield are no longer suitable for me, Lynn stated, patting the hilt of his broad-bladed sword at his waist. He then questioned, "Do you possess information regarding Valyrian steel, my lord?" "Yes," Varys responded, delivering a surprising answer that left Lynn somewhat incredulous. "So, you mean to say that I require a full suit of Valyrian steel armor and 2 knightly swords?" Varys assured him, "Rest assured, as far as I know. There is an abundance of Valyrian steel available, sufficient to craft both a complete suit of armor and 2 knightly swords." After a moment's contemplation, Lynn, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Your terms are rather vague. I need to know more specific conditions." "Fear not, my lord. The instances in which I will require your assistance may be few and far between, perhaps never at all," Varys explained, sensing his previous explanation was somewhat ambiguous and of little utility. He added, "Since you seek specific terms, let us proceed thus. I will request your assistance in ways that do not jeopardize your interests nor place you in peril." "How does that sound?" Varys continued. "Though your father's friend engaged in some subterfuge, it was rather simplistic, suitable for deceiving knights, perhaps, but hardly capable of eluding the gaze of someone like myself." Lind deliberately placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, stating, "Might I not wait until later to sever your head? What have you discovered?" Lind inquired with curiosity. He leisurely savored his food and added, "It seems my origins have been verified by Duke Aelin." Pouring himself a glass of wine to moisten his throat, Varys remarked, "Initially, I suspected you might have been replaced, but from the intelligence gathered, that assumption appears erroneous. After all, had you been substituted, your father's dear friend would surely have been aware. I have mentioned it before, my lord, you are a rather extraordinary individual." Varys gazed intently at Lind and continued, "During my time in Essos, I encountered many peculiar souls, yet compared to you, they all seemed rather mundane." Lind reflected that his current condition bore resemblance to that of the Mad King, though the distinction lay in the fact that the Mad King struggled with 2 consciousnesses vying for control of the body, leading to madness, whereas he had fully integrated into his own being. Even under the influence of the disparate memories bestowed by his unique abilities, he maintained a clear sense of self. Far from the uncontrollable madness experienced by the Mad King, Lind queried, "Could it not be that I am a faceless one? I recall that faceless ones can perfectly mimic anyone. Truly remarkable, far more so than one might assume, within the 7 kingdoms. No individual has ever ascended from the status of an ordinary person to that of a knight in merely 6 months. Nor has anyone achieved the near-miraculous feat of vanquishing nearly 100 opponents in a tournament. Furthermore, no one has dared to strike the king before the eyes of the public, leaving him bruised and battered. Though I was not present to witness it, I can imagine the spectacle must have been extraordinary." Varys then picked up some food from the table and inquired of Lind, "Would you care for some?" "Thank you. I happen to be rather hungry," Lind replied, graciously accepting the food and indulging heartily. However, what surprised Lind was Varys's early interest in him and his keen observation of the significant ambiguities surrounding his persona. Indeed, many are aware of the transformations this individual has undergone, though they do not perceive them as particularly extraordinary, Varys remarked, a glimmer of sentiment passing through his eyes. "That individual is none other than the last king of the Targaryen dynasty, the Mad King Eyrie II Targaryen. Lord Varys, do you believe in the existence of the 7 gods?" Lind abruptly posed a seemingly nonsensical question. After a brief pause, filled with vigilance, Lind asked, "What price must I pay?" Having discerned the implications of Varys's words, Lind stated plainly, "So, you do not believe in the existence of the 7 gods." Upon hearing Varys's request, Lind hesitated to acquiesce, for although Varys's demand sounded simple, its scope was vast. To agree hastily might lead to unforeseen repercussions. Varys regarded Lind with confusion, unable to comprehend why he had broached such an unfounded inquiry. Yet he responded, "If I find the time, I shall visit the great September of Baelor. I know you won't believe me, but what I speak is the truth," Lind replied, undeterred by Varys's sardonic gaze. His expression serious. "The information you gathered merely states that I sustained severe injuries and fell into a coma after hunting a mountain bear. But the reality is far more grave. I actually died the very night my father rescued me from the mountains." Lind paused, turning to Varys and asking, "What do you mean by that, Lord Varys?" "The Mad King was not always mad when I first encountered him. He was the most intelligent and charismatic person I had ever met, even captivating someone as formidable as Lord Tywin, who willingly served him." As Varys spoke of the Mad King, a hint of nostalgia colored his tone, though he quickly masked it, stating, "However, after the turmoil in the Vale, he seemed to transform entirely. Not only did his demeanor change, but his physical form also deteriorated rapidly. Yet, he did not fear the exposure of these ambiguities. When an individual's reputation is sufficiently grand, even legendary, the discrepancies surrounding them naturally become embellished and woven into the fabric of their mythos, ultimately dissipating amidst the myriad tales of legend. In response to Lynn's remarks, Varys displayed no reaction, merely observing him with a calm demeanor. Lynn did not feel astonished by Varys's words, for numerous analyses regarding the Mad King's descent into madness had already surfaced in posts on the previous Life Forum, with the notion of being possessed by the three-eyed raven being the most popular among them. Now, through Varys's description, it appeared that the conjectures from that post were indeed accurate. Lynn set aside his food, gazing at Varys with keen interest, and retorted, "What do you think has caused my transformation? Do you suspect that I too am possessed by some entity?" With this thought in mind, Lynn tentatively inquired. Varys smiled and replied, "No, it is I who has led the Duke to believe that your origins pose no issue." "And then what?" Varys seemed intrigued by Lynn's words, unable to suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing Lynn's remarks, Varys's unusual gaze receded, and his expression grew notably serious. Some claimed that during the 6 months he was imprisoned in the Vale, he was driven mad by Count Dennis, yet I know the reality is far more complex. At this moment, Varys appeared to be divulging a long-suppressed secret, stating, "I see the shadow of another person within him, one who continuously exerts control over his majesty, compelling him to incinerate everything with fire." Observing that Lynn did not refuse, but rather partook of the food with great relish, seemingly untroubled by the potential presence of poison, surprised Varys, though he soon regained his composure. "Have you encountered anyone in such a situation before?" Lynn asked, his face reflecting curiosity and intrigue. "I am quite curious. Might you share?" Varys responded, "Indeed, I had harbored such suspicions, but upon meeting you in person, they dissipated entirely." Varys continued, "I have always possessed a penchant for gathering intelligence on notable figures across the Seven Kingdoms, and over the past year, this hobby has evolved into a pursuit. Our esteemed Prime Minister harbors concerns regarding the remnants of House Targaryen, fearing they might reemerge under new guises to incite turmoil. Consequently, every individual of even slight renown throughout the Seven Kingdoms has been subject to investigation, and you, the legendary bear hunter, well known in the Riverlands, are undoubtedly on that list." Lynn astoundedly remarked, "For I am the finest proof of the existence of the Seven Gods. Am I truly as extraordinary as you claim?" Lynn questioned with a hint of confusion. Observing Lynn's cautious demeanor, Varys felt not displeasure, but rather satisfaction, as he viewed such a careful attitude as indicative of Lynn's commitment to promises, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of betrayal. Lynn fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Varys's words. After a while, he asked, filled with perplexity, "Why does Lord Varys assist me in this manner?" "Very well. You have guessed correctly. I indeed pose no threat to you." Lynn shifted his hand away from the hilt of his sword. Although he verbally expressed intentions not to harm Varys, he had indeed entertained the thought of killing him moments ago, for Varys had touched upon his most profound secret. Though he had dismissed it, in the future, Varys might not be free from doubt. "Is it he?" Lynn pondered with surprise. Lynn seemed to reminisce as he spoke slowly. "I still recall that after my demise, I entered a realm of darkness, suspended in the void, devoid of time and sensation. I am uncertain how long I lingered there until a beam of light pierced the obsidian world, guiding me away from that desolate existence." In stark contrast, Varys exhibited no trepidation, instead calmly observing Lynn. Varys paused momentarily, inquiring, "Why do you believe now? Should I place my trust in this?" His gaze, laced with curiosity, scrutinized Lynn as he remarked, "My Lord Lynn, do you know who your words remind me of? Prince Rhaegar." He too confidently proclaimed his birth in the lands of smoke and salt, claiming to be the embodiment of Aegon. Quite an intriguing matter. Varys, with a knowing glance, continued, "Before you hunted that mountain bear, you were merely an ordinary hunter. Yet after being gravely injured and rendered unconscious by the bear, you transformed into an entirely different being, possessing not only extraordinary swordsmanship but also a demeanor that diverged significantly from your former self. Do you not believe this?" Lynn replied, somewhat taken aback by Varys's observations. He felt no surprise at having certain ambiguities about himself unveiled. Despite his attempts at concealment, those doubts were too conspicuous to withstand scrutiny. "I once shared your disbelief, but now I am convinced." "Of course, not entirely." Varys artfully evaded the truth, continuing, "If you were truly akin to the Mad King, we would not be engaged in this tranquil discourse. You would have drawn your sword and severed my head by now. My Lord Lynn, I took the liberty of investigating your background." Varys paused, perhaps wary of being misunderstood, and added, "This was not a deliberate investigation on my part, but a routine procedure. As His Majesty wishes to bestow upon you a title, and our esteemed Prime Minister must be well acquainted with your origins. Varys spoke softly. It is quite simple. When I find myself in need of your assistance, I trust you will extend your hand. He hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, lifting his goblet to take a sip, momentarily calming his emotions. Upon hearing Varys's narrative, an image of a puppet master controlling a mad king emerged in Lynn's mind. The shadowy figure manipulating the king resembling a three-eyed raven. So, your conversation with me at the banquet was to ascertain whether I am a faceless man? Varys chuckled softly, refraining from an answer, and continued, I have meticulously reviewed all the intelligence gathered, and I discern that your transformation, my Lord Lind, encompasses not only your demeanor and exceptional swordplay, but also a remarkable physical metamorphosis. In just a few months, you have grown significantly taller and stronger, an occurrence that defies logic. I have witnessed a similar case before. However, given Varys's nature, it would be implausible for him to approach Lind unprepared, perchance. Should he eliminate him now, the next moment, false information regarding his ties to the remnants of House Targaryen would find its way to Duke Aelin's table. Varys merely smiled at Lind, neither denying nor affirming his words. Lind's expression became somewhat agitated as he spoke. Then I returned to this world, but not upon the ground. Rather, I found myself in the air, high above, where I could gaze down upon the entirety of the world. As he spoke, Lind suddenly crouched down, swiftly tracing a map of Westeros and parts of Essos in the dust beneath his fingers. Upon witnessing Lind's depiction of the terrain, Varys was left utterly astounded, his face a canvas of shock.